Chapter 161 Change. Dream. The death of May Zeros brought a huge change to Kasadam. The messenger is dead, and the truth has been revealed to the public. The old class system based on the theory of gods is bound to be impacted. And new rules in the country of dwarves will sprout silently. The demise of the old order will inevitably lead to the establishment of a new order. The angry black iron and bronze level 1 people began to unite, while the silver level dwarves either immediately stood in line, or waited and watched to protect themselves. In this revolution, the golden class, which represents the old order, controls and exclusively possesses magic technology, and dominates with the previous set of god theories, is the main target of the attack. Even if this class controls magic technology, it cannot stop and reverse the wave of this revolution. In the end, some of the golden citizens with the smallest number in Kaisa dumbly adhered to the principle of joining if they couldn't defeat it, and joined the ranks of the revolution. Some of those who tried to resist chose to surrender, while others tried desperately to hold on to their vested interests. And neither ended well. Kasadam fell into brief chaos and constant disputes. In the Divine Hall. Mr. Dorn, there is chaos outside. The Black Iron people and the Bronze people have united to attack the Golden people. They. Steelhammer panicked and recounted everything that happened outside. The young dwarf was uneasy. Originally, he just wanted to get rid of May Zeros and tell Kaisardam the truth about the matter so that the dwarves would not continue to be fooled, deceived and oppressed. But he didn't expect things to turn out like this. Dorn waited patiently for Steelhammer to finish speaking. Although his expression was a little solemn, it didn't change much, as if he had known that everything was going to happen. Then, he did not appease Steelhammer's uneasiness, but asked the other party a question. Steelhammer, do you like the system that Maze Rose has come up with? From black iron to gold, to divide your life into high and low? How could he like it? These are all part of Mazarotha's lies, just to facilitate his own enjoyment. Steelhammer shook his head. That is to say, you also want to overthrow this old system, right? Don continued to ask. Steelhammer didn't speak, but nodded solemnly. Don thought for a moment before speaking. So you want change. You want revolution. Right. But revolution is never a treat. Gold-level dwarves are vested interests in the old order established by Mazeroth. You want to break this old order. It will inevitably infringe on their interests. If Kasadam wants to establish a new order, there is no other choice but to clear these obstacles for those old classes who would rather die than give up their wealth and power. Revolution always involves bloodshed. The young dwarf frowned. Mr. Dorn, I don't quite understand. You will eventually understand, Dorn said, and then patted Steelhammer on the shoulder. I hope you can become a good leader in the future. Steelhammer. Me? Steelhammer was stunned. Of course it's you. Haven't you noticed that your voice and authority in Kasadam are very high now? Dorn asked in return. Steelhammer was one of the three who brought the truth back to Kasadam, from the outbreak of the change to now. Although Steelhammer has not taken the initiative to do anything, his authority and appeal in the dwarf community cannot be underestimated. Mr. Dorn, but I have no such plans or preparations. Steelhammer was trembling. You must have it. If you want Kasadam to end the changes early and stop the chaos, you must have it, Don said solemnly. A leader with authority and charisma is very important to change. Steelhammer was silent, and after a while, he seemed to have made up his mind. But I don't know what to do. Dorn spoke and pointed a direction to the young dwarf. Get out. You shouldn't stay in the hall now. You should go into the changes and lead and guide the dwarves outside. There are good people in the first level of gold and the first level of silver, or people who are not worthy of death. If you want to reduce bloodshed and conflict, you should participate in the change and then do everything you can to save these people's lives. Steelhammer didn't speak, and there were complex changes in his eyes. Finally, a certain will rose and burned in his eyes. I will try my best. Mr. Dorn, you are the grandson of the first leader of Kasadam, aren't you? Lead Kasadam like your grandfather did, and save Kasadam just like I said when I first met you. You are needed here. Steelhammer. The young dwarf listened carefully to Dorn's words, nodded at the end, turned around and walked out of the hall. After taking a few steps, Steelhammer stopped and turned back. Thank you, Mr. Dorn. Well, and you, Mr. Gregg. Thank you for everything you have done. After Steelhammer left, I finally remembered. Does a person like me still exist? Gregor smiled bitterly. Then, the S-Class adventurer looked Dorn up and down with suspicious eyes. Dorn, seriously? Are you really just a cook? Otherwise? Dorn grinned. That night, the turbulent Kasadam calmed down slightly after experiencing the turmoil. Dorn and Greglu then left Kasadam. The young new leader of the dwarves, Steelhammer, had a strange dream. He dreamed that he was in a strange, dreamy, and shocking world. In his dream, he saw many skyscrapers, brightly lit. I saw a behemoth made of steel on the road, honking and speeding. And among the moving behemoth of steel, a tall man in strange clothes could be seen sitting in it, seemingly performing some kind of operation. Then, the scene in the dream world switched. The steel hammer seems to be standing on the sea, and in front of it are magnificent steel ships, lined up in an orderly queue, riding the wind and waves. Magnificent. In the sky, there were also strange birds made of steel, roaring and swooping down, causing huge air waves and sound waves. The scene in the dream changed again. This time, Steelhammer seemed to be in a battlefield. On the battlefield, tall men in strange costumes were shouting and charging. The weapons held by these tall men are very strange. It is still made of steel. It is not big, but it contains huge energy and terrifying lethality. On the battlefield, there were loud roars of explosions everywhere, and the smell of gunpowder smoke filled the air. The flying dust smelled of heat and blood. Are these all products of magic technology? Steelhammer in the dream was extremely shocked by the scenes he saw in front of him. Then, the dream woke up. Steelhammer struggled to sit up, sweating profusely, and found that he was still lying on the small bed at home. However, the scenes I saw in my dream were extremely real and clear, and they are still vivid in my mind. Mr. Dorn, for some reason, after waking up from the strong shock caused by the strange dream, the first thing that Steelhammer thought of was his extremely respected and admired life mentor, Dorn. All the people he saw in the dream were long-bodied people, and the only long-bodied people that Steelhammer had come into contact with were Dorn and Greglu. Mr. Greg's words can be ignored. So, could this weird dream have anything to do with Mr. Dawn? The Steelhammer can't be said. But Dorn's originally great and majestic image in Steelhammer's heart inevitably became a bit more mysterious. In order to calm down, Steelhammer habitually lowered his head and clenched his fist to touch his chest. In the past, when the dwarves of Kasadam did this action, they would say, "Blessings of the god of Mazeroth." But what Steelhammer blurted out at this moment was, "Mr. Dorn's blessing." In the end, Steelhammer still couldn't clearly understand what the things he saw in his dream were. Nor was he clear about the operating principles of what he saw in his dream, which were suspected to be weird elongated man's magic technology products. But this strange dream planted a seed in the young dwarf's heart. Take root and sprout. Unstoppable. Chapter 162 Old Steelhammer's Appraisal Gloves. A border town in the west of the Dona Empire. Dorn and Greglu retrieved the carriage here and began their return journey. The shadow deer and black goat brought from the ruins were tied in the carriage. This time, it took more than 40 days to conquer the limited time dungeon. Winter has ended, and the outside world is already in early spring. The snow on the road had begun to melt, and the snow mixed with the yellow mud on the road, making it look a little muddy. The carriage was also a little bumpy when driving. Dorn tried to drive the carriage on this return trip. After arriving in the land of miracles for more than half a year, Dorn has basically mastered the common skills of driving a carriage in this other world. Gregor was also sitting at the front of the carriage, like a coach who was the co-pilot guiding his students. Come to think of it, Dorn, what did you do when you quietly returned to Kasadam last night? Gregor was bored during the journey, so he looked for a random topic. What do you think? Dorn responded casually. Do you want me to guess? Gregor snapped his fingers and did not continue the topic, because Don obviously didn't want to talk about it. In fact, Dorn quietly returned to Kasadam last night. Of course to dream the dwarf Steelhammer. In the dream, Dorn showed Steelhammer the tall buildings, cars, ships, planes, and firearms on Earth, especially for thermal weapon gunners. Dorn used his memories of war movies and documentaries he had watched to describe a modern battlefield full of artillery fire for Steelhammer in detail. I wonder if the dwarves' magic technology will bring me unexpected surprises. Dorn held the reins in his hand and thought silently. This is also the main purpose of Dorn's dream, Steelhammer, since dwarves are the easiest race to climb the technology tree in the land of miracles. Then show Steelhammer the technological products on Earth. Maybe it can greatly stimulate his creative desire and inspiration. However, this is just an idea and attempt. After all, Dorn himself didn't know the detailed principles of the operation of cars and airplanes. so he could only show Steel Hammer a conceptual physical display. What happens next depends on Steel Hammer himself. We do not rule out the possibility that Steel Hammer still cannot innovate and create according to the Earth's technological blueprint after finishing his dream. Moreover, the Land of Miracles is a fantasy world where magic exists, which is different from the earthly civilization that takes a purely technological route. But you still have to look forward to it. Dorn's mind was filled with thoughts, and he reached out to touch Rui, which turned into a kitchen knife at his waist. Firearms of thermal weapons are also weapons. Dorn thought this way. This is why he focused on depicting the human battlefield for Steel Hammer. If Steel Hammer really had a sudden inspiration, he would create a weapon similar to a firearm based on magic power in the different world of the Land of Miracles. So after I have come into contact with it, does it mean that Rui can copy the ability of that new weapon in a complex way? Shooting is a man's romance. Don took his hand away from Rui. By the way, Dorn, Gregor, who was standing beside him, could not see the rich psychological activities of his companion. He just focused his eyes on Dorn's right hand and started to find new topics to relieve his boredom. On Don's right hand, he wore a simple and practical leather glove. You can really put this glove off without any pressure, Gregor said. Why not? Well, probably because this is the relic left to him by Grandpa Steel Hammer? That's what I said. But Steel Hammer asked to give it to me. You saw what he looked like at that time. If I didn't accept it, he might have hit the wall with his gloves. The leather glove on Dorn's hand is the one in the old Steel Hammer tomb. It is a magical glove with the ability to identify other magic items. It was before Dorn and Dorn left Kaisardom that the Steel Hammer insisted on giving it to Dorn. This young dwarf did this mainly because when he was in the ruins, he was deeply impressed by Dorn's joyful appearance using his gloves to identify the time of chaos. After obtaining this magical item, Dorn tentatively named it Old Steel Hammer's Appraisal Gloves. Okay, you are right. Gregor nodded. No, what I said is absolutely right. Dorn winked at the S-Class adventurer. I'm going to tell you a story about this. Gregor? Although I don't know why Dorn started telling stories. It seems acceptable to listen to stories to relieve boredom during the journey. Dorn held the reins in his hand and began to talk. A long time ago, there was a great scholar teacher who taught many outstanding students throughout his life. When this teacher existed, in his country, there was a law that if one of his country's citizens was captured as a slave by another country, the person who spent money to redeem these slaves could receive a bounty from the country. One of the teacher's students redeemed a slave, but refused to receive the country's bounty. When the teacher found out, he scolded the student, because after his deeds spread, people in the country will be ashamed of receiving bounties. Slowly, no one will be willing to spend money to redeem those captured slaves. Gregor frowned slightly as he listened to Don's story, but he felt it was very reasonable and couldn't say anything to refute it. Dorn continued. This teacher also had a student who saved the victim who fell into the water. Afterwards, the victim gave his cow to the student, and the student happily accepted it. Afterwards, the teacher praised the student, because after his deeds were spread, people would follow suit, and all victims who fell into the water in the future would be saved. So, Gregor, after doing good deeds, it is not shameful to receive rewards. On the contrary, it will bring about a good atmosphere and encourage others to do more good deeds. This is a virtuous circle. Gregor was stunned. Don's theory was unheard of for him, and was a bit too novel. But if you think about it carefully, it makes a lot of sense. Compared with Dorn, is my vision and scope too small? However, it seems that I have never heard anyone else talk about this great teacher you talked about. Don! Gregor thought for a moment. Don just laughed. I thought to myself, of course you will never hear this again. Because this is the story of Confucius of the Celestial Dynasty, and his students Zhigung and Zilu. Feel the fear of being beaten by the Chinese culture and wisdom from thousands of years ago. Stupid alien natives. After a while, Gregor came back to his senses. Don! Even if the story you told is very reasonable. In fact, you just want to find a reasonable reason for giving yourself the hammer gloves. Right. That's right. Dorn imitated Gregor and snapped his fingers. Gregor. Chapter 163, at least now. We are free, end of this volume. Eatontown. Creek's Monster Manor. Today is a sunny day. The snow in the manor has completely melted, and the poison frogs and newly hatched poison-feathered chickens appear to be more energetic than in winter. Everything is thriving. In the living room of the manor, the local Eaton noble lady sat alone as usual, drinking tea resentfully and helplessly. Creek, on the other hand, still stayed in the rooms where monsters were bred without eating or sleeping. At this moment, this noble young master is carefully observing the activities of the poisonous frog and taking certain records. The limbs grow and complete, then the tail disappears, then the gills disappear. Let's see. Creek recorded and flipped through the pages. The growth cycle of these poisonous frogs is faster than I expected. Ah. After he had completely recorded all the key points of his observations and drawn some simple illustrations, Crick stopped what he was doing. Currently, Creek has been living in Eden for almost 3 months. During this period, the observations and records of the 3 relic monsters in the manor have been relatively complete. Let me take a look. Creek, who had just stopped, flipped through his thick notes again. Except for the growth status of the poison feathered chicken, there is no research record yet, and the other 2 monsters are almost finished. The time spent raising monsters in Eden Town was a rare life experience for this monster scholar. Moreover, his breeding was very successful. Double the joy. After a while, I will apply to Mr. Dorn and try to dissect and understand the body structure of these monsters in detail. In 2 months at most. The affairs here should be almost done, Creek said to himself. But speaking of Mr. Dorn, the chef of Wishing Restaurant, has left Eden for almost 2 months. During this period, not only the employees of the Wishing Restaurant, but also the diners in Eden and surrounding towns miss Dorn very much. Crick thought of him often. Mr. Dorn's insights into monsterology always make me feel novel and interesting. During his absence, no one can talk to me about monsterology, Crick said to himself with regret. In fact, it's not like this noble young master didn't try to talk about monsters with Miss Charlene. But whenever Creek talks about related topics, Charlene can't keep up with his topics and ideas. She can only nod her head and express surprise. There was no conversation that felt like you were coming back and forth, which made Creek feel extremely lonely. Sure enough, it would be more interesting to talk to Mr. Dorn. Speaking of which, Mr. Dorn is going to the border west of Dorn. It may take about 50 days to go back and forth. Well, calculating the time, it seems that it is almost time for him to come back. Creek thought this way, feeling energetic. A little cheer up. Crick! Someone behind the noble boy called his name. It was a familiar male voice with a gentle and calm tone. It sounds like Mr. Don is calling me. The noble boy did not turn around immediately. The first reaction in his mind was that he might have hallucinated Don. Ahem. Crick! Dorn's voice came from behind again. Oh? Only then did Creek fully react and turned around. I saw Dorn standing at the door of the shed where poison frogs were raised, holding a few strong hemp ropes in his hand. At the other end of the rope were tied several strange monsters that looked like deer and sheep. Once Crick's eyes fell on these 2 monsters, he could never take them back. 2 more monsters that I have never seen before. Mr. Dorn, this is... Creek was shocked. Well, the monsters in the ruins. Dorn did not give in. Then, I still want to ask you to breed them. But why? Why is there a new one? Crick's mind was a little confused. How come the relic monster, which usually produces materials rarely seen on its body, is like cabbage being sold in the market with Mr. Dorn? One crop after another? It's like this. I have a friend. Don still opened his mouth. Is he the friend who got the messenger information before? Is there any news about him? Can I meet him? Creek became excited. Oh, it's not that friend. This time it's another one. Dorn's expression remained unchanged, and he was serious. However, you can meet this friend directly. His name is Greg Grew, an S-Class adventurer from the Adventurers Association. Greg Grew? Creek repeated the somewhat familiar name. During the time he lived in Eden Town, Creek seemed to have heard Miss Charlene talk about Mr. Dorn getting acquainted with an S-Class adventurer from the association. Yes, Greg is a powerful adventurer. This time he conquered the ruins and brought out these monsters. However, please don't tell the public about this, Creek. Otherwise, there will be many bad people who will try to take advantage of him, Dorn said matter-of-factly. Regarding the matter of conquering the gods' relics, Dorn discussed it with Gregor on the way back. The S-Class adventurer didn't mind if Dorn gave him the full credit when talking about this experience with others. Oh! Creek, who had a relatively simple mind, nodded and did not delve into what Don said. Moreover, at the moment, his attention was entirely on the ruins monster, and he had no energy to think about anything else. Just when Creek wanted to get closer and observe these 2 new ruin monsters, Dorn took out another small cloth bag from his arms. By the way, Creek, do you know how to plant? Dawn opened the bag, and inside were seeds similar to pumpkins. This can't be the same. Creek opened his mouth so wide that he could swallow half of a poisonous feather egg. Yes, it's still a monster in the ruins. Dorn nodded. Moreover, it's a strange monster seed that can grow a beautiful girl in the next year after being planted. It's just a little subtle danger. Crick. With the return of Dorn, this noble young master who has almost completed his research on monsters may have to work overtime. However, for the sake of monster research, he is willing. At this time, Kasadam was far away from Eden Town, still on the edge of the hot lava river. The dwarf steel hammer stood in the open space of the demolished altar, holding his small portable microphone in his hand. The clearing was surrounded by dwarves. The atmosphere was as enthusiastic as the previous Advent festival. Kurexi Steel Hammer! Steel Hammer! A dwarf was shouting Steel Hammer's name. Some time had passed since the turbulent changes in Kasadam, and the situation was finally completely stable. Steel Hammer, who already had a good reputation, became the new leader of the dwarf country without any doubt after listening to the guidance of his life mentor Dorn and participating in and leading changes. At this time, Steel Hammer was giving an important speech before establishing a new order in the dwarf kingdom. Well, everyone, please be quiet. Steel Hammer cleared his throat and spoke in a low voice. The whole place fell silent. Steel Hammer still can't adapt well to this kind of situation, where everyone responds to everything. Therefore, after the audience fell silent, he suddenly didn't know what to say. The young dwarf leader looked around slightly uneasily. In the crowd below, Ganghammer could see Lucky's mother, and many familiar, expectant faces. Everyone is waiting for me to speak. Ganghammer encouraged himself in his heart. Then, he took a deep breath and spoke, and his voice came out through the magic loudspeaker. Everyone, the chaos in Kasadam has been completely controlled today. Chaos is not good. Well, there is also conflict, which is also very bad. Steel Hammer's opening remarks weren't very good either, lacking momentum and a bit unclear in their words. However, the other dwarves present still held their breath and listened carefully. This gave Steel Hammer some encouragement. So he continued. The source of this chaos and conflict is the deception that Mazeroth has deceived us. It is the false god Baphomet. It is the deceptive words of gods and envoys. It was established by Mazeroth. It is unfair and unreasonable. Hierarchy. But from today on, what we can confirm is that all this in the past no longer exists. We don't have to kneel down and pray in front of false idols day and night. No one will be arrested by the guards just because they said the wrong thing. No more children will be sent to the ruins to raise demons. No more girls will be forced to be sent to the beds of golden people and divine envoys for the reason of serving the gods. In fact, from now on, there will be no more divine envoys, no more golden people, and no more black iron people in Kasadam. We can do anything we want. Anyone can become a guard, an iron craftsman, and a craftsman of magic technology inventions. Here, no one will be born inferior to others, and no one will be destined to be enslaved by others for the rest of his life. As Steel Hammer talked, perhaps his true feelings were revealed, and his momentum began to become strong. Everyone, to be honest, I am not sure whether I am a qualified leader. A dozen days ago, I was still confused and uneasy because of the destruction of my old life. I know nothing about the future. I don't know what will become of Kasadam, or where fate will take us. Ganghammer's tone paused, and something began to flash in his eyes, with strong longing and hope. But there's only one thing I can be 100% sure of. At least for now. We are free. Steel Hammer! Steel Hammer! Kasadam! Kasadam! The dwarves at the scene raised their arms and shouted, and the lava beside them was boiling. Chapter 164. The first monster released. Dorn spent a peaceful month and a half after returning to Edentown from Kasadam. The restaurant staff are naturally delighted with the return of the owner and chef, no matter whether it is old employees or new employees. Their enthusiasm for work has increased a lot after meeting Dorn. The townsfolk of Eden have begun to be naughty. During the days when Dorn is away, they can only rely on hot pot to survive. Now, everyone finally has the opportunity to taste the special dishes in the Wishing restaurant. Everyone is happy. Life after Dorn's return was very routine. So routine that it was a bit leisurely. During the day, I cook at the Wishing restaurant, and occasionally go to a hot pot restaurant to guide the employees in their work and give them chicken blood injections. In the evening, I went to Mrs. Majetti's bathhouse with Vivian for a bath, and then walked home together in the evening breeze. As a chef, plainness is the truth, Don himself lamented. He still prefers this kind of daily life. Apart from these daily tasks, Dorn has been running more diligently to the monster farm in Creek recently. After all, with the addition of 3 new monsters, the shadow deer, the black goat, and the charming pumpkin, to the breeding sequence, things on the farm have become busy. It even received an expansion and is thriving. Dorn frequently goes to the farm, not only to care about the breeding of monsters there, but also to experimentally use the new exclusive prop, Time of Chaos. According to his previous analysis, the Time of Chaos is likely to have the ability to accelerate the metabolism of organisms, thereby speeding up the growth rate and accelerating the growth of organisms. In order to verify this analysis, Dorn tried it with a poison-feathered chicken in the monster farm. When using Hour of Chaos, you can select the target object so that it only affects individuals within the effect range, and as long as you select the affected target, you can keep the effect of changing the time flow by leaving chaos time by the target's side. No further operations are required. From this point of view, it is relatively convenient to use. The poison-feathered chickens in the farm were hatched shortly after Dorn went to Kasadam. 2 males and 1 female. After he came back, the 3 poison-feathered chickens had been growing naturally for more than a month. Dorn's experimental subject was one of the little roosters, and the remaining pair were reserved as breeder chickens to undertake the great mission of multiplying and strengthening the descendants of the poison-feathered chickens. The Time of Chaos, Dorn informed Crick of the existence of this item. After all, the monster farm is inseparable from the management of this noble young master. However, Dorn did not go into too much detail about the specific functions and effects of this golden pocket watch, and simply explained that this is a prop that can speed up the growth of magic energy to a certain extent. As a monster scholar who devotes himself to academic research, Creek has shown an extremely strong interest in the Time of Chaos. However, it is just an interest. On the one hand, after being together for so long, Don has a relatively good understanding of Crick's character and temperament. This young master from a noble family has a relatively simple mind and adheres to the traditional and upright aristocratic spirit in his behavior. For example, there is the chivalry of being above board, respecting and pitying the weak, and the sense of social responsibility of self-restraint, self-denial, and dedication. These good qualities should come from his own family education. Then we must add the academic spirit of hard work and meticulousness. Don felt that it would not be an exaggeration to give this young master an award like Noble for Excellent 5 Beautiful Model Youth. If the nobles in the land of miracles were like Creek, it would be a wonderful world where no one would get hurt. This is how Don commented on this noble young master. According to Crick's own nature and the strong family capital behind him, he would not engage in other people's property. And, on the other hand, Hour of Chaos is an exclusive reward for Dorn as a limited-time dungeon. Likely, only Dorn has the authority to use it. Even if Crick did get it, to him, it would be nothing more than a gold pocket watch that could tell the time. In short, Dorn will not worry if he stays in the monster farm during the Time of Chaos. At this time, the Time of Chaos had already affected the experimental cock for a full month and a half. In other words, the growth of this little rooster has been pressed on the fast-forward button, and it has actually grown for 3 months. And it needs to be added to the previous natural growth of more than a month. The little rooster at the beginning has grown into the image of a big rooster with a comb on its head and a majestic appearance. Compared with its other 2 poisonous feathered chicken companions, it is several times bigger. During this period, Don would come to the monster farm from time to time to observe and inquire about the growth of Crick's experimental rooster. As a result, both the ingredient information fed back by Food Intuition and the observation records from Creek showed that this ripened rooster was very healthy and had no problems. For Don, this is undoubtedly exciting news. The Time of Chaos may really be able to show off its skills in the field of monster breeding inside the chicken coop at Monster Farm. Judging from Food Intuitive feedback, this chicken with poisonous feathers seems to have grown to a stage suitable for consumption. Dorn looked up and down at the experimental poison-feathered chicken as usual and thought to himself, the current poison-feathered rooster is actually more than 4 months old. It is almost as tall as Dorn's thigh, and its feathers are colorful. Just so beautiful. However, compared with the one I met earlier in the ruins, this poison-feathered chicken raised on the farm is still much smaller. Crick, do you think it's time for this poison-feathered chicken to be put into the market? Don looked away from the rooster and looked at Creek beside him. The red-haired aristocratic young master was carefully writing observation notes. After hearing Dorn's question, he stopped writing. This chicken with poisonous feathers is mature and has the ability to reproduce. If it wants to be put into the market, it is okay. Crick put the end of the pen under his lips and gave his professional advice. So fast? Well, although the lifespan of monsters is generally longer than that of ordinary creatures, the time it takes to mature is not necessarily longer than that of ordinary creatures, Creek explained. Don nodded. This sounds perfect for cultured meat, doesn't it? Then, can we put this rooster out of the slaughterhouse and eat it? Dorn asked. Creek thought for a moment. The other two poison-feathered chickens are also growing very well, and the monsters have much stronger vitality than ordinary life forms. I am confident that they can successfully reproduce the next generation. Therefore, Mr. Dorn can do it if he wants. Don's eyes became excited and intense. How specific is the effect of the time of engraving? The consumption evaluation link is also very important. For Don, eating with confidence is the most important thing. This is an indispensable and important step in this ripening experiment. By the way, Mr. Dorn, if you want to dissect this poison-feathered chicken, can I observe and record its body structure on the side? I won't disturb your cooking. Crick tried to propose a small request. Of course. Don accepted happily. So happily decided. The first generation number 1 poisonous feather rooster is released. Chapter 165 Hibiscus Chicken Slices. Dorn took back the hour of chaos left in the poison feather chicken coop. When Don held this gold pocket watch in his hand, he felt the mechanical beating rhythm inside it, which was like a heartbeat, giving off a sense of exhaustion. Why do I feel like you are very tired? Dorn said to himself after weighing the time of enemy in his hand. In fact, it's more than just tired. With a certain degree of self-awareness, Kulwunsher has been hanging in the chicken coop for a month and a half, working day and night for more than 40 days. It must be my misunderstanding. Dorn touched his chin and began to preach to the time of chaos. Well, maybe it's your own illusion. As a watch, you shouldn't get tired. Cheer up. Okay. I recently made another batch of condiments in the basement, and I will need more in the afternoon. Go try it and see if you can speed up the fermentation and brewing process. In times of chaos, the kitchen knife-like on Dorn's waist trembled slightly, expressing sympathy. That night, after the wishing restaurant closed, Dorn started cooking poison feather chicken in the kitchen. Because the gorgeous feathers on the poisonous feather chicken are poisonous, Dorn did all the preliminary processing work himself. During this process, Crick stood by the side the whole time, carefully recording and drawing the body structure of the poison feathered chicken with his notes. After the poison feathered chicken was processed into a whole plump chicken, Crick finally gave up. Mr. Dorn, can I take these feathers and the poison glands you just removed? Crick asked. Of course you can, but you have to be careful. Crick nodded, and then took out his piece of azure crystal stone. After a slight transfer of magic power, the crystal stone emitted blue light, and then Crick calmly and neatly packed all the feathers and poison glands of the poison feather chicken into the empty bag. It seems that this blue crystal stone can not only remove negative effects, but also resist toxins to a certain extent. Then, shall I take these things back first? Crick said. Don nodded. I just thought in my heart that this young master also has a lot of good things. After all, he is a kid from a rich family. The red-haired young aristocratic young man took 2 steps towards the kitchen door, then stopped and looked back at the whole piece of plump chicken on the table. Crick recalled the dompa elbow that Dorn had made exclusively for them. Moreover, the meat quality of this poisonous feather chicken seems to be very good, if it were cooked by Mr. Dorn himself. Thinking of this, Crick couldn't help but swallowed. After I prepare the food later, I will ask the hyena and bear claw to call you. Dorn smiled. We have Mr. Lawton now. Only then did Crick leave with satisfaction. After the noble young master left, only Dorn and a few of his direct disciples and cooking were left in the kitchen. Vivian, Amy, and Elsa, the little cook behind the hot pot restaurant. The little cook Elsa became a student under Dorn, which is what happened in the past few days. Previously, when Dorn went to Casadum, he taught the 5 assistant chefs in the hot pot restaurant how to stir-fry the hot pot base. Among them, Aisha is the best performer among the 5. After returning from Casadum this time, Dorn focused on observing Elsa's performance in the kitchen. He found that the little girl who helped cook was very talented in cooking, and she could compete with Vivian. especially with her knife skills and sensitivity to fire temperature. This little girl can do a very good job. If Dorn wants to build a food city, it will inevitably need a group of excellent chefs who can do their own thing. So after the investigation, it was only natural for him to accept Aisha as his apprentice. At the same time, Dorn also informed Elsa of Vivian's existence. The day before yesterday, Elsa carefully asked Dorn for permission, asking if she could inform her best friend Hannah of the existence of the fairy lady. Dawn agreed. As a result, Urza and Hannah became the first among the new employees to know that there was an invisible fairy lady in the restaurant. Although the two little girls were extremely surprised by this incident, out of their unconditional trust in Dawn, they both accepted this fact despite being surprised. In fact, this feeling of jointly mastering the secret unexpectedly increased the psychological distance between the two girls and Dorn. "Teacher, this chicken is so big. What are we going to do tonight?" Elsa asked proactively. Compared to Amy, the little girl who helps cook is much more lively in character. "When making hibiscus chicken slices, remember to write down the process of this dish. This dish is a bit difficult to make. If you want to practice later, you can use ordinary chicken to make it," Dorn explained. Hibiscus chicken slices. Another dish with a strange name that I have never heard of before. But everyone is used to it. Elsa and Amy both nodded obediently. Only Vivian stood on the edge, blinking her lake blue eyes, watching Dorn quietly, wondering what she was thinking. Dawn, to be honest, among Dorn's 3 current students, Miss Goblin is the one who invests the least time in cooking practice. She is one of those students who is talented, but her mind is not on cooking. "Okay, you prepare the food for me and help with the cooking, and then watch and learn well." Dorn entered the cooking state. The girls nodded seriously. After Crick, who was engaged in purely academic research, left, the atmosphere in the kitchen became much more lively. The firm chicken breasts are neatly cut off. The fascia and fat are removed and cut into small pieces. Then beat the chicken breast repeatedly with the back of a kitchen knife. Hammer to pieces. Hammer to pieces. During this process, all the tendons from the chicken should be removed. After the meat tendons are carefully removed, then cut into fine pieces to make the chicken meat soft and delicate. All the tiny tendons must be completely removed, and the beating steps need to be repeated over and over again. Otherwise, the hibiscus chicken slices will taste rough and grainy, which will affect the taste experience. Beat and chop the fine mincemeat into a bowl and add water to make it. This process is also very cumbersome and requires adding water little by little. After the mincemeat has absorbed all the water and is completely uniform, add water, stir again, and repeat. Then, add egg white to the thoroughly mixed mincemeat and mix well to enhance the flavor and tenderness of the chicken. Add salt and pepper. Add some cooking wine brewed in the basement. Then add potato starch and stir to give the bowl of chicken and sauce a certain tension and tension. Finally, a bowl of delicate and sticky chicken mince sauce is complete. The above tedious processes are the key steps in making hibiscus chicken slices. Just completing them may take several hours. However, Don has always been very patient when it comes to cooking. As a chef, he knows that to make a complex dish, you must strive for excellence. Chapter 166 Late Night Snack. The solid lard boiled from the bristles is placed in a hot pan. When the lard has just melted, it will be almost 40% oil temperature. At this time, add the chicken mince sauce. Pour the sauce carefully from the edge of the pot, and let the sauce flow down the edge of the pot. After it is set, use a spatula to shovel it into the pot. The chicken slices fried in this way will be more layered. The chicken is fried sizzling in the pot and bubbling with oil. After the large pieces of chicken mince sauce float on the oily surface, they become pure white hibiscus chicken slices. Take them out with a slotted spoon. After being cooked, the chicken slices should be soaked in boiling water to wash off the oil on the surface, so that they will taste more refreshing when eaten. The hibiscus chicken slices are only a semi-finished product at this point. They have to go through the final stew before they are finished. Heat a soup spoon over high heat. Add broth, salt, cooking wine, and ginger juice, and use starch to form a glazed gravy. Set aside. Get a new pot. Add green onions, bamboo shoots, mushrooms, tomatoes, and ham, and stir fry until fragrant. Add water, salt, pepper, cooking wine, and pour in the glass of gravy. Finally, put the chicken slices into the pot. Stir fry briefly, and then remove from the pot. Hibiscus chicken slices. Done! On the plain dinner plate, the chicken slices are white. The tomatoes are bright red. And the green onions are bright green. The colors alternate between white, green and red, which can arouse people's appetite. Especially the shape of the chicken slices, which are thin and slightly curled, are really like hibiscus petals. White and delicate, smooth and plump, which fits its name quite well. Teacher, this hibiscus chicken slices smell so delicious. Aisha looked at the chicken slices on the plate. Her eyes lit up, and she swallowed hard. Well, have you written down the making process? You can practice this dish on your own later. After all, he was teaching his disciples now. So Dorn gave one more instruction. Vivian and Urza both nodded. Only Amy stood beside the table pitifully. Although, she was also swallowing her saliva while looking at the temptingly fragrant hibiscus chicken slices on the dish, but recalling the tedious preparation process that her elder brother had just gone through when making this dish. The little blonde girl felt a little frightened. Therefore, Amy frowned slightly, stared at the hibiscus chicken slices on the dinner plate with an embarrassed expression, shook her head slightly, and her golden hair swayed by her ears. It feels a bit difficult. This dish is a bit difficult to make, but if you practice it a few times, Amy, you will master it. Dawn smiled and rubbed little Amy's head. Later, Dorn called Hyena and Bear Claw, and asked them to find Greglu and Creek respectively to taste the new dishes in the restaurant. Speaking of Greglu, since returning from Kasadam, he has been stranded in Eden Town for a month and a half. In addition to eating at the Wishing restaurant every day, I just hang around Mrs. Midgetai. Dawn would see him every time he went to Mrs. Midgetti's bathhouse. Seeing Gregor's attitude, he wished he could live in the bathhouse. It is true as he said before. In the whole of Eden Town, there is only one person who is devoted to Mrs. Midgetti. Use regional specificity. Okay, there are still a lot of chicken slices. I will make the portions for the store manager, Hyena, and Gregor for them later. Now, we will eat this plate ourselves first, Dorn said. The girls in the kitchen were waiting for Dawn's words, and they all raised their chopsticks skillfully. Aisha waited until everyone else used their chopsticks before picking up a slice of hibiscus chicken. When I was an apprentice at the Silver Shield Harbor restaurant, there was a very status-oriented first-come, first-served basis. The young apprentices not only had to listen to the teacher, but also to obey the big apprentices. Although Dorn does not emphasize this kind of senior culture here, Elsa still subconsciously abides by it. In short, the teacher should eat before her. As for Amy, although this little girl is younger than Aisha, she got started much earlier than Aisha. As a senior sister, she should eat first. Also, in an empty space next to Dorn, a pair of chopsticks floated out of thin air, then picked up a piece of hibiscus chicken slices with familiarity. And finally the chicken slices disappeared in the air. Elsa knew that this was the invisible Miss Vivian. Although she has accepted this setting, Elsa is still a little surprised every time she sees things floating out of thin air. But the teacher is handsome and gentle, and Miss Vivian must be like this. When I was in Silver Shield Port, I heard someone say something. Birds of a feather flock together, Elsa thought in her heart. Therefore, she is surprised, but she will not panic or be afraid. After everyone else had eaten, Aisha put the jade-white hibiscus chicken slices into her mouth. The chicken is delicious, tender, fragrant and refreshing. There is no need to chew. Just sip it gently in your mouth, and the chicken slices melt in your mouth, becoming thin and waxy, tender and juicy, and a fresh and salty taste spreads out. Add a piece of fresh bamboo shoots, which are sweet and crispy, with the natural mountain flavor of spring, adding a bit of wildness to the already delicious chicken. The two merge and complement each other. Sure enough, as long as it is the food cooked by the teacher, everything is very delicious. Elsa sat on the high round stool in the kitchen, rubbing her thighs together and looking at Dawn with a look of satisfaction and admiration for this little girl who helps cook. Since she became a student of Dorn, she can turn on the stove in the kitchen of the Wishing restaurant every night. In addition to learning cooking skills, you can also taste a variety of delicious food made by Dorn himself. Don't let this kind of life be too wonderful. It was indeed the right choice to give up life in Silver Shield Harbor and come to Eden Town. Eat more if you like it, and then practice for a week and make one for me. I want to check it. This is how Dorn responded to his female student. Oh, Aisha stuck out her tongue and nodded, then reached out and picked up a piece of chicken. When it comes to practicing cooking skills, this little girl who helps cook will not slack off. She didn't want to live up to her teacher's expectations. Wait until the chefs in the kitchen finish a plate of hibiscus chicken slices. System prompt, The predator effect is triggered, and the attack, mental power, and agility attributes are enhanced. The hibiscus chicken slices made with poisonous feather chicken, an S-level ingredient, have an SS-level final dish. Moreover, it brought Dorn an attribute boost of 1 point of attack, 1 point of agility, and 2 points of mental power. Judging from the final results of the dishes, there is nothing wrong with the ripened monsters at the time of chaos. At least there is nothing wrong with eating them. Dawn was satisfied and mentally gave a thumbs up to the time of chaos, which was still hanging in the basement to speed up the brewing of condiments. After the tasting in the kitchen was over, Gregor and Creek had also arrived in the lobby of the restaurant. Dorn, I'm here for supper again, the S-class adventurer yelled without mercy. Gregor also learned the word late night snack from Dorn. At this moment, Gregor's face was full of spring breeze, and he was full of energy, as if he had just come back from the bathhouse. Donan smiled and shook his head, then put the remaining chicken slices into the pot and stir-fried them into a large plate. Inside the wishing restaurant, under the warm yellow light, Gregla, Creek, the 3 hyena brothers, and store manager Gonzalez sat together. A large plate of hibiscus chicken slices was placed on the table, along with several side dishes. Later, Gregor brought out a barrel of rye from the restaurant in a familiar manner. Ahem, Gonzalez, it's the same as usual. It's all on Dorn's head. As for the girls, they had already eaten in the kitchen and did not participate in the second supper. Drinking, eating, laughing and chatting. Listen to Crick talking about the current situation of breeding monster farms and his previous academic career. Listen to Greg brag about his legendary adventures and impressive past. And listen to Gonzalez recalling his mysterious first love with a shy look on his face. Don unexpectedly found the familiar feeling of eating late-night snacks at a food stall with 3 or 5 friends. After swallowing a piece of smooth chicken and taking another sip of ale, Dorn tapped his fingers on the tabletop with ease. It's not bad to have friends in this different world. Chapter 167 Hyena and Bristle. With the arrival of spring, the secret forest east of Eatontown returns to life and vitality. After the beginning of spring, hyenas will take their own bows and arrows for a walk on the outskirts of the forest every morning. And if you are lucky, you can occasionally kill 1 or 2 less aggressive monsters on the outskirts of the forest and bring them back to Dorn. The hyena was carrying a bow and arrow and walking aimlessly along the yellow mud road outside the forest. The early spring morning breeze here is a bit cold, but it carries the smell of earth and forest, and the boy likes it very much. When the weather gets warmer, I'll find some free time and go hunting in the forest, track prey and camp out all night, the hyena muttered to himself as he walked. But who should I go with? As for Bear Claw, Brother Dorn recently gave him the task of purchasing the restaurant. As the size of the restaurant increases, the amount of ingredients consumed every day is also very staggering, and other sundries often need to be purchased. Xiongju is actually quite busy, but he never gets tired of it. Not to mention Fat Fox. Most of the management tasks at the hot pot restaurant are in his hands. It's hard to imagine that a fat little guy who used to have a hyena brother behind him and a hyena brother behind him could actually manage an entire restaurant in a decent manner. There is also Brother Dorn. It seems to be very good if you can hunt with your eldest brother. However, Brother Dorn seems to be busier than Bear Claw and Fat Fox. Since he came back, there are too many things to worry about every day. It's better to be busy. The hyena scratched his messy hair, feeling inexplicably guilty. Why do you feel like I'm the only one who has less time? We walked along the yellow mud road for a while. The wind in the forest blows out again, which is very refreshing and refreshing. However, there seem to be other sounds mixed in with the wind. The hyena's hearing has always been very keen, so he captured the sound sent by Lin Feng. It was a faint human voice. Help! Help! Someone is asking for help. Something happened? The hyena looked forward. Ahead is a corner of this yellow mud road. The trees are lush and green, and nothing can be seen. After hesitating for less than a second, the hyena took off the bow and arrow on his back and ran quickly towards the source of the sound ahead. The corner of Huangni Road. A horse-drawn wooden cart lay on its side. Apples, oranges, pears and other fruits rolled all over the floor, and a large part of the fruits were smashed to pieces. Apparently, a tragic accident had just occurred here. The culprit that caused this accident was an adult monster bristle pig that was as strong as a hill. Hoo-hoo. This huge monster was covered in stiff hair. It breathed out of its nose, and its huge pig eyes were full of violent colors. The short, black-haired horse that was pulling the wooden cart was falling to the ground. The horse's belly was scratched by the sharp tusks of the main pig. Blood and internal organs flowed all over the floor. And it died on the spot. "Help! Help!" Someone's voice came out from under the overturned wooden cart. This was the source of the cry for help that the hyena heard earlier. When the hyena arrived, he saw the mane walking towards the wooden cart. The huge black hooves stepped on the dense fruits on the ground, causing the pulp to burst and the juice to splash everywhere. "Uncle Lucas?" After arriving here, the hyena was able to determine who was asking for help. Uncle Lucas, the fruit seller in the town. Every morning, Uncle Lucas would deliver fruits from outside the town. When I walked here before, hyenas would occasionally encounter him. Why did the bristled pig appear here? The hyena's mind was filled with thoughts. The activity range of this monster bristled boar is usually deep in the secret forest. Even if it is early spring, the bristled boar should not appear on the outskirts of the forest. However, there was no time for the hyena to think about such things now. The hill-like bristled pig may have noticed the hyena's appearance, but it has no desire to attack the hyena yet. It went straight to the overturned wooden cart and seemed to want to lift Lucas out from underneath. The hyena drew his bow and took aim. Only then did the boy realize that his hands were shaking uncontrollably. In fact, it wasn't just his hands. His feet were also shaking badly. The hyena is scared, facing the bristled pig as big as a hill. I was instinctively afraid. Damn it! The hyena forced himself to take a deep breath, but this didn't have much effect, and his hands were still shaking. In this state, there is no way to aim. Finally, the trembling bowstring was loosened, and the arrow shot out and landed at the feet of the bristled pig. Facing such a big target, the hyena missed it. Although this arrow missed, it attracted the attention of the bristled pig. The monster turned back, snorted from its pig's nose, and dirty saliva hung from the corners of its mouth. The pair of violent eyes looked directly at the hyena. At the moment when the main boar was watching, the hyena felt the threat of death, and his whole body trembled even more. However, the bristled pig just looked at the hyena, but in the end it did not change the target of its current attack. It turned its head back, as if it wanted to dig its long fangs into the bottom of the overturned wooden car. He will die. He will definitely die. The hyena began to retreat. His mind finally recalled the hunting experiences his father had told him when he was still alive. If you encounter a crazy maned pig, you must run. As for whether he can run away in the end, it depends on the original god's intention. The hyena's legs were shaking violently. He wants to run. The bristled pig's attention is still focused on Uncle Lucas under the wooden cart. If he runs now, is it possible to escape? The hyena knew very well that he could not save Uncle Lucas. Escape is the most correct choice at the moment. So he turned his head, perhaps driven by his survival instinct, and his trembling feet seemed to have regained some strength. Run away. Run away. The hyena's chest was tight, and his throat was dry. Help! Help! Lucas shouted for help louder. After the hyena heard this familiar, heart-wrenching cry for help, its original movement to escape was halted. He and Lucas actually have a good relationship. When he was a street boy in the town, the kind-hearted Lucas would often give some unsold fruit to the three brothers. The hyena's mind went blank, and by some strange mistake, he turned around again and picked up his bow and arrow again. Draw your bow and aim. His hands were still shaking. Even worse than the first time. Even the sight in front seems to be a little blurry, making it impossible to aim. Finally, the arrow shot out. An arrow struck the bristled boar before it could lift the wooden cart. However, this arrow hit the thick skin of the bristled boar and could not cause any damage at all, and bounced to the ground weakly. And the monster, which was as tall as a hill, was finally annoyed by the hyena's actions. It turned around, galloped on all fours, raised its sharp fangs, and charged towards the hyena and pig without hesitation. It's impossible to avoid it. The hyena was desperate, feeling stupid and overestimating his abilities. It's really ridiculous to die like this. In the hyena's mind, chaotic thoughts surged. The bristled pig burst into view. At this time, behind the hyena, something cut through the air and roared over. Those were two arrows with dazzling light, condensed from pure magic power. Chapter 168: The Heart of an Adventurer. It is different from the weak arrows shot by hyenas. These two roaring magic arrows are extremely powerful. One of them hit the pig's head with perfect accuracy. The thick skin and hard skull of the bristled boar appeared extremely fragile under the attack of this arrow. The sound of the skull breaking was chilling. The arrow penetrated into the bristled boar's head, leaving only an exaggerated bloody hole. Warm blood splashed out. The other arrow was aimed at the roaring mouth of the bristled boar. The magic arrow shot directly from the pig's mouth, penetrated into the body of the bristled pig, and crushed its internal organs. The menacing charge of this behemoth was interrupted by 2 magic arrows. The huge body collapsed to the ground and stopped moving. The hyena turned around in confusion. Not far behind, standing was Greglo holding a light blue wooden bow. Monsters like bristles are deadly to ordinary people. But for this S-class adventurer, hunting is as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. After all, Gregor is a man who can confront a 7 to 8 meter tall giant demon in the ruins of God. Mr. Gregor? The hyena was surprised. Huh? Luckily I caught up. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to explain to Dorn. Gregor was visibly relieved. Put away, whisper of the end, and walked to the hyena's side. Mr. Gregor, thank you. The hyena thanked him quickly. But why are you here? Why can't I appear here? Gregor asked. Or, where do you think I should appear? Mrs. Majetti's house? The frightened hyena blurted out the answer without thinking too much. Gregor, what does this kid mean? Why do I always feel like he is mocking me? How come he has the same virtue as his elder brother? The expression on Gregor's face changed wonderfully. Finally, he scratched his cheek with his index finger. Actually, I followed you out. Follow me. The hyena was even more confused. It was no coincidence that this S-class adventurer suddenly came to the rescue. However, what is it about me that Mr. Gregor should follow? It's like this. Your elder brother Dorn asked me to pay more attention to you and see if you have the possibility of becoming an adventurer. As Gregor said, Dorn actually cared more about his younger brothers, especially for hyenas who are interested in becoming adventurers. Dorn spends extra energy and pays attention to the growth of children. In Dorn's view, if hyenas really want to become adventurers, they must improve their combat prowess. But who will teach the hyenas to fight has become a big problem. Don himself couldn't do it. He relies on cheating the game system to improve his combat power. But he obviously cannot be a qualified teacher. Furthermore, although Miss Goblin claims to be a mage, her ability to fight head-on is very strong. But the problem is, the hyena can't see Vivian, so it can't learn anything from Vivian. Originally, Dorn planned to entrust Captain Albert to conduct some basic combat training on the hyenas. But now, a better candidate has appeared. The S-class adventurer of the Adventurers Association, Greg. So, after returning from Khazad-dûm, Dorn asked Gregor if he could help train the hyenas. This request sounded a bit like recruiting a disciple to Greglu. In other words, accepting disciples. This S-class adventurer and Dorn are considered life-and-death friends. So of course, he won't refuse directly. But accepting a disciple is not a trivial matter after all. Gregor had to observe the hyena for a while before he could make a plan. Therefore, during the time that Gregor was staying in Eden, on the surface, apart from eating for free, he was just hanging around Mrs. Majetti. But secretly, he has been doing one thing very reliably, observing hyenas. This is why Greglin was able to show up in time and save the hyena. Because it was early this morning, he slowly followed the hyena and went out for a walk near the forest together. But it was Dorn's concern for his younger brother that saved his younger brother's life. Your eldest brother Dorn told me that you have the heart of an adventurer. After explaining the cause and effect, Gregor snapped his fingers and added this. After hearing this, the hyena was silent for a long time. There was a look of loss on his dark face, and his originally sharp eyes were a little dull. But Brother Dorn misjudged me. Why do you say that? I was so scared when I saw this bristled pig. My hands were shaking, and my feet were shaking. Even now I am still scared. I wanted to run away. I am a coward. Recalling the summary of the performance just now, the hyena was a little frustrated. Becoming an adventurer or something is just a childish idea. When facing real danger, he couldn't even hold the bow steady. I can't be the same as Brother Dorn, or the same person as Mr. Greglu. The hyena's tone was very soft and weak. For some reason, Gregor laughed easily after hearing what the hyena said. Then, his frivolous tone rarely turned serious. Kid, what do you think a real adventurer should be like? The hyena lowered his head and said nothing. So Gregor continued. Do you think adventurers should be fearless in the face of danger and always move forward? Do you know? More than a month ago, your good brother and I had a fight with 2 demons. When the 7 or 8 meter tall demon stood in front of me, do you know how I felt? In fact, I am as scared as you. So scared that I want to run away. But I still think that I am a qualified and excellent adventurer. Because in the end, I did not run away. The same goes for you. In order to save people, you didn't run away just now. Right, Mr. Gregor? The hyena raised his head. Listen, kid. It's not shameful to be afraid. As long as you are human, you will be afraid. However, the person who is obviously extremely scared and whose hands and feet are trembling, but still moves forward tremblingly and refuses to back down until the end, is the person. Awesome brave man. So, the difference between whether a person is brave or cowardly is not to see whether he is afraid. It is to see whether he finally gives in to the fear in his heart. Kid, your elder brother is right. You have a brave heart. An adventurer's heart. After saying these words, the hyena was obviously very excited. Gregor snapped his fingers happily. It seems that after getting along with that guy Dorn for a long time, my preaching ability has improved. But I have to say that Dorn's method sometimes works quite well. Kid, to be honest, I like you very much. Your elder brother wants you to be my apprentice. If you still want to be an adventurer, just follow me. Of course, being an adventurer is very dangerous. You can refuse. Gregor said so. The hyena couldn't believe this last sentence, but his eyes finally returned to their usual sharp color. The hyena was about to speak when, Help! Help! Is there anyone there? Help! Uncle Lucas's voice came out from under the overturned wooden car again. Gregor. Hyena. I almost forgot. There was a person underneath the wooden cart. Chapter 169. Seeing the parasitic mushroom again. The hyenas and Gregor lifted the overturned wooden cart. Uncle Lucas emerged from underneath. The fruit seller did not seem to have been directly attacked by the main boar, and had only some minor scratches on his body. It must have been done when the car rolled over, so it's not a big problem. Hyena? And this one? Who is this? Lucas looked at the two people in front of him, and then at the monster-maned pig lying on the red blood not far away. In fact, Lucas is familiar with Gregor, because he knew that this gentleman seemed to be a friend of Brother Dorn, and he often appeared at the Wishing restaurant recently. What's more, it has been widely reported in the town recently that there is a young man who looks very romantic and is pursuing Mrs. Midgetai in the bathhouse. The relationship between the two is very close. In a small town like Eton, things like this spread quickly, and the gentleman in front of me is the protagonist in this romantic affair. My name is Gregor. The S-Class adventurer introduced himself. Oh, Mr. Gregor, and the hyena. It's thanks to you that I saved my life. Lucas looked sad and indignant. That damn bristled pig rushed out of the forest, and all of a sudden he overturned my car and my little carrot head. Lucas went to check on the disemboweled short-legged horse named Little Carrot Head on the ground. He was extremely sad. Original God. Little Carrot Head is only 3 years old. Gregor and the hyena didn't know how to comfort and save their lives. But Uncle Lucas, who had lost his beloved horse, could only stand aside and say nothing. Later, the hyena went back to check on the bristle that was killed by Gregor. One thing is strange. As a hunter who is familiar with the secret forest, hyena clearly knows that the monster-maned boar rarely appears outside the forest. Therefore, it is rare for maned pigs to attack passers-by outside in Eden. The bristle boar in front of me is obviously a bit weird. After checking the body of the maned boar, the hyena discovered the clue. Under the dark bristles on the pig's back, he found 2 gray-white patches, which seemed to have clusters of tiny mycelium growing on them. The hyena recognized at a glance that the source of these gray and white patches was the weird mushroom monster with parasitic ability that he had seen before in the secret forest. Is it because it was parasitized by that kind of mushroom that the bristle pig went crazy and rushed out of the forest? The hyena came to a conclusion. Brother Dorn has analyzed it before. The parasitic mushrooms they destroyed and collected to eat were probably not the only clusters in the forest. Maybe there are already other animals or monsters carrying the mushroom spores and settling in other parts of the forest. Now it seems that Brother Dorn's original inferences and worries were completely correct. Did you find anything? Gregor came over. A strange mushroom monster that Brother Dorn and I encountered in the forest before. The hyena nodded. Afterwards, Lucas, who had survived the disaster, thanked the two of them again, then took some fruits that were still intact and picked up some fruits from the ground, as well as the body of Little Carrot Head, and sadly returned to Eden Town. As for Gregor and the hyena, they followed the traces of the bristled pig out of the forest to search for parasitic mushrooms. Parasitic mushrooms are relatively dangerous monsters for ordinary people. We cannot allow it to breed wantonly in the secret forest. As excellent hunters, hyenas have a knack for following the trail of their prey. Moreover, a monster as big as a bristled boar rushed out in a frenzy. The traces of activity left behind are as conspicuous to hyenas as sudden oil stains on a white shirt. So the hyena led the way, and Gregor followed. In fact, Gregor, who has good breath perception ability, is also able to trace the previous traces of the main pig. But he did not do this, and allowed the hyena to use his talents. Finally, following the traces left by the bristled pig, the two came to the middle of the secret forest, and found the cluster of parasitic mushrooms. The largest group of gray-brown mushrooms stands in the center of the entire mushroom cluster, about 30 centimeters high, a little smaller than the one I found last time. There are many small gray-brown mushrooms growing around the big mushroom in the center. That's it. The hyena stood in a safer position and motioned to Greglu. The S-class adventurer stared at the cluster of mushrooms for a long time, and finally asked, "Kid, are these mushrooms delicious?" After getting along with Dorn for a while, Gregor's first reaction when he saw the monster was to judge whether it was edible or not. Brother Dorn made soup with this mushroom last time, and it tasted very good," the hyena answered truthfully. "Oh, then what are you waiting for? Go back to find Dorn." The hyena thought about it, and there was nothing wrong with going back to find his elder brother. The two followed the traces of bristle activity along the way, and left the secret forest. After Dorn learned that there were parasitic mushrooms left in the secret forest, he felt a little excited. You know, his parasite spore skill is still stuck at level 2. Now, I have a chance to max it out. So, Dorn immediately contacted Creek, took Gregor and the hyena, and the four of them went to the secret forest to pick mushrooms. The secret forest, where the newly discovered parasitic mushrooms are found. Compared to the first time he encountered this mushroom, Dorn's state of mind had changed dramatically at this time. The cluster of mushrooms in front of me has a health bar on top of its head, with more than 600 points. It was less than the original cluster of blood. Now that his strength has improved by leaps and bounds, Dorn is no longer what he used to be. He is confident that he has at least 9 ways to deal with these mushrooms. 9 kinds. However, Dorn did not take action directly, but looked at Creek beside him. "I seem to have seen this kind of mushroom in books. It is a very rare fungus monster." The red-haired aristocratic young master carefully observed it for a while from a safe distance, and then based on the introduction of Dorn and the hyena on the way here, he made a rough judgment about this monster. "It's also a very delicious fungus monster," Dorn added from the side. "I'm not particularly sure about this." Creek scratched his head. "Is it possible to farm them?" "I can try," Creek said, taking out the ruby-like strip crystal. After the magic was transmitted, the air around the red-haired noble boy became hot. Don couldn't help but take 2 steps back to the side, but Creek himself didn't react much. "Although I am not good at fighting, with the help of these crystal stones, I can use some spells more or less. Of course, if my sister comes, she can do it perfectly," Creek explained. Parasitic mushrooms are not resistant to high temperatures. At too high a temperature, the spores lose their vitality. Don talked about this kind of thing on the way here, and it was also mentioned in the book that Crick himself read. With the help of a ruby-like crystal, Creek, who has transformed into a human-shaped furnace, approaches the parasitic mushroom. Sure enough, this cluster of mushrooms has no ability to launch spores to attack. So, collecting became a matter of course. Chapter 170 Adventurers are always on the road. The matter of collecting parasitic mushrooms was left to Don and Creek. The hyena and Gregor were standing far away, just watching. "I wonder what these mushrooms taste like," Gregor thought as he looked at the gray-brown mushrooms. "Mr. Gregor," the hyena said, "I want to learn from you." "Aw? That's what you just asked me. I think I still want to be an adventurer." The hyena's eyes still fell on the Dornish duo, who were busy picking mushrooms. But there was a different kind of determination in their sharp eyes. Obviously, this was the answer given by the hyena after careful consideration. "You have good momentum," Gregor smiled. "Kid, I think you will become a good adventurer. So hang out with me in the future. However, before that, you must say hello to your big brother Dorn. Of course, I don't think he has any reason to refuse." A follow-up about parasitic mushrooms. Dorn commissioned Greglu, hyena, and Creek to conduct a large-scale search of the secret forest. The abilities of monsters, like parasitic mushrooms, are somewhat strange, and can be fatal to unprepared ordinary people. If this kind of strange monster breeds wildly in the secret forest on the edge of Eden Town, it is obviously something that no one would want to see. The three of them, Creek, have professional knowledge of monsters, excellent breath-tracking skills, and a good understanding of the secret forest. If this matter is left to them, Dorn basically doesn't need to worry. After exploring the secret forest for more than a week, Creek and others found 2 more clusters of parasitic mushroom communities. After dealing with these 2 clusters, Creek judged based on his professional knowledge that there should be no other parasitic mushrooms in the forest. It was originally a small alien monster crisis brewing quietly near the small town of Eden, but it was eliminated invisibly by everyone in the restaurant. Another peaceful day. As for the parasitic mushrooms collected from the forest, some of them were raised in Creek's monster farm. The other part went into the kitchen of the Wishing restaurant and became delicious food for everyone to enjoy, as well as Dorn's personal attribute points and parasite spore skill experience points. That is, the farm that breeds more and more strange monsters seems to be becoming more and more dangerous. Therefore, Dorn spent some time later, with the advice and assistance of monster scholar Crick and senior adventurer Greg Grew, to carry out a comprehensive transformation and reinforcement of the monster farm. Some time passed. In the small town of Eden in spring, the weather has become warmer and more pleasant. The S-Class adventurers of the association have been staying in Eden Town for a long time. During his stay at Eden, Gregor enjoyed eating in the Wishing restaurant. The relationship with Mrs. Midgetai has also made good progress, and he has successfully won the favor and heart of the town beauty 10 years ago. There are no regrets in Eden Town. Greg Grew was satisfied. At the same time, during this period of time, Gregor's combat training for his new apprentice Hyena was also carried out step by step, and the overall results were quite satisfactory to him. With that said, it's time to leave Eden Town. As an adventurer, Gregor's life has always been one of being on the road. Go to all kinds of places, meet all kinds of people, see all kinds of scenery, and experience all kinds of events. This is the beauty of travel and adventure. An adventurer who is young and strong and still loves adventure in his heart cannot be hindered by one place for a long time. Same goes for Greg Grew. But this time, he won't be alone when he leaves Edentown. Gregor is ready to take away his little apprentice Hyena. Adventurers always need real adventures to grow and experience. Dorn had already known that his younger brother Hyena was going to follow Greglu, and he had no objection. On the occasion of parting, Gregor and Dorn stood on the yellow mud road outside the town and had a pre-parting conversation. "Guide the Hyena well, and don't let him go astray," Dorn told him. "Don't worry. I like that kid very much. He is not only your little brother, but also my apprentice now," Gregor said in a relaxed tone. "Actually, what I mean by going astray is not to teach this pure little boy to be like you, wandering around in the beds of several mature ladies. This kind of thing depends on talent." Gregor shrugged nonchalantly. "Dawn, I always find it worrying. By the way, Gregor, I thought of something that I haven't asked you before." Dorn thought of something again. "Incasadum, where did you come from for the transformation potion we used?" Where did it come from? Dorn is still more concerned about the kind of potion that can change its appearance at will. If possible, he would also like to buy a few copies. Of course, he will use this magical potion where it can exert its value. "Oh, that's right. There is an alchemist, Fabna, who lives near Golden Oak City. I get all my alchemy potions from her," Gregor replied. "Her?" Dorn's eyes became suspicious and alert. "This Fabna won't have any emotional disputes with you, right? Huh? Of course not. No. After you find her, just say you are my friend." Gregor smiled, although he felt suspicious. Dorn nodded. "By the way," Gregor added, "you can also ask Fabna about the invisible Miss Vivian next to you. Fabna is quite knowledgeable. Plus she is doing research. The occult alchemist. Maybe she can know something." Gregor also knew about the goblin lady from Dorn. So since we are talking about Valrona, I mentioned it in passing. Dawn touched his chin. "Originally, because of the magical transformation potion, I could visit the alchemist in Golden Oak City. And now I also added the matter of Vivian, which Dorn had always cared about. A trip to Golden Oak City seems to be necessary. And, taking this as an opportunity, I can go on a trip with Vivian," Dorn thought in his heart. "Let's go. Don't miss me too much. The kid is too angry. So I won't stand here, so that the big guy and the little fat guy don't think I am the evil person who took the kid away. You tell him to catch up with me quickly." Gregor said this and patted Dorn on the shoulder. Also, I guess it won't be long before I come back to eat at your place again. Hey, it doesn't cost money after all. I will miss your cooking very much in the days to come. Then, he turned around, leaving only a waving figure behind him. Among the people who came to see her off today, there was no Mrs. Midgetai. As far as Dawn knew, Gregor stayed at Mrs. Midgetti's house all night last night. He probably finished all the things he wanted to say and do before leaving. Take care, bastard. Dorn watched Gregor go away. Chapter 171 Home. At the same time, the hyenas were still saying goodbye to their companions. In addition to Gonzalez, Amy and other old employees in the restaurant, the new employees, represented by Elsa and Hannah, were also in the farewell queue. Everyone said some cherished words to the hyena. Among them, Bear Claw and Fat Fox, who had the deepest relationship with the hyena, were the most reluctant to part with them. One round face and the other honest face were full of sadness before parting. The hyena's condition was a little better than the two of them, and his dark face deliberately didn't have much expression. Cheer up! It's not like I won't come back. You two have to help Brother Dorn build a food city. Bear Claw and Fat Fox both nodded. Both of them were on the verge of crying, but they both stubbornly held it back. Little boys are mostly like this. After hugging his two little brothers goodbye, the hyena walked up to Dorn. You are finally going to start your own adventure. Are you excited? Dorn looked at his little brother with a smile. Brother Dorn. The hyena couldn't say anything. After being silent for a while, he took the initiative to hug Dorn for the first time. Then, Dorn took out a horn about 20 centimeters long with a purple and gold ring inlaid at the tail. This Horn of Courage was a trophy obtained from the members of the Apocalypse religion during the Poison Swamp. After acquiring it, Dorn only used it once against the Nightmare Horse. However, I felt that it didn't fit with my fighting style, and its usefulness was not very obvious. So I never used it again. Adventurers must have suitable equipment. I call this the Horn of Courage. It seems that it suits you very well. Dorn handed the purple and gold horn to the hyena. The hyena put away the Horn of Courage without much hesitation. I respect the things that my eldest brother hands me the most, and I should keep them properly. If I push them back, I would be disrespecting my eldest brother Dorn. As for Dorn, Horn of Courage has little effect on himself. Moreover, he has acquired a series of full-level insect skills, all thanks to the help of the hyena. When the hyena is about to embark on an adventurous journey, it is also appropriate to give him a piece of equipment for self-defense. This is big brother love. Go! Gregla is waiting for you in front. Dorn reached out and touched the hyena's messy head. The hyena nodded and turned to chase Greg Grew. The people behind him said their final goodbyes to the hyena. Little hyena, you need to be well fed and clothed when you go out. And take care of yourself. Woohoo! Brother hyena, come back and see us often. Don didn't say anything more. He just thought in his heart. You have a master like Greg Grew who is very good at fighting. And you have a very powerful brother like me. I'm afraid the hyena's start is based on the protagonist's script. The hyena didn't look back and kept moving forward. He was afraid that if he turned around and saw everyone's faces, he would lose the motivation and courage to move forward. After walking forward for a long time, the hyena saw Gregla waiting with his back under a big banyan tree. Kid, have you finally said goodbye to your companions? Gregor stood up straight. The hyena nodded. Then, the boy with dirty red hair turned back and looked in the direction of Eden. At this distance, Dorn and others outside the town can no longer be seen. All you can see is the red sunset on the horizon, a group of returning birds, the outline of the town, and a few smokes above the town. Don't look! This is your home! You will come back eventually. Adventurers also have to go home after finishing a journey. Gregor patted the hyena, who was still in a trance. Home? The hyena muttered. Yes, Eden and Wishing Restaurant are my home, and I will eventually go back in the future. Let's go! Gregor greeted. The hyena quickly followed and asked casually, Mr. Gregor, where is your home? Me? The place where those mature ladies are is my spiritual harbor and my home. Being with them can best wash away the fatigue of my journey and adventure and bring me comfort. Tisk! The hyena twitched the corner of his mouth. You shouldn't ask your own master this question. Kid, it looks like your elder brother gave you a very good item. Gregor's attention fell on the Horn of Courage in the hyena's hand. Well, I'll give you a piece of equipment as well. You are officially an adventurer. The hyena didn't reply, just looked up at Gregor. You are good at bows and arrows. And you recently learned fencing skills from me. How about giving you a weapon? The weapons made by dwarves are of very good quality. The S-Class adventurer continued. His idea was to take the hyena to Kazadam first, and look for the dwarf steel hammer. After the death of the god Miseros, he left behind a rich legacy, including many materials obtained from the ruins that were suitable for making weapons. Don also said that after doing good deeds, it is reasonable to receive rewards and it will promote good morals. I didn't get anything before I came back last time. This is not good, Gregor said happily. Snap your fingers. The hyena didn't understand what Gregor meant, so he simply didn't answer. The two left side by side. The lingering sunset stretched their shadows on the yellow mud road. A few returning birds landed on the big banyan tree. After chirping for a while, they became quiet. After the hyenas and the others left, everyone in the restaurant also went back. Don and Vivian were far behind everyone. Vivian, do you want to travel together? Don said softly, when they went together to defeat the nightmare horse. Even though it was not a serious trip, Vivian was still very excited when they arrived at Fingma Town. If you invite her to travel together, she will be happy. Right? Huh? Vivian next to her raised her head. Go to Golden Oak City, well, the two of us will go together. I don't know why. It was obviously a normal invitation. But when it came to two people together, Don's heart beat faster for no reason. In this case, it can already be regarded as a date invitation. Right? Vivian opened her mouth, but no words came out. In the end, she just blinked her lake blue eyes. Don't you want to go? Dawn asked tentatively. Of course I want to go, Vivian said hurriedly, and then her tone softened. I was just thinking that this is the first time Dorn has invited me to travel. I am very happy. I want to prepare well, although I don't know what I should prepare. I just feel that I should prepare well. Oh, Dawn nodded. It seems that Vivian agreed. Vivian, have you been to Golden Oak City before? Dorn asked again. I've been there. I've been to many places by myself, Vivian replied, and then added in a low voice. However, I haven't been there with Dorn yet, so I'm looking forward to it. Vivian's last sentence was spoken very seriously. Every word was pronounced clearly. The afterglow of dusk fell on the girl's silver hair, shining brightly. The girl's cheeks were as slightly crimson as the sunset. Looking at the silver-haired girl next to him, Don felt his heart beat even harder. Ahem. Then, let's go together. Let's go together. Chapter 172 Mulberry and Slime. Don planned to go to Golden Oak City with Vivian and quickly told other people in the restaurant. Everyone's acceptance of this matter is quite high. After all, this is not the first time that the chef has left the restaurant business and gone out. Even the diners at the Wishing restaurant are somewhat used to it. Diners have been doomed by Dorn too many times. If you do pigeons when everyone thinks you can do them, it is also a kind of failure to do pigeons. All in all, Dorn's expected solo trip with the fairy lady went very smoothly. The night before the two planned to leave for Golden Oak City, Creek came to the Wishing restaurant to find Dorn. Mr. Don, I heard from Miss Charlene that you plan to go to Golden Oak City? Creek got straight to the point. Yeah. We'll leave tomorrow morning. Can you send a letter to my sister? Creek asked. The sister of this noble young master is the red-haired Miss Veronica, who likes to wear black stockings. Dorn was quite impressed by this. Of course it is possible. But are your sisters still staying in Golden Oak City? Don remembers that the purpose of Miss Veronica and the dignified Miss Henrietta going to Golden Oak City was to watch a concert held by a female artist named Babashaw. The concert is held at the end of the last month of winter, and it's been a long time since spring started. Well, the letter my sister sent me said that Miss Babash's concert has been postponed. It seems that it has never been held. So, they are still staying in Golden Oak City, Creek explained. Dorn nodded, not taking it too seriously. He just thought that Miss Babashaw was an old pigeon like himself. Although letters can be sent to the inn. But if Mr. Don happens to be going to Golden Oak City, you can check on my sister and Miss Henrietta's current situation for me, Creek continued to add. Don nodded. It's just a little effort. I will help you deliver the letter. It sounds like the relationship between Creek and Veronica, siblings from a noble family, is relatively harmonious. And of course Dorn would help with such a small favor. Mr. Loudorn is here. Creek thanked him, then took out a sealed letter and handed it to Dorn. On the pure white envelope, there was a line of address written in elegant Dona script. On the red ink pad, there is an image of a firebird with its wings spread out in a soaring shape. After Don glanced at the address, He carefully put the letter away. Early the next morning, after saying goodbye to everyone in the restaurant, Dawn and Vivian set out on their journey. To go from Eden to Golden Oak City, you have to go all the way south, and it takes about 10 days to travel. The person driving the carriage was Dorn himself, who had just mastered this skill. As for Vivian, she did not choose to sit in the carriage. Instead, she held her ebony staff and sat next to Dorn. As is customary, Dawn brought along an array of condiments and ingredients that he commonly used. Anyway, there is a carriage, so it is not troublesome to carry these things. Being able to encounter some unique monsters during the journey and cook the monsters into monster dishes is also the charm of travel. Dorn himself thought this way, driving the carriage all the way south. Speaking of which, this is Dorn's first trip since arriving in the Land of Miracles that does not include limited-time dungeons and hunting down monsters. Moreover, Vivian was with her along the way. The pure enjoyment of the journey made both Dorn and Vivian very happy. Happy time always passes quickly, and 8 days passed by in a flash. In the evening of this day, Dorn and Vivian came to a town called Sweet Sang Town to do some repairs. Sweet Mulberry Town is relatively large, much larger than the small town of Eden. Moreover, it is very close to Golden Oak City, and from here, you can see various bards, down and out or growing young artists. Golden Oak City, known as the City of Art and the City of La La Land, has a strong artistic atmosphere that has influenced and radiated to neighboring towns in Jobia. Dorn, the reason why Sweet Mulberry Town is called Sweet Mulberry Town is because it is rich in mulberries. It happens to be spring now, so we have a chance to taste them. The last time I came here, I didn't taste them. Before entering the town, Vivian pointed to the large mulberry forests along the way and started introducing them, like a little tour guide on the edge of Dorn. Strings of shiny black and red mulberries hang on the branches, which are particularly conspicuous against the green leaves. Just looking at them makes people unconsciously think about the sour and sweet taste, which makes them drool. I will buy it when I enter the town, Dorn smiled. Also, in addition to mulberries, dried slime is also a specialty here, Miss Goblin continued. Slime, doing it? Slime seems to be a very common novice-level monster in fantasy worlds. Dorn has never seen it since he came to the Land of Miracles. I didn't expect that there would be one around this Sweet Mulberry Town. It sounds like this thing is edible. Moreover, the people of Tiansang Town have already found a corresponding way to eat it. It can only be said that the soil and water support the people. Yes, I knew Dorn would be more interested in this. Vivian smiled, and her lake blue eyes turned into two gentle crescents. There are a lot of slimes around Sweet Mulberry Town. In late spring, people here will start drying dried slimes, which is a very strange sight. Well, what does slime taste like? Dawn became interested. I haven't tasted it either, but it is said that the slimes in Sweet Mulberry Town all grew up eating mulberries. So they are sweet and sour? Vivian answered uncertainly. Dawn touched his chin. Sweet and sour? Are dried slimes similar to candied fruits? Then, let's try it after we enter the town, Dorn asked. Yeah. Vivian nodded vigorously while holding her ebony staff. It seems that the goblin lady has no resistance at all to this strange monster ingredient. Probably to her. Slime is a real monster that has been classified as edible by the indigenous people of the Land of Miracles. On the contrary, Dorn's mood was a little subtle, because he had never seen slime, and for this possibly jelly-like monster, Dawn could not compare it with any of the existing food analogies in his mind. But even so, for Dorn, who is determined to research and develop various monster dishes, now that he has encountered them, there is no reason not to try them. Chapter 173 Beggar. The carriage drove into Tiansang Town. Dorn found a tavern called Sweet Slime to park the carriage, and booked a room for the night. It was already evening, but this did not hinder the Dornish duo's interest in sightseeing. They planned to wander around the tavern, appreciate the local customs, and buy local specialties such as mulberries and dried slime to taste. Finally, we will find a good restaurant to have dinner, and then go to the bathhouse to take a bath together in the evening. Perfect travel arrangement. Tiansang Town is a large town that has existed for a long time. The floor tiles on the road are mottled and thick, giving it a sense of age. At the corner of the main road, although it was evening, the flow of people was not small. There was a bard in an old coat playing and singing against the wall. This is a middle-aged man with a somewhat haggard face, and a sparse, untrimmed beard can be seen on his lower jaw. There was an old hat lying upside down in front of the man, with only a few scattered copper coins in it. He held a plucked instrument with 7 strings in his arms, and was covered with old cowhide. He pressed the strings with his left hand and plucked the strings with his right hand, producing a melodious and melancholy sound. According to Vivian's introduction, this is a musical instrument, which is one of the instruments commonly used by bards. This somewhat down-and-out troubadour first played a short prelude on the lute, and then, with the help of a few consecutive notes, he began to play and sing. Dawn stood aside and listened. The content of what the other party sang was about the love between the down-and-out knight and the pure shepherdess, mixed with some feelings about the wanderer's hometown. The lonely sunset reflected on the mottled floor tiles. The gentle and melancholy sound of the piano, combined with the gentle singing of the man's somewhat weathered voice, really made it feel like weeping. It makes people who hear the singing feel a sense of emptiness in their hearts. After the song was played and sung, both Dawn and Vivian clapped. I feel like he is a person with a story, Dorn thought to himself, and put all 6 copper gnarls he had into the opponent's hat. Thank you for your generosity, sir. The man nodded. Not many people stopped to listen to his playing and singing, and even fewer gave him money. Dawn just nodded and said nothing. There seemed to be many such down-and-out street artists in Tiansang Town. They all came here after pursuing their artistic dreams in Golden Oak City with passion, and to no avail. After listening to the playing and singing on the street, Dorn and Miss Goblin were ready to leave and go to the more lively places in Sweet Mulberry Town. After just a few steps, a slightly childish voice sounded from the side. Kind sir, can you give me a few coins? I haven't eaten for several days. Dorn lowered his head slightly and saw a young beggar standing next to him. He was a little boy, with traces of dirt on his face and body. He was wearing rags that could not completely cover his body, exposing his thin arms and thighs. After entering Sweet Mulberry Town, Dorn noticed that in addition to the down-and-out artists, there seemed to be an unusually large number of beggars. Dorn did not rush to speak, but quietly turned on Eagle View. With the visual enhancement of this skill, the surrounding colors become thicker. After looking around for a while, Dorn noticed a relatively strong man wearing coarse cloth and trousers squatting in a corner not far away. With the blessing of Eagle View, Dorn could keenly detect that the man's attention and sight were falling on his side from time to time. It's pretty much what I thought, Dorn thought to himself and closed the Eagle View. When the hyenas were still at Eton, Dorn had heard about such things from his younger brothers. In some larger towns, there are organizations that control beggars. These forces are generally not too small, and they control many beggars. The beggars must hand over all the money they earn from begging every day. At the same time, the scope of begging for each beggar is also determined. There will be an adult within the organization called a snakehead, who is responsible for tracking and controlling several beggars within a certain range every day. The strong man squatting in the corner is probably the snakehead. Dawn looked at Vivian next to him again. He found that the goblin lady was looking at the beggar with a sympathetic look. If you're hungry, just eat this. Dawn naturally took a small step to the side, just blocking the snakehead's sight, then took out a piece of dry bread and handed it to the beggar. This dry bread was prepared as dry food for Dorn and Vivian during their journey. It was not a valuable item. Moreover, Dorn and Vivian basically ate good food along the way and did not consume much. The beggar looked at the dry bread handed over by Dorn with great surprise, and found that the position of the snake's head was blocked by the friendly-looking gentleman in front of him. Without having time to say thanks, he took the dry bread and ate it hungrily. After the beggar finished eating the bread, and before he could say anything else, there was a sudden movement on the street. Catch her! Don't let that damn thief escape! Someone shouted loudly. Then, there was the sound of chasing, and the crowds on the street fled to the side. The beggar who had just finished eating the bread seemed to be frightened. He bowed to Dorn and ran away towards the street. Is this Tiansang Town so uneventful? Dawn and Vivian stood on the side of the street, not making much movement, but looking towards the source of the commotion. At the other end of the long street, a short-haired girl of 16 or 17 years old ran over, holding a bulging cloth bag in her arms. Behind her, 6 or 7 big men followed aggressively. Don't run! The leader, a vicious man, continued to shout. Do you think I'm a fool? I won't run until you tell me to. The girl who was being chased was very dexterous in her movements. She was carrying the heavy-looking bag and dodging left and right while being chased by 6 or 7 men. For a moment, it seemed difficult to catch her. At the same time, the snakehead, who was squatting in the corner, also rushed over and actively joined the group of people surrounding the girl. It seemed that the smuggler and those men were in the same group. The girl fled all the way and finally came to Dorn. Later, Dawn noticed that the girl's eyes seemed to stay on him for a few tenths of a second longer. Their eyes met. Dawn, it seems, something's not right. The girl threw the bulging cloth bag into Dorn's arms and shouted loudly, "Boss! I can't hold on any longer. There are too many of them. So I'll leave these bad things to you first." After throwing away the bag, the girl became faster and continued to run forward. Dorn, on the other hand, did not pick up the bag thrown by the girl, but turned slightly to one side. Podgy! The bag fell to Dawn's feet. Chapter 174 Looking for Trouble. The girl with short hair quickly disappeared, and the vicious men who were chasing her really slowed down beside Dorn. The leader looked at Dorn up and down with an unkind look. I don't know if they feel they can't catch up with the girl, or if they really believe that Dawn is the girl's so-called boss. The thief you want to chase ran over there, and the property you want to recover is here. So, why are you looking at me? Dorn spread his hands and looked at each other calmly. Boy, were you the one who let that thief come to our place to cause trouble? The leader of the men spoke. Are you an idiot? Do you believe such a lame lie? Dawn frowned. Stop talking nonsense. I say you are who you are. Just follow me back and you will suffer less. The man continued to shout. Dawn, these men look unreasonable. Moreover, judging from their appearance, it is possible that they just feel that they cannot catch up with the real thief, and they want to catch someone at random and go back to do business. I am so unlucky. Vivian, who could not be seen by others, held the ebony staff tightly in one hand, and gently pulled the corner of Dorn's clothes with the other hand. Blow their heads off? It doesn't matter. I can handle it myself. Dorn squeezed Vivian's hand with his backhand. Then Vivian, please move closer to the side. Oh. Miss Goblin nodded obediently, and trotted not far away holding the ebony staff. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, the surrounding crowd also stayed away from Dorn and the group of vicious men. Boy, I look at you as if you want to suffer a little. Let's do this. I'll break one of your hands and one of your legs. The leading man continued to yell. However, his words were not complete. Dawn gave him no chance to speak further. He didn't have a good impression of the men who were the smugglers who controlled the beggars, so he chose to attack directly. A thick purple poisonous mist spread from Dorn's side, like a living creature, and instantly enveloped and swallowed up all the men in front of him. Because of his poison frog skill, Dorn is very good at using poisons. Dorn even activated the corrosive acid skill, allowing tiny bits of acid to spread out along with the poisonous mist. These purple poisonous mists are not only toxic, but also corrosive to a certain extent. The men wrapped in the thick fog were wailing because of the corrosive damage caused by the acid. Their screams were drowned out by each other, and they completely lost the arrogance they had just screamed. This group has chosen the wrong opponent. The black-haired gentleman seems to be a powerful alchemist. Only an alchemist can instantly release poisonous mist of this level. Actually, someone should have taught those domineering bastards a lesson a long time ago. The appearance of the poisonous mist caused the onlookers to retreat consciously. At the same time, apart from being surprised, there were also many people whispering to each other in low voices and talking about it. The 7 red blood bars and the poisonous mist only had more than 400 blood points, and the man at the head only had more than 600 blood points. After the poison and acid consumed more than 100 points of their blood, Dorn waved his hand and dissipated the poisonous mist. Because of the powerful poison frog skill and the corrosive acid skill that has reached level 5, Dorn's control of poison and acid is very precise. So just now, he deliberately controlled the properties of removing toxins and acid, which greatly reduced the damage and caused injury but not death. What they are encountering now is nothing more than a street fight. There was no need to kill these big men in front of so many passers-by. After the poisonous mist dissipated, only the 7 big men were still rolling on the ground, holding their heads. Although the damage caused by the acid is not fatal, the pain caused by corroding the skin is solid. So, are you still going to make me suffer? Dorn smiled and said in a polite tone, I suggest you hurry up and find a way to remove the toxins from your body. The man in the lead got up from the ground in a panic. He still had more than 500 blood points, and the blood bar showed a dark red color of poisoning. However, due to Dorn's control over the dose of toxin, blood loss is very slow after being poisoned. On his face and arms, there were red spots left by acid burns. In more serious places, it has been dehydrated, carbonized and turned black, making it quite embarrassing. The man climbed up from the ground with difficulty, took his few brothers with him, and prepared to retreat and escape. I don't want to take the bulging bag on the ground either. While running, he was ready to say harsh words. Wait for me! I will definitely let you. However, he still didn't finish his words, because two crystal clear and strong spider threads shot out from Doran's palms and wrapped directly around his feet. Then, the spider silk pulled back. The man fell to the ground again. You know, I am a person who actually doesn't like hearing other people say harsh words to me. So, what did you just say you would definitely do to me? Doran walked to the man's side and held down his vest with one hand. Corrosive acid activates. A ball of acid with a dangerous green glow condensed in the palm of Doran's hand. The man swallowed and his eyes twitched. Absolutely. I will definitely let you have a comfortable and happy life in Tiansang Town. My name is Soba. If you have any further instructions, sir, you can come to me directly. The man named Soba, who was pinned to the ground by Doran, immediately gave in. Doran smiled and shook his head, dissipating the acid ball in his hand. Soba. Right. Remember what you said? Maybe villains like Soba generally have similar personalities. Bad and cowardly. Don let go of the other person. Soba did not stay at the scene longer, and quickly fled with his men. Only a group of melon-eating people were left to watch, still whispering and discussing. The elf lady held the ebony staff and trotted back to Doran at a brisk pace. Doran, you have become much stronger. However, I always feel that group of people will not give up. I think so too. Doran nodded. However, even if they come to trouble us, we are not afraid. Vivian waved the staff in her hand slightly. He seemed to have a small regret for not participating in the battle just now. Wait until Soba's group has run away. The down-and-out bard, who had previously received a few coppers from Doran, looked around for a while before hesitantly walked to Doran's side. Sir, you'd better leave Sweet Mulberry Town as soon as possible. Got into trouble. I know. No, sir, you don't know the seriousness of the matter yet. That group of people are thugs who do despicable and dirty things. If you anger them, they will definitely try their best to retaliate against you later. The bard, he spoke again, his tone a little more urgent. I understand. Thank you for the reminder. Doran nodded. After the bard tried to persuade and warn him, he said nothing more and glanced at Doran again with a worried look on his face. Then he returned to the wall and continued to play with his lute. Doran bent down, picked up the bulging cloth bag on the ground, opened it and looked at it. I found that it was filled with sundries, such as silver knives, dinner plates, silver-plated candlesticks, and the like. Dawn, did the female thief steal these things? I always feel like I'm not very promising. Doran, what should we do next? Vivian glanced at the contents of the bag. Doran touched his chin. In fact, Doran already had a plan in mind on how to do it. That man named Soba would definitely not be as honest as he said when he gave in. He will definitely run back, report the situation to the organization behind him, and then increase his efforts to cause trouble for Doran. Doran didn't want to listen to the bard's advice and leave Sweet Mulberry Town. After all, with the strength of him and Vivian, they are not afraid of the other party coming to trouble them. It would be disgusting to think about being constantly disturbed by annoying flies while traveling with the fairy lady. Now that we are in trouble, there is only one solution in order to protect the good time the two of them travel, before Soba runs back to inform the organization behind him and causes trouble for Doran. Wouldn't it be better to go directly to find trouble for their entire organization? Once and for all. Chapter 175 at Slime. The farce on the street ended, and the crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed. At this time, Vivian pulled the corner of Dawn's clothes again. Dawn! Over there! Look in the direction pointed by the fairy lady. Doran saw the short-haired female thief from before, poking her head behind the crowd. Didn't the thief run far away? Or is it coming back again? The two make eye contact. Oh! The female thief panicked, turned around and ran away again. Catch her first and then talk about it. Doran said this while picking up the bag on the ground. Vivian nodded. This female thief was the culprit who got Doran into trouble. There was no reason to let her run away like this. Ling grew up on the streets. She has no father, no mother, no brothers and sisters. Only a master who pulled her up. The name, Ling, was also given to her by her master. Ling's master is a thief. Under the influence of her master, Ling spent her childhood begging and pickpocketing on the streets. So when she grew up, Ling naturally became a thief and had excellent stealing skills. At the same time, under the training of her master, Ling also mastered the ability to escape far beyond ordinary people. She can run very fast and her movements are very dexterous. 3 years ago, Ling's master passed away. The girl wandered around the Dona Empire alone. In short, it was because of the escape ability she learned from her master that Ling Gang was able to escape from being chased by 6 or 7 big men. But, right now, why is he chasing so closely? It's going to be fatal. Ling ran with all her strength, while Dorn was still chasing after her. Dorn, who has both dexterity and pig rush, is vastly different from Soba's minions in terms of speed. Even Vivian, who Ling couldn't see, was dragging her staff and following closely behind her. The 3 of them chased and ran out of Tiansang town. After Ling escaped from the town, she made a small decision. It was definitely not possible to keep running on the road. The black-haired guy behind her was no slower than her. Moreover, there is also a physical gap between the 2 sides. Ling was running out of breath and almost retching. But Dorn was still calm and composed. If you continue running on the road, you will definitely be thrown to the ground by the black-haired guy behind you. Absolutely. So Ling plunged into the mulberry forest outside the town. She knew that only with the help of the terrain in the mulberry forest and the cover of the trees could it be possible to get rid of Dorn behind her. Sure enough, after the 3 of them entered the mulberry forest, they disappeared after a while. You seem to have lost track? Vivian slowed down. I didn't expect she could run that well. Dorn also stopped and looked around at the situation in the mulberry forest. Dorn's tracking ability is not very strong. The visual bonus brought by the Eagle View skill is very limited in the mulberry forest, where the line of sight is blocked by trees. Moreover, the female thief never showed her health bar, so she couldn't track it through the conspicuous blood bar. The situation with Miss Goblin is similar. Although she can sense a certain amount of aura, it pales in comparison to Gregor's ability to chase people thousands of meters away with his aura. Ah! Just as the 2 were discussing the next step, they heard a loud scream not far away. The girl screams. It was probably from the female thief. Dorn and Vivian looked at each other, held weapons in hand, and rushed towards the source of the sound. In the mulberry forest, Dorn once again saw the short-haired female thief. However, this time, the opponent's condition seemed to be such that he could no longer escape. On the head of the female thief Ling was a huge, blue and transparent, jelly-like monster. It's slime. This huge slime stuck to Ling's body, wrapping her head and body above her chest. No matter how Ling waved her arms and pulled the slime, it was of no avail. Can slimes eat people? Dawn rushed to the scene and was a little confused. Probably. No, Vivian replied. Oh. Also, the current scene doesn't look like the slime is eating people. Well, Ling continued to struggle, but the muffled sound in her mouth could not be heard through the slime's body. Dawn! She seems to be suffocating. Vivian pulled the corner of Dawn's clothes. Dawn suffocated to death after getting slime on his face. This way of dying is somewhat stupid. After shaking his head helplessly, Dorn turned Rui into a kitchen knife. Judging from the information fed back by Ingredients Intuition, this slime is indeed an edible ingredient. Moreover, the ingredients are actually grade A. In other words, not only is it edible, it may also be surprisingly delicious. At the same time, through the feedback of food intuition, Dorn also directly grasped the body structure of monsters like slime. This kind of monster is more like the soft creature in Dorn's cognition. Moreover, the slime's body does not seem to be simply made of that jelly-like gel. On its surface, there are mouths and respiratory tracts that are so small that they cannot be seen, as well as eye spots that provide vision. Inside the body, there are also esophagus, intestines, reproductive nests, and small brain nuclei. To some extent, the slime's body structure seems a bit like a jellyfish, Dorn thought to himself. Then he pinched the big slime on the top of the bell with one hand, and with the other hand, he stabbed Rui, which had turned into a kitchen knife, into the slime's soft body. Rui, under Dorn's operation, he accurately crushed the slime's small brain core, like a clean slaughter of ingredients. The slime, which was still clinging to the bell head with great force, died instantly and fell to the ground with a thud. Hoo-ha-hoo! The original god is saved! I thought I was going to die, but I just saw the master waving to me. Ling gasped for air. Her chest, which was wet with slime, rose and fell with her heavy breathing. Thank you, little brother. You are such a good person. I will definitely repay your life-saving grace when I have the opportunity. Then I will keep it like this for today. And I'll see you again when I'm destined. Ling waved to Dorn and gestured to leave. It would be better to repay the favor on the spot. Dorn grinned. Spinning silk activates. Several strands of spider silk shot out, tying up the bell that was about to slip away. Hey! Hey! Let me go! Ling, who was tightly bound by spider silk, couldn't stand, fell to the ground, and could only twist helplessly. Tie a girl like this? Brother, are you a pervert? If you don't cooperate next, I can be... Dorn winked at the female thief, and then threw the bulging bag in front of her. You have caused a lot of trouble for me. Tell me about the group of people chasing you. Chapter 176, If You Can Do Anything. Facing Dorn's interrogation, Ling, who was tied to the ground like a maggot, was relatively cooperative. The general information she can provide is that Soba's group is the subordinates of Jack the Iron Hand. And this Iron Hand Jack is considered a local snake in the big town of Tiansang Town. According to Ling's introduction, Iron Hand Jack controls the snakeheads and beggars in Tiansang Town and several surrounding towns. At the same time, he also engaged in some human trafficking activities in private. Under his instructions, Iron Hand Jack's men abducted women and children from various places through force buying at low prices, deception and kidnapping. Children captured by him are usually trained to become professional beggars and are controlled by their smugglers. As for the women he caught, they would usually undergo inhumane training and then be sold to wealthy people for fun, or directly into Flea Bottom or a Red Room. As for Ling, when she sneaked into Iron Hand Jack's place to steal today, she was accidentally noticed and escaped in a panic. Dorn had already witnessed what happened next. By the way, you sneaked into Iron Hand Jack's place and stole these things? You burglarized his kitchen? That's amazing. After listening to Ling's story, Don pointed at the silver forks, silver plates, silver-plated candlesticks, and other objects on the floor. Neither can this female thief. How can that bad guy's house be so easy to enter? It's amazing that I can sneak into the kitchen. Okay. Then, if the thief doesn't escape, just take whatever you see. Ling's tone seemed a little bit pride. But after all, you are just a thief. Dorn touched his chin. Stealing is not a good behavior. How about cutting off one of your hands as punishment? How about being a good person in the future? Hey! Brother, you are too cruel. Ling, who was tied tightly, tried to squirm away from Dorn. Besides, I am a righteous thief. A righteous thief. Thieves also have their own ways, and they will only go stealing bad things like Jack the Iron Hands. Who knows? Don shrugged. Ling stared at Dorn's face for a while, feeling that the black-haired guy didn't really want to cut off her hand. So she tried to continue communicating. Brother, listen to me. You just angered that lackey Soba. He will definitely complain to the dog owner Jack the Iron Hands when he goes back. Then, little brother, you will be in danger. Their gang of bad guys have done bad things. I will chase you to the end of the world to take revenge. Then, little brother, you are a powerful alchemist. You must have the kind of alchemy potion that can blow Iron Hand Jack and his lackeys into the sky with a bang. So, I think before they take revenge on you, how about the two of us working together to deal with those bad things? Otherwise, little brother, you won't be able to live a stable life for the rest of your life. Dawn, this female thief is not good at anything, but she is very good at gonghua. Actually, I think there is another way to protect me from the harassment of those human traffickers. Dorn raised an eyebrow. Oh? Aren't you already under my control? So, as long as I give you to that Soba, they won't cause trouble for me in the future. Right. Huh? Brother, you can't take any chances with bad guys. They will definitely not let you go. Ling yelled in a panic. Moreover, a weak woman with some beauty like me will fall into the hands of that gang of bad guys. It will be very miserable in my hands. Brother, you have to have some compassion. This was the first time that Don heard someone use the word confident, somewhat beautiful, to describe himself. However, from a male aesthetic perspective, the female thief named Ling does look pretty good. How about sending you to the patrol team in Sweet Mulberry Town? Dorn continued to ask. No. There are also bad guys in the patrol team here who are colluding with Jack the Iron Hand. Although Suzuya was not sure whether the black-haired brother in front of her really planned to give her away, she was already begging seriously. As long as I don't give me away to those bad people, I can do anything for you. Oh, is anything really possible? Actually, not everything is possible. There are some things that, probably, should not be allowed. Even if you are good-looking, little brother, it is still not allowed. Ling tried her best to squirm away from Dorn a few times. Down. It's too late. Dorn approached the female thief on the ground and squatted down. Ling swallowed. Her chest was still wet from the slime, coupled with the tight binding of the spider silk. Her heart rate was a little uneven. Vivian on the side was looking straight at Dawn with her lake blue eyes, as if she was very concerned about what Dawn would say next. Dorn approached the female thief and spoke carefully. If you can do anything, why didn't you behave well before? The fairy lady secretly breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. The expression of Ling on the ground also changed from the panic at the beginning to confusion. Huh? This. What is this? No, it's nothing. I will definitely be a good person in the future. So please let me go. Ling twisted twice on the ground and said this. Really? But just sparing you like this is too easy for you, isn't it? After all, it was you who got me into trouble. Right. If you don't get the punishment you deserve, I won't be able to calm down. Dawn touched his chin, but still didn't untie the spider silk on Ling's body. The bell on the ground no longer twisted, and the sound became much quieter. I didn't know those bad guys would really believe such lame words. I just wanted to delay it for a while. Besides, you were the most gorgeously dressed one at the time, and you looked like a rich man. I thought those people wouldn't dare to mess with you. Later, when I saw that those bad guys didn't come after me, I went back to check the situation. Who knew you had knocked them all down? Anyway, I'm sorry, brother. Please calm down. I can be a bull or a horse for you. Don't give me to that group of bad guys. Although it sounds good to be a cow and a horse, I don't need it for the time being. Dorno glanced at the female thief on the ground, and finally removed the cobwebs from her body. Listen, although I let you go temporarily, it doesn't mean that I have forgiven you. I haven't calmed down yet until I figure out how to punish you. After thinking about this female thief, it seemed that she really wanted to return to the scene to check the situation. Otherwise, she should be able to escape and not be caught by herself. Speaking of which, when she said being a cow and a horse, did she mean that she could get a maid for free? Dawn's thoughts were slightly distracted. In short, now that I have asked everything I can, there is no point in tying her up anymore. Oh! Ling, who was finally free, stood up from the ground. But this time she didn't try to escape. Tonight, late at night, I will pay a visit to Jack the Iron Hand, and you will lead the way. Dorn told the female thief. Dorn originally planned to take the initiative to come to him before Iron Hand Jack and his gang caused trouble for him. Let them lose the ability to find trouble later. Use this to protect the happy travel time between you and Vivian. Ling, on the other hand, thought that her previous words to Gonghua had worked, and nodded happily. No problem. Leave it to me. Why does it sound like you really want to get rid of Iron Hand Jack's group? Dorn touched his chin. I actually have a personal grudge against that group of people, Ling explained. Dorn shrugged, not paying much attention. And then he turned his gaze to the slime on the ground. There will still be a while until dark. Before that, you can do something else. Are you going to use the medicine to blow those bad guys into the sky? Ling was even more excited. Sorry, I don't have that kind of thing. Dorn shook his head and then asked Vivian. Speaking of which, this slime must not have been bred by someone else. Right? There seems to be no precedent for slime farming in Sweet Mulberry Town. Vivian shook her head, because Ling didn't know the existence of Miss Goblin. She only thought that Dawn's sudden words were asking her. Moreover, she also felt that the tone of the black-haired boy's last sentence was obviously much gentler than the previous sentence. Although she was a little confused, Ling still replied, The slimes in the mulberry forest are all wild. Dawn nodded. Since it is wild, there is no problem in cooking it. Can what happened to the chef be considered stealing? That's great. Let's have a good dinner first. Only when you're full can you do anything, Dorn said seriously. There is no way to take a leisurely stroll in the town and find a good restaurant to eat at tonight. You have to take care of dinner by yourself. Belle, why do you feel that this black-haired guy's thinking is a little jumpy? Vivian nodded happily, her silver hair swaying. Eat! Eat! Chapter 177 Chowder Noodles. Due to the harvest of A-level monster ingredients, Dorn is currently very interested in cooking by himself. So I simply went back to the Sweet Slime Tavern and took out my own ingredients. During this period, the female thief Ling still did not try to escape, but followed suit and followed Dorn carefully. She was very concerned about Dorn's desire to deal with Jack the Iron Hand. During the period of collecting ingredients, Dorn kept the eagle view on to ensure that he was not being followed by Iron Hand Jack's people, and then returned to the outside of the town, a secluded place not far from Tiansang town. Dorn set up a simple campfire. Brother, do you want to try to eat this slime? My best thing is slime syrup wine. Everyone who has tried it says it is good. Do you want my help? In the simple camp, Ling watched Dorn busy at first, and then tried to please him, trying to get close to him. The best? Are you also a lover of monster ingredients? Dorn raised an eyebrow. This word is so strange. It can't be considered true. But for people like me who often eat before eating, it's normal to hunt some less dangerous monsters in the wild to eat. Slime is not too offensive and tastes pretty good. Not aggressive? Who almost died at the hands of a slime just now? Who asked you to chase so closely? At that time, I was avoiding you with all my heart, and this big slime suddenly fell from above my head. I had no time to dodge. Don shrugged and did not continue the topic, but asked, how long does it take to brew the slime syrup wine you mentioned? It will take a long time. More than a month. That's none of your business. I plan to cook this slime tonight. Sit down. Oh. Ling sat down again by the campfire, but after a while she stood up again. Brother, my cooking skills are actually very good. Do you really not need my help? Sit down. Oh. Ling sat down again. Vivian held the ebony staff and sat quietly by the campfire, watching Dorn quietly. Miss Goblin knew very well that Dorn seemed to only ask the cook to help when he was cooking in the kitchen. When it comes to picnics, he seems to prefer doing it alone. This is probably a little habit of Dorn. After dismissing the bell, Dorn carefully examined the harvested slimes. Through the feedback of ingredients intuition, Dorn felt that this kind of monster seemed not suitable to be made into a staple food. Therefore, for the staple food to fill our stomachs tonight, we should first rely on the ingredients we bring with us. However, it doesn't matter. Dorn brought a lot of spices and ingredients from Eaton Town, and he also habitually purchased them at markets in various places during his travels. Enough food? Dorn first took out small walking mushrooms and parasitic mushrooms from the cyst. These two kinds of monster mushrooms don't seem to be much different from ordinary monsters before they grow up, and they don't have the ability to release sweetness and spores. It is more convenient to carry. This is the benefit of owning a monster farm. The monsters farmed in it can already be used as standing ingredients. Later, Dorn took out another piece of silver noodles. This was made by Don himself when he was at Eden, based on the silver noodles in Jiangsu and Zhejiang cuisine, made with flour, egg white and rice flour. The finished silver noodles are as thin as silk and as white as silver, as the name suggests. As for the rice noodles, Dorn went to the west of the Dona Empire. After finding the rice, he came back and commissioned a businessman who was familiar with the restaurant to open a freight channel. At present, Wishing Restaurant already has rice as an ingredient. During the trip with Vivian, when cooking for himself, Dorn would often use this kind of thin silver noodles, because cooking noodles is more convenient even on the road. This time is no exception. Next, there are some better quality ingredients purchased along the way, including smoked fish, seasonal vegetables and eggs. What Don wants to make is a chowder. It seems quite rich and nutritionally balanced. Dorn looked at the series of ingredients on the display and nodded with satisfaction, because there was a female thief named Ling who hadn't figured out the details yet, and because he was originally traveling in a carriage. He had quite a lot of things with him. This time when cooking, Dorn did not use Rui. I won't use you this time, but don't worry about not having a chance to show off. There will be many opportunities to cook in the future. Dorn gently patted the kitchen knife on his waist. Rui trembled slightly, seemingly not agreeing with the master's words. Pot on the bonfire. Add the lard first, then add the ginger, chili, and green onions and saute until fragrant. Then add 2 sliced monster mushrooms into the pot and stir fry. The mushroom slices sizzled as they were fried in hot oil, bringing out a unique aroma after frying the mushrooms. After frying for a while, the water inside the plump mushroom slices seeps out and turns into a miso soup. At this time, add some soy sauce and salt to taste. The fried mushrooms are covered with thick sauce and fragrant. Remove the mushrooms first and leave some sauce in the pot. After adding water to the pot and boiling for a while, it will be the noodle soup for today's chowder noodles. Set aside the noodle soup. Take another spare pot and put it on the bonfire, and put the silver noodles in white water in the pot on one side. The other side is cooked with additional toppings such as smoked fish and seasonal vegetables. when the smoked fish comes out of the pan and is cut into pieces. The thin silvery white noodles on the other side just float to the surface. Pick up the silver noodles with chopsticks. Put them directly into a bowl of hot noodle soup. Top with mushrooms and other toppings. And add a poached egg fried in oil. Noodle soup pays attention to the hot bowl. Hot noodles, hot soup and hot toppings. To make a good noodle soup is actually a great test of the chef's skills. However, for Dorn's full cooking skills, there is certainly no problem in dealing with noodle soup. After the soup noodles are served, add a little bit of sauce at the end. The aroma of the sauce slowly rises with the steaming heat. Brown and shiny smoked fish. Mushrooms with rich sauce. Green vegetables. Golden fried eggs. These generous ingredients and toppings are piled high in the bowl. Just in terms of color and aroma, the chowder noodles made by Dawn are simply impeccable. Goo! Ling, who saw Dorn cooking for the first time, swallowed hard. From the beginning, the female thief was shocked by Dorn's incredible cooking skills. Why would someone cook as if they were carving a work of art? So fluid and pleasing to the eye? This Dornish guy is so awesome. Ling no longer dared to mention anything in front of Dorn, such as, "Actually, my cooking skills are very good." This is completely self-defeating. Moreover, the food made by Mr. Dorn is so delicious. I want to eat. Even Vivian, who was used to seeing Dorn cooking, had a longing look on her face at this moment, staring straight at the hot noodles with her lake blue eyes. Sure enough, as long as it is a dish made by Dawn, no matter how many times you see it or eat it, you will never get too much. "Eat the chowder noodles while they're hot," Dorn said. Chapter 178. This is so delicious. Dorn brought out 3 portions of chowder noodles. 1 bowl for each person. "Thank you, brother. You're welcome." Ling took her bowl and took a deep sniff. The hot aroma penetrated her nose, making the female thief look excited and intoxicated. Vivian didn't take the initiative to take her bowl. She couldn't bear to move her eyes away from the chowder noodles and looked at the bell on the side. "Is it okay? Will it scare her?" "It's okay. This female thief can't be that fragile." Dorn waved his hand nonchalantly. "Yeah." Vivian stopped insisting and reached out to take her noodle soup. After all, it doesn't taste good when it's cold. Ling, on the other hand, was holding the bowl happily, preparing to take a sip of the delicious noodle soup. At this time, from her perspective, she could only see a bowl of noodle soup filled with toppings floating out of thin air on the opposite side of the bonfire. "Wow!" Ling was startled by this sudden sight. Her body unconsciously leaned back, and she fell backwards. However, even if she fell, Ling's hand still held the bowl in her hands. During the whole process of her falling backwards, not even a drop of noodle soup spilled out of the chowder noodles in her hand. "Dawn, should I say this guy is clumsy? Or is it better to be dexterous?" "Brother Dorn, did you see it? Did you see it? It's haunted." Ling jumped up from the ground holding the bowl and took several steps back. "Don't make a fuss. This is normal." Dawn held her bowl of chowder noodles and sat down next to Vivian. "Belle, is this normal?" But looking at Brother Dorn's calm look, he seems to be used to everything in front of him. "It's like this. Although it seems to you that there are only 2 of us in this camp. In fact, there are 3 of us," Dorn explained while raising his chopsticks and preparing to slurp the noodles. The sun has set, and the surroundings of the simple camp are quiet. Only 1 or 2 weak crows can be heard occasionally. The only source of light around was the bonfire in the camp. Now is a very suitable atmosphere for telling ghost stories. "Brother, don't scare me. I'm very scared of this." Ling felt a chill running down her spine and swallowed. But she still protected the bowl in her hand. "Vivian is a cute girl. Not scary at all. But she has the ability to hide her body, so you can't see her," Dorn explained casually. He did not directly explain the elf lady's physique with 0 sense of presence. It was also not made clear whether Vivian's invisibility ability is controllable or uncontrollable. Hidden figure? Ling repeated the key word, and she was no longer so scared. As long as it's not a ghost causing trouble, that's fine. Moreover, after all, Ling was a thief who had been traveling around the empire for a long time. He had a certain amount of experience and had seen a lot of strange and weird things. What Brother Dorn said about this companion who can invisibly hide his body sounds a bit surprising, but it is not unacceptable. Isn't he a born thief? Ling muttered in a low voice, hugged the soup noodles, and returned to sit by the campfire. At the same time, he did not forget to say low to the floating bowls and chopsticks opposite. Miss Vivian. How are you? Vivian said. It's good for you too. Dorn conveyed Miss Goblin's message on her behalf. Oh. Ling nodded. It seems like there is really nothing to fear. Now! Ling could finally turn her attention back to the hot and fragrant soup in her hand. Of course, before officially eating the noodles, she did not forget to complain. Brother Dorn, why didn't you tell me about Miss Vivian earlier? I almost lost my noodles. Who knew you would react so strongly? Dorn just shrugged, as if it didn't matter to him. After a short interlude, the exciting dinner time finally officially began. Ling didn't want to use chopsticks as proficiently as Dorn and Vivian, so she could only eat with a fork. However, although the tableware was not very convenient, it did not affect her enthusiasm for eating noodles. Take a sip of noodle soup first. Dun soup base this time is made from 2 kinds of mushrooms. The soup is clear in color, but it is not bland and tasteless, but has a rich, sweet, and fresh taste. A mouthful of hot noodle soup slides from the tip of the tongue into the abdominal cavity. Not only does the body feel warm from the inside out, but the desire and expectation for the whole bowl of noodle soup also rises to a new level again. That's great. Ling shook her head happily. Then, she used a fork to pick up a piece of smoked fish that was shiny brown and soaked in soup. The smoked fish in your mouth is obviously smoked fish, but after Dorn's processing, the taste is not dry at all, but very plump and tender. With just a slight sip, the fish meat will turn into dregs. The sweet and tender taste of smoked fish will stir in your mouth, and the soup that is soaked into the fish meat will fully spread out. The light fish flavor and the sweet and umami flavor of the mushrooms in the soup blend together, harmoniously and wonderfully. Then pick up a piece of green cabbage leaf and eat it. Fresh seasonal vegetables have a unique sweetness when chewed because they are tender. Not to mention the mushroom slices, which have a shiny golden color after being fried, and the sauce wrapped on the surface is very rich. After entering the mouth, chew it twice, and the tender mushrooms will secrete a light oil, and the full soup contained in them will burst out. The refreshing and sweet taste that she had never experienced before swept over her taste buds, making Ling unable to stop. After tasting all the toppings, Ling began to work hard to roll up the thin noodles in the bowl with her fork. The silver surface is soft and smooth, yet chewy and chewy. Moreover, the umami flavors of the noodle soup and toppings are well penetrated into the noodles. A good bowl of hot noodle soup requires not only the soup to be flavorful, but also the toppings to be flavorful, and the noodles to be delicious as well. The chowder noodles made by Dunn not only have fresh soup and fresh toppings, but also the noodles have all 5 flavors. Chiyo chiyo. The smooth and chewy noodles slurped in your mouth, and you would take a sip of the hot and delicious noodle soup from time to time. As a native of the Land of Miracles, this was the first time for Ling to come into contact with noodle soup. But after taking a few bites and referring to Dorn's sloppy noodles, the female thief quickly mastered the most correct and enjoyable way to eat noodles. A bowl of delicious hot noodle soup. Ling would finish eating every so often. However, she didn't even intend to let go of the remaining noodle soup. She held the bowl and drank it cleanly. Huh? This is so delicious! Ling stuck out her tongue and licked the soup at the corner of her mouth. As for Dorn and Vivian, they had eaten a lot of good food after all, and they didn't gobble it up like Ling did. After eating a bowl of hot chowder noodles, system prompt, the predator effect is triggered, and the mental attribute is enhanced. System prompt, synchronic stomach bag effect is triggered. Skill, parasite spore LV3, experience is increased, and skill level is increased. System prompt, the effect of synchronic stomach bag is triggered. The skill, sweetness LV2, experience is increased, and the skill level is increased. Predator and synchronic stomach both bloom. In addition to gaining 3 points of spiritual power, Dorn also improved the levels of 2 skills spawned from the mushroom. Thanks to Crick, it will only be a matter of time before these 2 skills are maxed out. Dorn was in a happy mood. Chapter 179 Frosted Slime. After eating the chowder noodles, it was just 7 p.m. For a large town called Tiansang Town, there are still many people on the road during this time. If you want to visit Ironhand Jack, you'll have to wait until later. It's best to do it near midnight, when the whole sweet mulberry town has quieted down. Therefore, Dorn set his sights on slime. It's time to try cooking this strange monster. Just do it. Dorn first untied the slime and removed its eye spots, mouth, and respiratory tract, the esophagus, intestines, reproductive ovaries, and other organs in the body were also removed. Only the slime's thick layer of jelly-like transparent glue was left. Cut the slime into small pieces and set aside. Then Dorn looked at Ling, who was sitting by the campfire, looking intoxicated as he savored the delicious taste of the chowder noodles. "Hey, lousy thief! Give me the one on your waist! What do you mean by a bad thief? I have a name, okay? Besides, as a thief, I'm obviously pretty good." Ling's delicious memories were interrupted, and she was a little dissatisfied. But she didn't dare to do anything to Dorn, just complain quietly. Then, Ling looked down at her waist, slightly confused. "Brother, what do you want? My belt? No, not good. Can your belt hold a pot?" Dorn glanced at her helplessly. "I want the bag of lime hanging on your waist. I've noticed this a long time ago." But this thing obviously can't be put into the pot." "Right." Ling was even more confused, but she still took off the small bag of lime from her waist and handed it to Dorn. As a thief who has been walking alone in the Dona Empire for a long time, in addition to being agile and running very fast, Ling still has some other means of self-defense. For example, the lime powder she always keeps. As long as it is sprinkled on the enemy's face, it will have a powerful blinding effect. Dawn took the lime powder. Of course, lime powder cannot be eaten directly. However, there is also such a thing as edible lime powder in China. Its main function is to prepare lime water to precipitate and harden certain specific ingredients. For example, foods such as wheat dumplings and mugwort dumplings from the Jiangnan region of the Tian dynasty need to be used in the production process. The lime powder carried by Ling was of high purity, and Dorn would have no problem using it to prepare lime water. Add water to the lime powder, and after precipitation, only use the upper suspension. Add slime gum strips to the prepared lime water. After soaking for more than an hour, the originally soft slime strips have become hard and indestructible under the action of lime, and can even be broken by gently breaking them with your hands. At this time, take out the slime strips and rinse them repeatedly with clean water. Then put it into clean water and soak it for an hour. During this period, the water was changed 3 times until the lime smell no longer smelled from the surface of the hard slime strips. After going through these steps, the remaining lime on the surface of the slime bars has been completely washed away, and there will be no problem in eating it afterwards. Put the slime strips into the pot. Add water and cook for about 5 minutes. Take it out, let it cool, and drain all the water from the slime strips. Then, take a bowl. Spread a layer of slime strips on the bottom of the bowl. Then sprinkle with a layer of sugar. Then spread a layer of slime strips, and sprinkle with a layer of sugar. Repeat this step until the entire bowl is covered. Let sit and marinate for a full 2 hours. After pickling, the slime strips become more crystal clear, and there is also a lot of sugar water in the bowl. Put the slime strips into the pot together with the sugar water. Boil and stir fry. The sugar water is slowly boiled down, and a sweet and greasy aroma fills the air. When the sugar soaked and slowly precipitates, it will be like dots of frost and snow, covered with slime bars. After frying, a little bit of blue appears between the crystal white frosting sugar. A frosting slime independently developed by Dorn. Completed? "Brother, I have never seen anyone handle slime like this." Ling, who was standing next to him, had long been attracted by the whole process of Dorn's cooking. But this time, she did not interrupt the production process. After all, after tasting Dorn's chowder noodles, this female thief has placed Dorn's cooking skills at the highest and strongest level in her mind. Therefore, she did not speak cautiously until Dawn finished her work. "Now you see it," Dorn replied. "Can I have a piece?" Suzuki looked at the frosted slime on the plate with eager eyes. "I remember that the main purpose of letting you stay with me was to wait for the subsequent punishment so that I could calm down. Right. You don't regard yourself as an outsider." Dorn glanced at Ling. Well, the female thief was speechless. Indeed, in a sense, she is still a prisoner of Dorn. But Brother Dorn will treat prisoners to delicious chowder noodles. "Let it cool before eating it," Dawn said again. "Oh." After the frosted slime is completely cooled, it looks more edible. Each one is crystal clear, with a blue color, and the surface is covered with white frosting. The 3 of them each took a piece to taste. After entering the mouth, the appearance is the sweetness of the frosting itself. Once you bite it open, it's glutinous and chewy, with a gummy texture that's a bit like a very chewy gummy candy. As for the taste, it seems to have the texture of mulberry, sweet but not greasy, with a little bit of appropriate sourness. and a unique refreshing and cool taste. This gives the entire frosted slime a richer, refreshing taste. It's delicious! After Ling swallowed one, she hurriedly stuffed another one into her mouth. Vivian also seemed to like this kind of strange sweets, or candies, and also ate several of them. In Dorn's view, this slime, whose raw material was A-level, barely passed the S-level threshold after being cooked by him. It can be regarded as one of the dishes that has the worst effect on improving the quality of the finished product among the dishes he has ever made. However, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, he had never cooked a strange monster like slime before. After this experimental experience, if you try again in the future, you will definitely be able to make improvements and make it better. After Dorn casually ate a few frosted slimes, System Prompt, Predator, effect is triggered. Physical attributes are enhanced. System Prompt, the effect of Synchronic Stomach Bag is triggered. And the skill, Soft Body LV0, is obtained. Slime, the monster ingredient, only provided Dorn with a 1-point physical bonus. But what surprised him a little was that he actually had a skill. Soft Body, after the skill is activated, any part of the body can become as soft and shapeless as gelatin. It seems that after activating the skill, you will get the same soft body as slime? Dorn checked the description of this skill on the panel. It's better than nothing. It should work wonders in certain situations, such as when being tied up and controlled. But after all, it's a skill that comes from weak monsters, so you can't be too demanding. After eating a small plate of frosted slime, Dorn put most of the remaining candy bars into a bag. The candies made by Dawn can be stored for a long time as long as they are kept in a dry and cool environment. There was no rush to finish it. Moreover, after finishing making frosting slime, the time finally came to midnight. The originally lively Tiansang town has also become quiet. On a dark and windy night, people are killing people and setting fires. Is there any better time than now to visit Iron Hand Jack? Chapter 180. Who of the serious people can climb over the wall? Sweet Mulberry Town. Dorn and his party returned to this big town. It was already midnight, and there was no one on the street. Only the horseshoe lamps hanging outside some buildings were emitting a faint light. At this point in time, the only ones still active in the town are the night patrol. However, under the leadership of Ling, Dorn and others avoided the patrol route of the night patrol. Dorn had Eagle View activated throughout the whole journey. This skill comes from the owlbear and can greatly improve his night vision. It allows him to clearly identify whether the traces of his group have been discovered. South of Sweet Mulberry Town, not far from the street where Dawn and Vivian wandered in the evening, was the slum area of this town. Although they are not far apart, here and outside are like two completely different worlds. Unlike the center of the town, the buildings in this area are dilapidated and dirty. There are low-rise houses everywhere, and there are basically no lights. The road was not paved with stone bricks, but with muddy yellow mud, and the air was filled with the smell of urine and decay. Dorn stepped on the muddy yellow mud and looked around using the night vision provided by Eagle View. I just thought, I didn't expect that the slum area in this big town would be worse than the slum area in a small town like Eden. At least the slum area in Eden is still paved with stone bricks. Perhaps on this land, the greater the scale of urban development, the greater the gap between the rich and poor residents living there. Behind the glamour, there are always dark corners filled with maggots. Under Ling's guidance, the three of them arrived outside a towering high wall. This large, high wall building covers a very large area and is very conspicuous in this slum area. It is also the only area with lights on. Does Iron Hand Jack live in such a conspicuous place? Dorn looked at the wall that was about 2 meters high and asked. He colluded with the patrol team in the town. According to legend, the noble lords in this area have been accepting bribes from him. Therefore, no one here can control this bad guy, Ling explained. Subsequently, the female thief was eager to try against the high wall and began her pre-war deployment. Brother Dorn and Miss Vivian, let's climb over the wall from this position. I've only gone in once during the day, so it won't be a problem to follow me. There is a 3-story building inside, which is very big. Then, Iron Hand Jack may be on the 2nd or 3rd floor. I haven't been up there during the day. Also, there is a simple wooden sentry tower at the gate of this wall, although there is only one guard on it. The view from that high position is very good. Although it is night, we still have to be careful. After Ling Xiu explained her infiltration experience, she prepared to take the lead in climbing the wall. But at this moment, Dawn held down her head and turned the bell 180 degrees, from facing away from her to facing him. Who's a serious person who can climb over the wall? They say it's a visit. Let's go through the main gate. Oh? The gate is inaccessible. There are several guards there. And the sentry tower is also there. We will be discovered immediately if we get close. Ling was a little confused, but her tone was a little more urgent. It doesn't matter. As long as we knock over all the guards. No one will be able to detect our sneaking in, Dorn said matter-of-factly. Then, he winked at Vivian. The goblin lady nodded knowingly and tightened her grip on the ebony staff. Hit her on the head. Right. Dawn nodded. I always feel that the goblin lady is obsessed with hitting her enemies on the head with her staff. After such a brief exchange, the two followed the wall and approached the gate. Ling was left standing there with questions on her head. Wait for me. After hesitating for a while, the female thief still chose to follow Dorn. Ironhand Jack's residence. Wall gate. At the gate, there were 5 guards sitting around a campfire. That's nothing to you. The one I played with in the dungeon the day before yesterday is awesome. She has a good face and figure. And her voice is amazing. What a pity. In a few days, she will be sold to a rich businessman's house. Such good stuff will never be available again. A guard with a scar face was bragging about something to the other 4 people. Didn't some new products arrive yesterday? I took a look at them from a distance. Many of them were obviously young. And they were just baby birds. They were crying so hard. It's a pity. Those baby birds have to. It will be our turn after the boss has used it. Someone else said this. What are you so anxious about? It's just a matter of these 2 days. The guards all burst into laughter as they talked, with no trace of obscene expressions on their faces. Next to the gate is a simple wooden sentry tower, with a guard standing on it, staring boredly at everything below. Change happens in an instant. The body of the sentry tower guard, who was still relatively awake, suddenly fell softly. His original standing position changed to a sitting position, leaning on the guard tower railings, tilting his head, and seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. And this change, which did not make much noise, was not noticed immediately by the 5 guards on the ground. They were still talking about obscene topics using dirty words as before, and they never tired of it. As they were talking, Scarface suddenly smelled a sweet aroma. The smell was very good, but after smelling it, his body and mind became inexplicably hot and restless. Then, he saw a man walking out of the shadows under the outer wall. Judging from the figure, he was indeed a young man. And although he couldn't see the man's face clearly under the night, Scarface firmly believed that that man had a fatal attraction for him. I want to be by his side. I want to obey his words. I want. Scarface's brain couldn't think, and only such thoughts were left to circle over and over again. The other 4 guards were in the same state as him. They all stood up and walked in the direction of the man in confusion. At this moment, boom, there was a muffled sound, and one of the guards seemed to have been hit hard on the back of the head for no reason. He fell heavily to the ground, twitched twice, and then stopped moving. Boom! Another guard fell. But Scarface ignored the strange changes that happened to his companions. All he wanted now was to go to that man's side. In his eyes, that man was like a firefly in the dark, so bright and outstanding. Within a few breaths, the other 4 guards all fell to the ground and stopped moving. But Scarface still hadn't gotten close to the man who suddenly appeared in the shadow. Boom! The back of Scarface's head hurt, and his vision turned black. If possible, I really don't want to betray my appearance to these things. The man who appeared in the night sighed as he looked at the guard who fell to the ground. Chapter 181 The Unforgivable Evil. Dorn's skill combination of sweetness plus charm can control even the demon Baphomet for a few tenths of a second. Not to mention these inferior things who only rely on their lower body to think. After all 5 guards were controlled by Dorn, Vivian swung her staff at her head and knocked down one of them cleanly. This is much simpler than playing whack-a-mole. At this time, the goblin lady dragged the ebony staff in one hand and held the scale pendant in the other hand, and returned to Dorn with a "compliment me now" expression on her face. Among the 2 skills that Dorn has just released, Sweetness already has level 3, which can better control the affected targets and has little impact on Vivian. And the skill, Charm, has not been upgraded very much, and it is basically in a state where both the enemy and the enemy take all. However, Miss Fairy herself has a strong willpower and seems to have good resistance to these mental controls. And she is also blessed by the clearing effect of the scale pendant, so she was basically unaffected. It was estimated that when Dorn's skills were activated, she was in a daze for a while like Baphomet. All I can say is that he is worthy of being a mage with more than 6,500 blood points. After a while, Suzuya came over from not far away. Under Dorn's instructions, the female thief had stayed outside the influence of sweetness and charm just now. Looking at the guard lying on the ground, Ling was a little at a loss. Although she originally thought that Brother Dorn was a very powerful person. Wasn't this a little too powerful? Go in through the main entrance later. Dorn preached like this, and turned Ri into a dagger, looking at the guards on the ground with cold eyes. When Vivian hit the heads of these guards, she struck particularly hard. However, because none of the guards controlled by charm showed their health bars, Dorn didn't know whether they were dead or fainted now. But no matter what, there is nothing wrong with making up for it. Oh! Ling nodded, but her eyes unconsciously fell back to the guards on the ground, who didn't know whether they were unconscious or dead. She knew very well what these guards did for fun. The female thief's face became slightly more solemn, and her eyes became determined. Then, she took out the dagger she carried with her, leaned down, picked up the head of an unconscious guard, and sliced the other man's neck deeply. Warm blood splashed onto Ling's hand and dagger, and flowed onto the yellow mud ground, turning red. Huh? Ling's breathing became rapid and heavy. This female thief seemed unaccustomed to killing. But after she executed one guard, she used her blood-stained and trembling hands to pick up the head of the second guard. Dorn glanced at Ling, and then at the guard, who was killed by her last strike. He said nothing, and showed no intention of stopping her. Judging from the conversation of the guards just now, there is really nothing to stop Ling's current behavior. If Ling didn't take action, he himself was prepared to do so. Afterwards, Dorn calmly walked into the gate of the wall, and climbed up the simple sentry tower. After using Ri to finish off the sentry tower guard, who was previously controlled by Dream to sleep, with the vision bonus and night vision ability provided by Eagle View. On the sentry tower and within the wall, the scene is unobstructed. There are also a certain number of guards inside the wall. However, the distribution of guards is not concentrated like at the door. In most areas, there is only 1 or 2 people. Such a guard distribution is useless to Vivian and I. After Dorn made a simple judgment, he climbed down from the sentry tower. The operation to sneak into Iron Hand Jack's residence tonight went very smoothly. After entering the wall, if you encounter a single guard, let Vivian knock it down with a staff. There are pairs of guards. Dorn's dream will make one fall asleep, and Vivian will knock down the other. In fact, if there are too many people, the worst thing that can happen is that Dorn will repeat his old tricks. Sweetness plus charm, sacrifice his appearance, and let Miss Goblin knock them down one by one. After knocking them down, they will hit each other one after another. The 3 of them soon arrived at the 3-story building, feeling as if they were in a deserted place along the way. This was a perfect infiltration operation that was silent and undetected, leaving only guards and minions on the ground. A 3-story building within the wall. This is the residence of Jack the Iron Hand. After Dorn and his 3 men invaded here, they calmly dealt with the 2 guards in the corridor. Ling took off an iron keychain from the waist of one of the guards. Brother Dorn, that Iron Hand Jack should be somewhere upstairs. With the methods you and Miss Vivian have, it will be easy to deal with him. As for me, I will go to the dungeon. There are many poor girls being locked up there. Ling shook the iron keychain in her hand and said so. It seems that the female thief's original purpose was to target the dungeon here. Sneaking into Iron Hand Jack's residence during the day was probably for this reason. It's just that during the day, Ling's infiltration was not very smooth. When she hid in the kitchen, she also suffered from an occupational disease. So she took away some silver tableware. Don-In looked at Ling's face and didn't answer immediately. I won't run away. Ling realized something and lowered her tone, with a hint of pleading. After I let those girls out, I will come back to accept your punishment. Those girls are very pitiful. Have any of your companions been captured by them? Dorn finally spoke. They can't be considered companions. Ling's tone became a little low. There is a little girl I know. She is still very young, but she was sold to this group of people by her bastard father. This should be the reason why Ling said before that she had a personal grudge against Iron Hand Jack and his gang. Don exchanged glances with Vivian beside him, and then said, Let's go to the dungeon together first. Oh? Ling stared at Dorn's face in surprise for a while. Then a smile appeared on the female thief's face, and she nodded. I knew you were a good person. Little brother. Downstairs from Iron Hand Jack's residence is a huge basement. after dealing with a few new guards along the way. Dorn and his party quickly arrived here with the help of the iron keys. The scene in the dungeon was a bit unbearable to watch. The air here is damp and smells of excrement and decay. The huge dungeon was divided into many iron cages by iron bars. Through the oil lamps on the wall, you could see that there were several women locked in each iron cage. These women are not very old. The youngest is estimated to be only 12 or 13 years old. And most of them are not fully clothed, or have nothing to wear at all. They huddled on the haystacks in the iron cage. And most of them showed no reaction to the arrival of Dorn and his entourage. His expression was dull, and his eyes were dull, like a helpless animal trapped in a cage. Here, they are just goods, the private property of Jack the Iron Hand, and the objects of the bestial desires of his guards. Their dignity and shame as human beings, along with their bodies, have been trampled on by those traffickers and have long been ruined. Don's face was heavy, although I had already imagined what the scene in the dungeon would be like. The impact of seeing it with my own eyes was definitely far greater than I imagined. Due to his modern thoughts and soul on Earth, Dorn was born with a strong aversion and resistance to things like human trafficking. Treat living people as goods, trade, and trample on the personality and dignity of others. No matter what world you are in, no matter how you think about it, it is a sin that cannot be forgiven. Jia La! Ling stared around the dungeon, and finally ran to an iron cage in the corner. Sister Ling? A little girl of 12 or 13 years old in the cage responded to Ling. The little girl named Jella looks very haggard, but her clothes are still intact. She was brought here just 2 days ago, and she was one of the chicks that the guard had mentioned before, and that Jack the Iron Hand had to enjoy first. But right now, it's not her turn to serve Iron Hand Jack. I don't know if this can be called luck. Chapter 182. Evil people should be sacrificed to the devil. The third floor of this tall building. Iron Hand Jack was sitting behind a dark hardwood table in the study. This is a man in his 30s with short brown hair. He has an unattractive appearance, but a pair of eyes as sinister and cunning as a ward can leave a deep impression on people. Iron Hand Jack's entire right hand was lost in a battle in his early years. On his right wrist now, there is an iron hook hand with a cold light. For Jack the Iron Hand, this hook is both a daily utensil and a weapon. His current name also comes from this hook hand. Opposite Iron Hand Jack, Soba was kneeling on the ground with his head lowered. After being repaired by Dorn in the afternoon, this gangster leader and several of his men were busy cleaning the toxins and acid-burned scars on his body. It was only now midnight that he came back to report the situation to Iron Hand Jack. Soba, at this time, I should have been enjoying 2 chicks on the big bed in the bedroom. So you'd better tell me that the female thief who sneaked in here has been caught by you and is now naked and hanging. Wait for me in the dungeon. Otherwise, Iron Hand Jack sat behind the hardwood table and wiped the iron hook on his right hand with a piece of gauze. His wolf-like eyes glanced at Soba viciously. Boss! Boss! Soba was trembling with cold sweat on his forehead. That female thief has a very powerful backer. Really? What kind of backer is it? Iron Hand Jack threw the gauze on the table, stood up, and walked to Soba. A boy with black hair and black eyes is an alchemist who can use toxins and acids. He not only injured us, but also threatened to get rid of you. The boss. Soba trembled and roughly described Dorn, appearance and clothing. At the same time, he did not forget to add fuel and vinegar to increase Dorn's hatred value. Get rid of me. TSK. Alchemist. That's amazing. Iron Hand Jack said this. But the iron hook hand came close to Soba's left ear, and the sharp hook tip instantly pierced his ear. There was blood flowing out from the iron hook. Soba was in pain, but did not dare to say a word, letting Jack the Iron Hand hold his bloody ears. But you didn't do what I asked you to do well. I obviously value you very much. Soba. So, what should I do with you now? Iron Hand Jack said. Soba was trembling, and did not dare to reply. Snort. Iron Hand Jack pulled the iron hook hand, and a small piece of blood-stained meat fell to the ground. Soba's left ear was bleeding, and he could only raise his hand to cover it. The boy who knows alchemy sounds like a big trouble. Go ahead and let all your subordinates know his appearance, and search for his traces around the whole town. Cut off his head, and send it to my table. There are a lot of things. Reward. Iron Hand Jack returned to the table, wiped off the blood on Iron Hook's hand with gauze, and then glanced at Soba, who was still kneeling on the ground and did not dare to move. If you don't do it right this time, I will destroy more than one of your ears. Your right hand and your head will be put on this table. Do you understand? I will definitely bring back the head of that kid who knows alchemy. And that female thief. I will strip her naked and hang her in the dungeon. Soba covered his bloody ears, gritted his teeth, and shouted an oath. Go down. By the way, go to the dungeon and take 2 chicks that I haven't played with yet to my room. Oh! Iron Hand Jack stopped while he was talking. He even stopped wiping his iron hook hand and stared at the door with wolf-like eyes. The door to the room was not closed, and a figure came out of the shadows in the corridor. I heard you guys wanted my head, but there's no need to go to the trouble of looking for it, because I delivered it to your door. Dorn strutted into the room from the shadows of the corridor. He behaved calmly, like a guest invited by the owner of the place. Boss! It's this damn boy! Soba on the ground saw Dorn and hurriedly crawled towards Iron Hand Jack's feet. Soba, you are now like an incompetent house dog protected by your master. Dorn saw this and smiled sarcastically. Jack Iron Hand looked Dorn up and down with his warg-like eyes. The murderous intent in his eyes was very strong. At the same time, the amount of blood on his head also flashed instantly. What surprised Dorn a little was that the human trafficker leader actually had more than 2,000 health points. He went straight to the first mini-boss he encountered. The cultist Silver Lizard. Dorn, who has reached level 40 and has nearly 60 points of physical bonus, currently only has over 1,900 health points. Judging from the blood volume of the two, they seem to be at the same level. The battle is about to break out. It seems that to be a local snake that causes trouble, you really need to have some strength. Dorn thought in his heart, and did not take the enemy lightly. Boy, do you know you are sending yourself to death? Ironhand Jack's eyes were fixed on Dorn's face. If you saw the guards lying on the ground downstairs, you probably wouldn't think so. Dorn smiled. By the way, I have let all the girls in the dungeon run away now. Boy, I will chop off your head, your right hand, and your annoying tongue. Ironhand Jack stared at Dorn, his eyes truly tearing. The fact that this black-haired alchemist can appear in the room means that the 2 sentences he said are 80% true. Dawn just smiled. Subsequently, a burst of purple poisonous mist swept away from Dorn's side and swallowed up Ironhand Jack. This poisonous mist also contains corrosive acid. But this time, he didn't hold back anymore. Whether it was toxins or acid, they were all lethal. Ironhand Jack also started to move. Boom! The hardwood table beside him was overturned and the floor of the room shook. The one-armed man stepped on the overturned table and jumped high to avoid the terrifying poisonous mist containing acid. His iron hook hand whizzed with wind and struck directly at Dorn's neck. The movements are fast and sharp, like a hungry wolf pouncing on food. It's about to succeed. Ironhand Jack's combat experience gave him an excellent hunch that this blow would definitely hit. After all, he is just a young boy. Even though he has some weird methods, he probably hasn't experienced any decent battles between strong men. Ironhand Jack's iron hook was very close to Dorn's neck. At this time, a smell of burning sulfur suddenly filled the room. The smell is very strong and choking. At the same time, Dorn's figure was changing rapidly. His body expanded rapidly. His height increased to nearly 3 meters, and his body size also grew several times. A pair of huge barbed bat wings stretched out from its back. A curved goat horn protruded from its forehead, and black and red flames swirled around its body. His skin was also changing, becoming dark and hard, like a layer of rough, hot black rock. Dorn's original silk shirt and trousers were shattered by the expansion of his body, and then burned into ashes by the flames around him, floating in the air. This is a skill developed from the black goat that can fuse and transform in the Devil's Lair. Demonization. Moreover, Dorn deliberately brushed up on this skill before leaving Devil's Lair, and his current skill level has reached LV2. Clang. The sharp iron hook that was originally aimed at Dorn's neck now hit Dorn's abdomen. The tip of the hook hit the rock-hard skin and failed to penetrate the opponent's armor. Instead, the hook itself is bent smoothly. Ironhand Jack was bewildered by this sudden change. Even though he had a lot of combat experience, he should be confused when he suddenly saw an ordinary person become a 3-meter-tall demon, and in the 2 seconds when he was in a trance and at a loss. Dorn's dark and huge demonic claws, with blazing heat, had already grabbed his throat. A strong burning and suffocating sensation came over me. Ironhand Jack struggled with the iron hook in his right hand, but it was of no avail. Evil people should be sacrificed to the devil. Right. Dawn spoke, and his originally gentle and calm voice became hoarse and chaotic at this moment. Full of evil. Chapter 183. Where can I buy the Hulk's underpants? captured by the huge devil's claws. Iron Hand Jack's body floated in the air, struggling desperately with both hands and feet. But after being transformed into a demon, Dorn could not see any human emotions on his face. He just strangled Jack Ironhand's fragile throat and continued to increase the power on his claws. The blood volume of more than 2,000 points dropped rapidly and was cleared to 0 in a short time. And the Iron Hand Jack in his hand has stopped moving. The blazing heat of the demon's claws had burned away the skin around his neck, emitting a burning stench. Dorn let go and threw the dead Iron Hand Jack carelessly on the floor. Then, he set his sights on Soba, who was huddled in the corner of the room. The gangster leader was so frightened that he huddled in the corner of the room and shivered. There was liquid with a foul smell flowing out from his crotch. The reason why he became incontinent after being frightened was not entirely because the gangster leader was too cowardly. Who in the right mind has ever seen a real demon? And even his powerful boss, Jack the Iron Hand, was easily crushed to death by the opponent like a bug. I just heard that you also want my head. Right. A smile appeared on Dawn's devilish face. Do you remember what we said in the evening? Don't come here. Spare me. Spare me. Please. Please. Soba begged with a cry. But you didn't abide by our agreement. I think you should have heard that those who violate the agreement with the devil will have a tragic end. Dorn, who was 3 meters tall, walked towards the leader. Go. The bat wings on his back flapped, kicking up a fishy wind. This fishy wind was accompanied by a strong smell of burning sulfur in the air. This was the last smell Soba could smell when he was alive. This is the smell of death. After getting rid of Jack the Iron Hand and Soba, Dorn's goal tonight has been completely achieved. Jack, the local snake of Sweet Mulberry Town, and his minions will no longer cause trouble for him. Dead people rarely cause trouble. And he also did a good deed by rescuing those poor girls in the dungeon. Great finish. As for Vivian and Ling, neither of them followed Dorn to the 3rd floor at this moment. After entering the dungeon, Ling was busy rescuing the girls in the iron cages, and was now leading those poor girls to escape from here. Although the guards outside were basically dealt with by Dorn and Vivian. But just in case. And the female thief is an expert at escaping. Her frontal combat ability is a bit worrying. And she has such a large group of ordinary people with her. Therefore, Dorn asked Miss Goblin to leave with him. After eliminating the devilized state, Dorn returned to his original appearance. However, all the clothes on his body were torn and burned by the dark red flames when he first transformed. So, now I am naked. Demonization is a skill that's easy to use, but it makes you burst when you activate it. Fortunately, Vivian didn't follow me, but I'm not ready to be honest with her yet. Dorn looked down at his body and picked up Rui that had fallen to the ground after the transformation. I feel that I really need a pair of pants like those worn by the Hulk, which can hold up no matter how I transform, and can cover my private parts just right. I don't know where to buy it either. Dorn was naked and casually explored the 3rd floor and found Iron Hand Jack's bedroom. In the bedroom, he picked out a pair of clothes that were a little loose but barely fit. And he also took a hat with him. As for underwear, I can only stop wearing them for now. Let's wait until we get back to the Sweet Slime Tavern. After all, he and Iron Hand Jack weren't so close to each other that they wore the same pair of underwear. After getting dressed, Dawn walked out of the room. He took out Rui and turned into the appearance of Greglu's Flame Weaver, under the transmission of magic power. This 2-handed sword filled with magic runes burst into flames. Click, click, click. The tip of the sword scraped against the wall of the corridor, making a heart-wrenching sound. The fire flickered. It's past midnight. Joseph was lying on the bed with a slightly damp pillow, unable to sleep. The bright moonlight outside poured into the window of the room, shattering into silver on the ground. Joseph was a bard, a down-and-out musician. When he was young, Joseph had a dream, which was to hold a concert of his own in Golden Oak, the music capital. Therefore, at the age of 20, he went to Golden Oak City and began to pursue his music dream. But God didn't have his way. Even though Joseph's musical talent and talents are very good, Golden Oak City has never lacked artistic geniuses, or even geniuses who work extremely hard. In this big city where genius shines, without connections and financial resources, he seems too mediocre. 10 years passed in a blink of an eye, and Joseph reached the age of 30. But his original dream still had not been realized. He was poor and had accomplished nothing. Reality wore away Joseph's sharpness and edge. Within 10 years, he and the music scores he created were all unknown. The frustrated Joseph left Golden Oak City and came to the nearby large town of Sweet Mulberry. The daily expenses in the town are much less than in the big cities. It will be relatively easier to live here without chasing the illusory music dream. Snoring began to sound in the room. However, Joseph had long been accustomed to this. He lay on the bed, looking at the bright moonlight that filtered into the room, and then looked at his old lute beside the bed. He didn't know what he was thinking. The room he rented was on the outskirts of the slum area of Tiansang town, and the room is shared by 4 people. So the rent is very cheap. There are 4 beds in the large room, and some personal belongings are randomly placed beside the bed, making it a shelter. Joseph's 3 roommates, like him, are also artists who returned here from Golden Oak City. Among them was a musician like Joseph, a painter, and a young writer who spent his days writing librettos for stage operas that no one cared about. The 4 of them are all the same, in the same poverty, and in the same hopeless pursuit of their dreams. In Tiansang town, there are many down-and-out artists like them. Joseph lay there, unable to fall asleep. To be honest, whenever it was quiet at night, he would always feel a little unwilling. He felt that the 20-year-old boy in his heart was not completely dead yet. Joseph still wanted to go to Golden Oak City. I want to write a piece of music that will be loved and sung by people. I want to play my music at a packed concert. I want to hear everyone applaud him and praise him as a not bad musician. However, these can probably only be thought about. Joseph turned around, closed his eyes, and tried to drive out the complicated thoughts in his mind. I don't know how much time passed, but the originally peaceful night was disrupted by an extremely noisy sound. There were chaotic voices shouting loudly outside. Fire! 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 Joseph got up from the bed and looked out the window. Somewhere in the slum, a fire was rising into the sky, tearing through the dark night. Chapter 184 Hymn to Heroes in the Firelight. Joseph's roommates were also awakened by the noise outside, and the 4 of them gathered around the window to look at the place where the fire started. Outside the house, people were already starting to walk and put on their clothes, rushing towards the fire point noisily. Look! Isn't that direction the residence of Jack the Iron Hand, the mob boss here? God's eyes are open, said the young writer among the 4. Have you lost your mind while writing scripts recently? Who dares to burn down the home of Jack Ironhand's gang? The painter smacked his lips. The 4 of them discussed for a while by the window. The fire outside seemed to be getting bigger and bigger, and more people went to the fire point to check the situation. Together, the 4 depressed artists felt that they couldn't sleep anymore due to the noisy situation. So they decided to put on their clothes and go to the fire spot to have a look. Ironhand Jack's residence. Outside the wall, a large group of people gathered around. The crowd gathered together, looking at the fire inside the wall. But no one was willing to set out to put out the fire. On the contrary, people seemed to be happy to see the scene. And there were even a few brave ones, who were already hiding in the crowd and clapping their hands. Moreover, Ironhand Jack's residence is relatively independent and surrounded by a wall, so the fire cannot spread. Even the residents living nearby have no worries about being involved in the fire. Have you really opened your eyes? When the painter walked outside the wall, he looked in disbelief and just muttered in a low voice. Others in the crowd were also talking about it. The fire has been burning for so long, but no one has escaped. Are all the people in that group? It's better that I didn't escape. This means that evil people will be punished. But there are many girls caught inside this wall. Right. Haven't you heard yet? When I just came here, I heard someone on the road. They said they saw a large group of girls heading out of the town. You mean those girls escaped? Maybe there was some powerful adventurer or hero who passed by. He couldn't stand the gang of traffickers bullying men and women here. So he rescued the captured girl, and then set all the bad guys on fire. Burned it clean. Joseph listened to the heroic stories imagined by the people around him, and watched the fire in the wall become more intense, feeling inexplicably happy in his heart. Having lived in Sweet Mulberry Town for some time, this down-and-out musician also has a certain understanding of the evil deeds of Ironhand Jack's group. This gang of thugs would kidnap children and women from all over. The children are controlled and trained into beggars to beg and make money for them. Women will be locked up and subjected to inhumane torture before being sold to some wealthy people or sold into flea bottom. Joseph knew these things, just as the rest of the town knew them. But they are all ordinary people who just want to live their lives properly. No one has the ability to compete with Jack Ironhands and the others. And since they are ordinary people, they will look forward to it to some extent, hoping that one day, A hero will emerge from the sky to fight on their behalf and defeat the darkness and evil that they cannot resist. Perhaps today, this hero really appears. The fire in the wall was still burning. The sound of burning and peeling was constant, and the hot air surged out in waves. The air is full of the smell of burning wood, smoke, and the faint smell of burnt mincemeat. Joseph looked away from the fire and turned casually to the crowd around him. At this time, almost 3 positions away from him, Joseph saw a somewhat familiar person. Although the other person was wearing a hat, Joseph barely recognized his face. It was a young and handsome, gentle face. Under the firelight, a pair of rare black pupils looked extremely deep. Joseph remembered that it was this gentleman who rewarded him with a few copper coins in the evening. Later, a conflict broke out in the street with Iron Hand Jack's subordinate Soba and others. Finally, Soba's gang of villains were severely punished by this gentleman. This gentleman has not left Sweet Mulberry Town? Joseph thought in his heart, and looked at the black-eyed gentleman a few more times. The more he looked, the more Joseph felt something was wrong. Although this gentleman stood in the crowd and stared at the sky-high fire inside the wall like everyone else, he seemed to be obviously different from others. The expressions of other people watching were either surprised or happy. Although they were all different, their expressions were all rich. Only this gentleman showed no expression at all. He just stared at the fire in the wall very calmly, just looking at it, letting the raging firelight reflect in his black eyes. The fire in the wall did not decrease at all. But among the rioting crowd, some people began to turn around and leave. Joseph noticed that the young and mysterious gentleman was also among the first group of people to leave. However, before he turned and left, his eyes rested on Joseph. The young gentleman raised his eyebrows at Joseph and nodded slightly. Then he lowered the brim of his hat with one hand and walked out of the crowd with ease. That gentleman seems to have noticed me sizing him up a long time ago, Joseph thought to himself. The destitute musician also turned slightly. For some reason, he had a strong urge to watch the gentleman leave. So Joseph saw. The young gentleman has a tall and straight back. Behind him, red firelight shone. And in front of him, there were no lights. A dark slum neighborhood. The hot air, the rising fire, and the sound of the building crumbling did not attract the gentleman to look back even once. He just walked calmly into the darkness ahead and submerged into the darkness. A true hero never looks back at the sea of fire he created. For no reason, this sentence popped into Joseph's mind. Joseph didn't know if there was really a connection between the fire tonight and the young gentleman. But he couldn't help himself and made up such a story based on the image of that gentleman. The lone hero, alone, experienced countless twists and tribulations, shaken the evil forces in the place that could turn the clouds and rain. And finally, under the dark sky, washed away all the sins with a fire, retired with success, and turned around. In the dark night, a heart-stirring heroic story. Joseph turned around, the fire behind him still leaping. The thoughts in his heart are jumping again. Inspiration is emerging, and the originally exhausted creative desire is tumbling strongly and gushing out. He wanted to create a heroic hymn born in the light of fire. Under the dark night, the fire in Iron Hand Jack's residence was still rising until everything visible and invisible in the wall was burnt to ashes. And then it fell silent. Chapter 185. Do you want to eat some candy? This is an extremely special night for the residents of Sweet Mulberry Town. That night, it wasn't just Jack Ironhand's residence that caught fire. In another direction of the town, the dilapidated house where Iron Hand Jack snakeheads controlled the beggars also caught fire. Among them, all the snakeheads were killed in the fire, while the beggars disappeared without a trace. This is of course also Don's handiwork. I heard that in several nearby smaller towns, Jack Ironhand seems to have several strongholds where beggars and girls are imprisoned. Dorn thought after a busy night. He planned to remove those strongholds in other towns along the way in the next 2 days. For these things, one would either simply stay out of it. But now that he has taken action and intervened, Dorn's character likes to directly deal with it to the end. There is a beginning and an end. Before Dorn destroyed the beggar's stronghold in Sweet Mulberry Town, he met Vivian and Ling once. Ling, the female thief, really didn't run away again and came back to find Dorn honestly. He looked like he was accepting the punishment sincerely. However, she did not come back alone. She also brought 5 young girls with her. The little girl Jella was also among them. According to Suzu, the girls rescued from the dungeon, those who are adults and those who live nearby, have all left together or alone. As for these girls, they were all too young. Except for Jella. They were all forcibly abducted from faraway places by Iron Hand Jack's group. Ling could only take them with her for the time being. Wait until the beggar's stronghold in Sweet Mulberry Town is destroyed by Dorn. Among the rescue beggars, those who were older and had a certain ability to survive also chose to leave after thanking them. As for the younger ones, they followed Ling again. In this way, after all the strongholds in the 3 surrounding towns were removed, Ling was followed by a large group of 18 children. And I don't know why, but these children seemed to like bells. Dawn felt that this female thief was about to change her job to a nanny. Wait until the last stronghold is destroyed. Ling took the initiative to talk to Dorn. Brother, I want to send those children home as much as possible, Ling said. Dorn stared at the female thief's face for a while without speaking. I thought to myself, what does this guy mean? That she wants to be a salesperson for a baby from another world? That's it. What is the punishment you mentioned? If I don't finish it, I always feel like I can't leave. Seeing that Dorn didn't speak, the female thief continued to speak. When they were on the street earlier, it was because of Ling's behavior that Dorn was directly involved in this trouble. After catching the bell, Dawn made it clear that he would need to be punished by a bell to get rid of his anger. The female thief seems to have always been willing to be punished. But so far, Dorn has not given her any substantial punishment. And he also prepared delicious food for her to eat. Actually, I haven't thought about how to punish you better. Dorn touched his chin. Oh? Then think quickly. I'm leaving soon. The female thief became a little anxious. Dawn, to be honest, this is the first time I have seen someone so proactive and eager to be punished. I didn't know. I thought this guy was from the alphabet circle. Ahem. Does that mean you can do whatever you are asked to do? Dorn restrained his somewhat divergent thinking. It was a familiar conversation again. The last time she heard this sentence, Ling felt a little erratic. This time I'm obviously not tied up. But it feels like, almost? I don't know what she thought of. But the female thief's face turned a little crimson, and her voice became a low murmur. Some things, we have to wait until the relationship develops to a certain level before we can do it. However, Ling's words were spoken too quietly and too vaguely. Therefore, Dawn did not hear clearly. He just spoke to himself. Is that so? Didn't you say before that you can brew slime syrup wine? I'm quite curious about this. Brew a certain amount of slime syrup wine for me. If I am satisfied, I will forgive you. That's it? Well, there is a wishing restaurant in Eaton Town on the edge of Silver Shield Harbor. After you finish what you are doing, go there and make wine for me to make amends. Oh. Ling stared at Dorn for a while, then nodded with a hint of frustration. Then, this is for you, Dawn said, handing the bulging bag in front of Ling. Inside were the silver tableware that Ling took out from Iron Hand Jack's kitchen earlier. It's still worth a few bucks. This is it? Ling took the bag in confusion. To complete your plan to bring your baby home, you need a certain amount of funds, Dawn said matter-of-factly. What kind of baby comes home? Ling was confused. I mean, if you want to send those children home, you need to spend a lot of money, don't you? Dorn explained, and then took out 2 more gold coins and handed them to Ling. These 2 jinners were not Dorn's own money. It was found from Jack's residence after killing Iron Hand Jack. As a local snake who caused trouble, Iron Hand Jack still had a lot of money in his residence. Before Dorn burned the place, he found 20 gold nuggets after a simple search. It's a windfall. After all, Ling was also a participant in the night attack on Iron Hand Jack, so it was reasonable to give her some of the spoils. With this money, you should be able to send those children home more easily. But don't get caught stealing anything on the way. You poor thief, Dorn ordered. Who is a bad thief? Tambourine puffed up her face, and then her tone changed into a low voice. And besides, didn't I promise you before that I wouldn't steal anything? Dorn raised an eyebrow when he heard this. Could it be that this female thief accidentally belongs to the kind of person who sticks to her word? Don't think too much. I just think you can listen to what the verbose little brother says occasionally. That's it. That's all. Ling accepted the 2 gold nards and turned around to leave angrily. Early the next morning, Dorn and Vivian once again embarked on a journey to Golden Oak City. Ling, on the other hand, took a large number of children and began the long journey of sending them home. The 2 groups of people formally separated. Do you want some candy? On the way, Ling took out a small bag and distributed some crystal white and moist candy bars with a little bit of blue color to the children. The little girl Jella put the candy bar into her mouth, chewed it, and swallowed. The sweet and sour taste made the little girl obsessed with this special candy. Sister Ling, where did this kind of candy come from? Gila carefully swallowed a candy bar with great treasure, then raised her head and asked Ling. The verbose little brother did it. Ling waved her hand. That black-haired brother? It turns out that not only is he very powerful, but he can also make delicious candies? There was a little admiration in Gila's eyes. Brother? Is he? He is a very strange person. Ling said this, and then he took out a candy bar and put it into his mouth. After chewing and swallowing, he smacked his lips. Frosted sugar slime is indeed very sweet. Chapter 186. Men should wear stockings and high heels. Golden Oak City, an art capital that almost all artists aspire to. Although Dorn and Vivian experienced some twists and turns during their trip, they still successfully reached their final destination. When he came to Golden Oak City, Dorn had two things to do. One is to visit the powerful alchemist that Gregor mentioned, Fabna. The other thing is to help Crick deliver the letter, and learn about the current situation of his sister Veronica and Miss Henrietta with his own eyes. In Dawn's view, there is no need to deliberately separate these two things, because theoretically speaking, it won't waste too much time. Even though Golden Oak City is huge, it can be done in one day at most. Once these two things are done, you can have a few days of fun with Miss Elf in this artistic city without any worries. This is the charm of travel. After entering the city, you can see musicians performing, painters painting on the streets, and small outdoor stage plays everywhere on the streets. Announcements for small concerts and small art exhibitions are posted all over the streets. Dawn and Vivian walk side by side on the street, stopping and going. Judging from the address given by Gregor, the alchemist lives in the outer ring of Golden Oak City. Let's visit her first, Dorn said. Yeah. Vivian first nodded while holding the ebony staff, then looked away from the artist on the street, and tugged on the corner of Dawn's clothes. Dawn, after you finish what you have to do, why don't you go to the concert? Let's go together. Do you like Vivian's concert? Dawn looked at the silver-haired girl next to her. Yeah. Vivian blinked her blue eyes and spoke in a rather regretful tone. I wanted to see it when I came to Golden Oak City before, but I couldn't buy a ticket. Dawn had never known about Miss Goblin having such hobbies before. But more importantly, in a small town like Eton, there is no way to express this kind of hobby. But actually, Vivian, if you really want to see it, it doesn't matter if you don't buy a ticket. After that, let's go watch it together. We can watch as many shows as we want. Dawn replied with a smile. Of course, Dorn would satisfy Miss Goblin's request unconditionally. Look, we have money. See it until you vomit. According to the address given by Gregor, and after briefly asking passers-by for directions several times, Dorn successfully found the residence of the alchemist Fabna. The two stood at the door of the address they finally found for a long time. Dorn, we found the right one. Right? Vivian held the ebony staff and looked inside the door again. It should be right. It's no wonder that Dorn and Vivian were both confused, because what they saw in front of them didn't really look like an alchemist's residence. This is a clothing store. A big clothing store. Moreover, it seems to only sell women's clothing. In the display window, Dawn could see a set of women's hunting clothes with long leather boots, and even a black and white maid outfit. The women's clothing sold by the owner of this shop is quite tasteful. Dorn thought silently in his heart. Now that I'm here, I naturally want to go in and confirm. So, Dawn opened the store door. There is a string of copper wind chimes hanging at the door. When the store door is opened, it hits the bells and makes a crisp and sweet sound. After entering the door, there are two main points that attract Dorn's attention the most. One was a woman standing at the counter. She was the only one in the huge store, so it seemed like she was the boss here. This is a lady with a mature and capable temperament. Tall and curvy, with long straight yellow-brown hair. On her slender legs, there was a pair of thin black silk fabrics. Under the smooth silk fabrics, the flesh color of the skin on her legs was faintly revealed. It's black stockings. This lady in black stockings has a slightly barren chest. I don't know if it was for this reason, but her capable and cold temperament seemed even stronger. The first time he saw her, Dawn was inexplicably reminded of the OL-style white-collar women in the workplace. The second thing worth noting in the clothing store is the wall-to-wall light silk fabrics behind the counter, available in black, white, and skin color. Yes, this clothing store has almost a wall of stockings. Dawn couldn't help but think that things like Vivian's old stockings were made from the byproducts of alchemy in this other world. He glanced at the elf lady beside him, and both of them nodded slightly. Based on the stockings on this wall alone, combined with Gregor's intelligence, we can basically be convinced that this must be the residence of the alchemist. Welcome, the female boss at the counter greeted. Oh, a handsome gentleman? Very few men come to my store alone. Do you want to choose a gift for the lady? No. Dorn shook his head. I'm here. However, his words were interrupted by the female boss. The female boss had an intriguing expression on her face. Her vermilion lips raised, and she looked at Dawn up and down with great interest. I see. I see. Are you buying it for yourself? Stockings or high heels? Dawn? What the H.L.? Seeing that Dawn was stunned and didn't speak, the female boss continued the introduction and took down a pair of white silk stockings from the wall behind the counter. Although men have gradually given up their enthusiasm for stockings and high heels in the past 2 years, there are still people like you, sir, who pursue retro trends. By the way, I personally think that whether you have stockings or long high heels, it's all very suitable. Dawn, wait, let me take a moment. Why did you suddenly decide that I came to your store to buy women's clothes? Dawn! In fact, high heels and stockings seem to be worn by aristocratic men at first. It was not until a few years ago that they became a trend for women. Vivian next to her said this, the black line on Dorn's end. However, when Dawn was on Earth, he knew a little bit about the development history of the West. He did know that on Earth, high heels and stockings were indeed the earliest clothing exclusively for men. At first, when I saw the oil portrait of Louis XIV for the first time, this Western monarch with long hair and high heels, who deliberately lifted his long robe to reveal a pair of long white silk legs, and posed in a tall and majestic posture, left an indelible impression on his young mind. Impression? But why do these two pieces of clothing in the different world also develop along this track? Does the development of civilization lead to the same goal through different paths? This is so worth complaining about. Chapter 187. I'll give you a 12% discount. Dorn did not spend too much time exploring and researching the development of clothing in other worlds, and chose to directly state his purpose. I'm not here to buy clothes. In fact, a friend of mine said that Miss Fabna here is a powerful alchemist. However, during the speech, his eyes did stay on the white stockings in the other person's hands for a while. I'm Fabna. The female boss put down the white silk fabric in her hand. Yours, friend? Yes. Gregor. Dorn nodded. Sorry. Please tell me again. Who is your friend? Miss Fabna smiled, but her eyes were fixed. Gregor? Okay. Fabna lowered her head, and then began to rummage for something from the cabinet on the counter. Dawn and Vivian looked at each other, a little at a loss. Then, I saw the alchemist lady taking out a small glass tube filled with silver liquid and throwing it out coldly. Boom! The glass tube fell to the ground 3 or 4 meters away from Dorn, and made a loud explosion after breaking. It also created quite a wave of air, causing the skirts of the women's clothing sets nearby to fly. Dorn immediately fired, hardened, and activated the defense protection in the mithril ring. The fairy lady next to her, after putting a shield on herself, held a heavy ebony staff and bowed her small body, as if she was ready to charge at any time. However, nothing happened next. The female alchemist made no subsequent moves, just leaned on the counter with one hand and looked at Dorn. Even the blood bar above her head didn't even show up. Dorn dispelled the 2 defensive skills on his body, and at the same time waved his hand to Vivian, signaling her not to act rashly. He somewhat understood what the current situation was. After the silver potion just fell on the ground, there seemed to be nothing special except that the sound was a bit loud and caused a bit of air waves. I just listened to it. Nothing offensive. In other words, the female alchemist's move just now was more like an intimidation than an attack. As for Miss Fabna, who had a very good attitude just now, why did she suddenly demonstrate to Dorn? If you think about it with your heels, you will know that it must be because you heard Gregor's name. Gregor, I really believe you. Now I have reason to suspect that there is a big emotional dispute between you and this female alchemist. The kind that will cause harm to the fish in the pond and accidentally hurt innocent people. Dawn groaned in his heart, silently waiting for the female alchemist's next move, preparing to adapt accordingly. Get out! That bastard and his friends are not welcome here. Miss Fabna finally spoke, her tone cold. This tone and attitude further confirmed Dorn's suspicion just now. There is definitely something going on between Miss Fabna and that guy Gregor. Big deal. Vivian beside her was finally no longer on guard at this moment. Perhaps it was a woman's intuition that made her sense something from Fabna's words. The goblin lady held a heavy ebony staff in her arms, and put on a relaxed expression, as if she was watching a show. Ahem. Miss Fabner. Let me clarify. In fact, I'm not particularly close to that bastard. Dorn coughed twice and spoke seriously. Really? Fabna held her chin in one hand behind the counter. Let me ask you, is Gregor dead? I asked. Is Gregor dead? Fabna's question was very tough and a bit confusing. Did she want to hear a positive answer or a negative answer? Judging from his physical condition when I last saw him, if nothing unexpected happens, he should not die in the short term. Dorn chose to answer truthfully. That's such a pity. Fabna shook her head. Then her eyes were in a daze, and she didn't know what she was thinking about. Tell me what you want to see me for. Hurry up and leave quickly. Don't disturb my business. Dawn noticed that Miss Alchemist's attitude had softened. It seems that the emotional conflict between her and Gregor should not be of the type where love leads to hatred, cannot be reconciled, and will never end. I'm a little curious about what happened between them. However, Dorn was not very good at taking the initiative to step on thunder, so he simply stated the purpose of his visit. That's right. I heard that you have a lot of magical alchemy potions here, such as transformation potions and the like. So you want to buy a potion? Fabna took out a piece of parchment from the hidden compartment under the counter, and then placed it on the counter. See for yourself. Dawn leaned over and picked up the parchment and took a quick look at it. Written on it were the names of several alchemical mixtures and a brief introduction to their uses, such as Cat, increase vision in the dark for a certain period of time. Owl, recharge your energy within a certain period of time. Note that there is a risk of fainting after the effect ends. White honey, removes poison and eliminates the effects of all potions. Maribo Forest, activate Renin within a certain period of time to maintain excitement. Pick whatever you want. For Gregla's sake, I'll give you a 12% discount on the original price of the potion, Fabna said as Dorn looked at the gap in the parchment. Dawn, is it still called a discount if it's 12% off? That special meow is doubled. By the way, the transformation potion you mentioned is called Fish. All the ones I made before were taken away by Greglu. And if I can't get the raw materials now, I can't make it either, Fabna added. What are the raw materials? Dorn raised his eyes slightly. A fish that lives in stormy seas and can transform into the shape of any living thing it comes into contact with. The preparation of fish medicine requires the body fluids of this shape-shifting monster. Fish from the stormy sea? Wait a minute. I have a question. Dorn raised his hand. If that shape-shifting monster can take on the shape of any living creature, why do you confirm it is a fish? Fabna frowned and glanced at Dorn angrily. Because it was originally born as a fish. Moreover, after the transformation state is released, it will turn back into a fish. Oh, that's okay. Dorn looked at the alchemy potions on the parchment for a while, and felt that most of the potions were not particularly useful to him. Moreover, the functions of some potions overlap with those of his weird skills that burst out from monsters. The effect is probably far less good than the skills he possesses. Miss Fabna, can I buy alchemy potions from you again when I need it in the future? Dawn didn't know what medicine he needed to buy now, so he tried to open up a long-term drug purchase channel for himself. Okay. Facing Dorn, who looked at it for a long time but didn't buy anything, Fabna didn't show much anger. She just stretched out two slender fingers and shook it. 12% off. Dawn, think good. Think good. What if you can't even buy the alchemy potion without telling Gregor's name? Thinking about it this way, it's all thanks to Gregor. What a ghost. Don't let me pay extra for your love debt. Asshole. And outside the distant western border of the empire, there are silent mountains. Gregor and his hyenas were trekking toward Kasadam. Ah! Sneeze! The S-class adventurer sneezed heavily when he returned to his little apprentice, Hyena, after using adventurer wings to explore the way in the sky. What's going on? Gregor rubbed his tall nose. Is the wind above too strong? Or is a mature lady missing me? Chapter 188. I'm really looking forward to it. After reluctantly opening a long-term channel for purchasing alchemy potions, Dorn changed the topic. He was also planning to try to inquire about Vivian to see if he could get any useful information from Fabna. So, he said, Miss Fabna, I would like to ask some more questions. Oh, you don't give anything, and you just want to take it from me? Fabna's red lips curled up. Dawn, Look what you said. I'll buy something from you, Dawn said, his eyes barely visible as he lingered on the pair of white stockings on the counter for a moment. Ha ha. Just ask. That is, if there is a girl, no one else can see her, cannot hear her voice, and her sense of existence is zero. Only certain people know her existence. What do you have to say about this false situation? And opinions? Dawn asked what he wanted to ask. Let me ask a question first. Does this specific person you are talking about refer to yourself? Thavna did not answer Dorn's question directly, but stretched out her slender index finger, shook it in a circle in the air, and then asked, you can understand that. Then I understand. My advice here is to stop fantasizing about your girlfriend or partner in your mind. You should still be positive and optimistic and live in the current reality. Sir! Thavna raised the corner of her mouth with a hint of sarcasm. Dawn! These words had an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. No, it's not a fantasy. This really happens. Dorn's tone became more serious. Thavna looked up and down at the black-haired man in front of her a little suspiciously. It doesn't feel like the other person is joking, or is delirious and talking nonsense. The female alchemist concentrated again and looked around her women's clothing store. But she didn't feel anything unusual. Then, after thinking for a moment, Thavna spoke again. I have never heard of the situation you mentioned before. I can only make a rough guess based on my own knowledge of occult science. You said it. Dorn nodded. Vivian beside her also leaned forward slightly, leaning closer to the counter, concentrating on waiting for the next step. According to my guess, the situation you mentioned is a bit like a powerful gift or curse being imposed on the individual, Thavna said in a serious tone. Then is there any way to eliminate the effect of this gift or curse? Dorn touched his chin. Thavna just shook her head. I don't know. Maybe you can try to strengthen your friend's presence in this world, so as to break the balance of her original effect. Strengthen your presence? Yes. Just like now. Introduce her to me, and make me believe that there are people like her in the world. In short, let more people know and believe in her existence. However, this is just my unfounded guess, and it's unclear whether it will be useful. Based on her occult knowledge, Thavna made a suggestion that she could try. After hearing this, Dawn fell into thinking. Miss Goblin put her hands on the counter, propped herself up slightly, and blinked her blue eyes twice at a faster rate, also thinking about what she had just heard. Thavna, if there are any subsequent changes to your friend, I hope you can let me know if possible. I'm a little curious about this matter. Dawn nodded. Okay. If there are no other questions. Sir, what do you want to buy? Thavna said again, with a very commercial smile on her face. Dawn's eyes wandered to the white silk stockings on the counter and the silk fabrics on the wall, and then he turned to look at the elf lady with some embarrassment. Vivian, can you go out for a while? Oh. Miss Goblin nodded, hugged the ebony staff, and turned around obediently to go out. Thavna squinted her eyes and looked at the counter. That friend of yours has been here since just now. Dawn didn't wait for an answer. Jingle. The door of the clothing store opened automatically, and the door hit the copper wind chime hanging outside, making a crisp and sweet sound. Then, the door was gently closed again. It seems that there is no need to answer anything. Thavna believes in the fact that Dorn has an invisible friend. Ahem. What's that? Dorn tapped the counter gently to attract the boss's attention back. How do you sell this pair of white stockings? Oh, you have good taste. It's not expensive. It only costs you 15 silver coins. Thavna smiled. Dawn? Not expensive? A pair of silk stockings sells for 15 silver nails. Isn't that expensive? You might as well grab it. It will save you trouble. Also, this black-hearted female alchemist wouldn't have super doubled the price of the goods sold to her. Humph. Sir, these silk stockings are a byproduct of alchemy. They are expensive in themselves. The price of 15 silver nars is already very reasonable. I sell them to noble ladies and ladies in the city. It's also the same price. Thavna seemed to read something from Dorn's shocked expression and took the initiative to explain. Dawn frowned, looked at the white silk on the counter, shook his head, and maintained his last rationality. Even if the King of Heaven comes today, your price is too expensive. The entrance to Malrona's women's clothing store. Vivian was standing alone holding the ebony staff, waiting for Dorn to come out. Dawn seems to want to buy stockings, but is too embarrassed to buy them in front of me, the goblin lady said to herself. Then her blue eyes narrowed into crescent moons and she laughed. Earlier, When Dawn first saw silk stockings at Eton, Vivian noticed that he seemed to be particularly interested in this kind of silk fabric, a byproduct of alchemy. Originally, Miss Goblin thought that Dorn liked to see women wearing stockings. But after communicating with Miss Fabna today, Vivian was reminded that there is a second possibility. Maybe Dorn wants to wear it himself. Vivian thought so. It is normal to like and pursue beautiful things. Jingle. The copper wind chime was hit by the store door again, making a crisp sound. This time it was Dorn who came out. In the store, you can still hear Valrona's warm farewell. Thank you for your patronage. Welcome to come again next time. The status of Dawn's items after leaving the women's clothing store is money, minus 15 silver NAR. Get a brand new pair of thin, silky white silk. Moreover, he chose to put this pair of white silk stockings directly into his arms, so as not to be seen by others. After meeting Vivian's smiling eyes at the door of the store, Dawn looked away a little at a loss. Speaking of which, his purpose for buying this pair of white silk stockings was actually very simple. I just kinda want to see what the fairy lady looks like in it. But this kind of thing seems a bit hard to talk about. I admit that you are quite pretty. I hope you will not be disrespectful, and wear white silk stockings immediately to show me. Words like this can only be said when you are an anonymous LSP on the internet in the Earth era. Right? Face to face. No matter how hard you think, you won't be able to speak. But, still, I want to see. Wu Yanqian stood for a while, and the two people at the door of the store looked at each other again. Then, they all started to giggle for some reason. Dawn, anyway. If Vivian wears it, it will definitely be very cute. I'm really looking forward to it. Hee hee. Vivian, anyway. If Dawn wears it, it will definitely be special. I'm really looking forward to it. Hee hee. The warm spring breeze from the street blew over and hit the string of copper wind chimes hanging at the door of Fabna. It made a crisp sound of ding 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 and kept shaking. Chapter 189 Disappearance. Although Dorn did not finally figure out what the love-hate relationship between Fabna and Gregor was, but the visit to the alchemist lady was over. Now it was time to deliver a letter to Crick and visit the two noble ladies. Speaking of which, after Dawn bought the white stockings, before leaving the women's clothing store, not sure whether it was for the sake of Gregor or the 15 silver coins, Fabna took the initiative to say a few more words to Dorn. Mr. Dorn. Right. Miss Alchemist accepted the jingling handful of silver coins. Let me give you a little reminder that some strange things have happened in Golden Oak City recently. While you and your friends are staying here, maybe we should be more careful. What's weird? Dawn was busy stuffing Baici into her arms. Fabna stretched out a finger and drew circles in the air. Someone is missing. Missing? Dorn raised his head and raised an eyebrow. In the context of the current era, ordinary disappearances may not be considered particularly strange from an objective point of view. But Fabna nodded, her tone a little more serious. Well, disappearances have occurred frequently in the past few months. As far as the information I have available, the missing list includes a wealthy businessman, Nikima, and the city's deputy patrol team Yeva Jinki. This deputy, the captain, is also a knight. There is also the female artist Babasha, who came here a few months ago. Although this information has not been made public, at least from the information I have, this Ms. Babasha has also been missing for a while. Miss Fabner spoke with certainty. As a native of Golden Oak City and an alchemist who possesses mysterious powers, her information channels seemed to be very smooth. After hearing these words, it was difficult for Dorn not to pay attention to this. Whether it is a wealthy businessman, a knight, or a female artist, these people all have a certain status and influence in society. If these people disappear one after another in a short period of time, then this is really a strange thing that deserves serious attention. And the female musician named Babasha. Dawn had heard her name several times. The purpose of Crick's sister Veronica and Miss Henrietta coming to Golden Oak City was to attend Ms. Babasha's concert. Later, Dawn received news from Crick that the Babasha ladies' concert had been postponed. Now, based on the information from Valrona, this female artist mysteriously disappeared probably before the concert started. Is there anything else you would like to bring to my attention regarding these disappearances? Dorn asked. Fabna shook her head. No, I'm just telling you. At present, many forces have noticed these disappearances, such as the nobles in charge here, the Music Association, and the Adventurers Association. However, everyone is exhausted with the investigation. But they are still. No useful clues came out. Dorn nodded and took note of Miss Alchemist's kind reminder. However, These disappearances have no beginning or end. Even if Dorn wants to keep an eye on him, he doesn't know where to start. After leaving Fabna, Don followed the address on the envelope given by Crick and found the current residence of his sister and Miss Henrietta. This is the wealthy area in the center of Golden Oak City, the residence of a local earl. Don was not surprised by this. There was a team of guards guarding the gate of the earl's residence. Dorn showed them the envelope and stated his purpose. The guards were very polite when they saw the red clay stamp with the Firebird emblem on the envelope. The captain of the guard asked Dorn to wait for a moment and sent someone inside to deliver the message. After a while, a dignified middle-aged woman came out. Don guessed that this middle-aged woman should be something like the head maid in the earl's mansion. Under the leadership of the head maid, Dorn officially entered the mansion. In the earl's mansion, even the corridors and courtyard decorations outside the house show a strong sense of elegance and luxury. TSK. Hedonism and extravagance. Dorn sighed in his heart as he walked among them. The head maid took Dorn and her invisible elf lady through a bright courtyard garden with dancing butterflies and singing songs, and then came to an exquisite two-story building. Miss Phoenix and the others live here, the head maid introduced politely and dignifiedly. This exquisite building is tall and thin, with pointed arches and exquisite rose windows that divide the internal and external light, creating a strong light and shadow effect, very much in the style of Gothic architecture. On the second floor of this otherworldly Gothic-style building, after Don and Vivian sat on the soft sofa in the living room for a while, they met Crick's sister Veronica. She wore a slightly transparent red and black floor-length coat embroidered with rose patterns and decorated with lace around it. As always, she wore a pair of black stockings on her legs, which highlighted her straight legs and outlined her beautiful soft curves. Maybe it's because spring is here, or maybe it's because we've been spending so much time indoors. All in all, Veronica's outfit was much bolder than the last time I saw her. Veronica lazily raised her arms above her head, yawned, and then sat down on the single sofa opposite Don. Mr. Don, good afternoon. When Veronica spoke, her eyes were bleary, as if she had just been awakened from a nap. Good afternoon, Miss Veronica. I'm here to deliver a letter to you for your brother. Don said this and handed over the letter stamped with Firebird clay. Veronica took it and opened it carelessly. Then the body leaned back, and the whole person was embedded in the soft sofa, while the long legs wrapped in soft black silk stretched forward, overlapping on the sofa stool next to it. The red-haired aristocratic lady seemed to be very satisfied with this comfortable and defenseless sitting position. She grunted in pleasure and disgrace before starting to read the letter. This letter from Crick is a very ordinary letter from home. He responded to his sister's last letter, and then told some of his recent life details, saying that everything was fine with him. Finally, he paid attention to the current situation of his sister and Henrietta, and looked forward to a reply. The board is straight. Veronica read the letter in one breath, then put down the letter and looked at Don up and down with a strange look. Crick told me that he will stay in Eaton Town for a while longer. He said that you got a new monster for him to study? Are you not planning to let him go? It's just a coincidence that I got a batch of new monsters. It's just a coincidence, Dorn sneered. Forget it. That idiot wants to keep studying all kinds of monsters anyway. Veronica sighed. So, what he has been doing recently? He didn't say in too much detail in the letter. He's trying to grow pumpkins, Don replied with absolute certainty. At the same time, he also added in his mind, and it is a special pumpkin that can harvest beautiful girls and boys in the future. Growing pumpkins? Veronica was confused. I always feel like I can't see through my younger brother more and more. What's going on? During the conversation, the head maid entered the reception room again and brought a pot of scented tea. The transparent glass pot is filled with blooming flowers and various fragrant slices, making the tea look beautiful. After placing the scented tea on the coffee table, the head maid did not immediately pour tea for the host and guest. Instead, she approached Veronica and whispered in a low voice. Veronica frowned when she heard these words, with confusion on her face. Miss Carmen, you mean? Anla was not found in the mansion. Don came to visit Veronica and Henrietta on behalf of Crick. Logically speaking, the little princess Henrietta should also show some interest and meet with Dorn, which is in line with the rules. However, the current situation is that the head maid seems to have failed to find Henrietta for a while. Chapter 190 Alice's Bedtime Reading. Have you asked Mr. Bishop? Also, have you gone to see Mr. Collin? Veronica stood up from the sofa in confusion. Mr. Bishop is the owner of this Earl's mansion. As for Mr. Collin, He is the loyal middle-aged knight beside the little Princess Henrietta, and he has been accompanying her during this outing. I asked someone to ask about the Count, but it was not found. Mr. Colin also said that he did not see Miss Henrietta. The head maid answered in a more normal voice this time. Anlier never said she was going out in the afternoon, and if she wants to go out, there's no way she won't take me or Mr. Colin with her. Veronica was talking to herself like this, and the original lazy look on her face disappeared and became a little more solemn. Afterwards, the red-haired aristocratic lady seemed to quickly enter a state of holding her breath. At the same time, the temperature of the air around her increased a bit. Veronica remained in this state, looking around the living room, but her eyes seemed to be able to see through the surrounding walls. Finally, she set her sights on the wall on the right. To be more precise, it's in a room behind the wall on the right. Mr. Dorn, please feel free to do so. After Veronica left these words, she quickly left the living room. Dorn, who was left in the reception room, was left confused. Dawn! Vivian tugged on the corner of Dawn's clothes, and her eyes fell on the place where Veronica was looking just now. There seems to be a very strange force in that direction. Follow us and take a look, Dorn whispered. The elf lady hugged the ebony staff and nodded eagerly. So, the two of them also left the living room. The head maid originally planned to call Dorn to stop, but after some hesitation, she finally chose to let Dorn take action. On the right side of the living room, through a long corridor, is a spacious study room. There are many books in it, and it is not an exaggeration to say it is a small library. The door to the study was open, and Veronica was standing inside. Later, Dawn and Vivian also entered the study one after another. Of course, Veronica noticed that Dawn had followed, but she didn't say anything and acquiesced to this behavior. At the same time, he stared intently at an open book on the desk. It seemed to be an old book, and the pages were a little yellowed. However, there was no writing visible on the 2 pages spread out. After Vivian entered the study, her attention also fell on the book. Dawn's perception is not as sharp as the other two. Even though he knew that there was probably something wrong with the book, he couldn't tell anything. Veronica hesitated for a moment, then walked forward and picked up the old book on the desk. Nothing happened. She flipped through it casually a few more times, but still nothing happened. The pages of this old book are all yellowed, and there is not a single word on them. The cover is dim red, with no text on it, only a symbol printed on it. This symbol is circular, and there are several scattered geometric figures composed of straight lines inside, which seem to have unclear meaning. Veronica's intuition told her that there should be a certain connection between the sudden disappearance of the little princess and this old book. However, apart from sensing a strange surge of magic power, there are no other clues from this book. Dawn looked at Vivian beside him. The goblin lady also shook her head. After thinking for a moment, Dawn took out a very simple-looking leather glove from his arms and put it on. Miss Veronica, can you show me this book? The red-haired noble lady glanced at Dawn, and then handed over the old book. The right hand wearing old steel hammer's appraisal gloves holds the book. As the magic power is transmitted, the magic power surges on the leather gloves, and the old book gradually becomes consistent. Identification successful. Under the influence of the gloves, some information about this old book got into Dawn's mind. The mysterious blank reading book has a certain ability of self-activity. The reader contains a real story world. There are 2 ways to enter the story world. Either he accepted the reader's invitation and was forced in by the reader's wishes, or you can recite the true full name of the reader silently in your mind, and force your way into the story world in the reader with your own will. The true full name of the reader, gloves, was also fed back to Dawn's mind, Alice's bedtime reading. Along with the last item, information about the full title of the reader appeared in Dawn's mind. On the cover of the dark red reader, the symbol with unknown meaning flashed. Then, Dawn's figure disappeared quickly, as if being erased by an invisible eraser. Snapped. The yellowed reading book fell to the ground. Dawn? This? Vivian and Veronica, who witnessed the entire process of Dawn's disappearance, looked stunned. Immediately afterwards, the reader on the ground automatically turned the page and came to the first page. Writing began to appear on the yellowed page. This handwriting is delicate and graceful. Although it is stroke by stroke, it is drawn out at an extremely fast speed. This is a story about a brave man defeating the devil and saving the beautiful princess. Very conscious. There is nothing wrong with physical activity either. Dawn checked his body and found nothing wrong. Then, he looked at the surrounding environment. The original large study room in a Gothic building has now been transformed into a very ordinary small residence. There was a small bed in the corner. And there was a table and 2 chairs near the door. There is a plate of black bread and a pot of water on the table. Have I entered the real story world in that book? Dorn understood his current situation almost instantly. But why did I come in? Invited to read? Or, when the appraisal glove thrust the name, Alice's bedtime reading, into my mind, was it directly judged to be the prerequisite of reciting the full name of the reading in my mind silently? If it's the latter, then isn't this a lie? At the same time, Dorn also understood what was going on with the recent strange disappearances in Golden Oak City that the alchemist Fabna had reminded him before. It probably has something to do with this, Alice's bedtime reading. Judging from the information just identified, this book has a certain ability to move. Then the wealthy businessmen, knights, and even the female artists Ms. Babashaw and Miss Henrietta, who disappeared in the city, may have entered this story world. Don turned his attention to the black bread and water on the table. Judging from ingredients intuition feedback, there are no problems with water or bread. So Don took a sip of water, broke off a small piece of bread and chewed it. Although the taste is bland, the feeling of water and bread entering the stomach is very real. The water and food are real. Don made a judgment. In other words, most of the people who were captured into the story world have not died of thirst or starvation in this strange story world. Chapter 191. Cute and charming villain. Although he was inexplicably in this story world, Dorn did not waste too much time complaining. Instead, he quickly adjusted his mentality, collected as much information as possible, and analyzed the situation. When he had fully explored the ordinary civilian hut he was in, suddenly I heard such a voice. It was a distinctly female voice, with a clear voice, but it didn't seem to contain any emotion. If it had to be said, it would be a bit like the narration in a stage play reading the background. Female narrator, this is a story about a brave man who defeats the devil and saves a beautiful princess. Narrator, and you will play the role of Lion, a young man in the royal capital who is ignorant and incompetent. After spying on the appearance of Princess Miyamura during the parade ceremony, you began to covet the beauty of the princess. Narrator, please follow my instructions to begin this grand stories show. After listening to these narrations, Don touched his chin. It sounds like the purpose of this, Alice's bedtime reading, is to capture people into the story world in order to act out the story? Isn't this too casual? However, we cannot take it lightly. After all, the narrator doesn't say what will happen after the story is finished. It is also not clearly told how to successfully leave this story world. The degree of danger in this place is still unknown. Dorn warned himself in his mind. Oh, right. Speaking of which, there is one more thing. Did the narrator just send himself a character? Leon, an uneducated young man in the capital, also coveted the beauty of the princess. Don frowned. So, the princess and the brave are the protagonists of this story. And I was assigned a supporting role, or the kind of villain supporting role that from the plot point of view can't live for more than a few chapters. This is wrong. Why is an outstanding young chef like me, who is kind-hearted and often does good deeds, given a villain role? This book must be a bad read. That's all. Let's just be a villain. Just be patient for a while. Be a cute and charming villain. And wait and see what happens. Dorn shook his head and stopped thinking. At this time, the female voice narration sounded again. Narrator, in the royal capital, the annual float parade will be held this morning. It is said that Princess Miyamura, the jewel of the royal capital, will also attend this float parade. Narrator, Leon got up early today. After a quick meal of water and brown bread, he rushed to the Royal Capital Avenue to join in the fun. Although Don heard the narrator's voice and instructions, he stood there and thought for a while. So he did not move immediately. The narrator's voice sounded again. But this time it was different from the previous emotionless reading. And there was obviously some confusion. Narrator, huh? Why doesn't it move? Hey, try again. Leon got up early today and hurried to Wangdu Avenue to join in the fun. Don raised an eyebrow slightly. It feels like I suddenly gained a lot of information about the story world. There's no way around it. The change of tone and words spoken by the narration just now are so noteworthy. First of all, this narration is obviously emotional, and it is based on Don's immobile reaction, which creates a corresponding emotion of confusion. In other words, the narrator must have self-awareness. So this narrator may be a self-conscious existence similar to this book, Don speculated in his mind. Secondly, what the narrator said, why doesn't it move, is also worth noting. It feels very telling. Is it in the narrator's consciousness that I will act meticulously according to the instruction she said and gave? So she noticed the abnormal phenomenon that I did not move after listening to the instructions. Confused? Don analyzed this in his mind. However, although he thought about a lot of things in one moment, it was actually all thought activities that were completed within a few seconds. After completing the speculation and analysis, Dorn planned to follow the narrator's instructions for a while to see what would happen next. So he walked out of the house, opened the door, and came to the street. The scene outside made Dorn start to wonder. First of all, outside is a street neatly paved with blue bricks and stones. The road surface is spacious, and there are neat buildings on both sides of the street. At first glance, it looks like a street scene in a big city. But this street gave Dorn an inexplicable sense of déjà vu at Ingin Film and Television City. The reason is simple. Although this street is spacious, it is only about 100 meters long. Moreover, at the end of the left side of the 100-meter-long street, there is a very abrupt forest. At the end on the right, it's a little better. It's a gorgeous palace. However, the palace was blocked at the end of the road, which seemed a little out of place. Moreover, this sense of separation between scenes made Dorn feel like he was in a certain film and television base. In other words, this street can be understood as a highly restored setting, which may be specially used to tell stories and complete specific scenes in the story. After Don came to the street, the narrator's voice sounded again. Narrator, the float parade has begun, and the streets are lined with crowds of onlookers. Everyone wanted to see the brightest pearl in the capital, Princess Miyamura, in her prime. Don. After listening to this narration, Don was immediately speechless. It's true that you can see people on this scenic street, but if you include Dorn himself, there seemed to be 6 people in total. Among them was a tall young man wearing armor and carrying a sword at his waist. Dorn guessed that he was the missing patrol deputy, Yeva Jinky. There is also a fat middle-aged man in rich clothes on the roadside, probably the missing wealthy businessman Nikama. In addition to the 2 of them, there was a young girl standing on the side of the road wearing a more ordinary dress. The girl looked to be only 18 or 19 years old, so she was definitely not the female artist in her late 30s. Ms. Babashaw. Maybe she was a commoner girl who was forced into the story by Alice's bedtime reading. These 3 people, including Dorn himself, should be what the narrator calls a huge crowd. It seems that this performance in the story world is not a one-to-one reproduction of the plot of the story. I'm afraid it is not a play of house that relies half on acting and half on imagination. Don complained helplessly in his heart. Except for the few people on the street, there is indeed a gorgeously decorated copper-framed carriage in the middle of the street. The carriage is open and covered with flowers, which is very beautiful. This should be the prop for the float parade mentioned in the story. The float did not have horses, but there was a middle-aged man dressed as a coachman sitting in the front row. Standing on top of the float was a girl wearing a pure white dress, who seemed to be born with a dignified and elegant temperament. Miss Henrietta. She has indeed entered this story world. Don was not too surprised. Chapter 192. The narrator doesn't look very smart. Several people who use the word crowds of people on the street noticed Dorn's appearance and looked over slightly surprised. At this time, the voice of the narrator sounded again. Narrator. The crowd cheered and saluted Princess Miyamura. As soon as these words came out, the wealthy merchants, knights, and the common girl all started to move. They no longer paid attention to Dorn, but looked with burning eyes at the little princess playing the princess on the float. Princess Miyamura! The shining pearl of the royal capital! They waved and cheered. Very hard-working atmosphere team. The corners of Dorn's eyes twitched slightly, feeling that he was out of tune with them. It feels like when these people look at themselves, they should be doing so out of their own will. However, after the narrator's instructions were given, these people began to work hard and enthusiastically, trying their best to heat up the atmosphere. Combined with his previous guesses, Don estimated that the narrator's instructions may indeed have a coercive effect on these people. But I don't know why. This compulsion didn't take effect on me. At the same time, Henrietta on the float also noticed Dorn. That Mr. Chef from Eden Town who cooks very delicious food? Why did he appear here? The little princess was a little surprised. Henrietta entered the story world more than an hour ago after flipping through Alice's bedtime reading in the real world. She had not stayed in this strange reader world much longer than Dorn. And since entering, she has been trapped in the big palace at the end of the street. It was only just now, after hearing a series of reading prompts from the female voice narration, that my body left the palace on its own as if out of control and boarded the float. Therefore, the little princess, like Dorn, has just come into contact with these people who are playing the role of huge crowd on the street. All in all, the only person Henrietta knew among the people at the scene was Dorn, although I'm not too familiar. However, in the current paradoxical environment, the presence of someone you know can undoubtedly bring you a sense of security. Even further, bringing about a suspension bridge effect is not impossible. The female voice narration that drives the progress of the story sounds again. Narrator: the uneducated Leon coveted the princess's beauty after catching a glimpse of her face. He stood among the jubilant crowd, and an evil and bold plan slowly took shape in his heart. After this narration, everyone present turned their attention to Dorn again. There were some with strange looks and some with sympathetic faces. At this moment, everyone heard the same narration. People here who don't know Dorn think the same thing. Did this new black-haired guy get the role of a villain right away? What bad luck. The little princess on the float looked at Dorn with a little more worry, although she didn't know what would happen next. This young chef was the only one she knew among everyone present. Henrietta really didn't want anything to happen to Dorn. Narrator: in order to realize his evil plan to capture the royal capital Pearl, Leon needs to go home and make some small preparations. Narrator: the brave man Darabin in the crowd seemed to notice Leon's slightly strange expression and behavior. Narrator: the story between the hero and the princess will begin from here. At this moment, Leon, who is stupid and evil-minded, does not know that his evil plan is destined to fail, but it will create a romantic encounter opportunity for the hero and the princess to meet each other. After the narration was finished, the scene fell into silence. Awkward silence. Because according to the narrator's instructions, Leon, the supporting villain played by Don, should return home at this time to prepare for his bold evil plan. Then use this to promote the development of the story and promote the encounter between the hero and the princess. But Dorn, the key to advancing the plot, did not move at this moment, but stood there and touched his chin. Who are you calling stupid and evil-minded? I just tried to follow the narrator's instructions for a while. Now maybe I should try to be rebellious. Dorn thought in his heart. In such a strange world, it's not a pleasant feeling to not be able to control your own actions and to fully listen to the narrator's instructions to act. And more importantly, if Dorn takes a positive character who can survive to the end, then forget it. A villain was cast as a supporting character. If he followed the narrator's instructions to advance the plot and ended up being arranged to die, how could that be justified? Therefore, rebellion is necessary. Narrator: why aren't you moving again? Ahem. In order to realize the evil plan of capturing the pearl of the royal capital, Leon needs to go home and make some small preparations. The narrator's voice was once again filled with confusion. Dorn still didn't move. Narrator: what's going on? This person is so strange. Narrator: cough. In order to realize the evil plan of capturing the royal capital Pearl, Dorn finally moved. But instead of turning around to go home, he turned around and took the initiative to shake hands with the middle-aged man dressed as a wealthy businessman next to him, and asked enthusiastically if he had eaten. Eat it. Perhaps it was because the narrator didn't have any clear instructions to give to the wealthy businessman at this moment. So he responded to Dorn's greeting with a bit of surprise. Narrator: Leon needs to go home and make some small preparations. Dorn still didn't go home, but turned around and patted the knight's shoulder armor, praising him for being tough. Very strong. Narrator: wow, wow, wow. Please don't be like this. Okay. The story can't go on. Why don't you obey my control? Only then did Don stop harassing the people around him. It feels like, even if she doesn't listen to the narrator's instructions, she can't do anything to her. Moreover, this narrator seems to have the possibility of communication. I have no obligation to play house with you here. Why don't you answer me first? How can I return to reality from this story world? Don had a formal conversation with the narrator. Narrator: at the end of the story, the warrior rescued the princess in the devil's castle. When the time comes, after you see me in the castle, I will send you back to reality. You mean, after meeting you in the Demon King's castle, I can be sent back to reality? Dorn raised his eyebrows slightly. It sounds like the narrator's true identity is in the Demon King's castle. I just don't know what it will be like. Is it a book? Or is it a girlish human form? A little curious. Narrator: huh? Don't just take other people's words. Don, it seems like you said it without any defense. Right? I always feel that this narrator is not very smart. Chapter 193, the supporting character defeats the protagonist. By the way, how long will it take for the story you want to perform? If the character is set to die in the story, will the actor himself also die? Dorn continued to maintain negotiations and tried to master more information about the world. Narrator, tell you. Will you cooperate with me and continue the story? You can think about it. Dorn nodded. Narrator, after the character in the story dies, how could anything happen to the actor himself? Also, it would take about 3 months to complete the entire story. When Don heard this, he just shook his head. I'm sorry. I don't have that much time to play house with you. Narrator, wow. It's too much. I have been preparing this story for a long time. The narrator's tone was a little pitiful this time. It feels like the other party is really not very aggressive. Maybe there really isn't much danger in this story world. It's quite excessive to drag people into a book without any explanation and force them to act out a story with you. Isn't it? Dawn said. Narrator, but you came in by yourself. Dawn, it turns out that I really came in on my own. Ahem. I'm here to rescue them. Dorn returned to being serious and looked at the people around him. At this time, the few people watching were simply stunned. Why can this new black-haired guy not be controlled by that strange voice and do whatever he wants? Why can this guy still bargain with that strange voice and gain the upper hand in terms of momentum? Why can he easily accomplish things that we cannot do? Moreover, what he meant was that he came specifically to save his group of people trapped in the book. Finally saved, under the adoring gazes of the onlookers. Dorn first boarded the float and held the little princess's wrist. Please come with me, Miss Henrietta. Now that we have come to this weird story world, we have finally met Miss Henrietta, and we have a relationship with Crick. No matter what, we still have to pay close attention to her and take her out safely. This, Mr. Dorn? The little princess still clearly remembered Dorn's name. Originally, the narrator's instruction to Henrietta was to stay on the float. She has no way of leaving the float of her own free will until she is guided by the next narration related to her. But under Dawn's tug, she got off the float smoothly. The little princess looked at the upright black-haired man holding her wrist and was extremely surprised. This Mr. Dorn is so amazing. Moreover, perhaps it was really the suspension bridge effect that was at work. When Dawn pulled Henrietta's wrist, the little princess clearly felt her heart beat 2 beats faster. People mistakenly attribute the excitement and nervousness of crossing a suspension bridge to being attracted to the people around them. This is why, if you ask the girl you like to play activities such as escape rooms, it can often effectively warm up the relationship afterwards. However, as a native who grew up in a different world, the little princess did not know these little psychological tips on Earth. Okay. Anyway, just stay in the castle and don't move. I'll come find you now. Where is your castle? Is it in the forest over there? After Dawn pulled Henrietta down, he said to the narrator again. Sermon. Narrator, wow. Don't kidnap the princess. Let her go. Also, don't come over. Dawn, it sounds like the castle is really in the forest. By the way, there is a female musician, Miss Babashaw. Did you also capture her into this story world and come to play house with you? Why didn't I see her? Dorn pulled the little princess and walked through the 100-meter street towards the forest, chattering as he walked. Narrator, why do I have to tell you? You are a bad guy. A bad guy, the narrator replied, but her voice was different from the previous one, which sounded a little dull when she spoke with emotion. Although it was still a female voice who spoke this time, her voice sounded much tougher. Replacement? Dorn raised his eyebrows slightly. Strong narrator, it was you who disrupted the flow of the story and ruined this great story performance. So, don't blame me. Then, there was the sound of books being turned over. A bit dazed narration. Wow. Just skipped so many storylines? Tough narration. Is there any way? Huh. This is it. Tough narration. Leon's evil plan unexpectedly succeeded. And just when the villain kidnapped the beautiful Princess Miyamura and fled through the underground passage, fled through the streets, the righteous hero Darbin appeared. Tough narration. Darbin showed his sword of justice. And with his superb swordsmanship, he defeated the bad guy Leon and saved the princess. Dawn, how should I put it? It is really a somewhat cliched plot of a hero saving a beauty. Then, someone in the crowd moved. It was the young knight in armor. In the story told by the narrator, he is responsible for playing the male protagonist, the brave Darbin. I'm sorry. My body is out of control. The young knight looked at Dorn in shock, realizing what would happen next. Before the knight finished speaking, a solemn and jealous expression suddenly appeared on his face. He drew his sword, but instead of the refined steel sword on his waist, it was a hardwood sword that looked painful if it hit someone. Cunning villain! Brave Darbin waved his sword and charged towards villain Leon. The wooden sword whirled like wind as he danced it. This is all to rescue the princess, who was held hostage by the villain. The young knight in armor, even though he was wielding a wooden sword, was still very oppressive when he charged. The distance between the hero and the villain quickly shortened. When he was still about 7 or 8 meters away, some ominous and ferocious red and black aura suddenly rose from villain Leon's body. Dream, activate. Affected by a dream, the young knight's steps slowed down, and he fell to the ground limply, falling into the sweet dreamland that Dorn had built for him. Have a sweet dream, Lord Brave. When you wake up, I will probably have taken you out. Dorn shrugged. His skills can still be used normally in the story world. Dorn already knew this when he used food intuition to judge water and brown bread. Afterwards, Dorn, playing the role of a villain, continued to pull Henrietta towards the forest ahead. The little princess, who played the role of princess, acted very obediently. A dull narration. Wow, wow, wow. What should I do if the villain supporting character defeats the protagonist? There was another sound of turning books. Tough narrator. There it is. There it is. Here it is. A dull narration. Another big part of the plot? Moreover, there is no role of the bad guy Leon here. Tough narration. What can we do? The female narrator cleared her throat and prepared to read the next plot. Chapter 194, Overwhelming Crabs. Tough narration. At this moment, the evil followers of the Demon King came overwhelmingly, and they wanted to capture Princess Miyamura, the little princess whose wrists and cuffs were held by Dorn. Although the plot read by the narrator did include her character, but there was no clear instruction on what she should do, so her behavior was relatively free. Henrietta's attention fell on the forest in front of her. There seemed to be something in the woods, rushing towards the two of them. Mr. Dorn, it seems like something is coming. The little princess' tone was a little panicked. Suddenly in this strange world, the only person she could rely on was a man she was not very familiar with. Even though the little princess usually maintained a dignified and elegant temperament of a superior, she seemed a little at a loss at this moment. She's not good at fighting. Dorn, who has the eagle view skill, can actually see things rushing towards him in the forest more clearly than the little princess. It seemed like a strange group of crabs. They are probably the so-called followers of the Demon King in the story, and there are only 4 of them in total, considering that the crowd of people mentioned by the narrator is 4 people. It is very reasonable for the overwhelming number of the Demon King's followers to be 4 in total. The crabs themselves appear to be dark green, but most of their bodies are covered in dry mud, leaving only a pair of eyes on their SHLs exposed. Therefore, the overall look looks dull and gloomy. These crabs are very big, almost as big as tortoises, judging by their heads alone. They are definitely monsters, and even though they are big, they are very agile in their movements. Big crabs rushed out of the forest one after another. After a while, they bared their teeth and claws and walked onto the 100-meter-long street waving their huge pincers. These crabs rush out directly with their health bars on. The health volume of each crab is about 600 to 800. At the same time, Dorn's food intuition also responded. These 4 monster crabs are all edible food. With a grade of B, looking at the giant monster crab, whose claws were so exaggerated that they could amputate someone's limbs, the little princess unconsciously moved closer to Dorn. It's okay, Miss Henrietta. Don casually reassured the girl next to him. At the same time, Don also noticed that these monster crabs with their health bars on did not rush directly towards him or Henrietta after rushing onto the street. Instead, he waved his pincers and stood not far away, looking ready to go. This is unusual. Dorn has rich experience in fighting monsters. According to his experience, those monsters with low IQs would definitely not stand and observe the battle situation if their health bars were on. Often the click is dry. The crabs in front of him were obviously classified by Dorn into the category of monsters with not too high IQ. The reason why the monster crab did not attack immediately, but kept its health bar on as if waiting for an order, could only be because, in the story world, even the actions of monsters are affected by the narrations of the narrators. At this time, the narrator seemed to turn 2 more pages of the book, and then finally started reading the narration again. Tough narration. The Demon King's followers swarmed forward, And Darbin, the villain Leon, fought hard. Tough narration. He held the princess's hand tightly with one hand, and waved his sword desperately with the other hand to resist. No matter what. Even if he sacrifices his life, he must protect. No! All of them have to occupy Princess Miyamura alone. A bit dazed narration. Wow. That's not the plot here. Tough narration. But Leon is not a good person. So this change is only reasonable. Right? A bit dazed narration. Wow. This is obviously very touching. Dawn. It feels like these two narrators are quite obsessed with telling stories. Just as she was thinking about this, the little princess, who was originally holding her wrist and sleeve by Dorn, suddenly broke away from Dorn's hand, and then naturally took Dorn's hand with her backhand. Henrietta. Dawn? Oh. Right. In the plot just mentioned, it seems that the two protagonists are holding hands at this moment. However, Dorn, the villain Leon, somehow took over the role of the protagonist, the brave Darbin, because he knew that this was not Miss Henrietta's wish. Dawn actually did not feel embarrassed. He just calmly let go of the other party's hand. Then, the little princess, whose hand was let go, once again actively and stubbornly held Dorn. I'm sorry! The little princess lowered her head to apologize for her uncontrollable right hand, and her originally fair cheeks quickly turned crimson. As a lady who was raised in the royal family, she took the initiative to hold the hand of a young man she was not familiar with, and did this twice. It was originally impossible for the little princess to happen. There is no need to apologize. Dorn did not let go of the little princess's hand this time. Let the soft and smooth touch hold it in your left hand. Because of the influence of the narration, if you let go of the other party, he will probably take the initiative to pull him back again. This would only make Miss Henrietta even more embarrassed. Moreover, after the narrator finished reading the narration, the 4 monster crabs rushed up with their teeth and claws open. Although these 4 crabs with low health cannot pose any threat to Dorn, now is really not the time to consider such trivial matters as whether they should hold hands or not. Dawn flicked his free right hand. Poison Frog activates. The Poison Frog, which was nearly 3 meters tall and was condensed from purple toxins, condensed out of thin air beside Dorn. Moo. The poisonous air sacs of the Poison Frog inflate and make a loud chirping sound. Crush them! Dorn ordered in his mind. The battle broke out on the frontal battlefield. At this moment, the narrator is still reciting the plot diligently and professionally. Tough narration. The villain Leon was outnumbered. Even though he killed several of the Demon King's followers, the gradual loss of physical strength made it difficult for him to hold on any longer. Strong narration. The tightly held hands between him and the princess gradually loosened. Finally, Leon lost strength and fell to the ground and passed out. And he fought hard to protect. Bah! The Princess Miyamura, who struggled to possess her, was eventually taken away by the devil's followers. A bit silly narration, even if it is changed like this. This paragraph is still a bit touching. Dorn and the little princess. Because of the changes in the plot read by the narration, Henrietta could finally blush and take the initiative to let go of Dawn's hand. The battle between the poisonous frog and several monster crabs did not develop according to the script at all, and the battle was one-sided. The poisonous frog almost pinned the 4 crabs to the ground and beat them up. Dorn even used the ability to control poison, forcing the poison frog to keep its hands and not spread the poison to the crab. Instead, it relied solely on its huge size to fight hand-to-hand. After all, these 4 crabs are more or less B-grade ingredients. It was already worth being hacked by Dorn. Chapter 195. It's perfect for making pan-fried crabs. A bit dazed narration. Wow. The land crabs were all knocked down. What to do? What should I do? Tough narrator. Huh? At the last moment, the villain Leon burst out with amazing fighting potential, driving a terrifying big purple frog and defeating all the demon's followers. Tough narrator. Sure enough, dastardly villains know some dastardly fighting skills. Tough narrator. But bad guy Leon and Princess Miyamura only narrowly escaped death. The devil and her men are still ready to make a comeback at any time. A bit silly narration. Well, that's not what the plot is. Right? Tough narration. What can we do? It's already like this, and all the subsequent plots need to be changed. Then, there was the sound of turning pages, and the rustle of a pen across paper. Immediately afterwards, even these trivial sounds disappeared. The narrator seems to have gone offline, probably to seriously change the plot behind it. Dawn! How dedicated are these two narrators to performing the story? Even though it's like this, I still haven't forgotten to round out the development of the storyline. At this moment, the battle is over. The poison frog easily defeated the 4 monster crabs without using poison attacks. With the narrator's exit, the few people on the street finally regained their ability to move freely. At the same time, Dorn also lifted the dream effect, allowing the young knight to wake up. These people have been in the story world for a while. However, in the subsequent conversation, Dorn did not gain much information from them. First of all, according to these people, since they entered the world in the book, they have never left the building in this 100-meter-long street, because the narrator had ordered them not to leave the confines of the long street. In the world of the story, the narrator simply follows her words, and whatever she says is what she says. Currently, except for Dorn, there is no way for anyone else to violate it. Fortunately, the buildings in the long street have complete facilities, and the food and fresh water reserves are relatively sufficient. Even if a wealthy businessman, a knight, a common girl, and a carriage driver were trapped here, it wouldn't be a problem to complete their daily lives. This was the first time they had encountered a story performance like today. In other words, their understanding of this story world is almost the same as that of Dorn when they first arrived. Maybe not even as good as Dorn. Finally, Don asked everyone if they had seen the female musician Ms. Babashaw here. The answer was no. If the disappearance of the female musician was also due to Alice's bedtime reading, then it is very likely that she, like me, was also classified into the villain camp. Dorn guessed. Road. When I heard the narrator speak before, she was used to describe the Demon King. If this female devil is not played by the narrator herself, there is a high probability that she is Ms. Babashaw. After roughly exchanging information with several other people trapped in the story world, everyone expressed their sincere gratitude and expectations for Dorn's risk-taking and boundless love for the rescue. And then, they all returned to their respective houses to rest. It's not that this group of people is cold and heartless. The main reason is that when they respond to the narrator's words, they are really a model of saying no with their mouths, but being very honest with their bodies. Even sometimes he is honest. Since they are all tightly controlled by the narrator, they are basically unable to help. It's better to go back to each other's homes and wait quietly, so as not to cause trouble for Dorn's actions. On the empty and spacious 100-meter-long street, only Don and Henrietta were left. Mr. Dorn, the little princess spoke softly in a clear and dignified voice. She felt that she should wait quietly here like everyone else, so as not to cause extra trouble to Dorn. The little princess's gaze rested on Dorn, and Dorn's gaze rested on a few crabs on the ground. He looked so absorbed that he obviously didn't hear Henrietta calling his name softly. Should we just cook the B-level monster ingredients directly? Although, the most important thing to do now seems to be to go to the forest to find the two narrators who control the story world. But the feeling given to Dorn by the two narrators is, how should I put it, not particularly dangerous. One is dull and stupid, and the other doesn't seem to be very smart. Moreover, even if they had just driven the monster crab to attack Dorn, when they were reading the narration, the ending arranged for Dorn was still death by fainting, rather than real death. It seems like the two of them don't have any harmful intentions. Maybe they really just want to control the people who enter the story world and put on a story show? Dorn touched his chin and thought in his mind. So, it's not too much to spend a short period of time repairing and having a full meal, right? Thinking of this, Dorn's stomach reacted slightly, as if it was rumbling slightly. It's okay if I don't think so. When I think about eating, it seems like I've entered Golden Oak City in the morning, and it's almost afternoon now. I haven't eaten any decent food. Right. Thinking of this, Don only felt the feeling of hunger in his stomach getting stronger. Sharpening the knife will not make you a chopping wood. If you don't eat well, how can you have the strength to do serious work? Eat first. That's it. Furthermore, I will choose a more time-saving cooking method to process these crabs, which will not waste too much time, Dorn said to himself. Looking at the quality of the ingredients of these crabs, they are very suitable for making pan-fried crabs. Look. So, he silently walked forward, lifted up the 4 crabs whose health had been cleared, and then turned to look at the little princess. Miss Henrietta, you said that when you first came to this book world, you stayed in that palace. Right. Is there a kitchen in it? It seems there is. The little princess, who was ignored by Dorn for a while, recalled it carefully and then nodded. That'll be easy. Dorn lifted 2 crabs the size of tortoises in one hand and wandered towards the big palace at the end of the long street. Seeing this, the little princess opened her mouth. But in the end, she didn't say anything. She just stood there, a little stunned, but still maintained her dignified and steady demeanor as a superior. Judging from Mr. Dorn's intention, it seems that he wants to go first and cook those monster crabs? Although Henrietta knew that Mr. Dorn's cooking was very delicious, and his skills even surpassed that of most palace chefs. But I always feel that now is not the time to cook dishes slowly. The little princess thought so, but at this time, Dorn had already walked away. Wait a minute, Mr. Dorn. Please wait for me. After hesitating for a while, Henrietta chose to follow Dorn's footsteps and hurried towards the big palace on the corner of the street. Chapter 196 18 Cuts of Iron Plate Pan-Fried Crab. The kitchen in the palace. There are complete kitchen utensils here, and there is even a certain amount of fresh ingredients, as well as basic condiments such as oil and salt. Dorn used ingredients intuition to observe the kitchen in the palace for a while. There is no problem at all. The fresh ingredients and condiments are all real and edible. In fact, Dorn had some considerations regarding this issue when he first met Chinshui and brown bread. This book called Alice's Bedtime Reading should not only be able to draw humans in the real world into the story world. Monsters and other inanimate objects can also be included. Dawn said. Speculation. Like the monster crabs and these fresh ingredients. It feels like there is a high probability that they were also pulled into the story world from the real world by the two narrators. If that's the case, this book can be used as a portable storage space. I really want to get it. Dorn touched his chin. But if you want to get Alice's Bedtime Reading, you probably need to deal with the two not-so-smart narrators first. Not sure where to start yet. Let's take it one step at a time. It's better to cook and eat first. After thinking for a while to no avail, Dorn's attention returned to a few crabs. After several monster crabs were washed away from the dry mud, their oval and regular dark blue crab SH.LS were revealed. The body is unexpectedly plump. Moreover, the 4 crabs were all freshly hunted, so the meat quality was still extremely delicious. Dorn turned the monster crabs over, and found that 2 had pointed navels, and 2 had round navels. 2 males and 2 females. Dawn picked up the kitchen knife and dissected a female crab. After cutting open the crab SH.L, the most eye-catching thing, apart from the plump and slightly transparent crab meat, is the abundant female crab roe. It's obviously spring. Right. Why are there so many crab roe? If it's autumn, how can it be so? Dorn wondered. Or is it that this kind of monster crab breeds and grows in spring? Since the monster crab is very big, Dorn followed the method of cutting the crab from Ningbo local cuisine. 18 cuts. A crab is cut into 18 pieces, and after removing the inedible internal organs and gills, each piece of crab meat is well proportioned and plump, with plenty of red paste. This pleasing presentation can be maintained until the final serving. Take out brie, turn it into a wide flat-bottomed iron plate, and place it on the fire. Found it in the kitchen. Cut the ready-made ginger and green onions into julienne strips, and slice the garlic and shallots. Heat oil in an iron pan. Sauté chopped onion, ginger and garlic until fragrant. The sliced crab meat is also slowly fried in an iron pan. The scalding hot oil is frying the crab meat and crab SH.LS, emitting a peculiar aroma mixed with a slight oily smell. After the crab SH.LS are fried until golden brown, add an appropriate amount of water and change from frying to baking. Take another small pot. At the same time, Don took out a half-size sealed glass jar from the small cloth bag tied around his waist. As a chef, it makes sense to keep a little condiment on hand. The most essential and unique condiments that Don brought with him when he went out were packed in this small cloth bag on his waist. In this half-large glass jar, there is an exclusive flavor of black bean sauce specially made in the basement of our house. And, Kulwansher worked hard to speed up the brewing time. Pour this small can of black bean paste into a small pot and heat. After the bean paste bubbles and exudes a unique flavor, scoop a spoonful of the thick and fragrant bean paste and pour it onto the crab meat in the iron plate to enhance the flavor of the crab. Wait until the sauce is completely melted into the crab meat. Then remove from the pot. Chop some green onions and mince green and red peppers, and sprinkle them on the crab meat. The last step is Don's personal favorite and the most soulful cooking step of this whole dish. Heat the pot and heat oil. Then pour a spoonful of boiling oil onto the crab meat. With a sizzling sound, the boiling oil bubbles on top of the crab meat. The flavor substances dissolve in the oil instantly, and the fragrance spurts out along with the rising heat. A fragrant sizzling pan-fried crab. Done! Palace Restaurant. The facilities here are also complete. In addition to the magnificent dining table and crystal hanging candlesticks hanging from the ceiling, there are green plants in large pots in the corners, and hardwood red velvet couches for people to take a nap. The smell of wealth. The little Princess Henrietta has been sitting in the dining room. After Dorn entered the palace, he asked her to wait here. While waiting, the little princess suddenly smelled a hot and delicious special fragrance coming from outside the restaurant door. He smelled it first, and then saw Dorn walking and carrying a huge iron plate. Bang! The iron plate was gently placed on the dining table. The little princess looked towards this freshly baked and fragrant dish. On the thick iron plate, there are snow white crab meat, golden orange crab roe, and mixed red and green minced green onions, and minced green and red peppers. These rich colors are intertwined and can stimulate people's appetite. Moreover, there were neatly arranged pieces of well-proportioned and plump crab meat, each piece with plump female crab roe or thick male crab paste, fat and attractive. The fragrance from the crab meat penetrated directly into the little princess's nostrils. It smells a bit overwhelming. In the Dona Empire, the acceptance of monster ingredients by nobles actually varies from person to person. Some nobles believe that monsters contain magical power and would bring bad luck if used as food. However, some nobles do not shy away from this, believing that some monster ingredients have a unique and delicious taste that cannot be replaced by ordinary ingredients. The little princess has lived in the freezing north since she was a child. Due to the relative lack of material resources, the nobles in the north basically fall into the latter category. However, for these nobles who are more receptive to monster ingredients, they can actually only accept a small number of monsters that are currently classified as edible by humans. As for the monster crab in front of her, Henrietta had never even seen it, let alone eaten it. But it smells so good. The little princess was shaken. Teppanyaki pan-fried crab. Miss Henrietta, do you want to join us and eat it while it's hot? Dawn sat down at the dining table with a carefree attitude. The little princess looked straight at the crab meat in the iron plate, and finally nodded. When I was in Eatontown earlier, I tasted Dawn's hot pot and the Dompa pork elbow. Apart from anything else, Henrietta's mouth and stomach had actually unknowingly begun to trust and obey Dorn unconditionally. As long as Mr. Dawn, the great chef, says it can be eaten, it will definitely be eaten. And it will definitely be delicious. If the little princess's mouth and stomach had their own thoughts, that would probably be like this. Chapter 197 Crab Meat. Crab roe. Crab paste. The most convenient way to eat sliced pan-fried crab is actually to just start it. Like Dorn, he picks up a shiny piece of crab meat, white crab meat, and golden crab meat and gnaws it directly into his mouth, which is the most enjoyable way to eat. But as a lady raised in the royal family, the little princess definitely cannot eat like this. The cumbersome and honorable etiquette of the nobility, for Henrietta, are shackles that have been tied to her body since she was a child and cannot be broken away, even if she is a little princess who stands at the top of the aristocracy. However, fortunately, the monster crab is very big, so the crab pieces after the 18 cuts are also very big. Take a piece and put it on the plate in front of you, cutting it with a knife and fork gracefully. Although it is a little troublesome, it is not impossible to eat. The white crab meat has a firm and tender texture, and is very plump and plump. After one bite, it's full, and your mouth is filled with the unique sweet and fresh taste of crab meat. At the same time, the rich sauce flavor is perfectly integrated into the crab meat, which is fresh and salty. The crab roe on the crab meat of the female crab is so fat that it falls apart. The chopped green and red peppers on top. After being choked with hot oil, the flavor flows along the oil to the crab roe, making it red, fragrant and spicy, fresh and fat. A whole piece of crab meat was quickly removed. But the little princess did not stop. Henrietta is not the kind of person like Dawn, who can deal with unknown and dangerous environments calmly and eat with peace of mind. But even so, after tasting a piece of crab meat, the only thing left in the little princess's mind was, tasty! Tasty! It is indeed Mr. Dorn, who has conquered his mouth and stomach. The little princess took another neat piece of male crab meat and put it on her plate. The crab meat is still the same, sweet and fresh with a salty flavor from the sauce. The thick crab paste on the male crab has a different taste compared to the crab roe on the female crab. This translucent, slightly sticky-looking gelatinous substance tastes unexpectedly refreshing because Dawn is cooked properly. Soft and glutinous, it melts in one sip, turning into a slightly fresh and sweet taste, mixed with the salty taste of soy sauce. and the spiciness of green and red peppers after being choked with oil. Such a rich and layered taste combination. Together, not only does it not appear abrupt, but it is more harmonious. After eating several huge pieces of pan-fried crab in one go, the little princess was satisfied and her face was filled with happiness. Sure enough, the food made by Mr. Don can still bring smiles and happiness to people. It's delicious. Thank you for the treat, Mr. Dorn. After the little princess had finished eating, she elegantly placed the knife and fork, folded her hands, placed them lightly on the table in front of her chest, and nodded to Dorn opposite. Dorn, on the other hand, was grabbing the last piece of crab meat and nibbling it freely. His mouth was full of oil, so he just nodded towards the little princess. Such wild and unrestrained eating behavior is considered very rude and disrespectful to ordinary nobles. However, the little princess did not reject this. Although she always abides by the complicated etiquette of nobles eating, she is always surrounded by Veronica, a maverick noble who does not follow etiquette. So, I'm used to it. There were even times when the little princess felt that maybe eating as freely and happily as Veronica and Dawn were doing now would allow them to appreciate the deliciousness of the food even more. On Dorn's side, every last piece of crab meat was eaten and wiped clean. For this meal of pan-fried crabs, although Dorn did cook all 4 crabs, he only served a third of the crab meat for himself and Miss Henrietta. On the one hand, the monster crabs are too big. 2 people will definitely not be able to eat 4 of them. On the other hand, it's because eating too much crab seems to cause stomach pain. Through the feedback of ingredients intuition, the properties of this monster crab are also the same. Therefore, eat in moderation, just enough to fill your stomach. Dorn did not intend to waste the remaining crab meat, which could be shared with other people trapped in the story world later. System prompt: the predator effect is triggered, and the attack, physique, and agility attributes are enhanced. The pan-fried crab was almost eaten, and the system prompt popped up at the right time. When Don put the pan-fried crabs on the plate, he deliberately put all the crab meat from each crab. So the sum of the 4 crabs was 4 consecutive draws. For this dish, the ingredients are graded B, and the final finished dish is graded A. The 4 monster crabs did not explode skills, but added 3 attack points, 3 points of constitution, and 2 points of agility to Dorn. Barely acceptable. This kind of monster crab is much more delicious than the skinny river crabs from Eton. If you have a chance, you can ask the 2 narrators where they caught it. Don thought this way, and used the small tablecloth on the table, wiped the oil stains from the corners of his mouth. After finishing a delicious crab lunch, Don asked Miss Henrietta to stay in the restaurant to rest and wait. He first washed his hands carefully to wash away the smell of crab, and then put the remaining pan-fried crab on a plate and distributed it to other people trapped in the story world. When Dorn returned to the palace restaurant, he and the little princess once again heard a familiar clear female voice. Tough narrator: oh my god. It is unimaginable that the villain Leon actually cooked the devil's entourage and distributed the evil dishes to the Princess Miyamura and other people in the royal city. Tough narration: the dishes cooked with the Demon King's entourage bribed the princess and other people in the royal city, and even bribed the brave Darbin. Look! The villain's evil plot has been accomplished. A bit dazed narration: yeah, it's done. But, well, that crab just looked delicious. Dawn, are these 2 narrators online again? By the way, what the narrator said just now, who had a bit of a tough voice, was she just being arrogant and hurting herself? Have you finished revising the rest of the script so quickly? Has it turned into a story tailor-made for me? Dawn calmly handled the narrator's appearance. A somewhat dazed narration: no, I haven't finished changing it at all, and I don't even know where to start. A bit silly narration: oh, bad guy Leon, you cooperate with me to finish the story, and I let you be the hero in the story. Okay. This way, there is no need to change the rest of the story. The narrator's tone of voice when discussing with Dorn conveyed a sense of humiliation. So do you really just want to finish this story? Dorn touched his chin and thought for a moment, because after the first round of confrontation with the narrators, he mastered a certain logic and purpose of the 2 narrators. After considering it based on the situation, Don already had some intention to deal with the 2 narrators, and also had the idea of getting the magical Alice's bedtime reading to use as a portable space. Therefore, his attitude towards the 2 narrators has also changed to a certain extent. You have to find a way to fool them first. So Don spoke again as gently and kindly as possible. Sincerely. How about this? You put all of us back into the real world first. Others here may not be willing to accompany you to continue the story. But I am different. I am a kind, warm-hearted and good person. Therefore, I am willing to accompany you. But, even a good person like me still has a lot of things to do in the real world. Therefore, I will return to this story world from time to time in the future and accompany you intermittently to act out the story until it is finished. How about? Chapter 198. The narrator wants to tease you. Don's words were extremely sincere. And if his suggestion is heeded, it means that everyone else in the story world will leave. And Dorn himself can return here from time to time. How can I return from time to time? Of course you have Alice's bedtime reading. Moreover, when I return here, it's not too much to bring something in for storage. Right? When you leave, it's not too much to take away the things you stored earlier. Right? Even after the narrator's story of the warrior princess is finished, Dorn can volunteer to accompany them in the next one, even if he provides the script himself. In this way, wouldn't it be possible to keep Alice's bedtime reading for a long time? Everything was arranged clearly, and the wishful thinking was rattled. People make money directly. When the little princess next to her heard these words, how could she keep up with Dorn's jumping thoughts and see through the colorful intestines in his belly? Plus, she has a very good impression of Dorn. So I believed it to be true, thinking that Dorn wanted to sacrifice himself in order for others to leave safely. Mr. Dorn has noble qualities. The little princess's eyes changed when she looked at Dorn. A bit dazed narration. Well, it took a lot of effort for me to find so many people. And if you are the only one, you can't act out the story. Right? Strong narrator. Also, I won't be deceived by your kind words. The villain who ruined the performance of the story. Bad guy. Fraud. Puff. Slightly. Don. The one with a stronger voice and the rich modal particles at the end must be making a face at himself. Tough narrator. And? I'm not here to compromise or discuss anything with you. A bit dazed narration. Huh? Isn't it? Tough narrator. Of course not. It's a joke. What a joke. He ruined the grand story performance. So he had to tease him in the story to relieve his anger. Be prepared to suffer. Villain Leon. A bit dazed narration. Oh. Make fun of him. Actually my name is Dorn. Tough narrator. I don't give a shit. There was the sound of pages turning again. Tough narration. Right here. I just wrote a new plot for you. Now even if you beg me for mercy, it's too late. Don frowned. He didn't know what the two narrators were planning to do. However, considering their wording is teasing, so even if they do something next, it might be on the level of a little girl prank. So, is this the extent of what you've been doing for a long time? Dorn's heart remained unmoved, and he had even begun to think about the most effective way to fool the two narrators next. Anyway, your narration reading has no influence on me, so I am not afraid of others at all. Tough narration. After having lunch with the villain Leon, the kind and simple princess became less wary of him. Perhaps because of Leon's performance in repelling the overwhelming number of Demon King's followers at noon. Tough narration. Poor Princess Miyamura may have subconsciously overlooked that the villain in front of her had just committed the evil act of deceiving her on the street and kidnapping her. A bit dazed narration. Oh, it's not good. It's really a very bad story unfolding. Dawn. Is this reassembling the plot that happened at noon and destroying it into pieces, making it seem as reasonable as possible? However, has this changed from the original orthodox love story of a brave man and a princess to a love-hate relationship between an evil, crazy villain and a simple and kind princess? I feel that because of my appearance, the conflicts and contradictions in the plot, as well as the subsequent expectations, have become richer. It's just that the style of painting may be a bit distorted compared to the beginning. Tough narration. But a bad guy is a bad guy after all. When the princess starts to trust him a little bit, relaxes, and reveals her true self in front of him, Leon will be ready to make a move. A bit silly narration. Oh, the fox's tail is exposed. When Don heard this, he already had a question mark on his face. Putting aside this, after talking for a long time, I still didn't understand where the plot was trying to tease me. The current state of these two narrators telling narration and promoting the plot is definitely very strange. Why did it suddenly turn into a mode of praising and teasing? Where has the seriousness in telling stories gone? Just as Don was complaining to the two narrators in his heart, while maintaining an elegant posture, the little princess sitting beside her moved. Wow! I feel so tired sitting like this. The little princess stretched her slender white arms upwards, stretching like a sleepy cat. It is absolutely impossible for a lady who grew up in the royal family to do such indecent behavior in front of others. The reason why Arietta acted like this was because she was named by the narrator. That is, I was influenced by the line, "Relax and reveal your inner true self in front of him." Although the narrator's words had no actual meaning, they still drove Henrietta to move. I saw the little princess, who always maintained a noble and dignified demeanor, yawning and walking to the red velvet couch in the corner of the restaurant. "Hey!" The little princess sat down and took off her crystal high heels to reveal her small, white bare feet. Then, he lay down on the red velvet couch with a look on his face. "Have a good life." The little princess still had a salty look on her face and sighed heavily. After lying down for a while, Henrietta twisted a few times on the couch, which was quite large for her. "This skirt is so uncomfortable to wear. It would be nice if I could change it into something wider and not so tight." The original lying flat has become a defenseless curled-up position. Maybe the new posture made the little princess feel comfortable and satisfied, and the expression on her face changed from salty to satisfied. "By the way, Leon, I'm so thirsty after eating crabs just now. Can you get me some fruit? Preferably the cut kind. Also, if there is a love story with illustrations, it would be a time-killing love story. Better. I want to see it." "Dawn! Leon should be calling himself right. Therefore, Miss Henrietta should still be immersed in the role of the story." However, the narrator didn't explicitly say that Miss Henrietta would become a salted fish. Could it be that this is her true feelings revealed after being influenced by the narration? Huh? "Leon, why don't you move still? Give me the fruit and the storybook. I want it now." The little princess puffed her face and rolled on the couch twice more like a baby. Dorn's eyes twitched. "It feels like I saw something extraordinary. Could it be that Miss Henrietta, who always maintains a dignified and elegant posture, is actually a salty fish girl on the inside? The contrast is a bit too great." Chapter 199. I just failed to resist. A bit dazed narration. Wow wow wow. What should I do? Princess Miyamura has become an idle waste. Tough narration. Everything is still under control. It seems that even the two narrators did not expect that Miss Henrietta would look like this when she revealed her true inner self. Tough narration. By the way, the villain Leon has shown his true colors. He wants to force Princess Miyamura to do something she doesn't want to do. Dawn? Are these two narrators really trying to tease me? Why does it feel like so far they have all been dealing with Miss Henrietta? Tough narration. The villain Leon took out the pair of white silk stockings from his arms. He wanted to force Princess Miyamura to wear them to satisfy his evil desires. After hearing this, Dorn finally lost his composure. These two narrators seem to know exactly what they bring into the story world. For a normal man, wearing two pieces of thin white silk stockings is not a normal thing in this era when stockings and high heels have become exclusive clothing for women. Dawn's slightly panicked expression was very helpful to the narrator. Tough narration. Humph, you're afraid. It's not over yet. Tough narration. The villain Leon threatens the princess. He must put the stockings on the princess himself. Otherwise, the princess's dress will be taken off. A bit dazed narration. Wow wow wow. It's obviously not written like this. Also, lewd things are not allowed here. Right. Tough narration. I can't control that much anymore. You must let this bad guy know how powerful he is. A dull narration. Wow wow wow. That's not possible. Then, there was the sound of pages turning again. This time, the movement of turning the pages was much louder than before. Rather than flipping through a book, it feels more like two narrators fighting for the book that records the plot of the story. The little princess, who was originally lying on the red velvet couch, made movement again. She sat up from the sofa, putting his hands together on his thighs. He pinched the hem of the white dress tightly, then blushed and looked up at Dawn. Those eyes, which were usually dignified and had the aura of a superior, were flashing with unspeakable emotions. At this moment, the two narrators were busy grabbing books. Dorn looked at a loss. The little princess was the only one who honestly and faithfully carried out the narration instructions for that part of the story. She turned away her red cheeks, opened her mouth, and spit out an unclear word. Huh? Dorn didn't hear clearly. I said, yes. The little princess looked a little angry and coquettish, then lowered her head and continued in a very low voice. Yes, I can let you help me put on my stockings, if you like. After all, you just saved my life and resolved the crisis in the capital. Leon. She sat upright, raising her right foot slightly. Her naked and small toes pressed together, trembling slightly. What it represents is self-evident. As for Don, his face was almost turning green. Good guy. Listening to what Miss Henrietta said, it is obvious that she is still immersed in the role of the princess. At this time, you can ignore things that are too social, such as carrying white silk with you. The key is Miss Henrietta's current appearance. How she looks now. Which chef can withstand such a test? Leon! Why? The little princess saw that Dorn had not moved yet. She was embarrassed and annoyed. The crimson on her face was so thick that she was about to drip. You don't really want to see me take off my skirt, Bar? The little princess said this, reaching out to touch the shoulder strap. And then her smooth shoulders and collarbone were exposed. Dawn! I remember the narration didn't say to take it off yourself. Seeing that things were getting worse and worse, Dorn had to do something. A red and black evil and ominous aura billowed over his body. Dream, activate. The person affected was of course Henrietta. No matter what, let's sleep with her first and prevent her from making any further moves. Under the influence of Dream, the little princess loosened her right hand on her shoulder and fell softly back onto the red velvet sofa, falling into the sweet dream that Dorn had built for her. What a risk. Dorn breathed a sigh of relief. Tough narrator, humph. Do you think this is the end? The same trick will be useless if used a second time. The fight on the narrator's side has just come to an end, and it seems that the tougher one wins. Tough narrator, look. The sleeping Princess Miyamura actually continued the action at hand in a sleepwalking manner. Today's matter must come to an end. After the narrator finished speaking, the little princess, who had fallen asleep, sat up straight again and reached out again to untie the shoulder strap. Although Dorn was surprised, his rich combat experience allowed him to react very quickly when dealing with emergencies. Spinning silk activates. Several crystalline spider silk threads shot out and wrapped around Henrietta's body, tying her up tightly and preventing her from making any next move. Tough narrator, humph. Stop struggling. Villain Leon. Tough narrator, oh my god. The table knives on the dining table and the kitchen knives in the kitchen, for some reason, flew up out of thin air and flew towards Princess Miyamura, cutting through those seemingly strong white silk threads. Soon after the narrator's voice fell, table knives and kitchen knives flew up, quickly separating those supposedly strong spider threads. A dull narration. Wow. This is too dangerous. Tough narrator, where is the danger? These things will only follow instructions and act. And there is no mention of letting the knife hurt anyone. A dull narration. It doesn't seem like that. Either. Watching the spider silk, he shot collapse. Dorn finally understood. In this story world, not only living individuals are controlled by the narrator's instructions, but even inanimate objects are still at the mercy of the narrator. This ability is simply cheating. In order to prevent the narrator from doing something to Miss Henrietta again, Dawn stopped resisting and lifted the dream effect on Henrietta. The little princess suddenly woke up. She blinked her violet eyes, her face still flushed. Then, still very immersed in the drama, he sat upright on the red velvet sofa again and slightly raised the toes of his right foot. Really? I'm already very shy. Leon, stop teasing me. Not only did the little princess enter the scene and act affectionately, but the narrator also continued to fan the flames. Tough narration. Help her put it on quickly. Otherwise, Princess Miyamura will take off her skirt again. A dull narration. Although I feel that this kind of thing is not good and a bit lewd. But I still kind of want to see it. Dawn thought for a moment, looked at Miss Henrietta, inhaled, and then exhaled. I feel that my current mood is almost the same as the nervous state I felt when fighting the dungeon boss. Don't you just wear stockings? That's all. After making up his mind, Don simply risked his life and squatted down in front of Miss Henrietta, and took out the pair of thin and silky white silk clothes from her arms. Because the narrator was obviously prepared this time, Dorn resisted twice to no avail, so he could only consider following the other party's wishes for the time being. Isn't it just to put stockings on a beautiful girl with my own hands? For a manly man? No big deal. Right. That is it. Don looked at the white, small, and soft bare feet that Miss Henrietta raised in front of him. It's not that I haven't resisted. It's just that I failed. I'm sorry, Miss Henrietta. Chapter 200. The Great Sage's Smile. Rustling. The silky white silk was held in the hand and placed on the girl's toes. Dorn was clumsily putting white silk on the little princess's right leg. Speaking of which, how should stockings be worn? Just pull it up like a boy wearing socks? Or should you first roll it in the opposite direction into a small ring, and then roll it up your legs? Dawn didn't know. He had no such experience. He is good at cooking and preparing ingredients. But this is really his first time dealing with stockings and girls' legs. Be calm. Be calm. Just think of it like putting a plastic bag on the radish in the supermarket. It's not difficult. Dorn thought in his heart. I can't care about that much anymore. So just pull it all the way up. However, there is a big difference between Miss Henrietta's legs and those of White Radish. Although she is indeed fair and straight. But this White Radish, it's soft, smooth, elastic, and warm. No matter how much you want to ignore it, you can't change the fact that it is a girl's white and straight legs. Rustling. The white stockings were pulled past her knees, and the girl's calves were covered in the thin white silk material, which had slightly outlined the curves. Further up, it's the thighs. The restaurant was extremely quiet at the moment. Dorn didn't speak, and the little princess only meowed twice in an extremely restrained and extremely small voice. Even the two narrators, who were noisy at first, remained quiet at this time. Maybe he was covering his eyes with his hands, watching with relish what was happening on the red velvet sofa through the gaps between his fingers. The sock cuffs slightly tightened Miss Henrietta's thigh flesh. Donan's fingertips were also in the process of pulling the white silk, and they couldn't help but touch the other person's smooth and warm skin. This made Henrietta's whole body tremble slightly unconsciously. The atmosphere is somewhat ambiguous. As a young man in full bloom and in his prime, Dorn could not help but have a strong physical reaction when faced with such a scene. This is normal. No reaction is abnormal. The kind that requires seeing a doctor. However, now is obviously not a good time to let youth restless and hormones run wild. Not only Miss Henrietta, who had been wronged, was looking at him, but the two annoying narrators were also looking at him. What's more important is that if this hormonal agitation continues, the primitive impulse and animalistic roar in the body, Dawn is worried that if he is not sure, he will do something extraordinary. For example, throwing Miss Henrietta down on the red velvet sofa. No, that is absolutely not possible. This idea is too dangerous. I am a person with a sound personality and the ability to think independently. Therefore, even in the face of the current situation, I can control it and keep my bottom line. Dawn continued to mentally build himself up. Then, when the fingertips rubbed it, the soft, smooth, elastic and warm feeling continued to come back. He could even clearly feel the slight trembling of the other party's body. There was also Miss Henrietta's expression. Her face was so red that even though her face was turned away, she could clearly feel the feeling of being half ashamed and half angry, yet unwilling to reject her from the side of her face. Dawn, just keep it safe. I'll keep it. Who can withstand this? Not everyone can be Lu Xiaohui. Thinking about it is always easier than doing it. Asshole. As the top of the stocking slowly rose, the primitive impulse in Dawn's heart and body also continued to rise. It is an uncontrollable impulse that may burst out at any time. Wait. Maybe you can use that. At this time, the human nature and the animalistic villain in Dorn's heart were fighting fiercely. Fighting. The villain of humanity suddenly reminded Dorn. Use that trick on the beastly villain. So, soft body activates. Soft body, a skill that emerges from weak monsters like slimes. The effect is that after the skill is activated, any part of the body can become as soft and shapeless as gelatin. Dawn chose a soft and uncertain object, which is of course the part of his body that is currently the most uncontrollable. The skill takes effect. After a brief moment of astonishment, a bewildered smile appeared on Dawn's face. It was a smile that seemed to have seen through all the complicated and trivial things in the world, as if it knew all the secrets of the world and even the essence of the universe. This is the smile of the great sage. With this holy smile on his face, Dawn looked at Miss Henrietta again. The girl's long black hair with purple luster is elegantly coiled on the top of her head. The shyness on her face, that wants to resist but welcomes her, will make anyone who sees her fall in love. Yes, girls are beautiful and beautiful. But, so what? And the touch from my fingertips is soft and elastic. Looking down, the girl's legs were long and straight, her fair skin looming under the silky white silk. And even the absolute defense under her skirt was not considered strong. It's beautiful. Really beautiful. So beautiful that it looks like an impeccable work of art. But, so what? The smile on Dawn's face did not diminish. and his eyes were so calm that they seemed to have no impurities. He has now passed the first level of looking at the legs. They are legs. The second level, looking at the legs, not legs, but white radish, and has officially reached the third level, looking at the legs. Still legs, realm. They're just pink skulls. Dorn smiled slightly. I don't have those worldly desires. As for why not? I'm so damn self-castrated. Asshole. And it was a damn success. After I finish here, I have to take a closer look to see if I have any functional problems after using that soft body. With a pure gaze that looked at beautiful works of art, Dawn gently lifted the silky white silk up the girl's thigh. Almost ready. In fact, at this time, in order to put on the stockings, a large part of Dorn's hands had already reached under the little princess's skirt. It's just the last bit, Dorn continued. At this time, the little princess's leg suddenly tightened, and her plump thigh meat clamped Dorn's right hand, trembling slightly. Leon, can you just wear here? I'll do it by myself next. Okay. Henrietta's chest was rising and falling, and her body was so hot that she was sweating slightly. Maybe the narrator has been on hold for too long. It may also be that what Dawn is currently doing is already in line with what the narrator said, putting stockings on the princess. And that Henrietta has a certain degree of self-control over her body. Of course it is possible. Dorn showed his great sage smile again. Don't look at me anymore. Can you? Henrietta asked again. Of course. Dorn stood up and turned his back. The little princess quickly put her hands into her skirt and pulled up the last fold of her stockings. He quickly picked up another piece of white silk and couldn't wait to put it on his left foot. It seems that Dorn's help is not needed this time. Tough narrator, huh, lustful. A bit silly narration, well, yes, it's so lustful. The two narrators who had hung up for a while finally spoke again. So, who is to blame for all this? Dorn, who had released his soft body, let out a masculine roar. And the narrator girls didn't respond. They seemed to be offline. Ran. Don't let me catch you! Dorn gritted his teeth in anger. Chapter 201 Badass Brave Man. Because the narrator is temporarily offline again. The little princess was finally able to regain full control of her body. She was sitting on the red velvet sofa. Her face seemed even redder than before. The little princess's legs were clamped tightly, and her hands were placed on her knees, tightly grasping the hem of her skirt. The pair of thin and silky white silks were still lingering on her legs at this moment. As for the crystal high heels she had taken off when she was lying down, she had not yet put them back on. The thin feet wrapped in white silk stepped on a cotton carpet in front of the red velvet sofa. Seeing that Miss Henrietta remained embarrassed and frightened, and did not move for a while, Dawn knew what he should say. I'm sorry, Miss Henrietta. When the little princess heard Dorn speak, a sound like a kitten's whimpering came out of her mouth. Then he raised his head slightly, and tried to look at Dorn. In the etiquette education the little princess received, when speaking, you must look at the other person to be polite. However, at this time, her violet eyes were still unable to regain their usual solemn and superior temperament. Instead, her eyes were watery with a strong hint of shyness. Mr. Dorn, there is no need to apologize. You did nothing wrong, the little princess said in a low but clear voice. Dawn nodded. Indeed, he did nothing wrong. He worked hard. I won't tell anyone what happens in the story world. This is a secret between the two of us. Dawn thought for a while and promised. After hearing these words, the little princess's violet eyes flickered, and the shyness that had finally been suppressed surged up again. The word, secret between two people, seems too ambiguous in the current atmosphere. Stop teasing me, Dorn, the little princess said. Then she may have felt that the title, Dawn, seemed too close. So she hurriedly added, Mr. Dorn. On the soft and white cotton carpet, her petite feet were wrapped in white silk, gently caressing them. Because the current atmosphere between the two was ambiguous and awkward, Dawn did not stay too long in front of Miss Henrietta. It was that feeling of leaving her alone to calm down. As for Dawn, he had other things to do, and he had to find the two narrators. As for Henrietta, she couldn't help much as she went there, so she simply stayed here in the palace and waited. After Dorn left, the little princess still sat on the red velvet sofa without moving. However, when he was alone, his face was not so burning. In Arietta's mind, she began to recall everything that had just happened. The first step was to follow the narrator's prompts to reveal her inner true self. To be honest, even if the little princess really feels that the cumbersome etiquette and manners of the nobles are a burden and shackles. Because she has grown up in this environment since she was a child. She has begun to get used to that kind of burden. Even when alone, the little princess will behave more restrained due to these etiquette constraints. The state of lying on the sofa and acting coquettishly like just now is simply impossible. But I just did that. And, Dorn, sir, he saw everything. When she thought of this, the little princess's face started to get hot again. And Dawn, sir, it is really embarrassing to squat down and help yourself put on your stockings. His hand just now was so obscene and even reached under my skirt. How could he do such a thing to a girl? But it seems like there is no way to blame him. The little princess puffed her cheeks slightly, which was expressing anger. Speaking of which, does Dorn really like stockings? A byproduct of alchemy? The little princess looked down at the silky white silk clinging to the skin of her legs. Otherwise, why would he carry one with him? And when he first met him, he couldn't stop staring at the black stockings on Veronica's legs. As expected, Dorn is so lustful. After Dorn left the palace, he walked alone through the 100-meter-long landscape street and entered the relatively dense forest. A bit silly narration during the time he spent with the princess. The villain Leon occasionally felt uneasy, although he couldn't explain why. The princess's simplicity and kindness always gave him an extremely dazzling and beautiful feeling. Narrator. After some relatively intimate interactions during their time together, the relationship between the two also warmed up. The villain's ice-like heart seemed to be slowly melting. Narrator. When Leon could face his heart, he found that he had fallen in love with the beautiful and innocent princess. Not a bit touching. Narrator. Leon wants to protect that dazzling beauty. Narrator. He realized one thing. The devil was still staring at the beautiful princess. As long as the devil still exists, the princess and the kingdom will not have a truly peaceful life. Narrator. So, on a sunny afternoon, the villain Leon quietly left the princess and went alone to the depths of the black forest where the devil was. The entire narration summary above was read by the narrator with a slightly silly voice alone. Probably after Dorn entered the forest, the narrator suddenly came online and started working. A bit dazed narration. Look, Leon, this is a new plot I just added for you. Your identity has changed. You are no longer a simple bad guy, but another kind of brave. A bad guy. Like it? I don't like it. Dorn put on a dead fish eye and shook his head indifferently. From just now, he didn't pay much attention to the narrator. And it's almost the same now. After what happened with Miss Henrietta, he just wanted to catch these two narrators and fix them. A bit dazed narration. Wow, wow, wow. It's so fierce. I obviously added the plot to you so seriously. Tough narration. I just said there's no need to worry about him. Bad guys won't appreciate it. The forest in the story world didn't seem too big. After Dorn walked through it for a while, he saw a blue lake. This lake is not big either. After turning on Eagle View, Dorn could clearly see a small, bare island in the center of the lake. On the island, there stood a large, somewhat eerie castle. It seems that this should be the location of the Demon King's castle in the story. A bit silly narration. The badass heroes successfully passed through the frightening and terrifying Black Forest. Perhaps because when he was in the royal capital, Leon annihilated a large number of the Demon King's followers. And there were no obstacles along the way. A bit dazed narration. But is the road to challenging the Demon King really so smooth? Will there be something waiting for him ahead? As the narration ends, Dorn, who was still driving Eagle View, noticed that the water on the curved blue lake suddenly flickered. And at the same time, a huge black shadow flashed under the water. There is something in the lake. Chapter 202. Take off your clothes before beating. The black shadow in the lake disappeared in a flash. Dorn stood on the shore. After thinking for a while, he took out Rui and transformed into Pale Justice. Then, he squatted down by the lake and dipped his hand into the water. This is salt water. Dorn made a quick judgment. The lake in front of me is not too big. It is a saltwater lake. I don't know what the two narrators are raising in it, but that thing in the lake must be a link in the story of the narrator. He will definitely jump out and stop himself from going to the Demon King's castle. So Dawn stood up straight again and waited. A bit silly narration. The bad guy and the brave man saw the black shadow flashing across the lake and became wary. There must be a big monster in the lake. A bit dazed narration. Just as he was thinking about what to do, the black shadow appeared again. This time, the black shadow stirred up the lake water, rolled up to the surface, and made a huge noise. The bad guy and the brave man saw clearly that it was actually the actual situation in the story world is exactly the same as what the narrator described. During her recitation of the plot, the black shadow in the lake really appeared again. And it surged and appeared in huge waves. It has a long cone-shaped slender body, with huge eyes the size of basketballs. And there are already 10 arm-foot tentacles with suction cups and sharp teeth that have climbed to the shore of the lake. They are 2 long and 8 short. A bit dumbfounded narration, it turned out to be a scary giant squid. Yes, that's right. The squid is most likely still a monster. Dorn watched this giant squid emerge from the saltwater lake with its health bar shining on. The blood volume is more than 2,400 points. Moreover, this kind of squid is really huge. If you include the complete body part underwater, it is estimated to be 5 meters long. A somewhat difficult A-grade ingredient. Dorn looked at the monster squid that emerged from the bottom of the lake, and made a mental judgment based on his health bar and ingredients intuition. Just like when those monster land crabs appeared. Although the giant monster squid emerged from the water with its health bar shining, it did not attack Dorn immediately. Tough narration. This giant squid is also a follower raised by the monster. It will prevent the villain Leon from continuing to advance towards the monster castle. It will use its tentacles to firmly bind this ignorant human who dares to challenge the monster, then sacrifice him to the demon king. The narrator, who had a stronger voice, seized the opportunity to narrate at this time and told the plot impassionedly. As she finished speaking, the giant squid finally started to move. The 2 long and flexible arm tentacles quickly rolled towards Dorn's position. Dexterity, activate. Dorn held, pale justice, and quickly rolled to avoid it. The giant squid's greasy tentacle attack failed. Tough narrator. Oh! The dastardly villain has great speed and dodges the giant squid's first pass with a deft but unsightly roll. The 2 sides are about to officially start fighting. The narrator, with a strong voice, excitedly explained the battle situation. Dorn didn't pay much attention to her. He just focused his eyes on the giant squid. Is it a tentacle monster? If it is entangled and tied up, it will always become unclean. While guarding against the giant squid's next tentacle sweep, he flicked his left wrist. Poison frog activates. Purple poisonous mist filled the air and quickly condensed into a huge 5-meter-tall poisonous frog, accompanied by a loud moo cry. Tough narrator appears. The purple poisonous frog that the villain Leon used to fight off the land crabs earlier, and it's even bigger than before. The battle between the 2 behemoths is about to break out. Whoosh! The tentacles of the giant squid swept over again. This huge, flexible, sticky tentacle with concave and convex suction cups can even bring out obvious strong winds during its rapid waving. And under the trend of Dorn difficulty, Poison Frog is not to be outdone. The tongue formed by the condensed poison flew out, and was so flexible that it entangled the 2 tentacles of the squid. The 2 sides fell into a tug of war for a while. Dorn, on the other hand, seized this opportunity and used a skill again. Parasite Spore activates. This skill of parasitizing enemies to restore blood and stamina to oneself is very effective when dealing with physical enemies with non-fire attributes. The giant squid is huge, and it is also fighting with the poisonous frog. Therefore, it is impossible to completely avoid those small brown particles floating in the air. The spores were successfully planted on the smooth body of the squid, turning into gray-white patches and tiny mycelium. Dorn's already abundant physical strength was once again replenished. The parasite spore he has mastered, in terms of characteristics, is actually a skill that favors the existence of energy. It will not actually grow mushrooms on the enemy's body. As soon as the skill ends or the enemy dies, all the mycelium will dissipate. Therefore, this attack does not directly affect the taste of enemies considered as food. Killing the boss bullfrog earlier and subsequently eating it proves this point. Moreover, compared to the parasitic spores, it may be the poison skill mastered by Dorn, which is more threatening to the meat quality and taste of the food monsters. Because of this, Dorn is currently controlling the poison in the poison frog from leaking out. After all, this giant squid has an A grade and is an excellent ingredient. If nothing else, he will definitely eat it. No one can be kept. Therefore, it is still necessary to not destroy the taste of the food itself while hunting. Tough narrator, humph! As expected, the cunning villain also hid other tricks. After those small brown particles landed on the giant squid, mycelium grew strangely, consuming the vitality of the giant squid bit by bit. Tough narrator, this is really despicable. A bit silly narration, yeah. That's so despicable. Let the big purple frog delay the big squid. And those weird mycelium will suck the life force of the big squid. If this delays for a certain period of time, the big squid will be finished. The two narrators commented and analyzed the battle in a matter-of-fact manner. They can all see that Dorn has the upper hand in the current battle situation. This badass brave man really has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Dawn just smiled as she listened to the narrator's comment, which was like a live game commentary. Just kidding. This fighting method of using poisonous frogs to delay the opponent and then relying on parasitic spores to wear down the opponent was already my fighting style half a year ago. I am also growing. Now I have the ability to join and occupy it myself. Considering that he voluntarily banned the use of toxins in combat, in order to ensure that he could hunt down this monster squid with more than 2,400 health points quickly and without any accidents. Dorn chose to fight in person. Hey, are you two looking at me? I advise you to close your eyes. Dawn said this. Tough narration, humph. What a narcissistic villain. Why should I watch, bah. You? What are you doing? A bit dazed narration. Wow. Stop the badass hero. Why do you have to take off your clothes in a good fight? Of course, there is a reasonable explanation for taking off my clothes before the fight. Because this is all I have. And if it gets damaged during the fight, I won't have to wear it anymore. So isn't it right to take it off and keep it well? Dawn said seriously and unbuttoned all the buttons on his shirt. Chapter 203 I'm coming in. After taking off his coat and silk shirt, Dawn carefully folded them and put them aside. He even put Rui, who had turned into pale justice, on the ground. A bit dazed narration. Wow. He is the badass hero. He, well, seems to have a pretty good figure. Quite strong. Perhaps it is because of the continuous improvement of physical fitness points, coupled with intentional or unintentional combat training during the adventure. Dorn's body shape is indeed quite good now. Although he can't be said to be very strong, he can still be regarded as undressed and muscular. Tough narrator. Stop! Stop it! Stop taking your pants off. Fool. Abnormal. So, I told you not to read it. Dorn was surprisingly calm. Perhaps in his heart, he did not place the two narrators in the position of normal human women. Moreover, considering that the white silk in his arms can be clearly noticed by the other party, maybe as long as they want to see it, he will have been seen. Moreover, when facing the enemy, you should not stick to trivial matters, Dorn said. But he only took off his trousers and made no further actions. It was still spring and the weather had just warmed up, so it made sense for Dawn to wear a pair of silk shorts under her loose trousers. Therefore, the way he looked shirtless and wearing thin silk pants could only be considered indecent, not exhibitionist. Demonization activates. Dorn's body began to expand. A pair of huge bat wings stretched out from his back. Curved goat horns protruded from his forehead, and black and red flames surrounded his body. As for the poor pair of thin silk pants and underwear, they were torn and burned to ashes in the process of body shape changes. The devil, whose skin is as dark, hard, and hot as black rock, and nearly 3 meters tall, appears. Dorn, join the hunt. A bit dazed narration. Wow. The badass hero turns into a demon. Tough narration. How many other strange abilities does he have hidden? Amidst the narrator's surprised voice, Dorn had already rushed towards the giant squid. The poison frog's tongue is still entangled with the 2 longest tentacles of the squid. Facing the terrifying appearance of Dorn after becoming a demon, the giant squid had no choice but to wait for him to get close, and then use its 8 shorter arms to try to attack. But the huge and blazing black devil's claws grabbed the squid's arms and legs. Sizzling. The greasy tentacles boiled and twisted under the high temperature, exuding a smell of barbecued seafood. The giant squid's HP is reduced by 300. The giant squid's HP is reduced by 350. The lake surged and boiled. 3 huge non-humanoid creatures were fighting fiercely on the lakeside, entangling and tearing, punching to the flesh. It was also accompanied by the cry of poisonous frogs and the roar of demons. Several of the squid's arms and legs were violently torn off, and several tearing wounds were left on its smooth body, with light blue body fluids overflowing, and with the parasitic effect of parasite spore as support, and the continuous recovery of blood volume and physical strength. The demonized Dorn became more and more courageous as he fought. There is no suspense about the development of this battle. System prompt. The battle is settled. The damage output is 2,479. And the experience point is gained 16,022 points. A somewhat tragic battle ended. Traces of the squid's blue body fluids can be seen everywhere on the shore, as well as some burnt and finely chopped meat from severed limbs. The poisonous frog had dissipated, and as for the giant squid's body, it was dragged to the shore by Dorn. The gray and white patches left by the parasite, and the texture of the meat in some parts that I burned will be compromised. But it doesn't matter. This squid is so big. There are still many intact and delicious parts. The demonized Dorn scratched his hard lower jaw with his dark claws, looked at the squid's body, and looked like he was thinking. As for the narrators, they also began to summarize the current plot trend. Tough narrator, Humph. After a fierce battle, the villain Leon killed the Demon King's pet giant squid monster, and he was one step closer to challenging the Demon King. A bit dumb narration. Well, the big squid was indeed beaten to death. It has obviously been raised for such a long time, although it has never been matured. Hey! After waiting for the narrators to finish their concluding remarks, Don raised his head with goat's horns and opened his mouth with a terrifying smile. You are in that castle. Right. It's your turn. A bit dazed narration. Wow wow wow. Badass hero. You look so scary. Don't come over. I'm not ready yet. Tough narration. Talent. 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 I'm not afraid of you. Bad guy. The narrator girls were obviously a little scared, but Dorn didn't care about that. The pair of huge, barbed bat wings on his back flapped, creating a strong fishy wind that smelled of burning sulfur. The 3-meter-tall demon soared into the sky. That's right. The pair of bat wings on Dorn's body are not just for decoration. They are really capable of flying. However, due to its huge size, the flying speed using these wings is not too fast, nor can it fly too high. But flying over this bend of salt water is more than enough. Dorn landed on the small island in the center of the lake and went straight to the wooden door of the castle. It's time for the bad boys to accept their punishment. His voice was hoarse, and ominous black and red fireworks were swirling around him, exuding an evil aura. I'm coming in! Squeak! The door of the castle was pushed open. The decoration inside this old castle is very gorgeous, but there is an aura of decay and death everywhere. It was obviously daytime in the story world, but the light inside the castle was dim, and the temperature was a little low. The most conspicuous location in the castle's lobby is a red velvet carpeted staircase that spirals to the second floor. On the wall at the corner of the stairs, there is a dark oil painting hanging. The content of the portrait is also a bit strange. It can be roughly judged that it is a young woman wearing a white gauze on her head. The white gauze is very conspicuous, but the face of the woman is very blurry, making it basically impossible to distinguish. Aren't you going to draw a portrait of a human face? Don's eyes stayed on the oil painting for a few tenths of a second before moving away. He maintained his devilish posture and walked into the center of the castle's hall. At this time, music began to sound throughout the castle. It is a solo of an instrument, a bit like the sound of a piano, but it seems to be somewhat different from the piano. The sound of the piano is smooth and melodious, with a clean, ethereal, warm, quiet and natural atmosphere, bringing a little life to this slightly depressing castle. A bit silly narration, a hymn. After the bad guy Brave broke into the castle, he heard the devil playing. A bit silly narration. This is the strange ability of the devil. Any living creature that hears her playing music will dance continuously and tirelessly until it collapses from cramps and collapses to death from exhaustion. Don heard this clearly and frowned. Is this music so weird? Chapter 204 in the treasure chest. The elegant and moving sound of the piano continues. Don listened for a while. It sounded good, but he had no urge to dance. Could it be? Dorn had some guesses in his mind. Could it be that the paragraph that the narrator just read was just the content of the plot? That is, this moving piece of music actually has no evil effect. And what makes people think of dancing is the compulsory instruction brought by the narrator's reading of the plot. For example, suppose that the young knight who plays the brave Darabin comes to this castle now. After hearing the music and the narration, he will be forced to dance. If this inference is correct, then the person who is playing music now should not have any extraordinary abilities. There is a high probability that it is the missing female musician, Ms. Babashaw. Are you still thinking about acting out a story at this time? I see you haven't been beaten before. Dorn looked up. The source of this piano-like music was on the second floor of the castle. The bat wings behind him flapped slightly as he walked upstairs. On the second floor of the castle, there is a large room. There is an instrument similar to a piano placed in the room near the huge window. The sound production principle is similar to that of a mechanical piano, which is achieved by hitting the steel wire with a mallet. However, the shape is different from that of a piano. There is no difference between black keys and white keys. Instead, the keys are divided into two layers, upper and lower. In the Donut Empire, this instrument was called the harpsichord. The person playing the harpsichord is a lady in neat black clothes, probably in her 30s. But she is well maintained and has an outstanding temperament. After entering the room, Dawn paid special attention to the comparison. This lady in black has a completely different temperament from the lady in white gauze, whose face is unclear in the portrait at the corner of the stairs. They are obviously not the same person. On the contrary, it completely fits the missing female musician Babasha. It must be Miss Babasha who was caught by the narrator to play the devil. Dawn made a judgment in his mind. In this room, apart from the bouncing Miss Babasha, there is another thing that is also eye-catching. That's a treasure chest in the corner. Truly a treasure chest. The box is very large, nearly 2 meters long, and about 1.5 meters wide and high. The box itself is lacquered red, but the corners are inlaid with huge exaggerated gold rims, and even dazzling red and sapphires as embellishments. If the decorations on it are true, the box itself is a priceless treasure. No matter what is inside, if you throw it away and keep it, you will definitely make a profit. After Dorno glanced at the gorgeous box for a few times, he turned his attention back to Miss Babasha. The lady was still playing the piano attentively, and didn't seem to notice the intrusion of the outsider at all. Dawn didn't care either. He kept his devilish posture, and stayed by the side to listen to the other party's piano playing. The scene of a 3-meter-tall demon standing there obediently and listening to a human woman playing the piano is a bit weird and funny. A bit silly narration. Well, at the most critical moment, the badass hero thought of the beautiful and kind-hearted Princess Miyamura, and thought of his oath to protect the princess. A bit silly narration. He overcame the strange temptation brought by music and faced his heart. A bit silly narration. There will eventually be a battle between the Demon King and the hero. Why is it that the story can be played out for 3 months, but it only lasts 1 day, and it's about to end? Dawn, apart from anything else, the narrator is really dedicated in telling stories, even though she was so scared just now. At the same time, Dawn also noticed something. When I listened to the narration before, I just felt that I heard it very clearly. The sound seemed to come from all directions. The 360-degree stereo sound made it impossible to identify the source of the sound. However, in this room at this moment, the voice effect of the narrator is almost the same as before. But you can still notice that when the narrator starts to speak, there will be a slight rustling sound from the big treasure box in the corner. So, the two narrators are in the treasure chest? Dawn thought to himself, but he did not take action immediately. Instead, he stood quietly by the side until Ms. Babasha finished playing a piece of music. After the female musician finished playing the song, she was ready to turn around and have a final showdown with the brave man as mentioned in the narration. It was at this time that a red-black, ominous nightmare aura surged from Dorn's body. Dream, activate. Ms. Babasha is just an ordinary human being after all. Even though she plays the role of the final devil in this story, she is just an actor participating in the story. This is like the scene of a war movie. The actors perform step by step with props and firearms, with the cooperation of lighting, props and explosions, etc. Only the war scenes can be restored in the camera. But Don's situation is different. He belongs to the kind of special actor who comes to the set with an RPG and doesn't listen to the director's instructions and does whatever he wants. Who can withstand this? Under the influence of Dream. Before turning around, Ms. Babasha gently fell forward and fell into the dream created by Dorn. She finally leaned over the keys and struck out a series of messy notes that resounded in the spacious room. A bit silly narration. Well, the battle between the hero and the Demon King ended with Leon's victory. The kingdom and princess can finally usher in true security and peace. A bit silly narration. Then, the badass hero and the princess lived a happy life. All happy? No! Everyone is not happy until I teach you two a lesson. Dawn listened to the narration, and a slightly scary smile appeared on the demon's face. His mouth was wide open, and the corners of his mouth almost reached the base of his ears. This 3-meter-tall demon walked straight towards the big treasure chest in the corner. A bit dazed narration. Wow. Don't come over here. I will shout. What to do? Tough narration. I won't let you come closer, so I'll send you out now. It's useless. Alice's bedtime reading. I know the name of this book, so I can enter it at will. Right. Dawn pressed forward step by step, and had already arrived in front of the gorgeous treasure box. Moreover, I don't know if it was Dawn's words that had an effect, or it was the narrator who needed time to send people away from the book. Anyway, Dawn was still in the story world when he put the devil's claws on the treasure chest. Snap. The gorgeous treasure chest was opened. The scene inside is a bit dazzling. Among them are dazzling gold coins, golden utensils, strings of pearls, and dazzling gems of various colors. And on top of these mountains of treasures were two living creatures the size of Shiba Inu dogs. The whole body is covered with hard and smooth scales, with 4 small clawed feet, a pair of wings that can wrap the body, a horse-like head, golden pupils, and a pair of slightly curved growths on the forehead. Pretty little corner. One is black and one is white. 2 young dragons. Chapter 205 Dragon. I saw 2 young dragons, one black and one white, the size of a Shiba Inu. Dawn's ingredients intuition subconsciously moved. The feedback it received was that it was edible. However, there has been no feedback on the corresponding food grade. What went wrong? Eatable? Dorn looked at the baby dragon in the box, slightly confused. This is the skill of ingredients intuition. It is the first time that the level of ingredients is not directly determined. The 2 young dragons, one black and one white, obviously understood what Dorn said, and their golden pupils widened in horror. After looking at the 2 young dragons up and down, food intuition still didn't gain any more information. The 2 frightened young dragons were already holding each other and shivering. Is there something wrong with the way I opened it? Dorn snapped and closed the huge treasure box again. After waiting and thinking for a while, he reopened the treasure chest. Gold coins, gems, and pearls were still piled up in mountains. But this time, lying on the hill of dazzling treasures were no longer 2 baby dragons, but 2 little girls carved from pink and jade like porcelain dolls. The 2 girls look exactly the same, and both have unique full golden eyes. The only difference is probably that one of them has white hair and the other has black hair. When Dawn reopened the treasure chest, the 2 girls were putting on dresses. The one with white hair was wearing a white dress, and the one with black hair was wearing a black dress. These 2 sets of skirts seemed to have been taken out from under a pile of gold coins by 2 little girls. The box was suddenly opened again, and outside was Dorn, who was more than 3 meters tall, with a ferocious face, huge bat wings on his back, and dark skin as hard as obsidian in the form of a demon. The movement of the 2 girls putting on their skirts stalled. Whoa! 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 Don't hit me! Don't eat me either! I don't taste good! The white-haired girl didn't care whether her skirt was fully on or not. She just squatted down with her head in her hands, shivering. There was a familiar cuteness to her voice. Hey! Don't come near me! You bad guy! I haven't even put on my clothes yet! Pervert! The black-haired girl pressed one hand on the pile of gold coins and held the other hand in front of her body. She shrank back. Although she shouted forcefully, her golden eyes were filled with tears. Her voice had a familiar toughness to it. Seeing the scene in front of him, Dorn was basically certain that these 2 girls should be the 2 young dragons just now. Moreover, judging from their voices, they should be the narrators who control the story world in Alice's bedtime reading. So, these 2 narrator girls are actually monster girls. Dragon Lady? At this time, Dorn's food intuition moved again. The information fed back this time was very straightforward. Both dragon ladies were inedible. Dawn, leave. It was obviously still edible just now. I don't want to look at little girls. Change it for me. Change back. Wow, wow, wow. The bad guy's expression is so scary. Don't hit me. Don't eat me. The white-haired dragon lady looked up at Dorn's expression, and was so frightened that she immediately lowered her head and continued to crouch in defense with her head in her hands. Shivering, the black-haired dragon lady hurriedly adjusted her skirt and looked at the demonized Dorn with the same fearful eyes. But she still tried her best to speak. I abide by my previous promise to send you out as soon as you come to the castle, and I will also send everyone else away. So the story is over. Besides, I have never hurt you from the beginning to the end. You are not going to attack me. Are you? If I are eaten by you, you will not be able to get out. Bad guy. Dorn looked at the white-haired dragon lady, and then at the black-haired dragon lady. He didn't respond immediately to the other party's words. Instead, he thought for a moment and asked his own question. You can freely switch between dragon and human forms. Right. So what? The black-haired dragon lady seemed to have mustered up more courage. I have a question. If you transform back into a dragon and cut off your tail, can it grow back again later? Dorn said in a frightening demonic tone. When the two dragon ladies heard this, their little bodies trembled even more. Don't eat me! Don't eat me! The white-haired dragon lady still held her head and squatted in defense. As for the black-haired one, his pupils were so frightened that they dilated twice. He was trembling but tried to remain strong and replied, Why did it grow back? Do you think I'm a lizard? And even if I'm a lizard, I can't just regrow my broken tail. So, it can't be right? Dorn shook his head with a little regret. Obviously it's okay in that anime that also has a dragon girl. Pity. Because both dragon ladies have human forms. They are beyond Dorn's acceptable food hunting range. Even if Dorn really wanted to taste what a dragon tastes like, it seems like he couldn't attack them. Moreover, what the black-haired dragon lady said was not wrong. From beginning to end, these two dragon ladies never really harmed anyone who entered the story world. In addition, if the only way to leave the story world is through the two of them, attacking them is tantamount to trapping oneself in a cocoon. What's more, Dawn also has the idea of using Alice's bedtime reading as a portable storage space. But even if there are thousands of reasons, I'm still curious about what dragons feel like. Dorn's heart was filled with thoughts. And finally he felt regretful inside. The dragon girls felt a little emboldened to see the demonized Dorn standing in front of the treasure chest. But it had not been long before he caught him and ate him alive. The black-haired one sat down on the pile of gold coins, and the white-haired one stopped squatting with her head in her hands and straightened her white skirt. Let me ask you, are all dragons like you able to transform into human form? Are there any that can be eaten? Dawn did not give up immediately and asked one more question. Wow! What kind of obsession do you have with eating dragons? It's so scary! The white-haired dragon lady, who finally regained her composure, began to hold her head and tremble again. You? The black-haired dragon lady's eyes widened, and she stared at Dorn blankly for a while before replying weakly. I'm different from other dragons, and even I can't turn into a human from the beginning. Then, how do I know whether you can eat it or not? What criteria are you using to judge it? I only know that giant dragons also prey on each other. The difference between dragons is very big. Dorn listened carefully to what the black-haired dragon lady said, and then nodded. It sounds like it's possible for a giant dragon to exist that can't change into human form, but is also edible. Right? That's good. I still hope that I can eat dragon meat and be comforted. Let's finish the topic of whether the dragon lady is edible, and whether the giant dragon is edible. After getting rid of the regret in his heart for not eating dragon meat, Dawn began to think about another question. How should I fool the two dragon ladies into holding Alice's bedtime reading properly and use this book as a portable space? Chapter 206 There is only one Alice. Considering that since you want to fool two dragon ladies, you must have a good posture. Now the appearance of this ferocious demon is not conducive to conversation. So Dorn simply flew away from the castle first. Returning to the lakeside, he transformed back into his human form and put on his clothes. Then summoned the poisonous frog, stepped on the poisonous creature's head, and crossed the saltwater lake. Returning to the castle, the second floor of the castle. When the white-haired dragon lady saw Dorn fully dressed and restored to his human form, she still retained her original fear and did not dare to face Dorn directly. The black-haired one turned away and muttered words like, Idiot! Pervert! Exhibitionist in his mouth. Although I have already mentioned my name before, I would like to formally introduce myself now. My name is Dawn, and I am a chef. Dorn stood in front of the treasure chest and said this with a gentle and polite smile. After hearing this, the two dragon ladies shuddered, because they thought about Dorn who had just been in demon form, and asked whether dragons can be eaten? Is it yummy? Among them, the black-haired dragon lady expressed her doubts in a lower voice. Are you such a scary guy just claiming to be a chef? Dawn didn't answer her words and continued to talk to himself. It's your turn. Right. Why don't you introduce your names? Well, my name is Alice. The white-haired dragon lady obviously didn't dare to resist Dorn, so she directly reported her name. Dawn raised her eyebrows slightly. He knew this magical book, which could bring things from the real world into the story world, was called Alice's Bedtime Reading. So, this Alice refers to this white-haired dragon lady? It feels a little strange. So what should we call this black-haired dragon lady who looks exactly the same, but has different hair color? Dorn shifted his gaze to the black-haired dragon lady, but the other party just looked at him and did not speak.
Then what's your name?
Dorn had to ask in a friendly tone. The black-haired dragon lady rolled her eyes helplessly.
Didn't I answer you before? My name is Alice.
Dawn? It feels even weirder. Let's not talk about the two dragon ladies. Both named Alice. What is, didn't I answer you before?
Just to confirm. Your name is Alice. Right.
Dorn looked at the white-haired dragon lady. Alice blinked, then nodded.
Your name is Alice too. Right.
Dorn looked at the black-haired dragon lady. The black dragon queen glanced at Dorn with disgust, then nodded.
You two are the same Alice?
Dorn vaguely noticed something. He recalled some details of today's conversation and exchange with the two dragon ladies. During the conversation, the two dragon ladies always used the term I and never we, even in some contexts where we should be used. They still use I to refer to both of them. He didn't pay too much attention to this detail before, but now that I think about it, I feel that the amount of information in it is quite large. The two Alices looked up at Dorn at this time, with different expressions, but they rarely spoke in unison.
Are they the same Alice? There is only one Alice. Well, the two of you shouting the words,
there is only one Alice,
together are very unconvincing. Right.
Since Dorn had made some guesses before, he was not confused or surprised now, and could even roughly guess what kind of magical existence these two dragon ladies were. Alice blinked.
Well, it's not strange for one Alice to have two bodies. I've always been like this.
Black Alice still looked at Dorn with that disgusting look.
Just like you have a left hand and a right hand. But these two hands belong to you. I have two bodies. But it is not normal for both bodies to belong to me.
Dawn, a good one is normal. Good guy. I'm afraid you haven't redefined the meaning of the word normal for me through the explanation given by Dragon Lady herself. It basically completes the speculation in Dorn's mind just now. Alice is a contradictory twin dragon girl who has two bodies but shares the same soul. Whether it's the slightly arrogant black Alice or the slightly silly white Alice, they're all the same Alice.
However, if it's the same Alice, wouldn't the personality difference between the black one and the white one be too big?
Dorn thought in his mind as he looked around at the two dragon girls in the treasure chest. Moreover, it seems that they had previously been teasing each other between Black Alice and White Alice. And then, they even competed for script books. If they were the same soul, they would be so contradictory that their personalities would be split apart.
However, it seems that it can be directly understood that they are two different personalities under the same soul. Right.
Dawn continued to think in his heart, but did not tell Alice to hear these words. After roughly understanding what kind of existence Alice was, Dorn quickly accepted the setting of contradictory twin dragon girls with the same soul. Just kidding. I have seen strange things since I came to the land of miracles. For Dawn, there is no setting that cannot be accepted after explaining it clearly. However, even after accepting this setting, Dorn would still subconsciously treat the two dragon ladies with completely different personalities in front of him as two individuals. There is nothing we can do about this, because the difference between them is too big. Moreover, Dawn was very curious about how such a strange existence as Alice was born. She herself seemed to have said something like,
I am different from other dragons
before,
but it would be better to ask this kind of question after we get closer to Dragon Lady Alice later.
Dorn touched his chin. Alice
Well, badass hero, I always feel like you're thinking about something weird.
Black Alice.
You've been standing here stupidly for a long time. Do you still want me to take you out of here? It's natural to leave. But before I leave, I want to chat with you.
Dawn shrugged.
Ahem. Alice, what do you like? Why do I have to tell you? You don't want to do lewd things to me, do you? Pervert. Exhibitionist.
After hearing what Dorn said, the black dragon lady stretched out her hand to block her body. Dawn moved his eyes away from Black Alice and looked at White Alice.
Then you tell me. Wow. Don't stare at me like that. It's so scary.
Bai Longyang was so frightened that she hugged her head.
I told you. I like shiny things. Like listening to stories. And like eating delicious food. Well, let me ask one more question. Do you like what you said? Or do you both like it? Well, there's no such thing as the two of us. As we said, there is only one Alice. And she likes both bodies.
Bai Longyang replied. And then she quietly raised her head to look at Dawn's expression.
I told you. Please don't be cruel to me again. I'm afraid. Dawn, are these two really the same person? However, it is precisely because the two dragon ladies have completely different personalities that Dorn easily grasped Alice's preferences. The shiny things Alice mentioned must be treasures such as gems and gold. Dragons may be good at this. Collect piles of gems and gold coins. And then do nothing or go out. Just squat on top of the pile of treasures and feel pure happiness. Dawn already knew that she liked to listen to stories without her having to tell her. As for the last hobby, I like to eat delicious food. Hey, isn't this just a coincidence? Have I ever told you that the food I cook is particularly delicious? Dorn smiled. Chapter 207: The Story of the Villain and the Princess. In the real world outside the story. Golden Oak City. The residence of Earl Bishop. This Earl of Bishop can be regarded as an old subordinate of the Prince of Northland. So he naturally knows the identity of Henrietta's princess. Now that the little princess suddenly disappeared, the gray-haired Earl was very worried. The entire Earl's mansion was in panic because of this incident. The Gothic-style mansion where the little princess and Veronica lived temporarily was not peaceful at the moment. The red-haired noble lady Veronica watched with her own eyes as Mr. Dorn mysteriously disappeared after coming into contact with the strange dark red book. It can also be inferred from this that the disappearance of the little princess is probably related to this strange book that appeared inexplicably in the study. However, Veronica, who is known as the Red Lotus Witch by the Empire, is very good at making her fight and set fires. But it would be really difficult for her to study these magical extraordinary items. So, there is no other choice. Borrowing the power of Earl Bishop, all the named scholars and occult researchers in Golden Oak City came to the large study room on the second floor one after another today, taking turns to observe and study the dark red book. Of old books. Even Fabna, the alchemist Miss Dorn visited in the morning, also came. However, when these scholars and mystics faced this strange reading, they all had different opinions and conjectures, and they could not come up with any unified and effective insights. The time came to around 5 p.m. amid the commotion. There has been no news about the little princess. Veronica became even more upset when she saw the large group of scholars arguing in front of her. She ordered the head maid, Miss Carmen, to invite everyone out of the study and let them go to the reception hall of the Earl's palace to continue the discussion. Veronica was the only one left in the study. Oh! She felt like she was the only one left. In fact, Vivian has been staying here, staring at the weird reading book. Whether it's the Red Lotus Witch or the Fairy Lady, they all have very important people who mysteriously disappeared because of this book. And they can't just leave here casually. Wei Wei and spent the whole day staring at the dark red reading book, checking the words that appeared out of thin air. These words tell a story. At the beginning, it was an orthodox story of a hero and a princess. However, after a villain named Leon appeared, the style of the story became strange. The villain in the story, Leon, not only deceived and kidnapped Princess Miyamura, the jewel of the kingdom, on the street on the day of the float parade. Moreover, he also defeated the brave man Darabin, who came to save the princess. Later, in order to fight for the princess, he directly defeated a large number of the Demon King's followers, and intermittently ensured the safety of the princess and the entire royal capital. In the plot about the villain Leon defeating a large number of Demon King's followers, there is a description like this: the villain Leon burst out with amazing fighting potential, driving a terrifying big purple frog, and defeated all the demon's followers. Among them, the words, "Scary big purple frog," directly attracted Miss Goblin's attention. Isn't that the ability that Dorn would use? Vivian had seen Dorn use it before when fighting against the Nightmare Horse. And in the subsequent story, the villain Leon also cooked the monster crabs among the Demon King's entourage and distributed them to the princess and people in the capital, including the brave Darbin. Through the above 2 points, Miss Goblin has reason to suspect that the villain Leon in this story is Dorn himself. So, Dorn entered the story world in the book and played a role in it. Vivian speculated this way. As the story progresses, after Leon defeats the first wave of the Demon King's followers, the plot pace speeds up significantly. Only the villain Leon was mentioned. In the process of getting along with the princess, he was influenced by Miyamura's simplicity and kindness, and came up with the idea of truly protecting the princess from harm. As for how they got along and how the villain Leon completed his inner transformation, the story did not go into too much detail. There is another strange thing. It was when describing this vague plot that the writing speed of the book was very slow. There is a feeling that the person writing the story is feeling uneasy. There are even stranger ones. In this plot, there are occasionally a few words with unclear meanings such as looking so shy.
And, loudy. Then, these strange words were crossed out again and disappeared. After this vague plot, the villain Leon became a different kind of brave, embarking on a journey to defeat the devil and protect the peace of the princess and the royal city. Later, Leon defeated the Demon King's pet giant squid monster, entered the castle, and faced the Demon King, who was good at using music to control people's hearts. The battle against the Demon King ended with Leon's victory. The story ends here. It seems to be a story about a princess who inspires a villain and finally saves the villain.
If Leon in the story is Dorn, then he should be safe and sound until the end of the story.
Miss Goblin speculated this way. However, in the Dark Red Reader, the story ends at around 4 p.m. More than an hour has passed since now, but there is no movement at all from the Dark Red Reader. Veronica sat quietly at the desk for a while, then picked up the reader and flipped through it, trying to find clues to the little princess from the weird story in the reader. And just then, on the cover of the Dark Red Reader, the geometric symbol of unknown meaning suddenly flashed with light. As the light on the symbol flashed, two figures quickly appeared in the room. After the two figures were clear and stable, they could be seen clearly. They were two civilians dressed in ordinary clothes. One was a middle-aged man, and the other was a girl. Vivian and Veronica, who were present, were in a state of astonishment as the geometric symbol continued to flash. Two more figures were outlined in the room. One was a wealthy businessman, and the other was a young man wearing armor and carrying a sword. Among them, the young man Veronica looked familiar. He seemed to be the deputy of the Golden Oak City Patrol, Yeva Jinky, who disappeared not long ago. Next, the person who appeared in the room out of thin air was a female musician with outstanding temperament and dressed in black. Ms. Babashaw. Then came the little princess, Henrietta, who was wearing a white dress and her long, straight legs were wrapped in white stockings. The last person to come out was Dorn, neatly dressed, and with a calm look on his face. Except for Dorn, the expressions of everyone else who returned to reality from the story world were stunned and at a loss at first. After being stunned for a while, they finally realized that they had left that weird place and returned to reality. Everyone's faces showed expressions of joy and celebration of surviving the disaster. Vivian and Veronica, who had been staying in the study, breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Dawn and Henrietta reappearing, and went to greet them.
Dorn! Onlear!
Chapter 208, Get the Portable Space. In fact, these people who broke away from Alice's bedtime reading didn't understand the situation particularly well. After all, except for Dorn and Ms. Babashaw, who stayed in the castle, everyone else was sent directly out by Dragon Lady Alice in the Street View area of the royal city. Among them, the one who is most confused about the situation is the musician Ms. Babashaw. She only remembered that it seemed that more than 2 months ago, she suddenly saw an old book with a dark red cover in the room. After picking up the book, she came to an old castle inexplicably. While staying in the castle, a clear girl's voice told her not to step out of the castle. Since then, Ms. Babashaw has been obeying this order. Fortunately, there are fresh food and ingredients in the castle's kitchen. These ingredients will be replenished every once in a while, so Ms. Babashaw doesn't have to worry about her own survival. Moreover, in a room on the second floor, there is a high-quality harpsichord for Ms. Babashaw to pass the time. In this way, she stayed in the castle for nearly 2 months. Until today. This afternoon, the clear girl's voice told Ms. Babashaw that she was going to play the devil in a grand story show. Then the girl asked Babashaw to play the harpsichord. The female musician had no choice and her body just obeyed. After playing a song, Ms. Babashaw was about to turn around, when she vaguely caught a glimpse of a tall, dark figure, and then fainted inexplicably. When she woke up, she had returned to reality and arrived at the small Gothic mansion in the Earl's mansion. Based on everything Ms. Babashaw knows, what she has experienced is probably the puzzling and wonderful adventure of a female artist. However, after returning to reality, among the common people, wealthy businessmen, and knights, your words were understood by me. Ms. Babashaw roughly understood that it was the young man with black hair and black eyes named Dorn who entered the story world in the book alone. He carried forward the valuable spirit of selflessness and fearlessness, overcame difficulties, and finally rescued the trapped people.
Please allow me to offer you my highest gratitude and respect.
Ms. Babashaw saluted Dorn sincerely to express her gratitude. The same goes for everyone else. Even the little princess Henrietta bowed slightly and nodded. Mr. Dorn, who was respected and thanked by everyone, just smiled and waved his hand. There is no hint of pride in taking credit. Calm. Humble. Dorn's image in the minds of the rescued people has improved again. In the end, several people who came out of the story world, after thanking Dorn many times and promising to repay their kindness, all left the Earl's mansion under the leadership of the head maid, Miss Carmen. There were only 4 people left on either side of Dorn and the princess in the huge study.
If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Anyway, I've delivered Crick's letter. If Miss Veronica has a reply or anything else she wants me to bring back to Crick, I'll live in Jeanzuin Tavern.
Because of Alice's bedtime reading, Dawn was forced to stay in the Earl's mansion from around noon until dusk. Now that the matter is settled, he is of course planning to leave. And he also left the name of the tavern where he stayed in Golden Oak City, so that the 2 noble ladies can contact him again if there is any follow-up matters here.
You saved Onlear, so I have to thank you properly. How about this? How about I entrust Mr. Earl to hold a large dinner to thank you the night after tomorrow?
Veronica suggested. The meaning of this red-haired noble lady is actually very clear. A grand noble banquet hosted by the Earl. And as the person to be thanked, Dawn will definitely be arranged as an important figure in the banquet. This is a great opportunity to develop a local network in Golden Oak and meet people in high society. Most people can't get it even if they ask for it. However, Dawn just smiled and shook his head.
No, I'm not particularly interested in such large social occasions.
One thing to say. Right now, Dorn just wants to have a good 2 days with Vivian in Golden Oak City. Make friends with nobles. And so on. But he really has no interest in it.
Oh, isn't that the same as me? I originally thought that as a restaurant owner, you would need the connections of nobles. It seems that I was wrong.
Faced with Dawn's direct rejection, Veronica showed no sign of anger. Instead, she winked at Dawn approvingly.
It's okay not to have a dinner party, Mr. Earl. The level of the chefs here is far inferior to yours, so I guess you won't be too happy with the meal. However, I still have to thank you properly. Let me think. You don't really need anything else. Just leave that to me.
Dawn had already anticipated the current situation and naturally pointed at Alice's bedtime reading on the table.
Oh? Do you want that book? Isn't that thing dangerous?
Veronica frowned, then turned to see the reaction of the little princess next to her.
It's best to stay. That book did not belong to this study in the first place. It was suddenly added. In addition, Dawn, sir, rescued me and others from the story world. So, as long as you want it. Of course this book belongs to you.
The little princess was very straightforward and had no intention of leaving the dark red book behind.
Since Anmeyer said so, of course there is no problem for you to take this book away.
Veronica immediately relented.
However, I have found many scholars to study this book, and Earl Bishop has been also knows about the existence of this book. Find a reason to get away with it.
The little princess suggested.
That's all we can do. Just tell them that the book that appeared mysteriously disappeared mysteriously.
Veronica nodded, and then looked at the little princess with a slight surprise.
Huh? Anmeyer, this doesn't look like it. If you can tell it. Don't you like lying the most? MMM.
Henrietta couldn't reply for a while. She just maintained her usual dignified posture and glanced at Dorn gently. It seems that the words just now are really not like what I would say. However, if it is what he wants, you still have to find a way to satisfy him. Right? Not for anything else. Simply because he saved himself. In short, the 2 noble ladies did not stop Dawn from taking Alice's bedtime reading, and even planned to help him hide it a little. So, start with portable space.
Mr. Dorn, although your actions in the story world are not restricted, please be more careful when holding this book.
Before Dorn left, the little princess added with a hint of concern.
I will.
Dorn smiled, and then left the Earl's mansion with Miss Goblin. The little princess stood in the small garden outside the Gothic mansion, watching Dorn's back disappear at the end of the corridor at dusk.
Anlo, Earl Bishop and Mr. Colin are waiting to see you.
Veronica gently patted the little princess on the shoulder.
Well, I understand.
As the princess of the Empire, she suddenly disappeared for almost a day. Both Earl Bishop and Knight Colin were going crazy with anxiety. Now that she has returned safely, she will definitely want to meet them and say goodbye to them. The little princess was about to leave when Veronica spoke again. Her eyes fell on the little princess's slender, straight legs wrapped in white stockings, and she spoke with great interest.
By the way, Anmeyer, when did you also like stockings? A byproduct of alchemy? Well, According to my experience, the white ones are not as slimming as the black ones. So if you want to look good in them, you have to pay attention to your figure. The requirements are greater. But, Anmeyer, it looks good on you. It suits your look very well. Not bad. Not bad.
The little princess's footsteps stagnated.
I'm going to see Mr. Bishop first. Veronica.
Didn't you just say that there are still some scholars still in the living room? So you also, is there something to do?
Henrietta hesitated for a while, then left in a hurry. The heels of the crystal high heels clicked on the brick and stone paths in the garden. Veronica was left looking confused.
Strange. Did Anmeyer blush just now?
Chapter 209 Iron Squid. Jinzuin Tavern. The place where Dorn and Vivian settled in Golden Oak City. After coming out of the Earl's mansion, Dorn brought Vivian back here. Along the way, he briefly told Vivian what happened in Alice's bedtime reading. Vivian.
A dragon that can turn into human form? One soul but two bodies? In the story world, as long as she says it, it will definitely come true. But this effect cannot be applied to Dorn? It sounds like so complicated. It's a bit complicated, because a lot of things happened in the story world.
Dawn explained, and then looked up and down at the silver-haired girl next to him. Speaking of which, can Vivian enter Alice's bedtime reading? What if, because of Miss Goblin's special physique, Dragon Lady was unable to notice her existence after entering the story world, and there was no way to send her back to reality? Wouldn't it be a tragedy? Due to this consideration, Dawn did not dare to bring Vivian into the story world. After explaining his concerns to the elf lady, Dorn explained that he was going to return to the story world again, and there were still some follow-up matters regarding the Dragon Lady that he had not dealt with. And there is a big squid waiting for Dorn to cook. Otherwise, the ingredients will be stale. Vivian had no objection to this and nodded obediently. The two returned to the tavern and entered Dorn's room one after another. The food packages previously stored on the carriage have now been taken to the room.
After I come out of the story world, let's take a walk tonight. Take a look at the night view of this big city,
Dawn said to Vivian, holding Alice's bedtime reader in his hand. After the Goblin Lady nodded, he silently read out the full name of the dark red book in his heart. Dorn's figure disappeared quickly, as if being erased by an invisible eraser. Together with the food packages around him, they also disappeared. Snapped. The dark red book fell from the air and fell to the floor. And the next second, the dark red book that was supposed to be a dead thing suddenly started to move on its own. The pages turned, and finally the covers on both sides of the front and back were completely stretched out, like a big flapping moth flapping its wings. And it flew swayingly. On the bed, Alice's bedtime reading fell on the soft pillow. The pages turned and closed quietly.
It turns out that this book can move on its own.
Vivian watched all this, her blue eyes blinking, then walked to Dawn's bed, sat down gently, and placed the ebony staff across her knees. Go on.
Hey.
Dawn said that when he comes out, they will go together to see the night view of the city. The fairy lady just stared at the dark red book on the bedside, and began to wait patiently and expectantly. And now the Dragon Lady in the story world. Alice by...
Oh, my butt hurts so much.
Black Alice.
That idiot. Really? Can't you put me on the bed or the table and come in later?
Story world. This time entering Alice's world. Dorn appeared directly in the hall of the castle. The treasure box where the Dragon Lady was supposed to be on the second floor of the castle was now standing quietly in the center of the hall.
Well, the bad guy hero has appeared,
Alice Bai's voice said. After the words fell, the big treasure chest opened on its own, revealing a mountain of shining treasures, and two humanoid dragon ladies sitting on the treasures gently swaying their bare feet.
Of course they will show up. Didn't I say I would make delicious food for you?
Dorn replied in a matter-of-fact tone.
Humph. I always feel that you suddenly said that you want to make delicious food for me and tell me stories. You are inexplicably trying to please me. You must have other motives.
Black Alice said this. For now, because Dorn has been very friendly and gentle towards Dragon Lady since he transformed from demonic form back into human form.
And he has not done anything to harm Dragon Lady. Therefore, Alice's fear of him has declined to a certain extent.
How can you accuse someone of innocence out of thin air?
Dorn just stared and shook his head as he listened to the Black Dragon Lady's question.
I'm just a kind-hearted young chef who is full of love and compassion. Well, actually, I think the fried crab you made earlier was delicious.
Alice Bai took over. her golden dragon eyes flashing, and she wiped the corners of her mouth with the back of her hand.
The squid this time will also be delicious. So look forward to it.
Dorn smiled confidently and walked towards the gate of the castle.
Humph! You only talk big words. If the cooking is not delicious and makes me dissatisfied, I will drive you out of here immediately and then quickly escape from you overnight. If you try to find me then, you will not be able to find me.
Black Dragon Lady's voice came from behind.
Huh? Shouldn't I stay with the bad guy and the hero? It's rare that someone is willing to tell me stories and make me delicious food. Besides, if you stay here alone for a long time, it will be very lonely.
This time it was by Long Yang's voice. Her slightly cute voice had an inexplicable feeling of loneliness. Dorn, who had reached the gate of the castle, stopped and turned around.
Lie to you. Who? So-and-so will be lonely. I don't know how happy I am when I am alone. I will never stay by your side.
The Black Dragon Lady hurriedly opened her mouth. Her tongue tied, and she spoke very fast. He also hurriedly picked up a fist-sized ruby from his hand and threw it at Dorn, who turned around.
Let's do some cooking. Didn't you say you want to please me and then realize your bad conspiracy?
Dorn caught the flying ruby with great dexterity, and then stared at the faces of the two dragon ladies for 2 seconds. So, does Alice, the Dragon Queen, feel lonely when she stays in the story world? Well, forget it. If you don't want to do this first, let's cook first. Dorn put the ruby on the ground and walked out of the castle. Outside the castle, Dorn took out Rui and turned it into the shape of a handy kitchen knife, and began to eat the giant squid.
This piece of squid meat is very thick, plump and elastic. It's very good. You have to cut it into a big piece. Also, cut off some of the squid's tentacles. Compared with meat, the squid's tentacles have a unique taste. Well, I have to cut a little more. Not only for myself and Dragon Lady, but also for Vivian.
Dorn was talking to himself as he cut off large pieces of meat from the giant squid. Rui moved skillfully and quickly on the squid meat, and the tip of the knife slid through the gray-black film on the surface of the squid meat. After tearing it apart with the knife and hands, the gray-black film was quickly cleaned up, revealing the extremely white and tender squid meat with a uniform color underneath.
It can be considered a relatively high-quality aquatic meat among A-grade ingredients.
After the chef got enough squid meat, Dorn nodded with satisfaction.
It's perfect for making sizzling squid.
Chapter 210, Feeding the Dragon Lady. The dish of sizzling squid is a common snack in China, and it is not troublesome to make. However, even the simplest dishes will test the chef's skills if they want to achieve perfect taste. One of the souls of making the sizzling squid dish is the sauce. I saw Dorn taking out many large and small jars from the bags of ingredients that he brought into the story world, and lined them up on the kitchen table. Here are a variety of homemade sauces. Ever since Dorn experimented with brewing various condiments in the basement of the Wishing restaurant last winter, his variety of condiments and sauces has become more and more abundant. Of course, there is also a big contribution from the time of chaos. It is precisely because of the day and night work of this gold pocket watch that the production cycle of brewing condiments in the basement has been doubled and shortened.
It's quite complete. As expected of me.
Dorn glanced at the sauce bottles he had laid out and nodded happily. Prepare the sauce for a while. Homemade spicy stir-fried seafood sauce. Add home-cooked sweet noodle sauce. Minced garlic. Pour a little honey. Finally add some water and mix well. This formed sauce is the soul of the squid. Chop some onions and green onions and set aside. Take a large frying pan. Heat oil. Add chopped onions and green onions. Fry for a while over low heat. The boiling oil in the frying pan was beeping and bubbling. The onions and green onion segments turned yellow in the torment of the boiling oil, and finally shriveled and withered, exuding the aroma of hot scallion oil. The scallion oil fried in this way will be especially fragrant when used to fry squid. Put the squid cut into pieces into the pot. After the moist squid meat enters the frying pan, oil beads begin to pop. The white and tender squid meat immediately curled up when it came into contact with the hot bottom of the pot and the oil beads, and the originally slightly transparent jade white color turned into milky white. The original aroma of hot scallion oil in the kitchen air began to be mixed with a strong, unique aroma that only belonged to sizzling squid. The squid meat was fried sizzlingly, and the surface began to turn golden. Dorn, on the other hand, was serious about pressing the squid in the pot with the spatula turned into Rui, and then flipping it over from time to time. This can keep the squid in the pot curled up and still fully in contact with the hot oil and the bottom of the pot, heating evenly, and every area can be fried to a fragrant aroma. After the squid is fried, evenly apply the soy sauce prepared previously. Then sprinkle with cumin powder, white sesame seeds, chopped green onions, minced onions, and finally stir-fry a few times quickly. The secret sauce and the last ingredient sprinkled and fully adhere to the surface of the charred squid during the stir-frying process. At this time, the aroma permeating the frying pan becomes richer and more layered, making people move their index fingers when they smell it. The mouth-watering sizzling squid is done. In the restaurant of the castle, Alice was still sitting in the big treasure box.
Well, after the big squid is cooked, it becomes so fragrant that I want to eat it.
The rich aroma of squid coming from the kitchen made Alice's small nose twitch, and she couldn't help but swallow her saliva.
Goo!
Black Alice sat next to White Dragon Lady, with her hands folded in front of her knees. The penetrating aroma of the sizzling squid made Black Dragon Lady salivate, and her stomach even began to growl slightly. Alice, the dragon girl of the twins, can see anywhere in the story world as she pleases. So even if she stayed in the restaurant, she could still observe Don's behavior in the kitchen. How can I put it this way? When that bad guy is cooking, he looks very handsome with his focused and serious look and his smooth movements, including the last time I saw him cooking fried crabs.
You look really good when you're cooking. Why do you look so scary/cunning at ordinary times?
Long Nyong's two bodies muttered at the same time. At this time, Dorn came to the restaurant with plated squid and placed the squid on the table, looking at the plate of squid with an alluring fragrance. The two dragon ladies in the treasure chest looked at each other. White Alice swallowed hard again without any concealment, while Black Alice tried her best to restrain her desire to eat.
Eat the squid while it's hot.
Seeing that the dragon ladies didn't react, Dorn greeted him.
Otherwise, if it gets cold, the taste won't be as good. Right. Uh-huh. I want something to eat.
Alice raised her little hand, then climbed down from the pile of treasures and sat on the high stool beside the dining table. The Black Dragon Lady was speechless, still sitting in the treasure chest, her hands folded around her knees, staring at Dorn.
Why don't you come down and eat together?
Dawn asked her.
Humph. As long as one body has eaten it, it has been eaten. Why do I have to taste it in both mouths?
Black Dragon Lady turned her face away, and then secretly glanced at the iron plate squid on the table, and at White Dragon Lady who was about to start.
Then with your black hair, isn't this body a little too miserable? Do you tube?
The Black Dragon Lady still looked ungrateful, although the expression on her face when she refused to accept the favor from thousands of miles away was really handsome. The way she secretly swallowed her saliva afterwards was still a bit embarrassed. Don noticed all Black Alice's little moves and just found them interesting. So, he stepped forward in 2 steps and took out the Black Dragon Lady from the treasure chest.
If you keep making trouble, you won't be a good boy. Hey! You! Let me go! Idiot! Pervert!
Dorn's move was a bit sudden, and the Black Dragon Lady let out a cute cry, and her face turned red, quickly visible to the naked eye. At the same time, Alice, who was already sitting at the dining table, picked up a piece of squid on a hot plate with a fork, and chuckled, and the squid meat that she finally picked up fell back onto the plate.
Ha ha! Ha ha! Don't touch my belly! It's so itchy!
The scene in front of him made Dorn raise his eyebrows in surprise. Alice's 2 bodies seemed to share sensory experiences. No wonder Black Dragon Lady would say that eating one body is enough.
You? How long are you going to hold me? Pervert! What on earth are you going to do to me? Put me down!
The Black Dragon Lady in Dorn's arms was still blushing, with a look of shame and anger in her golden dragon eyes.
What can I do to a young girl like you? I feel that with your appearance, you can call me Uncle.
Dorn shrugged.
What bad intentions can Uncle have? Uncle just wants you to eat well. Just grow up quickly.
Although he said so, he still put the Black Dragon Lady on the ground. Dorn originally only planned to carry Black Alice out of the treasure chest.
Who would call you Uncle? Stupid human being. I am much older than you. I am a mature lady.
Black Alice stood on the ground, her golden eyes glaring at Dorn angrily.
Okay. Whatever you say will be what it is. So, mature lady, do you want to eat squid on a hot plate? You want it while it's hot.
Dorn spread his hands.
Goo.
Black Dragon Lady's eyes flashed. She turned her face away and muttered,
Nosy.
However, Black Alice did not climb back into the box. Instead, She walked to the high chair where Bai Longyang was and climbed up. The two dragon ladies were sitting together, with their bodies close to each other. It seemed that both of Alice's bodies were now willing to accept Dorn's food.
Well, we can finally eat.
Alice Bai, who had been seated early, breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 211 Stories and Delicious Food. The squid cut into long strips is covered with plump sauce, green scallions, white sesame seeds, and purple chopped onions attached to it, which is very appetizing.
Ah!
Bai Longyang, who had been interrupted from eating earlier, picked up her fork again, picked up a piece of squid, and stuffed it into her mouth. As soon as the squid meat enters your mouth, the rich and spicy flavor of the secret sauce spreads in your mouth, stimulating your taste buds. Chew twice more. The squid meat is particularly juicy, rich in flavor, and has the unique elasticity of squid. Because Dorn's grasp of the heat and heating is perfect, the sizzling squid meat is chewed in the mouth. Every piece and every bite is evenly burnt. But the meat is definitely not old, showing a tender texture. The white sesame seeds sprinkled on the squid are like small bombs wrapped in a light oil aroma. As long as they are bitten, a strong sesame aroma will explode in the mouth. There are also those tiny chopped onions stuck to the squid. If you chew them, they will make a click-click sound in your mouth. The minced onions are heated just right during the final stir-frying process, making them crispy and tender, with a soft texture after frying, and a bit of the aroma and sweetness of the vegetables themselves. The spiciness of the onion itself is diluted during the heating process, and is neutralized by the taste of the squid, making it very easy to accept. It is better to say that this diluted spiciness once again enriches the taste of the squid. The icing on the cake, the light oily aroma of sesame seeds, the right spiciness of minced onions, the smooth and tender texture of the squid itself, and the rich spicy flavor of the sauce are all mixed together. I can't stop smelling this. After swallowing a piece of squid meat, Alice Bai picked up a small piece of squid tentacles. The tentacles of the giant squid are very large, but Dawn only chooses the tip of the tentacles, so the size is smaller, and the taste is more similar to the ordinary iron plate squid tentacles. Squid tentacles, as the arm and foot parts of squid, are very firm and elastic. After being carefully fried, the squid tentacles become charred and crispy, but after biting into the mouth, it feels a little tender. Moreover, the rich sauce is fully attached to the squid tentacles, as well as sesame seeds and minced onions, which makes the squid tentacles crispy, tender and chewy, and also rich in flavor.
Oh! It's delicious!
Bai Longyang devoured several pieces of squid meat. The spicy taste made her spit out her pink tongue and gasp, as she inhaled and exhaled in an attempt to dispel the spiciness. The pair of beautiful, slightly curved little dragon horns beside her forehead also swayed rhythmically with her body. Kinda cute. On Black Alice's side, although she did not eat the squid directly, due to sharing the sensory experience of another body, she was also sticking out her tongue, opening her mouth, and gasping softly.
How is it? Is it delicious?
Dawn asked her with a smile.
Okay, very average.
The black dragon lady retracted the tip of her pink tongue and shook her head with an indifferent expression, while the dark curved little dragon horn on her forehead swayed.
Uh-huh.
Dorn still laughed.
Don't you want to try this black-haired body? Although I don't know how your two bodies share the senses, I think the experience of eating it by mouth should be better. Mind your own business, Mom.
Black Alice was ready to have a tough talk with Dorn for a while, but Bai Longyang stuffed another piece of spicy squid tentacles into her mouth, and the rich taste once again filled her mouth.
Hiss! SSS.
Black Dragon Lady took a small breath again. The double impact of spicy and delicious taste made her face slightly flushed.
I see that you obviously like the taste of this. I know there is a saying that is very suitable to describe your current appearance. You say no, but your body is very honest.
Dawn continued to tease Alice.
That's right. That's not true.
The Black Dragon Lady stared at Dorn with her golden eyes, and then looked at the iron squid on the table. Her expression wavered, and finally turned into a slightly humiliating expression.
I'm willing to eat this mediocre dish just because you're trying so hard to please me.
After saying this, the Black Dragon Lady stopped quarreling with Dorn. Instead, she picked up the fork on the table and took out the squid meat on the plate. She tried her best to remain reserved and calm and stuffed it into her mouth. After taking a bite, your mouth and tongue began to enjoy the rich and spicy sauce, ample juice, charred and tender squid meat, and the complementary ingredients with unique flavors. The taste experience is superb. Hissing, a piece of squid meat was spat out. The black dragon lady breathed out even more violently. The blush on her face became more obvious, and her bare legs swayed twice. Although I hate to admit it, but it's really delicious. Black Alice's golden eyes flashed. She raised her fork and stabbed at the squid on the plate again. The two dragon ladies sat next to each other, the forks in their hands flying and waving, their movements getting faster and faster, and becoming more and more synchronized. Among them, the white dragon girl is dominant on her right hand, while the black dragon girl is on the contrary, dominant on her left hand. Therefore, even if they sit next to each other and eat together, they will not hinder each other.
It seems that the twin dragon ladies have been successfully tamed by my iron squid.
Dorn smiled proudly as he watched the two dragon ladies eating in a hurry. However, in order to tame the dragon lady well, it is logical to possess Alice's bedtime reading. Dawn is also planning to start with Alice's other hobby, pursue the victory, and further increase her favorability.
Alice, do you want to listen to a story while eating delicious sizzling squid?
Dorn sat down opposite Long Yang, picked up his chopsticks, picked up a piece of squid, chewed and swallowed, and asked in a gentle tone. Alice has 3 hobbies. She likes shiny things, listening to stories, and eating delicious food. Satisfying her last 2 hobbies should not be too easy for Dawn. After all, in addition to being a chef with superb cooking skills, Dorn is also a time traveler who knows many stories about the Earth that are not found in other worlds.
Uh-huh. I want it! I want it!
Alice struggled to swallow the squid meat in her mouth, and at the same time excitedly raised her hand holding the fork. Black Alice had also just swallowed a piece of squid. She looked at Dorn without speaking, her golden eyes flashing with a sense of anticipation. Perhaps because of the delicious taste of squid, this black dragon lady became a little more frank.
Once upon a time, there was a lovely little girl who was loved by everyone who met her, because she always loved to wear a red velvet Little Red Riding Hood. People called her Little Red Riding Hood.
Dawn picked up another piece of hot squid and told stories easily. Alice by.
Uh-huh. What next? Then the big bad wolf ate Little Red Riding Hood's grandma.
Alice by.
What happens next? In short, through the story of Little Red Riding Hood, we should understand that beautiful, polite, and well-educated little girls must not just listen to strangers. Otherwise, they may become the big bad wolf's dinner.
Black Alice.
Yeah, I know. It's like a big bad wolf like you.
Dawn. While eating, Dawn told several fairy tales. The two dragon ladies slowed down their eating speed, chewing with their mouths puffed out, nodding their heads while listening to the story, and the small dragon horns on their foreheads swayed. The aroma of sizzling squid fills the air, and the atmosphere in the restaurant is harmonious. Chapter 212 New Skill R-Foot. System Prompt. Predator. Effect is triggered. Attack and physical attributes are enhanced. System Prompt. The effect of Synchronic Stomach Bag is triggered, and the skill R-Foot LV0 is acquired. R-Foot, after the skill is activated, 10 squid arms with condensed magic power will grow. These flexible arms will be derivatives of your arms. After eating the squid until full, both the Predator and the Synchronic Stomach reacted. The giant squid adds 2 points of attack and 3 points of constitution to Dorn, and the attribute gains are very good. Then, there is the newly revealed skill R-Foot. After briefly looking at the skill introduction on the panel, Dorn felt that this skill might be quite practical. If the magic squid tentacles I summoned are really as flexible as the derived arms, then they can be used not only in battle, but also in life, such as greatly improving my cooking efficiency. Dorn roughly imagined the use of the R-Foot skill in his mind. Then he imagined himself in the kitchen, waving 10 tentacles with suction cups while cooking. Although it's a squid tentacle, if ordinary people watch this scene, I'm afraid they will lose their sanity. Dorn shook his head and dismissed the imagination about the tentacle kitchen that he had made up in his mind. As for Dorn, the two dragon ladies were so distracted that they looked at each other at this moment.
It's delicious. If I couldn't eat it, I really want to eat it again. Well, the giant squid tastes so good. If I had known, I would have brought it into the kitchen earlier. I wouldn't have kept it for so long in vain.
Bai Longyang sat slumped, with a contradictory expression of
satisfied, but not satisfied at all
on her face.
Although the taste is mediocre, seeing how hard you work so hard, you can barely pass this time. Burp, you eat well.
Because she had eaten so much, Black Alice's expression was also very lazy, but she still tried hard to maintain the expression that its Sundra should have. and was unwilling to directly praise how delicious it was. Dawn turned off the panel and returned his attention to the two dragon girls.
Speaking of Alice, where did you get this big squid?
Because the skill, Archipedia, can be upgraded. Dorn was a little concerned about where to gain experience for skill upgrades. Black Alice.
Of course the sea squid is caught in the sea.
Alice by.
Yeah. Highly. How specific? For example, in which sea area was it caught?
Black Alice.
How can I remember this clearly? I have been to many places.
Alice by.
Yeah. I don't remember it at all.
Dawn. Forget it. It would be more reliable to ask Crick after returning to Eton.
By the way, have you traveled to many places? Why?
After hearing Alice say that she had been to many places, Dawn couldn't help but think of Vivian. So she asked. A well-fed dining table is a great place to chat. Therefore, Dawn just randomly found a topic and started the after-dinner chat. After all, if you want to keep Alice's bedtime reader with you in the future, you must have contact with the Dragon Lady, and it is necessary to get to know her better.
Why do you say to? Also, why do I have to tell you?
Black Alice narrowed her golden dragon eyes and glanced at Dorn dissatisfied. Dorn ignored the Black Dragon Lady and just cast an inquiring gaze on the White Dragon Lady's face.
Well, to find my mother.
Alice by replied bluntly.
Looking for Mom?
This answer surprised Dawn.
I thought the purpose of your travels was to commit crimes all over the world. Just like this time in Golden Oak City. You would capture people and put them in books to act out stories to satisfy you. Selfish desires or something like that.
Hearing this, Black Alice cheered up and tried to show her anger. However, eating too much affected her performance.
Who is running around committing crimes? Hiccup. I used to only bring people to books, ask them to tell me a story, or cook a dish, and then let them go. Hiccup. If you tell stories very well, you will be rewarded with a gold coin. Then let him tell me stories for a week. The same goes for people who cook delicious food.
Alice by agreed. Dawn, why are you giving carrots and sticks together? Continuing the conversation along this topic, Dawn really got a lot of information about herself from Alice. For example, Alice's identity in the story world is the twin dragon ladies. But her identity in the real world is that, Alice's bedtime book. And the body of the dragon lady cannot leave the story world, which is not too vast. Just like Alice's bedtime reading, you can't enter the story world by itself. Moreover, Alice does not perceive the same way in the two worlds. The dragon lady in the book has keen senses, and can see and hear anything happening anywhere in the story world at will. But in the real world, Alice's bedtime reading, its perceptual ability is relatively weak. Alice herself couldn't explain to Dawn what her perception in the real world was like. She just said, that is to experience the world from the perspective of a book. And it takes a lot of effort to gain a fragile and vague understanding. This is why Alice used to like to draw people into the world in the book first, and then tell her stories. As for the cause of the disappearance in Golden Oak City this time, Dawn also heard from Alice. A long time ago, a storyteller occasionally mentioned to Alice that the happiness brought by simply listening to stories was far less than watching a theater performance. Alice kept this sentence in mind. And later, she really looked for an opportunity to bring a small troupe of 6 people to perform for her in the story world. Taking this as an opportunity, Alice began to have the idea of directing a story drama herself. She spent a long time writing an adventure story based on the love between a princess and a hero, and then came to Golden Oak City to personally select the actors. Among them, the casting of the protagonist Princess Miyamura took Alice the most time. If it weren't for the delay in choosing this role, her story performance would have started long ago. Later, Alice finally found Arietta, who she thought had the most princess-like temperament. Dorn knew all about the rest of the story.
You are really willful. Don't do such things in the future.
After hearing what happened to Alice, Dawn shook his head helplessly.
I don't want to listen to your preaching. Just a little.
The Black Dragon Lady stuck out her tongue disdainfully and made a face. As the conversation progressed, Dorn suddenly thought of something. It's about what Alice Bai said before. She said that she traveled around to find her mother. And just now, in order to tease Alice, Dawn took the initiative to divert the subsequent topic. Now think about it. Could the mother Alice was talking about be the one painted in the oil painting hanging at the corner of the stairs of the castle? That mysterious young lady wearing a white gauze, and whose facial features are completely unclear. Chapter 213 Alice's Mother.
Alice, is that oil painting on the wall at the corner of the stairs depicting your mother?
Due to the association and the fact that the conversation was in a good atmosphere, Dawn casually asked this question.
Yeah.
Black Dragon Lady nodded.
Speaking of which, your mother is also a dragon?
Dorndo asked.
Probably not.
Black Dragon Lady shook her head.
But mother is mother.
After hearing this answer, Dawn frowned slightly. It sounds like Alice's mother is not her biological mother by genetic definition. But think about it. Dragon Lady once said that her identity in the real world is the book.
Alice's bedtime reading. My mother created me. Whether it's me as a book, me as a dragon, or even this story world, my mother created me. So, she is my mother.
Bai Longyang added.
What's your mother's name? I don't know. As I said, mother is mother.
It was Black Alice who replied this time, slightly impatient. Dorn touched his chin and didn't answer any more. Alice doesn't seem to know what her mother is called. Moreover, it sounds like the lady in the white veil not only created Alice's bedtime reading and the twin dragon girls, she also created a story world in the book that is independent of the real world and actually exists. Mysterious and extremely powerful. This is Dawn's current impression of Alice's mother. Oh, there is one more thing. According to Dorn's current knowledge, Dragon Lady's mother is a young lady. This is the first impression I have after seeing the oil painting. However, after all, Alice kept calling her mother. So maybe it would be more reasonable to call her
Ms. My mother suddenly disappeared a long time ago. I don't know where my mother went. And I don't know why she left me. Well, but I have been looking for her.
Bai Longyang took the initiative to speak. When they mentioned their mother, the two dragon ladies looked a little lonely.
You will always find it.
Dorn didn't know what to say, so he could only comfort Longyang in this gentle way, because Alice was a little depressed. Dawn didn't ask any more questions about her mother. I just paid a little more attention to it in my mind. In addition, he had been in the story world for more than 2 hours, and it was almost time for him to return to reality and go watch the night view with Vivian as promised.
As promised, tomorrow night, before you go to bed, you will come back here and tell me a story.
Before sending Dorn back to reality, the white dragon lady reached out and gently tugged on Dorn's wrist. After a meal of squid and a few sugar-coated bombs from fairy tales, Alice White, who seemed to be easy to fool, was successfully captured, and her relationship with Dorn became more than a little better.
But I won't care if you don't come. But don't take yourself too seriously. Huh?
The black dragon lady beside her crossed her arms and hugged her chest, and hummed.
I know. What the white-haired body says is true. But what the black-haired body says must be listened to in reverse. So you care. Don't worry. I will come in again tomorrow night.
Dorn shrugged. Bai Longyang shook her bright white dragon horns and nodded. The black dragon lady snorted lightly and turned her head away from looking at Dorn.
Oh, right. There is one more question before I go out. I forgot to ask it before.
Dawn thought of something again.
Speaking of which, why do other people in the story world follow your instructions? Alice. But I know.
Black Alice turned back with a look of surprise on her face.
Oh? Shouldn't you ask yourself this? Are you using some conspiracy that I can't see through?
Alice Bai also echoed.
Yeah. Alice doesn't know. You have to ask yourself. Okay.
Dawn nodded. It seems that Alice is not clear on this issue either. After Dorn thought for a moment, he decided to put this issue aside for the time being. After all, if you don't understand something, no matter how much time you spend thinking about it, it's useless. What's more, this isn't the only thing that Dorn can't figure out right now. Except for the rules in the story world where Alice says whatever she says. Why doesn't it apply to herself? In addition to, why can I sense Vivian's existence normally? Why did the boss temple in the relics of God open the door on his own initiative? The answers to these questions are currently unknown to Dorn. It's just that I feel like I'm outside of some established rules in a land of miracles. If this is the case, it may be related to his physique as a time traveler.
Well, do I want to send you out?
Bai Longyang saw that Dorn was in a state of thought for no reason. After waiting for a while, she softly asked.
Yes. Sorry. I was distracted.
Dorn came back to his senses. The black and white dragon ladies held hands, and at the same time stretched out their free hand, spread their fingers, and there was a geometric magic figure like the one on the cover of Alice's bedtime reading, gathered in their palms. After this geometric magic figure flashes, The people or things in the story world can be sent to reality according to the Dragon Lady's own wishes.
Wait a minute. I thought of something again, which I forgot to mention before.
Dawn suddenly thought of something and interrupted Alice's spell casting. The two Dragon Ladies quickly stopped their actions.
Are you 80 years old? Why are you so forgetful and still so verbose?
Black Alice was furious.
Because there are too many things to explain.
Dorn sneered.
That's it. The ingredients and seasonings I brought in will not be taken out and will be left here with you. When I need them, you can send them out to me. How about me?
Black Alice narrowed her golden dragon eyes and stared at Dorn for a long time.
I understand. You don't want to use me as a portable warehouse. Do you?
Dorn was speechless for a moment after being told the central voice.
Well, if you are willing to keep making delicious food for me and telling me stories, I will keep those things for you. But you must agree first that you cannot put strange things into my body.
In the end, it was Alice Bai's words that gave Dorn a step down. Because what Bai Longyang said was basically Alice's true words. Since it can be seen, Dorn's sugar-coated cannonball offensive is probably working. However, speaking of it, Bai Longyang's last sentence sounds strange, right? But considering that Alice's bedtime reading is Alice's body in the real world, it seems reasonable that the story world is counted as the inside of Alice's body. It's a bit subtle. But even so, Dawn still said,
I don't have anything weird. Absolutely nothing. If you put something strange in there, it will turn into a dragon and bite you. Ouch!
It was the Black Dragon Lady who spoke this time. And she showed off her neat teeth with a grin. Even the Black Dragon Lady said this. So Alice did not refuse to be a warehouse manager. The transaction was successful. The portable space is finally here. Chapter 214 Night Breeze in Golden Oak City. Before Dorn left the story world, the Dragon Ladies also told Dorn how to quickly access items in the story world. As long as he comes into contact with Alice's bedtime reading and reads Alice silently in his heart, Dawn can quickly communicate with the Dragon Lady in the book. Then as long as you tell the specific purpose, the Dragon Lady will quickly cast a spell to complete the access to the items. Very convenient. However, according to Longyang, there is an upper limit to the external objects that can be accommodated in Alice's bedtime reading. Moreover, the way to calculate the upper limit is also very strange. It is not calculated simply based on the volume of the object. The first factor that affects load bearing is vitality. In Alice's bedtime reading, the burden brought by living animals to Alice is far greater than that of dead objects without vitality. Among living creatures, the burden brought to Alice by monsters with strong vitality and humanoid races with magical power is greater than that of ordinary creatures without magical power. After Dawn learned this information, he couldn't help but have a strange question in his mind.
How to calculate the weight of microorganisms?
Of course, there is no way to ask Alice this question directly. After all, in Longyang's knowledge, there should be no such life forms as microorganisms. But by making some insinuations, Dorn could roughly surmise that the presence of microorganisms did not affect the load bearing much. It may be because the vitality is too low and the weight bearing pressure is very small. So it is almost the same as the tiny burden brought by dead objects. All in all, if the story world were to contain all monsters with strong vitality, a rough estimate would only accommodate 50 or 60 at most. This upper limit needs to be adjusted upward or downward according to the strength of the magic power of the monster contained. As for inanimate items, although there is an upper limit, the upper limit is very high. Finally, after understanding a series of information about the upper limit of space load, Dawn decided to try not to fill up Alice's bedtime reading when using this portable space in the future. Because this is what the Dragon Ladies actually said about this.
It will be very uncomfortable if it is filled up.
Golden Oak City. Golden Tavern. In Dorn's room. After Vivian sat quietly in the room for a while, she began to feel sleepy. Maybe it was because I had been running around all day and worried about Dorn in the afternoon. So I didn't get much rest. After fighting back and forth between yawning and sleepiness for several times, Miss Goblin lost her battle and simply took off her shoes in a daze, curling up and lying on Dorn's bed.
Because it's Dorn's bed, so it shouldn't matter.
Huh, Vivian thought, and then fell asleep. Outside the room window, from the orange at dusk to the black at night, it quickly changed from the black at night to the warm yellow illuminated by the lights. I don't know how long it took. On the edge of the dark red, Alice's bedtime reading, Dawn's figure was quickly outlined and appeared beside the bed. At the same time, He was holding a piece of freshly cooked squid in his hand. After returning to reality, the first person Dorn saw was of course Vivian. Well, sleeping Vivian. I saw Miss Goblin holding an ebony staff, lying on her side on Dorn's bed, closing her eyes, breathing shallowly and falling asleep. Her soft silver hair spread on the pillow. Outside the window, the warm yellow street light shone in, falling on Vivian's fair face. Under the dim light and shadow, Miss Elf's exquisite facial features appeared more three-dimensional. The way Vivian slept was very peaceful and gentle. Those heartwarming lake blue eyes still have a different kind of beauty even when they are closed. And her small mouth, with an attractive red color, looks particularly sexy and soft in this defenseless sleeping state. Suddenly, Vivian's eyelids, who were sleeping soundly, moved, and her thick and curled eyelashes also trembled. At the same time, her small and tall nose also twitched twice. Obviously, the fairy lady smelled something while sleeping. The spicy aroma of sizzling squid. So, start waking up. Dawn! Has Vivian been raised as a foodie by herself? After a while, Vivian woke up and sat up from the bed in a daze. She looked at Dorn with sleepy eyes and said in a tone like a purring cat, "Dorn! Good night, EW! EW! Smells so good!" Sure enough, a girl's half asleep and half awake state is very cute. Of course, the premise is that this girl doesn't have a strong desire to get out of bed.
Well, the newly cooked squid. Should you eat it while it's hot?
Dorn's eyes lingered on Vivian's face for a few more seconds before he placed the squid on the round table aside. After Vivian washes up and wakes up, she eats the squid brought from the story world with a look of happiness and joy. As agreed, Dawn took the elf lady with him to see the night view of Golden Oak City. This art capital is very lively at night. Come out of Jinzuin Tavern and take a walk to the central main area of the city. Not only are the lights along the way becoming brighter and brighter, the streets are also becoming more and more lively, and all kinds of people can be seen. Children holding adults' hands and smiling brightly, neatly dressed ladies and gentlemen, adventurers and mercenaries wearing leather armor and carrying weapons. People of all kinds walk through the spacious streets, among the crowds, blending into the crowds, becoming part of the lively flow of people under the lights. Beside the road, there are always many people around the little musicians who play and sing, and the small troupe that sets up a small outdoor stage and performs plays. The melodious musical instruments and singing, or the emotional lines and actions of the actors, often cause applause and applause from the onlookers. There are also various vendors selling cooked food and drinks, setting up stalls or parked on the roadside with pushcarts. The spring breeze at night in the Golden Oak City was lively and bustling, accompanied by the floating warm yellow lights and the smell of cooked food. They bumped into Dawn and Vivian, who were walking on the street. The two of them strolled side by side in Golden Oak City with great interest, stopping from time to time to watch performances, or buy some portable cooked food or drinks from some food stalls. Went shopping until 10 p.m. Dang dang. Dorn and Vivian heard a melodious and sonorous bell in the central area of Golden Oak City. This is emitted from the bell tower of the Holy See Branch Church in the main city. At 10 o'clock every night, the bell ringer will ring the big iron bell on the bell tower. After this long and profound bell ringing, the main city will be lively for a while longer. After that, the crowds will gradually thin out, and vendors and performers will pack up and go home. When the church bell rang, Dawn and Vivian happened to take a walk nearby. Amid the long tolling of the bells, Dorn looked up. Under the dark sky, you can see the towering bell tower of the Holy See. Not far from the bell tower, there is a similarly tall spire building, which is the tower of the Golden Oak City Grand Theater. The bell tower of the Holy See and the tower of the theater are the two tallest buildings in Golden Oak City. Dorn looked away from the sky.
Vivian, before leaving Golden Oak City, find some time to climb up this clock tower or that tower. It would be nice to overlook the city from above.
The elf lady just stared at Dorn and nodded slightly, with a soft smile in her blue eyes. She had a great time tonight. Chapter 215. Vivian goes out for a walk. Dawn and Vivian spent 3 days leisurely in the City of Art. On the third day, the Golden Oak City Musicians Association came out with exciting news. The previously postponed concert of the famous musician Ms. Babashaw will be held on the weekend of this week. Suddenly, the streets and alleys of the art capital were buzzing about this female artist. In the afternoon of this day, Dawn and Vivian had just returned to the Jinzuin Tavern from watching a play outside. The owner of the tavern handed Dawn 2 letters. Both letters were sealed in white envelopes with good quality paper and covered with red clay paint, making them look particularly formal. There is a simple character printed on one of the paints. The other one was printed with a blooming honeysuckle. Both Dorn and Vivian have some impressions of this honeysuckle pattern, which is the emblem of the local Earl Bishop of Golden Oak City. You can often see it in the Earl's mansion. Dawn opened 2 letters. The one with honeysuckle was from Miss Henrietta. The letter printed with simple characters came from Miss Babashaw. Although the senders are different, the contents mentioned in the letters are surprisingly consistent. Miss Henrietta solemnly expressed her gratitude to Dawn in writing for rescuing her, and invited Dawn to attend Ms. Babashaw's concert at the weekend. Ms. Babashaw solemnly expressed her gratitude to Dawn in writing for rescuing her, and invited Dawn to watch her concert at the weekend. Both letters were written with sincerity, tact, and politeness, making them irresistible.
Vivian, do you want to go to a concert together this weekend? The famous musician Ms. Babashaw put her all into this concert,
Dawn told Miss Elf while reading the letter in the room.
But I heard in the morning that tickets for Ms. Babashaw's concert are no longer available. Right.
Vivian sat on the edge. Although she didn't read the contents of the letter in Dorn's hand, she somewhat guessed something.
Is it Miss Babashaw? Or that Miss Henrietta? Yes. There is more than one person who wants to invite me to the concert. Moreover, they all have the ability to definitely get tickets.
Dorn shook the 2 pieces of paper in his hand.
Yeah. I want to go see it.
Vivian nodded excitedly. When we first came to Golden Oak City, Miss Goblin said that we would take advantage of the opportunity to visit a concert here. And Ms. Babashaw's concerts are prestigious, grand and exciting. If there was a chance to see it, Vivian would naturally not want to miss it.
By the way, Dawn, what are we going to do this afternoon?
Vivian asked Dawn while maintaining a happy mood.
Afternoon?
Dorn was about to answer, but suddenly he shifted his gaze to the 2 letters in his hand, showing a thoughtful expression.
Afternoon? I have something to do in the afternoon. Huh? What are you going to do? I'll go with you. No. Vivian. You can't go. I have to do this myself.
Dorn shook his head.
Oh.
Miss Goblin nodded.
Then I'll wait for you to come back in the tavern. Well, when I come back, let's go to that music restaurant called Lorca Brothers for dinner together in the evening.
Dawn said this. Then he took the 2 pieces of paper in his hand and rushed out of the door happily.
What did Dawn think of? Why are you so happy?
Vivian watched Dawn leave with a confused look on her face. Well, Vivian lay on her bed, bored and flipping through a romance novel she bought when she and Dawn went shopping yesterday. However, the touching love story in the book is completely inaccessible to Miss Goblin at the moment. She can't help but think about Dorn in her mind.
Where is Dawn now? And what is he doing?
Vivian closed the romance novel, then turned over on the bed, holding the pillow in her arms. She thought again of the 2 letters that Dawn had received before leaving the tavern room. One from Miss Babashaw and one from Miss Henrietta.
That Miss Henrietta is very beautiful.
Vivian buried her face in the pillow and began to recall and imagine.
She looks much taller than me.
The fairy lady's impression of Henrietta. Her long black hair with a hint of purple luster is elegantly tied up, and her figure is elegant and tall. She is obviously very friendly, but she has a temperament that can be viewed from a distance but not played with. A very unique beauty.
Is Dorn going to find Miss Henrietta?
Miss Goblin thought this way. She also thought about the way Dawn and those who were trapped in the story world returned to reality a few days ago. The way Miss Henrietta looked at Dawn. There was a hint of shyness amidst the obvious gratitude and admiration. Does that elegant and dignified beautiful lady also show that shy look in her eyes? And still facing Dorn. Well, Vivian suddenly felt a little inexplicably depressed.
Dawn said he would be back in the evening. There is still a lot of time now. Maybe I should go out for a walk.
So, the goblin lady got up from the bed and picked up the heavy ebony staff leaning on the bedside. I walked out of the room, walked through the noisy lobby on the first floor of the tavern, and walked to the street. Today is a nice afternoon. The sun is warm.
Where should we go?
Vivian stood on the street holding the ebony staff and thought briefly.
Forget it. Just take a walk.
The outskirts of Golden Oak City. Valrona's clothing store. The restless Vivian walked aimlessly, and finally came to the door of the alchemist lady's shop. I don't know if it's a coincidence that I ended up here, or it was guided by Miss Goblin's subconscious. After all, in the entire Golden Oak City, except for Dorn, it seems that only Miss Fabna knows about Vivian's existence.
Miss Fafner sells a lot of stockings here.
Vivian held her staff and looked into the window.
Dawn seems to like them very much.
Speaking of which, Miss Henrietta looked very good in white knee-length stockings. Well, Miss Goblin muttered vaguely. And then the slightly depressed mood from before began to well up in her heart again. Then, Vivian gently squeezed the ebony staff and opened the door of the clothing store. At this moment, in the clothing store, Miss Valrona behind the counter is writing and drawing with pen and paper, seemingly recording something.
Screaming datura roots, resting flowers, water ghost brains, powder of wrong souls. Let's see. These alchemy materials are getting harder and harder to obtain.
Jingle. The wind chimes under the eaves were struck by the door frame, making a crisp sound. The store was opened.
Welcome.
Thabna put down her pen and paper and looked up.
Huh?
The spacious clothing store was empty. Then, the store door closed gently again, as if someone politely closed the door. Chapter 216 A Gift. The shop door was pulled open from the outside, which was obviously not explained by wind or the like. However, Thabna quickly thought of something.
Miss Vivian?
The female alchemist asked in front of the empty shop, and pushed the pen and paper forward in her hand. After a while, the pen rose up in the air, leaving a few beautiful Dona words on the white paper. It's me. Excuse me, Miss Thabna. Looking at the polite words on the white paper, Thabna began to calm down.
Didn't Mr. Dorn come with you?
Thank you. Something happened.
Is this like this? Then why did Miss Vivian come to see me?
After Miss Alchemist asked this question, the pen in front of her hovered in the air for a long time. After a while, the floating pen continued to write on the white paper. Sorry. I don't know why I bother you. I came to you because Dawn was away, and I went out for a walk alone. Thabna looked at the newly written handwriting, and the corners of her mouth curled up unconsciously, relying on women's keen intuition about emotional issues. The alchemist lady smelled the smell of gossip and instantly became energetic.
It's okay. It's not really an interruption. Miss Vivian, do you want to chat with someone? I can accompany you.
But I don't know what I want to talk about either. Until now, I had only had normal conversations with Dawn. Sorry. Maybe I should go?
Wait a minute.
Thabna put her elbows on the counter and winked at the pen floating in front of her.
I know what is more appropriate to talk about. Let's talk about Mr. Dorn.
Right. What are you talking about Dorn?
Of course.
Thabna coughed twice deliberately.
Ahem. Miss Vivian, you like Mr. Dorn?
Right.
Miss Alchemist asked this question. It was not a random question. It was well-founded. The evidence is the piece of white paper in front of you with Vivian's handwriting on it. It can be seen that except for the first greeting, this Miss Vivian carries the name Dorn in every other sentence. No matter what the topic is. The writing is in black and white. So clear that you can't rely on it even if you want to. Moreover, from Thabna's perspective as a passerby, if Mr. Dorn is the only one who can sense Miss Vivian's existence, and then the two of them get along day and night. Although it is a bit unfair to Miss Vivian, it is a high probability that she falls in love with Mr. Dorn. Probably for Dawn. Vivian may be a part of his life. For Vivian, Dorn is everything in her life. This feeling. Thabna roughly imagined the emotional relationship between Vivian and Dorn, and her desire for gossip became even higher. And along with this, you like Mr. Dorn. Right, question was asked. The atmosphere in the clothing store changed. The pen floating in the air opposite Thabna first fell on the paper, but floated again without writing a word, and then fell again. After tremblingly writing the word,
I,
it floated again. It was obvious that the person holding the pen was at a loss, hesitating and panicking.
It's wonderful to like someone. There's no need to hide it,
Thabna said with a smile. After a while, the tip of the pen landed on the paper again. So, Miss Thabna, is there anyone you like?
Of course I do.
Perhaps to prove that liking someone is really a beautiful thing, and there is no need to hide it. Thabna answered the question generously.
Besides, you may have met him of
Dawn's friend, Mr. Gregor? This time, it was Vivian's turn to be curious.
Yes, I like him. Gregor.
Thabna nodded, then shook her head.
You know, I grew up with Gregor, and I once confessed to him seriously.
Opposite the counter, Vivian, holding a pen in her hand but unable to be seen by Miss Alchemist, stared with bated breath. It's coming. It seems like we're about to hear some big news.
But that bastard rejected me very seriously.
Thabna supported her chin with her hand. Her eyes became slightly hollow, as if she was recalling something.
However, it's interesting to say that guy was fine when he was young, but he became more frivolous as he grew up. I originally thought that with a frivolous personality like his, When faced with my confession, even if he didn't accept it, he would do something to me. What? But he didn't do anything to me. Perhaps he really values the friendship he has cultivated with me since childhood. But he really can't fall in love with me.
After hearing these words, Vivian hesitated for a while before writing down, Miss Fafner, will you regret revealing your feelings to Mr. Gregg? Miss Goblin paused with her pen as she wrote this, because she felt it was rude to ask such a question suddenly. She crossed out the question again. However, not waiting for Vivian to write something again, Fafner spoke.
I don't regret it. Maybe I think that if you like someone, you should let him know. If you suppress that love in your heart and never be able to say it out, then I will regret it. That's what I think. Expressing my feelings is more important than how the other party will respond later. Perhaps, Miss Vivian, you can try to be more proactive with the people you like. Of course, this is just my personal suggestion. You can listen to it or not.
Miss Alchemist appeared and gave her own explanation. After talking in circles, she finally brought the topic back to Vivian. And Miss Fairy's pen paused in the air for a long time before falling again. I will consider it. Thank you, Miss Fafner. On this afternoon, it was rare that Dawn and Vivian didn't stay together. Miss Goblin went to the Alchemist Fafner's shop alone to have some emotional exchanges and communication between girls. Dawn, on the other hand, took the letter he received and visited Miss Babasha directly according to the address mentioned in the letter. He has a very important thing to ask of this female musician. This matter is actually about Vivian. Dawn wanted to give a gift to Miss Goblin.
Previously, the white silk bought from the Alchemist Fafner for 15 silver coins was intended to be given to Vivian as a gift. Well, fun gifts are also gifts. Nothing wrong. But later, this interesting gift accidentally slipped onto Miss Henrietta's leg. After being worn, these stockings can no longer be given to Vivian. In fact, the pair of white silk stockings are still with Henrietta, and it is impossible for Dawn to get them back. No matter how you think about it, asking a beautiful girl to wear is very perverted. So this back and forth is equivalent to Vivian losing a gift. Then it would be very reasonable for Dawn to give her another supplement. After receiving the invitation to the concert, a brilliant idea suddenly came to Dawn's mind regarding the question of
what kind of gift to give to Vivian.
This is why he left the tavern in a hurry with an excited look on his face. To complete this wonderful idea in Dawn's mind, a little help from the musician Ms. Babasha is indispensable. Chapter 217 to Vivian. Lady Babasha's residence in Golden Oak. After learning about Dawn's visit, Ms. Babasha greeted him warmly. The living room of this female artist's residence is covered with a large red carpet, with a huge harp standing in the center, and a huge full-body portrait oil painting hanging on the wall. A black high-legged round coffee table and several red velvet soft chairs were placed in the corner area of the living room. Beside the wall, there is also a harpsichord that looks expensive. Very artistic living room decoration. Dawn and Ms. Babasha sat down in the rest area with soft chairs and coffee tables, and the servant brought a pot of hot sweet tea. After the two parties briefly exchanged greetings, Dawn got to the point.
Ms. Babasha, I have something to ask you this time, Mr. Dawn said. As long as I can help, I will try my best to do it.
Ms. Babasha picked up her teacup and took a sip of sweet tea.
That's it. Regarding your weekend concert, Ms. Babasha, if possible, could you add a harpsichord skit to perform? Mr. Dawn, do you want to perform on stage?
Babasha was slightly surprised.
No, I don't want to. I can't play the piano.
Dawn shook his head.
I hope Ms. Babasha will play.
After thinking briefly, Babasha did not reject the request directly, but spoke in a consultative tone.
Actually, the repertoire to be performed at the concert has been reviewed and finalized by the Music Association a long time ago. However, if it is just to add a skit as a break between the two official performances, I think it should be okay. I don't know how well. What do you want me to play? A piece of music that no one else has ever circulated and probably no one else has ever heard. Mr. Dorn, did you write the music yourself? No.
After struggling for a while, Dawn chose to shake his head and deny.
It was written by a musician from my hometown who had an unsatisfactory life and spent his whole life fighting against fate.
Ms. Babasha just nodded, referring to Dawn's description. She naturally imagined an image of a poor musician whose life was unsatisfactory and down and out. There are too many such musicians in the Dona Empire. The quality of the music created by down-and-out musicians varies greatly. Objectively speaking, there are very few high-quality products. Therefore, Ms. Babasha did not have much expectations for the harpsichord piece Don proposed. This is what female musicians think in their hearts. If the quality of the music score provided by Mr. Don is acceptable, then in order to thank him for his rescue, this piece of music can be performed at this concert as an exception. But if the quality of the music given by Mr. Don is really not good, then the only way is to find a way to politely refuse. Babasha didn't want to see the level of the concert being lowered by a harpsichord piece of worrisome quality.
Then, Mr. Don, let me see the score first,
Ms. Babasha said.
There's no music score. Mr. Don just said he couldn't play the piano. Right. Then,
the female artist was extremely confused. I don't know how to play live. And I don't have music scores to read. Isn't this embarrassing?
Well, although I can't play it,
I can hum it. I've listened to this piece of music many times.
Huh? Babasha was even more confused.
Well, this is the song.
Dorn nodded.
Thumb, thump, 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 thump.
In the following time, he actually tapped his fingers on the coffee table and hummed a complete tune to Ms. Babasha. Although Don's musical talent was average, fortunately the song he chose to hum was one he was very familiar with. Therefore, every note hum can be placed on the key, restoring the melody of the original song as much as possible. Although this process was slightly awkward at first, as the music progressed, the expression on the female artist's face changed rapidly. From the initial confusion and low expectations, it turned into surprise, and then into appreciation and reverie. In the song Don hummed, there was a simple and friendly theme melody. The melody was fresh and smooth. It was repeated throughout the song, 16 times in total, which left a very deep impression on people. Whenever Don hums this short melody, Babasha will unconsciously sketch an image of a gentle, beautiful, innocent, and pure girl in his mind, and a piece of music that evokes empathy from the audience and makes people think of it as destined to be a good piece of music. The song Don hums is an extremely famous piano piece on earth. It was composed by Beethoven and has long occupied half of the music box repertoire.
For Alice,
Don's familiarity with the piece was also attributed to the music box market. When he was a child, he received a birthday present, which was an exquisite music box. After the strings are fully loaded and the smooth wooden lid is opened, the music box will slowly play the entire
release.
Don liked this gift very much and often played with the music box before going to bed when he was a child. Therefore,
the song to Alice
has become his most familiar melody. After humming a song, the female artist's eyes changed. After she was in a daze for a few seconds, she seemed to suddenly wake up. She ran to a corner of the living room, found paper and pen, and began to record quickly.
Wait a moment, Mr. Dorn,
Babasha said, while her hands kept moving.
For Alice
is, after all, a sketch piece with a relatively simple structure. As a musician with superb musical attainments, Babasha would have no big problem in roughly restoring the score after listening to it once. After she finished memorizing the music score of a piece of music, she hummed it roughly, and then did some proofreading with Don. And after simply correcting a few minor flaws, she happily put down the pen and paper.
Mr. Don, this sketch is one of the most perfect pieces I have ever heard. The romantic and rigorous temperament is simply fascinating. I am sure that it will not take long for this piece to become popular throughout Golden Oak. Stand up.
The female artist, who originally had an elegant temperament, looked excited and her eyes sparkled.
Yes, probably.
Dorn just nodded.
By the way, Mr. Don, you said that this piece of music was composed by a musician from your hometown. He must be a talented person. Do I have a chance to meet him?
Babasha asked sincerely.
That gentleman is no longer in this world.
Don told the truth.
That's such a pity.
Babasha regretted it for a while.
So, does this piece of music have a name? Of course there is a name. I asked that gentleman to compose this song for a girl around me from my perspective.
Don nodded, his eyes twinkling.
To Vivian.
Chapter 218 Concert. The afternoon ended with Don and Vivian splitting up. And when they met back at the pub in the evening, both of them were in a good mood. And as agreed at noon, we went to the largest music restaurant in Golden Oak City to have dinner together. 5 days passed in a flash. Weekend. Tonight, the famous musician Ms. Babasha will hold a unique concert at the Golden Oak City Theater. At 7 p.m., in front of the Grand Theater, gorgeous carriages with tall horses stopped at the entrance of the theater. The noble gentlemen and ladies in gorgeous clothes entered the interior of the Grand Theater under the leadership of the theater receptionist. Dawn and Vivian also strolled outside the theater. Moreover,
at the entrance of the theater, Dawn also met two aristocratic ladies, Henrietta and Veronica. Dawn accepted the little princess's previous concert invitation. After all, the letter was written sincerely and solemnly, and there was no reason for rejection at all. Moreover, the little princess also mentioned in the letter that she would watch the concert with Veronica. Therefore, this is not an ambiguous invitation for two people to go on a date. Just accept it and be done with it. Even the concert tickets were provided by the little princess. Also, Dawn told the little princess that he would bring an extra friend to watch the concert. So the tickets provided to him by Henrietta were two. The one that includes Vivian. The fairy lady's wish to watch the concert came true. At the entrance of the theater, Dawn greeted the little princess and Veronica respectively. Today's Red Lotus, which Veronica's long legs are wrapped in black stockings as usual, and her upper body is in a red and black dress, which outlines her fiery figure and personality. As for Miss Henrietta, her black and purple glossy hair was not elegantly tied up. Instead, it was naturally spread like a waterfall, giving her a bit more gentle temperament. The little princess wore a beige dress with fluffy skirts, and unexpectedly put on a pair of white stockings on her thin, straight legs. It feels like it shouldn't be the one given to her by Dawn. But no matter what, the two aristocratic ladies were dressed dazzlingly tonight, and each had their own sense of beauty. It's hard not to take a second look at those well-dressed gentlemen when you pass them by.
Is Mr. Dawn alone? Where is your friend?
After a brief greeting, the little princess asked.
Maybe it will come later, and we can go in first.
Dawn could only reply. The two noble ladies were slightly confused, but they nodded. A group of 4 people entered the Golden Oak City Grand Theater. The plays and concerts that can be performed at the Golden Oak City Theater are often expensive. Ms. Babash's reputation is so great that her tickets will naturally be sold more expensively by the theater. The cheapest one, a seat on an ordinary small stand, costs 65 silver. It is equivalent to a year's salary of an ordinary person. As for the grandstands, with the social attributes of the nobility, as well as the private boxes with the best views on the second floor, the ticket prices are even more expensive, ranging from 1 gold to several gold. What the little princess prepared for Dawn was the private room on the second floor. There are coffee tables, sofas and soft chairs, tea and drinks, exquisite snacks, and attendants standing quietly outside the box, ready to be summoned at any time. The group of people took their seats in the box, and Vivian also carefully sat down next to Dawn. Miss Goblin was very excited to enter the Grand Theater to watch a concert for the first time. However, it would be better if I could watch it alone with Dawn. Of course, this is already great. After Dawn naturally chatted with the two noble ladies for a while, the concert officially began. Ms. Babasha, wearing a black formal dress, walked to the stage with a conductor's baton in hand and gave a short speech to other musicians and nobles present. Then he turned around, holding the conductor's baton, facing the huge orchestra, and stood silently. Melodious music began to sound, and the two noble ladies and Vivian entered a listening state. In the box, Dawn was the last to enter the admiring state. To be honest, this was his first time listening to such a formal symphony. Through the music list on the coffee table in the box, Dawn learned that the first symphony conducted by Ms. Babasha was called Miracles. It is a symphony with religious implications, and its main purpose is to praise the original God. However, it is very different from the traditional solemn religious symphony, and is more lively and enthusiastic. It is one of Ms. Babasha's masterpieces. Miracle lasted for half an hour. After the song ended, the lingering sound lingered, and the atmosphere in the entire theater began to become lively.
No matter how many times I listen to it, Ms. Babasha's music is still so fascinating. It is magnificent.
Majestic. And majestic. This song, Miracles, can be regarded as my favorite song. Every time I listen to it, I feel passionate and can't wait. Burn something.
Veronica sighed in a high tone. The little princess nodded while maintaining her demeanor.
But this piece of music is not just grand. Even in the majestic and high-spirited movement, there is also a light and cute dance music. It is a bit warm and charming. Ms. Babasha is so amazing. I like this song so much.
Vivian also sighed sincerely. But as usual, her words could only be heard by Dawn alone.
What do you think? Mr. Dawn? This piece is great, isn't it?
Perhaps because she felt that the talk was not satisfying enough. Veronica used a friendly tone again, trying to draw Dorn, who had been silent, into the discussion between her and the little princess. Dawn! Abba! 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 After a short break, Ms. Babasha took the stage again. According to the music list, she was about to conduct the Second Grand Symphony tonight. This piece is a symphony called Pastoral, composed by Ms. Babasha just last year. Just by listening to the name, you can tell that there will definitely be a big difference in style between this piece of music and the first one. Being able to control different styles and constantly breaking through herself is also Babasha's highly respected trait as a musician. The conductor's baton waved, and the melodious music slowly flowed out. The music this time is quiet and beautiful, like a trickling stream, like the mountain breeze passing through the dense forest, like the fruitful fruit trees, like the golden wheat fields. After the song ended, the Pastoral Symphony, with its strong pastoral style, extremely high degree of completion, and approaching perfection, once again won unanimous praise from the whole theater and continued to applaud. I can already imagine what will be on the front page of tomorrow's Musician magazine. Veronica lazily shook her long red hair and sighed. After the second symphony ended, Ms. Babasha took another break. However, this time her rest time was relatively short. After 7 or 8 minutes, she took the stage again. At the same time, several young and strong theater waiters moved a harpsichord to the center of the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, during the break before the start of the next symphony, please allow me to bring you a solo harpsichord piece, Babasha said. This sketch piece was not placed on the music list. It should be an extra little surprise. The audience at the scene is looking forward to it. Even Miss Fairy also looked at the stage with interest. Then, she noticed that Dorn beside her seemed to be looking at her with a smile on her face. So, Vivian turned her head slightly, her long silver hair swaying on her temples. Dorn? Dorn opened his mouth, but no words came out. He just lip-synced to Miss Goblin quietly. I prepared a gift for you. The tacit understanding the two had cultivated for a long time made it easier for Vivian to understand Dorn's meaning. Gift? She was a little confused. At this time, Ms. Babasha on the stage had already walked towards the harpsichord. She sat down in her seat and said, I didn't write this piece, but I really liked to Vivian. Chapter 219 I Wasn't Cheated. After listening to Babasha's words, the audience in the theater was at most a little confused and curious. Why does Ms. Babasha play other people's music in her own concerts? What kind of harpsichord piece could be so appreciated by her? When Vivian heard these words, her eyes widened in surprise. After looking at the female musician on the stage for a while, she turned to look at Dorn. The latter still looked at her with a smile. On the stage, the harpsichord had been played, and the audience quickly kept quiet. The melodious and beautiful music flowed from the keys and echoed in the theater. Ms. Babasha accepted Dawn's request 5 days ago and decided to perform to Vivian in the concert. With her skill level, 5 days of practice was more than enough to master to Vivian, which has a simple structure. Thump thump, thump thump, thump thump, thump thump thump. The initial melody of the music is beautiful and soft, and the refrain appears 3 times, becoming the basic theme of this piece of music. A beautiful, romantic harpsichord piece that sings the praises of love. The gentlemen and ladies with certain musical accomplishments in the stands, as well as professional musicians, combined with the straightforward name, to Vivian, immediately felt the theme of this song. Empathizing with this beautiful melody, the audience each drew an image of a gentle and beautiful heroine in their minds. The melody continues, as if the hero in the story has endless kind words to say to Vivian. Ms. Babasha alternated her hands to play broken chords on the harpsichord, and the music began to become smooth, cheerful and gorgeous. Her right hand plays grace notes lightly, enlivening the melody, as if it were the bright and cheerful tone of a girl. The left hand plays broken chords steadily and smoothly, tenderly and kindly, as if the hero is constantly responding to his lover's whispers. Ms. Babasha continued, her hands flying up and down on the keys like dexterous butterflies, and the music became more joyful. The right hand was densely decomposed chords, as if a girl was laughing like silver bells. Further on, the mood of the music changes dramatically, advancing layer by layer, and uncontrollable enthusiasm burns like a flame. The sound of music is repeated on the same bass, as if it is the heartbeat of the hero, and also like his feelings for the heroine Vivian, sincere and firm. At the same time, the combination of the clear high-pitched voice
and the powerful left-hand sustained tone makes people seem to hear the hero's passionate expression of emotion, see his deep and powerful eyes, and feel his steadfastness. The music gradually increased from slow to fast, and the chords in the lower part continued to promote the development of the music, as if the girl readily accepted his confession. At the highest note, the music descends and is full of gorgeous colors, allowing the audience to feel the happy feeling of two people's heart-to-heart connection. Then, the music returns to the overlapping part, which is the last reappearance of the first part, echoing from beginning to end. Eventually the music gradually became softer, like a pair of lovers holding hands and looking at each other, frozen in the gradually dispersing music. A harpsichord sketch ended in only 3 to 5 minutes. After "To Vivian" ended, the entire theater was silent for a while, and then burst into warm applause that was no less than that after the previous 2 large symphonies.
This romantic and undying love!
Veronica crossed her legs and kept applauding.
This is one of the best harpsichord pieces I have ever heard. No wonder Miss Babasha will play it, and I performed it myself at my own concert. It is indeed beautiful.
The little princess nodded in agreement.
And the melody of the song is rigorous, but not complicated. I guess soon musicians and bards in the streets will start singing this song.
Audiences in other boxes and in the stands also praised "To Vivian" endlessly, in addition to the 2 noble ladies around Dorn who praised the content of the song. There is another topic that is also highly discussed.
Ms. Babasha said that she did not compose this piece of music. So who wrote the music score? Also, who is the beautiful girl Vivian in the music?
On the stage, after Ms. Babasha finished playing, she stood up and returned to the center of the stage. She probably had something else to say. The audience in the theater became quiet again, patiently waiting for the female musician's next speech.
This piece is the legacy of a deceased musician. At the same time, this song is from the perspective of Mr. Don from Eatontown, and is used to describe the innocent and lovely girl with silver hair and blue eyes beside him, Miss Vivian.
As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere at the scene became heated again. The audience at the theater, except for a few people who happened to have eaten the rotating signature dishes or hot pot at Eatontown, as well as some people who have read the author Mr. Williams's review article describing Eatontown and Make-A-Wish restaurant and left an impression. Most other people don't know who this Mr. Dorn from Eatontown is. But it doesn't matter. Behind a beautiful song, there is a real love story, which is the icing on the cake, and is a highly discussed matter. Those nobles who happened to know Mr. Dorn's identity looked excited and had a sense of superiority, and introduced him to the people around them. Didn't expect that? The hero of this wonderful piece of music is actually an infatuated chef with superb skills. At this moment, Dorn was in the box. Henrietta and Veronica all landed directly on Dawn. How could these 2 noble ladies have expected that there would be such a special performance at this concert? The little princess looked at Dorn for a while, and then quickly looked away.
Is that beautiful piece of music just now about Mr. Don and Miss Vivian?
Henrietta thought in her heart, slightly uneasy. But who is that Miss Vivian? I have never heard Mr. Dorn talk about it, and I don't think I saw it when I was in Eatontown. However, this is normal, because the current little princess still knows very little about Dorn. Just know, his cooking is really delicious. Moreover, he is very powerful and has many incredible weird abilities. Also, he likes stockings very much. The little princess puffed her face invisibly, breathing. I wore white knee-high socks specially for him today. No, I didn't wear it specifically to show him. I just put it on because I thought it looked good. Right. That is it. The little princess gently shook her head to get rid of these messy thoughts, deliberately maintaining her usual dignified demeanor.
Mr. Don, I really didn't expect you to be such a romantic person. If Miss Vivian heard this piece of music at the scene and heard what Miss Babasha said, I'm afraid she would be moved to tears.
Right. Veronica said this with a teasing look and tone. Then she looked at the empty seat next to Dorn. Thoughtfully, her eyes began to become sympathetic, and she slowly continued to add,
Could it be that the friend you are bringing today is Miss Vivian? She's not here yet. TSK, a sad story. Sorry, but on the bright side, you are a bit of a failed love story. At any rate, it left a mark in the history of music development in the Empire.
Dawn, don't just make up your mind for no reason and then look at me with inexplicable sympathy. Vivian is obviously here. Okay. It's just that you can't see it. I didn't get pigeoned. Chapter 220 Kiss in the Bells.
But speaking of which, you really can't see Vivian?
Don had this thought in his mind based on Veronica. That's right. This is Dorn's main purpose. Whether it's Ms. Babash's encore performance of
To Vivian.
or she deliberately said it after the performance. The girl with silver hair and blue eyes next to Mr. Don from Eaton Town. This description directed towards Miss Goblin. It was all Dorn's request. The purpose is to make people who hear the music believe that through the music to Vivian. In this world, there really is a lovely girl with silver hair and blue eyes next to Mr. Dorn in Eaton Town. To Vivian is more than just a gift from Dorn to Miss Goblin. What he thought of was a way to introduce Vivian's existence to everyone on a large scale. Because when she first came to Golden Oak City, the alchemist Miss Fabna suggested that in order to break the current situation where Vivian's presence is zero, she could try to introduce Vivian to more people. Let more people believe in Vivian's existence. This is what Don was trying to do. However, the results of this attempt were not ideal. At least, the two noble ladies in the same box still didn't notice Vivian's presence. Of course, Dorn was mentally prepared for the possibility of failure. After all, the greater the expectations you have, the greater the disappointment will be when they fail. Dorn felt a little disappointed and turned his head to look at the elf lady beside him. At this time, Vivian was seen sitting upright on a chair, with the ebony staff placed across her knees, her hands nervously grasping the corners of her blue and white skirt, and her head bowed deeply.
Vivian, don't you like it? I'm sorry.
Dawn thought that Miss Goblin didn't like this form of gift, so she leaned over and asked softly. It doesn't matter whether the other two noble ladies will hear him, talking to himself.
No, it's not. I'm just too happy.
Miss Goblin still lowered her head. Her tone was anxious, and she was a little choked.
I like this gift very much. I really, really like it. Dawn!
Dawn was slightly dazed after hearing this. Vivian's whimpering voice reminded him of the scene when the two met for the first time. At this time, Ms. Babashaw on the stage spoke again, which was the final summary of the song to Vivian.
This song is dedicated to all the romance, beauty and love in the world, to every cute and innocent boy and girl in the world, and to Vivian.
As soon as these words came out, the crowd in the theater became excited again. In the box, the red-haired Veronica maintained a lazy sitting posture and spoke in a subtle teasing tone.
I take back what I said on the front page of the
musician
journal during the
pastoral
symphony. Now it seems that what will be published on the front page of the journal tomorrow will be the romantic story between you and Miss Vivian. Mr. Don.
After the performance of For Elise ends, Ms. Babashaw conducted 2 more symphony performances. After the 4th symphony ended, the concert officially ended. The gentlemen and the musicians left in 2s and 3s while reminiscing about the grand content of tonight's concert. Dorn also said goodbye to the 2 noble ladies, Henrietta and Veronica. When they parted, the little princess looked at Dorn twice, but in the end nothing was said, nothing was asked, and nothing was shown. Dorn, after parting ways with the 2 noble ladies, did not return directly to the Golden Canteen Tavern. Instead, he and Vivian quietly climbed up to the towering tower of the Grand Theater. After all, he had made an agreement with Miss Goblin that before leaving Golden Oak City, he would overlook the scenery of this art city from a high altitude, appreciate the beauty of this city from different perspectives. Nowadays, Golden Oak has played in the city for a long time, attended concerts, and even left over the quota of work such as To Vivian, which is destined to become a classic in music history. Probably tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. It will be almost time to leave. I just did the last thing I wanted to do tonight. Go through the winding stairs and spiral all the way up to the top of the tower. This is a platform surrounded by stone railings with a good view. When Dawn and Vivian quietly boarded here, the people in the theater had almost dispersed. However, the entire main part of Golden Oak City was still brightly lit. Under the pitch-black sky, warm yellow lights everywhere covered the entire Golden Oak City. The lights were brilliant, like a bright pearl that never goes dark.
It's really beautiful here, isn't it?
Dorn sighed as he looked at the lights of Golden Oak City. Vivian held the heavy ebony staff and stood aside a little timidly. She just said, slightly, and avoided eye contact with Dorn. Miss Goblin has been in this state since the concert. He seemed to be struggling with something in his mind. He seemed to have something to say, but didn't dare to say it directly. The night wind from a high place blew over and stirred Vivian's long silver hair. It was a bit cold, but it also carried the soft fragrance of the fairy lady.
It seems a little cold up there. Let's go down after a while,
Dorn suggested. Vivian still just nodded. Her eyes looked out from the platform at the top of the tower and landed on the bell tower of the church not far away. There was a figure moving there. He is the church bell ringer. And the time is approaching 10 o'clock. At this time, the church bell ringer will ring the big bell on the bell tower. Vivian stared at the clock tower opposite for a while. And what the alchemist Miss Fabna said to her came to mind. Perhaps, Miss Vivian, you can also try to be more proactive with the person you like. This sentence, after listening to the song To Vivian Tonight, will pop up in Miss Goblin's mind from time to time. Vivian's eyes still stayed on the bell tower opposite. The figure of the bell ringer seemed to be preparing to ring the bell. Miss Goblin took a deep breath. Dorn, I like the gift you gave me very much. So, I have something to give you.
Dorn, who was leaning on the stone railing to watch the night view, turned around, slightly surprised.
What is it? Can you close your eyes first?
Vivian's breathing quickened slightly, her hands tightly holding the ebony staff, her blue eyes flashing like a lake in the night.
Yeah.
Dawn closed her eyes. I felt a little interesting in my heart, thinking, Vivian has quite a sense of ritual.
Well,
Dawn heard Vivian whimper shyly and quietly. She could still hear her breathing becoming more rapid. Immediately afterwards, there was the slight sound of the ebony staff leaning on the stone railing. Then, Dorn felt the two ends of his shirt's chest being gently pulled by a pair of soft, trembling hands. The small hands that grabbed his chest gently exerted force, pulling Dorn to bend down slightly. Subsequently, clang, the big iron bell on the bell tower of the church opposite was rung. The loud and melodious bells rang in Dorn's ears. There is also a pair of small, soft, warm and elastic lips pressed gently between Dawn's lips. After a brief, simple moment of intimacy, those small, slightly trembling lips fled quickly. However, it seems that he didn't escape too far, because Dorn could feel that Vivian was exhaling briefly, and there was warm, moist breath, gently touching the tip of his nose. Then, he heard Vivian speak.
You, Dawn,
because the loud bells obscured the sound, and the sudden kiss short-circuited Dorn's brain. He could only hear clearly the last three words of what Vivian said.
Vivian?
Dawn opened her eyes, but all they saw was that Miss Goblin had turned her head, picked up the ebony staff leaning on the stone railing, and ran down the curved stairs of the tower like a frightened rabbit. Dawn turned back. In a trance, you can feel, under the tower, the city of Golden Oak was still brightly lit. The night breeze on the tower seemed to have become gentler, carrying that soft fragrance. There seems to be still a little bit of warmth coming from Vivian between her lips.
Chapter 221. The Dragon Lady is so anxious. The day after Ms. Babash's concert, Dawn and Vivian embarked on the journey back to Eden. Along the way, Miss Goblin tried to act normal. In comparison, Dorn didn't seem particularly normal. There was nothing he could do about it. Last night on the tower, in the intoxicating night wind and the melodious bells, the sudden touch of lips had really impacted him a bit. And that sentence?
You, Dawn.
At first, Dawn's understanding of this sentence was,
I like you, Dawn.
Beautiful confession. But after returning to his room in the tavern last night, Dorn lay on the bed tossing and turning, going over what happened on the tower over and over in his mind. Inexplicably, he had this idea in his heart. Maybe there was a small possibility that Vivian was indeed.
Thank you, Dawn.
The meaning is completely different. So when you talk to people, be sure to speak completely. During the journey home, Dawn tried to talk to Vivian about last night's events more than once. But whenever he brought up this topic, Vivian always blushed and talked about him. After several visits, Dawn naturally understood that Miss Goblin seemed not yet ready to talk about the kiss last night. Considering that Vivian has always lived in a transparent state in the human world, she has never experienced the love between her children. I have no experience, so I cannot grasp the scale of emotions. Maybe even she herself hasn't figured out how the two of them should continue to get along after kissing Dawn. It's also possible that the kiss last night was just an impulsive impulse after Miss Goblin was moved by to Vivian. Based on the above considerations, Dorn planned to give Vivian some more time and give himself some more time. Anyway, there is only a long time between him and Miss Goblin, so we can talk about it later. It's not a bad idea to use a rhythm that makes both parties feel comfortable to enhance their emotions, and then finally confirm their relationship. As for Vivian's side, she really couldn't talk frankly to Dawn about what happened in the tower last night. And a series of speculations made by Dawn can definitely be counted as part of the reason. However, the more important reason is actually the person who taught Vivian that she should take the initiative when dealing with the people she likes was the alchemist Miss Fafner. As for Miss Fairy's emotional mentor, Her own emotional experience cannot be considered successful. At the same time, she also spoke out and used her own personal experience to instill in Vivian the emotional concept that
it is more important to express your feelings than how the other party will respond later.
Therefore, after yesterday's concert, Vivian indeed had the intention and determination to reveal her ignorant feelings to Dawn. However, because of the living example of Fafnir, Miss Goblin was completely unprepared for Dorn's follow-up response. This is why Vivian chose to kiss Dawn and confess her love amidst the church bells. This is the reason why Vivian ran back to the tavern room in a panic and hid all night after kissing Dawn. That's why she doesn't dare to talk directly about what happened last night. Because Miss Goblin doesn't want to be rejected by her beloved like Fafnir. Not at all. So, she acted like a clumsy ostrich and buried her head in the sand. As long as I don't listen, Dawn can never refuse me. At this moment, in Alice's bedtime reading that Dawn carries with him. Black Alice.
Is this the end? I used my book perception to see it intermittently since last night. I'm almost exhausted from reading it. Just show me this.
Alice by.
That's right. We've obviously kissed each other before. We should do something more exciting next.
Black Alice.
I won't watch it. I won't watch it. These two are so awkward and disappointing.
Alice by.
Yeah. Disappointing.
As the peeping dragon lady said. After experiencing the kiss in the bell, Dawn and Alice did act a little awkward because of their respective concerns. The audience, Long Nyong, was extremely anxious when they saw it. But perhaps, this slightly awkward worry and relationship is more in line with the comfortable rhythm of enhancing emotions between Dawn and Vivian. And one more thing. This was something neither Dawn nor Vivian noticed. That is, after their lips touched each other that night, the physical contact between the two of them seemed to have become more natural and frequent. After returning to Eden from Dorn and Vivian's visit to Golden Oak City, the Wishing Restaurant, which had been dormant for months, finally opened its doors again due to the return of the chef. Those naughty diners and gourmets around Eden are finally living a happy life with both hot pot and blind box specialties. Dorn, on the other hand, once again lived an ordinary life of cooking, teaching disciples, and occasionally going to the farm to look at the livestock and crops. A week passed like this. That night, after the Wishing Restaurant closed, Dorn left all three of his female apprentices in the kitchen to practice making dishes. I wandered leisurely to the hot pot restaurant for inspection. The closing time of the hot pot restaurant is always later than that of the Wishing Restaurant. So at this time, the atmosphere inside is still very lively. The brightly decorated store was still full of diners, and a copper hot pot was placed in the center of the table, with red or white soup simmering inside. Various ingredients, vegetables and meat, red and green, are plated on white plates, piled beside the hot pot, waiting to be cooked. Also, compared to the time when the hot pot restaurant first opened, the atmosphere in the store has changed to a certain extent. For example, waiters no longer need to hold serving chopsticks and cook food patiently and meticulously for each table. Among the diners who come to eat hot pot, there are many regular customers. Under the training of this unique flavor of hot-boiled food, they have gradually begun to master the use of two small wooden sticks. This magical tableware, even the bristle brains, which is known as
an ingredient only the brave dare to try,
and was unacceptable to most people at first, has slowly begun to appear on the tables of many diners. In addition, the selection of dipping sauces available in hot pot restaurants has finally become richer. At first, the materials were limited, and Dunn provided garlic plates to all guests. But with the unremitting efforts of him and the time of chaos, Dorn's mastery of seasonings has become increasingly rich. Chili oil, sesame oil, soy sauce, Sichuan peppercorns, sesame seeds, peanut butter, sesame paste. More and more condiments are placed in the seasoning area of hot pot restaurants, while adding more choices to diners. It also greatly enriches the taste impact of hot pot. Diners who have tried the new flavors all sigh. Chef Dorn, he always comes up with something new for us. Chapter 222 Rice Rolls and Casserole. There were three neatly dressed young men sitting at a round table at the entrance of the hot pot restaurant. Dorn looked familiar to these three people. All are regulars at the restaurant. In front of the three of them was a mandarin duck pot of butter and tomatoes. Among them, the brown-haired man sitting in the middle is skillfully picking up the slightly transparent river fish meat with chopsticks and putting it into the tomato pot. The thick and boiling tomato soup surges around the fish, and the originally slightly transparent fish becomes firm and milky white. After entering the mouth, the freshness of the fish and the sweetness and sourness of the tomatoes blend together, creating an endless aftertaste. I swallowed the tender fish meat inside.
Sure enough, fish and tomato pot is something that people will never get tired of eating.
B.
It's not just river fish, but also shrimp and fish. It's not like the butter pot, where you can only rinse some awful ingredients that can't be put on the table.
C.
What do you mean by that? What happened to the butter pot? The hairy tripe, duck intestines, chicken gizzards, and even the pig's brain that no one eats normally become rotten and magical when put into the butter pot. There is nothing like this in the world. It's more tolerant and a greater soup base than the red soup butter pot. Aren't you arguing that the tomato pot is the most delicious? The butter pot is too vulgar. Bah! The butter pot is the best in the world. The tomato pot is the heresy of red soup.
The brown-haired man among the three who initiated the topic first smiled and listened to the bickering argument between the two companions. After a while, he interrupted.
Actually, I think the mushroom pot, No. When you two are arguing, could you please keep your voice down? Everyone around you is looking over. If you keep shouting, I think we are likely to get beaten.
The two people, E and Bing, who were arguing, also noticed the unkind looks from the people around them, and became silent for a moment. Dorn, who had just walked into the hot pot restaurant, naturally noticed this interesting scene.
I used to only know that there was a big quarrel between the sweet party and the salty party of tofu pudding. Unexpectedly, after coming to the other world, I also created a dispute between the hot pot butter party and the tomato party.
He thought to himself, laughing to himself. However, there are more than just two kinds of hot pot soup base, butter and tomato. If there is going to be a partisan dispute, it should be a big brawl between many soup bases. This kind of petty quarrel between two soup bases is too inappropriate. Don't underestimate hot pot, you bastard. After glancing at the three neatly dressed regular customers with a stern look, Dorn walked straight to the counter of the hot pot restaurant.
Brother Dorn,
the fat fox who was responsible for accounting, collecting money, and some overall management matters behind the counter of the hot pot restaurant greeted him.
Yes.
Don nodded.
Have you compiled statistics on the most popular waiters last quarter?
The so-called most popular waiter of the quarter. Just by hearing this name, you can tell that it was created by Dorn. During the operation of the hot pot restaurant, Dunn has developed a relatively complete reward and punishment mechanism to improve the service awareness and enthusiasm of the waiters. Simply put, it is a customer evaluation system. Fat Fox selects 3 or 2 tables of lucky diners to eat hot pot every day. After giving away a snack, he also attaches a small questionnaire. Let customers rate and evaluate the taste of food and the quality of waiter service. Everyone is welcome to actively provide opinions. The small questionnaire collected will be collected once a quarter regarding the waiter service quality rating. The one with the highest average score is the most popular waiter of the quarter and will be commended and rewarded. Those with an average score below 8 out of 10 will be criticized. This kind of reward and punishment mechanism in which the team evaluates the best and ranks first can set an example and stimulate others to follow suit, thereby improving the overall service quality and level of employees.
It's ready. I originally wanted to give it to you to look at after closing time.
The Fat Fox nodded, and then pulled out a stack of papers from the drawer. The hot pot restaurant opened last winter. Spring is now more than half over, and the statistics of most popular waiters in winter have just been completed. This is not because Fat Fox is passive and slow at work, but because he is too busy with his usual work.
Well, thank you for your hard work.
Don took the paper. This is a thick stack of paper. The top one is a statistical statement, and the bottom one is the original customer rating and evaluation. The statistical description clearly states the final score of each waiter's quarterly evaluation. Among them, the one with the highest score is Hannah, who topped the list with 9.6 and was elected as the most popular waiter in winter. Meanwhile, no one on the team scored less than 8 points. This made Don feel happy.
After the hot pot restaurant closes, tell Hannah to find me at the Wishing restaurant.
Dorn lightly tapped the counter with his finger and ordered the Fat Fox. The latter nodded in agreement. Afterwards, Don didn't stop at the hot pot restaurant and left straight away. As he walked through the lobby, he looked at Hannah with admiration and encouragement. Hannah, who was serving food to the guests, might have sensed something, so she turned her head slightly and met Dorn's eyes. With calm eyes and a professional smile, Hannah calmly nodded to her boss. This girl is no longer afraid of Dorn at all. Make-A-Wish restaurant. Vivian and Elsa have finished today's cooking practice one after another and left the kitchen. Amy was the only one in the kitchen still practicing cooking seriously. The big pot in front of her was steaming with white steam. What was steaming in the pot was a strange food that Dorn had just taught them recently. The outside is wrapped in a layer of rice flour skin, as white as snowflakes, as thin as cicada wings, and crystal clear. Inside the rice noodle skin, there are tender minced pork and green bean sprouts.
Big Brother calls this strange food rice roll. Although it looks a bit like intestines, it is much prettier than intestines,
Amy muttered to herself while staring seriously at the cauldron. The steam in the pot was steaming, blowing on her red face. Restaurant lobby. Gonzalez yawned as he settled accounts behind the counter. Dorn, on the other hand, stayed in the center of the hall, while waiting for Winter's most popular waiter, Hannah, to come to him. His younger brother Bear Claw brought several small wooden boxes and opened them one by one for Dorn to check. Inside the box were small black ceramic pots, a special type of cookware casserole. Clay pots, a kind of cooking utensil, were generally used to simmer food in China. They can transfer external heat energy to the internal ingredients in a balanced and lasting manner. A relatively balanced ambient temperature is conducive to the mutual penetration of water molecules and moisture inside the food. The longer this mutual penetration is maintained, the more aromatic ingredients will overflow, the more mellow the taste of the simmered soup will be, and the crispier the texture of the simmered food will be. With this characteristic, casseroles can still occupy a place among the numerous and complicated cooking utensils in China. Don personally also prefers food cooked in a casserole. But according to his understanding, although the current Dona Empire has good pottery making technology, its ceramic making skills are not very good. So, there is no ready-made casserole available. In desperation, Dorn could only use Rui to change into the material and appearance of the casserole in his memory. Then, Rui is used as a template and handed over to nearby pottery craftsmen to study and develop a special cooking utensil called casserole. The current batch of casseroles sent back by Xiongjiao are the first successful samples obtained by the pottery makers after many attempts based on Rui. Chapter 223 Commendation and Rewards. Dorn checked all the small boxes of casseroles, finally nodded with satisfaction and ordered Bear Claw.
I'm quite satisfied. Da Xiong, you go and talk to the pottery craftsmen tomorrow. The casseroles we want in the future will be made according to this standard.
After Dorn and Xiong Claw moved all the wooden boxes of casseroles to the kitchen, the hot pot restaurant was also closed. When Hannah, wearing uniform, walked into the Wishing restaurant, she saw Don standing at the counter, talking to Gonzalez and Bear Claw.
Mr. Dorn,
Hannah coughed, attracting the attention of several other people.
Oh, Hannah, you're here. Let's go to the box next to her.
Don nodded to her. The two of them sat down in the private room, while Xiongjiao and Gonzalez began to go about their own business, cleaning up the Wishing restaurant and preparing to officially close it.
Would you like tea? The tea I brought back from Golden Oak City tastes very good.
In the private room, Dorn first made a pot of hot tea and placed it on the table.
Yeah.
Hannah nodded and took the teacup handed over by Don with both hands.
It's like this. The results of Winter's most popular waiters have come out. Hannah, you are very good, and you have a high reputation among the guests. I plan to take the time to hold a commendation meeting for you and give you some rewards.
Don poured himself a cup of tea and got down to business.
Mr. Dorn, I feel that I am not enough.
Hannah put the teacup back on the table in flattery. She worked in a hot pot restaurant for more than a quarter. This poor girl, who is almost about to be sold to an unscrupulous farmer, has had her life turned upside down. Dorn promised to give the waiters a basic salary of 3 silver nards. Although Hannah had already advanced these basic wages for a year, so far, she still has an income of about 4 silver coins every month. This money is additional income for the waiters. The main source is tips and tips from diners. In fact, before the hot pot restaurant opened, Don had already revolutionized the reward and tip distribution system in the restaurant. As a rule, all tips and rewards must be turned in and then distributed. After statistics every month, 40% of all rewards will be allocated to employees, including waiters and kitchen helpers. In this arrangement, on the one hand, he has experience with the Wishing restaurant. Dorn expected that the hot pot restaurant would definitely receive a lot of rewards. On the other hand, it is to prevent waiters from treating different diners differently because of the difference in rewards and tips. For a hot pot restaurant that focuses on service concept, once there is an obvious difference in hospitality, it will undoubtedly destroy the brand. This innovative measure of Dawn had already completed the key points and implemented it strongly before the hot pot restaurant opened. Therefore, employees will not feel that their vested interests are being taken away. Moreover, even if 40% of the reward money from the hot pot restaurant is shared equally, each waiter and chef can earn approximately 4 more silver coins per month, including basic wages. The actual monthly income of hot pot restaurant employees has reached 7 to 9 silver. This kind of monthly income is very considerable for the civilian class in the entire Dona Empire. As a result, there are basically no employees complaining about the system of uniformly handing over rewards. In fact, most employees, like Hannah, feel that they are so lucky to work under the boss Dawn.
Moreover, I have received too much from Mr. Dorn. I really don't expect recognition and additional rewards.
Hannah, the best employee in winter, said.
No, Hannah, you deserve this.
Dorn shook his head and said in a serious tone.
In addition, from my perspective, giving you commendations and rewards also encourages other employees to learn from you and improve. Everyone's overall enthusiasm for work is a good thing for the restaurant. Inspiring others to learn from me, and then increasing work enthusiasm? Good for the restaurant?
Hannah repeated these somewhat difficult words, trying to understand the meaning behind them. Mr. Dawn always speaks words and sentences that are a bit difficult to understand at first glance, but make sense when you think about it carefully. Hannah was somewhat used to this. Therefore, she firmly believes that what Mr. Dawn just said must have a very profound truth. As long as it is Mr. Dawn, this is definitely the case.
I want to do more for you and the restaurant. If you want me to accept recognition and rewards, then I am willing to accept them.
Hannah finally nodded.
Yeah.
Dawn was very satisfied. For the development of the restaurant. Accept my praise.
Hannah. Oh, there is one more thing.
After finalizing the details of Hannah's commendation meeting, Dawn brought up another topic.
About your parents. I will definitely try my best to repay you the medical fees owed for Dad's treatment.
Hannah nodded vigorously with a sincere attitude. Hannah's family fell into a huge financial crisis last winter when her father's leg was trampled by a frightened horse. Later, it was Dorn who came to help and not only advanced Hannah's salary for a year, but also helped her family survive the difficult winter. By the way, he also contacted Dr. Fleming, who opened a clinic in the town, and performed follow-up treatment on Hannah's father, and paid part of the medical expenses in advance. Under Dr. Fleming's treatment and care, Hannah's father's injury improved smoothly. About 2 weeks before the end of winter, I can already get out of bed and move around on my own. However, the injury was serious and the treatment took too long. Hannah's father's diseased leg still left irreversible sequelae after the treatment. Lame. Although it does not affect his life. As a labor force who sells his physical strength to make money, his lameness has greatly affected Hannah's father's future earning and livelihood.
That's not it. The medical fee will be repaid slowly with your salary. And I didn't pay much in advance.
Dawn spread his hands.
That's it. You know about the monster farm over in Creek? Right. Well, I heard that they raise a lot of weird and delicious monsters.
Hannah still nodded.
That's right. The monsters raised there are delicious.
Dorn smiled.
And recently, Creek told me that he needs to hire some people to work on the farm for a long time. Oh, it's the kind of chore that won't come into direct contact with the monsters being raised. And it won't be dangerous. If your parents are interested, you can work there. The salary is pretty good. And it's also very close to town.
After several expansions, Creek's monster farm already had an obvious shortage of manpower. Moreover, Creek was not very willing to keep Miss Charlene's servant there for a long time. So this red-haired noble boy came up with the idea of hiring people and informed Dorn about this. Of course, as Dorn just said, the people hired by Creek will not have direct contact with monsters. Generally, hired hands are only required to carry feed, animal excrement and other debris, grind and simply cook animal feed, and watch the gate. Among them, looking at the gate is quite suitable for Hannah and her father. As for monsters, what a joke. Crick will never let ordinary people without knowledge of monsters come into contact with the monsters he has worked so hard to raise. Okay. However, having said that, Crick's energy is limited. Currently he has written a letter to his teacher Alfonso. He requested that several classmates or apprentices studying monsters be arranged to come to Eaton to help him raise and study precious relic monsters together, and contribute to the development of monsterology research. Chapter 224. The new store is a Cantonese restaurant.
Mr. Dorn, I don't know how to thank you.
Hannah was speechless for a moment. But in the end, she accepted Dorn's kindness with a sincere attitude. This originally poor farm girl now has a very good monthly income. She now earns more money alone than before as a family. But Hannah's family has lost her father's share of income. And Hannah's monthly basic salary has to be used to repay Dorn. Therefore, even though she gave most of the rewards to her parents, life at home was still as tight as before. If there is a chance to change the current situation, that would be great. Moreover, people will always yearn for a better life. Hannah has now initially established a foothold in the town. If her parents can go to work in Creek again, it will not only be close to the town, it will be easier for the family of 3 to meet. And it will also increase the family's stable income. Follow this trend. In the future, Hannah's family will definitely have the opportunity to buy a 2-story brick low-rise house in a low-income area of the town. From then on, they will settle in the town and say goodbye to the poor life in the past. Just thinking about such a plan makes Hannah excited. Therefore, Hannah did not refuse or shirk Dorn's proposal. Instead, she accepted it and then seriously considered how to repay it.
As I said before, just work hard.
Don picked up his teacup and took a sip of tea.
By the way, I have a work matter to tell you now. You said, as long as it is what you want. No matter what it is, I will work hard to do it.
Hannah nodded solemnly, with a serious look on her face.
I recently planned to open a new store, which will be located next to the Wishing restaurant. Mr. Gonzalez has already negotiated and won the space and store. As for me, I have also planned the business content of the new store. And the only thing, what's wrong?
Hannah was slightly nervous. In recent days, several core employees of the Wishing restaurant have been busy secretly. Moreover, Hannah's best friend Elsa has also mentioned these days that teacher Doan has been very tight on her cooking practice recently. And she is much stricter than usual. There are various signs that the management of the Wishing restaurant seems to be brewing something big. And it wasn't until now that Hannah fully realized that the big thing that Wish's restaurant is planning recently is preparing for the opening of a new store. This matter was indeed so big that Hannah felt that a small role like her could not help at all.
People. I'm short of people.
Dorn didn't show off and answered Hannah's question directly.
Do you remember the recruitment exam before the hot pot restaurant opened? We have to take it again before the new store opens. Yeah.
Hannah nodded confusedly. She can understand the need to recruit people. After all, the opening of a new store requires new waiters, kitchen helpers, and other human resources. However, what does such a big event have to do with myself?
Then, I plan to leave the recruitment of waiters to you. During this period, I will ask store manager Gonzalez and Fat Fox to take the time to help you. How about it?
Dorn said his plan with a smile.
Me? I can't do it.
Hannah shook her head. This farm girl has grown up, but she has never had any experience in organizing or helping others complete certain tasks. Saying you can't do it is completely subconscious.
Don't belittle yourself,
Dorn said in a serious tone.
If you can't do it, no one can. You are the most popular waitress among diners throughout the winter.
After all, Hannah already has considerable attainments and experience in serving and receiving guests. Otherwise, the average waiter score would not be as high as 9.6, ranking first among the waiter groups. Even Don In, the founder of Home-Like Service Concept, does not feel that he can go to a hot pot restaurant to serve diners for a quarter and finally get such a high average score of 9.6 points. Therefore, just from a score perspective, Dorn doesn't even have anything to give to Hannah.
But,
Hannah bit her lip. Don still smiled and had a gentle attitude.
Stop it. Moreover, not only will Fat Fox and Mr. Gonzalez take the time to help you, but I will also pay close attention to you, so you don't have to worry about anything else happening. In addition, in fact, I plan to hand over the follow-up pre-job training for waiters to you. There is no other candidate who is more qualified than you for these tasks. I believe you will be able to do a good job.
Hannah stopped talking and didn't explicitly refuse again. I believe you can do it well. What Don just said seemed to have an inexplicable attraction to Hannah.
Mr. Dorn said he trusted me,
Hannah thought in her heart. And in order to live up to Dorn's trust, plus the restless heart that wants to do more for the restaurant and Mr. Dorn. After Hannah thought about it for a while, she still resisted this big flag.
Since it is your request, Mr. Dorn, then I will try to do it. I am just afraid that I will be clumsy. No, everyone will help you. If you have anything you don't understand, ask me or Gonzalez as soon as possible.
The tea in Dorn's cup had been finished, so he made another cup for himself. Take another sip.
Once the recruitment and pre-job training are completed, I will transfer you to the new store as the lobby manager. Lobby manager?
Hannah didn't understand the meaning of this difficult word.
Well, you will be responsible for managing the waiter work in the new store, and you will be given a salary increase. And starting from today, you can take the time to learn some basic management experience and knowledge from Mr. Gonzalez, which will be useful in the future. I understand.
Hannah nodded. When she replied this time, she seemed to have the same capable temperament that she usually used to entertain diners. He was completely different from his hesitant and submissive state just now, because now that she has agreed to Dorn's request, Hannah now only plans to go all out and do everything Dorn has to say.
By the way, Mr. Dorn, I've been hearing you talk about the new store. But what kind of restaurant is the new store? Can I know now?
Hannah asked again.
Well, of course you can know. The new restaurant is a Cantonese restaurant.
Dorn answered straightforwardly. This is the main reason why Dorn recently taught his female apprentices how to make a series of Cantonese dishes, such as rice rolls and customized casseroles. He is preparing for the opening of a new Cantonese restaurant.
Cantonese cuisine?
Hannah repeated this word from Earth that she had never heard before, feeling confused.
You will understand when the time comes.
Dorn shrugged. Chapter 225 Cantonese cuisine is really difficult. Eatontown. Wishing restaurant staff quarters. In Hannah and Elsa's room. After Aisha finished her cooking training today, she returned to the dormitory earlier than Hannah. By this time, the little cook had already taken a shower and put on dry linen shorts. She was lying on the upper bunk bed, flipping through her recipe notes. Squeak. The door to the room was pushed open, and Hannah, who had just taken a shower alone on the first floor, returned to the dormitory, sat on the round chair by the window, and continued to wipe her long, slightly damp hair.
Hannah, you had a silly smile on your face when you just returned to the dormitory, and you still haven't changed since you took a shower.
Elsa put down her notes and turned her attention to her best friend.
No way.
Hannah deliberately turned sideways to prevent Elsa from seeing the expression on her face.
Yes.
The little cook put on a bad smile on her face and kept lying down to put on her clothes. She raised her feet and swayed up and down rhythmically.
Yeah. What on earth did the teacher say to you? It makes you so happy. I'm really curious. Let me guess. Could it be the teacher who confessed his love to you? Huh?
After hearing what her friend said, Hannah was so frightened that she couldn't even hold the towel in her hand and dropped it to the ground.
Yesay. What are you talking about? How could Mr. Dorn do this to me?
People.
Because she had just taken a shower and was steamed by the heat. Hannah's wheat-colored skin was already a little rosy. At this time, her face turned red quickly.
What do you mean by people like us? Teacher, hasn't he always treated us equally? Always been very polite. And never shouted at us. How do you say the word teacher? Belittle yourself? Belittle yourself? Even if what you said is right. You can't make such a joke about Mr. Dorn. It's very bad.
Hannah picked up the towel and glared at her friend with a hint of embarrassment.
Yeah. Hannah, how much do you value your teacher in your heart? You can't even make fun of him.
The little cook continued to keep her evil smile, teasing Hannah.
You, Urza, if you say this again, I will ignore you. Okay. Let's not talk about it anymore. Then tell me why you are so happy tonight. Sharing happy things will make you twice as happy.
Aisha turned over on the bed. Hannah nodded and continued to wipe her hair while telling Elsa about the conversation she had with Dawn tonight. Because nothing about what she communicated with Dawn tonight was required to be kept secret. She told Elsa that there was no problem.
What? Did you get most popular waiter last quarter? What? Teacher, they are planning to open a new restaurant. Cantonese restaurant? Teacher is so cunning. He didn't even tell me such a thing. He just kept watching me practice cooking and wouldn't ask any questions. Really? The teacher arranged work for uncle and aunt? Oh! Hannah, you are going to be the lobby manager of the new store? Congratulations. But what is a lobby manager?
Hannah speaks and Elsa listens. When hearing some exciting news, the little cook will cheer heartily and excitedly.
No wonder you are so happy tonight. This is all good news. Hannah, you are too bad-tempered. You held it in for so long before telling me. If it were me, I would definitely tell you as soon as I got back to the dormitory.
Aisha had a happy smile on her face, but she pretended to be dissatisfied. While talking, the little cook seemed to have thought of something else.
If the teacher is preparing to open a new store recently, then the dishes he has been eyeing me. Senior Sister Amy and Sister Vivian during this period are Cantonese dishes? It's very possible. Didn't you say that Mr. Dorn has been a lot stricter on you recently?
Hannah nodded.
Oh. Does that mean that after the Cantonese restaurant opens, I can no longer be a helper but a full-fledged chef?
Aisha became excited again. Hannah nodded anyway. As for Aisha, she suppressed her original excitement and put on a bitter face.
Oh, but Hannah, let me tell you, the teacher has been looking at the dishes we cooked recently. It's really difficult. What about boat porridge, white-cut chicken, pan-fried fuyong egg, crab roe buns, glutinous rice chicken, honey sauce, barbecued pork, thin-skinned shrimp dumplings, clay-pot rice with mushrooms and slider? Well, I'm hungry. Crab roe buns can break through the skin and leak out the soup if you're not careful. It's easy to miss the most tender moment of pan-fried fuyong eggs. There is also plain-cut chicken. Plain-cut chicken seems very simple. But when I actually made it, I realized that the teacher's requirements for heat and water temperature were so precise that it was unacceptable. Moreover, during the process of cooking the chicken, it's even harder to control the temperature if you keep adding ice water. Anyway, some of these dishes are difficult to make, and some are not difficult to make. But it is very difficult to make finished dishes that meet the chef's picky requirements. If I can't master these dishes proficiently and meet the teacher's requirements, even if the Cantonese restaurant opens, the teacher will definitely not let me actually cook for the guests. Ugh. Elsa, I'm sorry. I don't understand this. But I will work hard with you.
Hannah looked at her best friend on the upper bunk a little embarrassed, not knowing how to encourage her.
Hee. It's enough to work hard together.
Aisha laughed again, and then put on a thinking expression. In short, her face changed very quickly.
Speaking of which, have I left the kitchen too early recently? Senior Sister Amy will stay in the kitchen until very late. She seems to rarely go home recently, and has been living above the hot pot restaurant. Then Elsa, what are you going to?
Hannah had completely dried her hair and sat on the edge of her bed.
Of course, I want to learn from Senior Sister Amy and practice cooking.
Aisha seemed to have made up her mind.
If Senior Sister Amy doesn't leave in the future, I won't leave either.
In fact, the little cook Elsa, who is very talented in cooking, is neither arrogant nor arrogant in the process of learning cooking from Dawn. She is also quite diligent and never lazy. However, compared with Amy, who is 100% diligent and can't wait to spend all day in the kitchen, her diligence and hard work are relatively less interesting. I've been asking a lot of questions from Mr. Gonzalez and Mr. Dorn recently at night, and I'll probably stay at the Wishing Restaurant until late. So let's work hard together. Anna said.
Yeah. Come on. Then,
Elsa turned over on the bed, quickly covered herself with a quilt, found the most comfortable sleeping position, lying on her side and holding a corner of the quilt with her legs.
What we have to do now is just sleep well. There will be a lot of things to do tomorrow. Good night, Elsa. Good night, Hannah. No. Wait a minute. Hannah.
Hee. Urza's voice came from the upper bunk.
It's the one you didn't let me say just now. But I'm not kidding this time. Hey, Hannah. Have you noticed that we just got here? When you come here, the way the teacher looks at you is different from the way he looks at others. Right?
Chapter 226 tomorrow is worth looking forward to.
Don't tell me you didn't notice. This is an opportunity. An opportunity. You must seize it.
Elsa hates the iron.
I'm going to sleep. Stupid Hannah.
However, Hannah was not unaware that Mr. Dorn looked at her differently from others at first. She knew it all too well. She even knew the source of this special gaze. It comes from embarrassment. From the beginning, Mr. Dorn looked at him with a bit of embarrassment. This embarrassment probably stems from the first time I met Mr. Don at the edge of a wheat field a long time ago. Although Hannah still doesn't know why there is such a big contrast between the first time she saw Mr. Dorn and the subsequent time she saw him. But she no longer has any intention of seeking the truth about this matter. Later, after the misunderstanding in the kitchen happened, Mr. Dorn looked at him even more awkwardly. It took a long time for Hannah and Dawn to get along naturally. So, I'm sorry, Elsa. The reason for that kind of gaze that is different from looking at others is completely different from what you think. Shaking her head with a wry smile, Hannah lowered her gaze outside the window. The moon is very bright tonight.
The moon is sparse and few stars can be seen. Perhaps to Hannah, Dorn's existence is like the bright full moon in the night sky. Noble, bright and fascinating. And she herself is a star hanging in the corner of the night sky. Extremely inconspicuous, extremely dim, and easily ignored by others. Perhaps that dim, inconspicuous star does not expect to crash into the arms of the moon. As long as it can hang in the sky and shine together, it will be very satisfied. Even though the light of the moon is very bright, the light of the stars is very weak. I don't know how long it took, but Urza, who was on the upper bunk, began to make small and even breathing sounds. Probably because she was too tired from practicing her cooking skills during the day and night. The little cook fell asleep very quickly.
It's time for me to go to bed. There should be a lot of things to do tomorrow.
Hannah also lay down on her bed. At this time, Elsa on the upper bunk made another noise.
Well, teacher, that crispy roasted pork looks delicious. Can I have a bite? Also, the freshly cooked Kung Fu Si Bream pot smells so delicious. I want to try it too. Woohoo! Teacher, you are so kind.
Hannah laughed softly. Elsa was actually talking in her sleep? But is this guy's dream all about Mr. Dorn? You have the nerve to make fun of me.
Well, teacher, what dish will you practice tomorrow? Then teacher, what will it be like tomorrow?
Elsa continued to talk quietly and vaguely in her sleep. Hannah, who was on the lower bunk, covered herself with a quilt. Well, what will tomorrow be like? Hannah doesn't know. After all, what will happen tomorrow and what tomorrow will be like are always unknown. Moreover, Hannah would often be afraid of this unknown feeling when she was working for a farmer to survive. Because at that time, she didn't know whether she would be hungry, cold, or experience something worse tomorrow. However, since I came to Eaton Town and worked under Mr. Dorn, but she has been living at ease. Hannah closed her eyes and prepared for sleep. The pillows are soft and the bedding is warm. What tomorrow will bring remains unknown. But tomorrow here is always worth looking forward to. Preparations for the opening of the new Cantonese restaurant are being carried out step by step. Gonzalez and Fat Fox are responsible for organizing the recruitment. And Hannah is responsible for training the newly recruited waiters. Bear Claw is responsible for the purchase and layout of materials for the new store. As for Dorn, he was teaching Vivian and others how to make various Cantonese dishes as usual. Time passed like this for more than half a month. This morning, outside Silver Shield Port, Bear Claw drove the carriage on the road to Eaton Town. Silver Shield Port is a seaside port city where fresh seafood can be purchased whenever the wishing restaurant needs seafood ingredients. Shion Claw will get up early in the dark and go to the bay of Silver Shield Harbor to buy the goods from fishermen.
The sea fish I bought from Old Neil today are very fresh and alive. Brother Dorn will definitely be very satisfied.
On the way, Bear Claw was in a happy mood. On the suburban roads in early summer mornings, there was always a refreshing smell of grass, which made him feel more relaxed both physically and mentally.
Well, today's CSH. LS are also pretty good.
Next to the bear's paw, there was a boy about his age sitting, named Hank. This boy is timid and shy. He is not tall, but he is very stocky and strong. He used to be a street boy near Eaton, and the three of them, King Hyena, the previous children of Eaton, had met each other and got to know each other. Later, when he grew up, Hank went to the neighboring town of Shimu to help people raise chickens to make a living, and only recently returned to Eaton Town. Currently, due to Bear Claw's introduction, Hank is considered a relatively marginal employee of the Wishing Restaurant. The main job is to follow Bear Claw out to buy and carry goods every day. You can receive 2 silver nulls from Gonzalez in a month.
Well, hurry up and send these fish and LS back. We have to complete some final purchases before the opening of the Cantonese restaurant in the morning,
Shion Claw said. At present, it is already dawn. The distance between Eaton and Silver Shield Harbor was not far, and Bear Claw and Hank could drive the carriage back to the restaurant before the sun fully rose. The carriage kept going. After running for several hundred meters, Xiongja saw about 6 or 7 men in shabby clothes standing on the road ahead. Not only that, there was one lying on the ground. The presence of this group of people blocked the road. Call. Bear Claw quickly pulled the reins and stopped the carriage 10 meters away from the group of men. The group of men watched Bear Claw's carriage stop without saying anything. The 2 people standing at the front silently lifted the man on the ground and put him down about 2 meters in front of the carriage.
Oh! My leg is broken! My leg is broken!
The man on the ground groaned and screamed while holding his left leg. And the people on the side also started shouting to cooperate.
How did you drive the carriage? You hit someone. Driving so fast. Don't you have eyes? Pay up. Pay up quickly.
Bear Claw and Hank on the carriage looked at each other in astonishment. It's over. I ran into a scoundrel who extorted money.
Bah! I stopped the car far away from you. I bumped into someone somewhere.
Although he knew that arguing with the rogue was useless, Xiongjiao still argued with his eyes wide open. However, his own defense was of little use as expected, and he was drowned in the scoldings of the scoundrels.
It was you who hit it. It was you who hit it. So many of us, so many pairs of eyes, saw it with our own eyes. You son of a bitch. Stop talking nonsense. Are you pretending to be stupid after hitting someone? Pay the money. Yes. Compensate. If you can't pay, we'll pay for it with carriages and goods. My brother was hit by such a blind thing like you. Not only will it cost a lot of money to treat him, but he will also be unable to make money for a long time. You must compensate for all these losses.
Chapter 227 The Cleric, and trying to make ends meet. Hard. Listening to the rogue's confusing words, Xiong Claw's fist hardened on the spot. But although the bear's claws are really long, it has a huge back and a bear's waist. Moreover, after living with Dorn for so long and enjoying the hot and spicy food, he had just gained enough nutrition at the age when he was about to grow taller, and he was now stronger than before. Also, his experience of fighting on the streets, since he was a child, has given him good street fighting skills. With his innate and acquired advantages, Xiongjiao, who is currently only 15 years old, is fully capable of defeating two fully grown men in a one-on-two fight. But this is already the upper limit of Bear Claw. The group of scoundrels in front of me, excluding the one lying on the ground, consisted of 6 people. You can't win. Not even Hank. Unable to fight and unable to reason, Bear Claw was in a dilemma and didn't know what to do. For a moment, Bear Claw was about to flick the reins and rush towards the gangsters in front of him. But if you do that, things like hitting and hurting people will be really solid. If this group of people comes to the restaurant later, they will definitely get a lot of money extorted. Moreover, this group of scoundrels obviously has a lot of experience in extorting money, because while Bear Claw was furious and arguing with them casually, 2 scoundrels came forward and grabbed the rein bit near the horse's mouth. Under their skill control, the 2 horses pulling the carriage are currently unable to move forward. At this time, 2 more scoundrels approached the carriage, seeming to want to pull the carriage and turn over the goods.
Asterisk Dona Empire swears asterisk. If you dare to touch the goods on the car, I will fight you to the death.
Bear Claw immediately stood up. The veins on his forehead were furious, and his fists were getting tighter and tighter.
Brother Xiong Claw, forget it.
Hank next to him said obediently, tugging at the corner of Xiong Claw's clothes without even daring to breathe. Hank knew that he and Bear Claw were no match for these scoundrels. Moreover, if the bear's claws really get angry and injure a few scoundrels, it will cause new troubles in the future. When it comes to extorting money, these scoundrels are professionals and use every opportunity to find every opportunity.
Young man, I advise you not to be too young and arrogant. If your fist falls on me, I will lie down on the ground like this. When the time comes, you will have to pay me even your underwear. Hee hee.
The scoundrel closest to Bear Claw said with a mean smile, then ignored Bear Claw and walked towards the carriage. From the back of the carriage, you could also hear the voices of several rogues.
Just be smart. Just pay the money and nothing will happen. Hey, a cart of sea fish and LS seems to be worth a few bucks. Let's keep the cart and the goods, and we can use them to exchange for money to treat your brother's leg. You 2 can go.
The provocative words and laughter of the scoundrels made Xiongjiao feel his blood rising.
I will fight with you.
Bear Claw, who was so angry that he'd lost his mind, was about to rush forward from the carriage, knock down the scoundrel who had just provoked him, and punch him hard twice in the face. However, before the flying movement could be made, it stopped, because he suddenly heard a soft, serenade-like singing voice. The sound is not loud, but it is heard very clearly, as if it is ringing in the ears.
I believe that every raindrop falling, there is a flower growing. I believe that even the darkest night, there are also candles that give off a faint light. I believe that every person who is lost, someone will give him direction. I believe.
Hearing this soft chant, Bear Claw felt a sense of calmness in his heart, and he also felt full of energy. The matter of hitting people with fists was temporarily shelved. However, this sense of calm only works for him. Now, When other people, including Hank and a group of gangsters, heard this singing, they just felt that the sound was very soft and beautiful. Other than that, I don't feel anything unusual. The source of this singing sound cannot be found. However, everyone at the scene looked around the roadside and quickly saw, not far away, I don't know when, 4 people in unusual clothes appeared quietly. The leader is a female swordsman, wearing a white shirt and a pair of plain hunting pants, with a tall figure, and a handsome face with 3-dimensional facial features. At his waist was a long sword with a very ordinary hilt and scabbard. The first impression you get is that of heroic appearance. Standing next to the female swordsman was a young girl with a childish face and a high ponytail. With his smiling face, he looks harmless. However, this girl who looks as sweet as the sister next door wears exaggerated heavy armor and holds a terrifying blunt weapon in her hand. It looks like an extremely heavy cross. Beside the 2 girls, there were 2 young men wearing white hooded robes. One of them, a man with reddish-brown hair, was looking at the scoundrels with disdain. The other one is always smiling. His eyes are almost invisible, and the singing sound just now came from this narrowed eye.
People from the Holy See?
Through the huge cross and the shape of the white hooded robe, some scoundrels can roughly guess the identities of these 4 people. But what about the people in the Holy See? In the opinion of the scoundrels, the priests of the Holy See have always been quite reasonable. As long as they kill the people on their side who were hit by the carriage, these priests will definitely not be able to do anything to their group. What is professional hobmeat? This is professionalism.
Ouch! Ouch! The driver of the carriage has no eyesight and broke my leg. Can anyone take care of it? Is there anyone who can take care of it? I hurt so much. It hurts so much.
The rogue on the ground became more energetic, wailing and rolling while holding his legs. At this time, the 4 people from the Holy See suddenly appeared and had already walked to Xiongjiao's carriage.
Hey, Yuval, is his leg really broken? I think he's howling like it's real.
The girl holding a heavy cross in her hand first poked a companion next to her with her armored elbow. Then he moved closer to look at the wailing man on the ground.
It's really broken,
replied the priest with narrowed eyes.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you. The 2 boys driving the carriage have no conscience. They hit someone and still want to deny it. The master of the Holy See wants to make the decision for me.
The scoundrel on the ground became even more energetic and tried his best to kill the girl with a high ponytail who was approaching him. However, the girl with the high ponytail seemed to be no longer paying attention to the scoundrel's legs at the moment.
Wow! Just talk when you talk. Don't spit at me.
Perhaps the scoundrel on the ground was too immersed in his emotions, and when he spoke miserably to the sweet and beautiful little sister from the Vatican, he was so excited that he salivated. However, this sister of the Holy See, even though she was wearing exaggerated heavy armor, was still extremely agile. She took a step back and stepped aside with disgust on her face before the opponent's saliva splashed on her.
Mr. and Miss Holy See, that man was lying on the ground by himself, and my carriage didn't touch him at all.
After listening to the singing, Xiong Claw, who was in a calm mood, began to argue again, looking nervous, because now he really can't tell what the sudden appearance of the Vatican group is up to.
Don't be nervous, big man.
The girl with a high ponytail walked to the side of the carriage and said with a smile,
My name is Cross.
Huh? Xiongjiao was completely confused. What does this young lady from the Holy See mean when she suddenly introduces herself? Seeing Bear Claw's reaction, the girl who called herself Cross became disappointed and resentful.
Well, Dorn has gone too far. He didn't even mention me to anyone around him. Do you know Brother Dorn? Who are you? We are friends with that guy in Dorn. I, a quasi-priest of the Holy See, came to Dorn to make a living,
Cross said, and he patted his breastplate neatly, making a slightly hollow sound. Chapter 228. Tell him not to put the green pepper.
You guys are in the same group.
The scoundrels were obviously panicked after hearing what Cross said to Bear Claw.
What the group said was too ugly.
Cross turned around dissatisfied and looked at the scoundrels.
We are clergy, and we are very reasonable. If you're being reasonable, just help us punish the 2 boys on the carriage. They broke my leg. The priest just said that my leg is really broken.
The rogue on the ground also started to interject.
I'm sorry. I didn't explain clearly just now.
Yuval, who narrowed his eyes, took over.
We have seen what you just did from beginning to end. And according to my judgment, there is nothing wrong with your legs. As for what I said, really broken, I mean it will really break later. What do you mean?
The rogue on the ground began to move away from Cross and Jishio.
Is it difficult to understand? Just say that there is nothing wrong with your leg now. But it will soon be damaged by my beating.
Cross smiled harmlessly. Then, the huge exaggerated cross in her hand was suddenly waved. From top to bottom. It hit the rogue on the ground with a sound of wind. Boom! As soon as the cross went down, the ground shook slightly. The three scoundrels closest to Cross all sat down on the ground. Whether they were shaken by the tremors on the ground or frightened by the sudden, powerful and heavy blow, he didn't get up again for a while. As for the hobknife rogue on the ground, this time the cross landed accurately between his spread legs. But it only hit the pavement and did not really hit him. But Cross's attack was too fast, too intimidating and oppressive. After the hammer went down, even though the scoundrel on the ground was not injured, he was already frightened to the point of trembling with fear. His eyes were dull. His body was shaking like chaff. And he even forgot to scream for a while.
Are you going to stand up and run? You are surprisingly very patient.
Cross narrowed her eyes, raised the cross with one hand, and put it on her shoulder with a clang.
Actually, I think he was simply scared by you and didn't dare to move.
Yule glanced at the priest's sister and shook his head helplessly. At this time, the brain of the scoundrel on the ground, which had been shut down by a hammer, finally restarted. The expression on his face changed from dementia to panic, and the crying monster screamed,
"Help! Help! People from the Holy See want to kill people!"
At the same time, he was shouting and using his hands and feet, rolling and crawling to escape. As for his legs, there was indeed nothing wrong with them.
This approach is of no use to us. We are professionally trained priests. If we go to the patrol team to confront them, they will only believe what we say.
Cross shrugged, not caring at all about the slanderous words shouted by the scoundrels. At this time, several other scoundrels at the scene finally reacted and began to flee like birds and beasts.
Drink! The holy light will wash away your sins.
The pastor's sister excitedly waved the cross in her hand and chased him forward.
Oh wind! Sweep away my enemies!
The red-haired Jishio next to him couldn't stand the farce anymore. As soon as he stretched out his hand and chanted briefly, several strong winds swept towards the escaping scoundrels. Adele, as for the sword-wielding lady, she watched the whole process with an indifferent expression and did not speak. However, she did not stop Cross from making any mistakes, nor did she take any direct action. After all, it would be more than enough for Cross to deal with these scoundrels alone. After a brief chase and battle, Cross carried the communist of kindness on one shoulder, and with the other hand dragged a scoundrel who had been knocked unconscious by her, and happily returned to the carriage. In front of her, there were three scoundrels who could still walk on their own, but the priest's sister drove them back like ducks. After witnessing the terrifying power of this cute, harmless little sister in close combat, these rogue gangsters no longer dared to escape. If you were hit by that big cross with a ferocious shape, you would definitely die. Several other people who had just fled to the side were knocked down by the strong wind that was summoned by Jishio and carried the sand and rocks. Now they are lying on the ground groaning. A total of 7 rogue gangsters who tried to extort money were all brought down by the priests.
Thank you. Thank you.
Everything that happened now made Xiongzhou even more confused. But he did not forget to thank the priests.
You're welcome. Didn't I tell you that we are friends of Dorn?
Cross let go of the rogue she was dragging and smiled.
But why do you know that I am related to Brother Dorn? I seem to have never seen you.
Bear Claw scratched the back of his head.
We have never seen you before. We followed this carriage. Just now. The dog-nosed Jishio said excitedly that he smelled a little bit of Dorn scent on this carriage. So, we came here to take a look. Yes,
Cross explained.
I said it's perception. It's perception. Moreover, I didn't get excited after I sensed that guy Dorn's aura.
Jishio retorted with an unhappy look on his face. However, his rebuttal only caused Cross to narrow her eyes and smile mischievously.
Perceive the scent of Brother Dorn.
Xiongzhou was confused. But I always feel that this behavior sounds weird. Humph, Cross didn't reply, but instead observed the carriage driven by Bear Claw.
Look carefully. Isn't this carriage the one we snatched from Rhinetown before? Well, he really knows how to live a good life. Okay, Cross, I think these 2 young gentlemen should have their own things to do. Don't delay them. Let them quickly send the overseas goods in the car to Mr. Dorn.
Yuval narrowed his eyes and finally started to discipline Cross.
I know.
Cross responded casually, then looked at Bear Claw and Hank in the car.
Hey, When you go back, remember to tell Dorn that Cross is here to eat with him. Let him prepare delicious food first and prepare to entertain us. Also, tell him not to put green peppers. I will tell Brother Dorn like this,
Xiongjo said humbly, and then thought about what he finally thought of.
By the way, what are you going to do with these? These bad guys who extort money and extort money? We will hand them over to the patrol, according to the laws of the Dona Empire, with several of us as witnesses. These people will each receive at least 20 lashes for their behavior.
The person who answered this time was the narrow-eyed Yuval. As he spoke, his narrowed eyes opened slightly, and he glanced at the group of captured rogues.
Of course, considering the skill of these people in blackmailing, they should all be habitual criminals. If their previous crimes can be traced, the punishment they will receive will not be as simple as 20 lashes.
Chapter 229 Tentacle Kitchen. After Xiongjo and Hank thanked the priests repeatedly, they drove the carriage to Eden. After all, the car is carrying fresh seafood, so it is not suitable to delay for too long. And Bear Claw now knows. The purpose of these people from the Holy See appearing near Eden Town was to find his eldest brother Dorn. Therefore, the honest Bear Claw planned to tell Dorn everything about what had just happened when he returned. Then, wait until the clergy officially come to Eden, and then solemnly thank them. As for the clergy led by Miss Adele, as they said themselves, they planned to send these scoundrels to the patrol team to punish them according to law.
Hey, you two, lift up the unconscious guy on the ground. By the way, when I was chasing him just now, I kicked him in the leg. Although it wasn't too hard, it seemed that he really kicked him. His leg was broken by the kick, so please be careful when lifting it.
Cross directed towards those scoundrels. The two scoundrels named by the priest's sister looked at each other with ashen faces, and finally obediently lifted up the unlucky guy who had fainted from the ground. No way. You can't fight. You can't escape. They had no choice but to obey Cross's command. In this way, a group of scoundrels walked in the front with their heads downcast, as if they were mourning for their heirs. The priest's sister carried the publisher of charity on her shoulders and walked behind with a cheerful look on her face, driving the scoundrels forward. Behind Cross were three other priests with different expressions. The group of people marched towards the patrol team's location in Silver Shield Port, Silver Shield Town. The chef of the Wishing Restaurant, Bear Claw, told Dorn everything that happened on the way back to Eden.
Big Bear, are you saying that the people who helped you escape from those gangsters were from the Holy See? One of the girls was named Cross,
Dorn asked and confirmed after listening to his younger brother's description.
Yeah, that Miss Cross also said that they are here to help you, eldest brother, and ask you not to put green peppers in when cooking for her.
Xiong Claw said in a loud voice what the pastor's sister had told her. He repeated it in his own words.
I understand. They are indeed my friends.
Dorn nodded.
By the way, there is also Big Bear. Do you want to take a rest in the afternoon? After all, you have experienced something not good. Brother Dorn, don't underestimate me. I'm not as timid as Fat Fox. Besides, the arrangements at the Cantonese restaurant are still waiting for me to finish. I have to go and get busy first. Brother.
Xiong Jahan, he scratched the back of his head naively.
Okay.
Dawn didn't insist anymore.
Then you can tell the others later that after the Wishing Restaurant closes in the evening, come here to try out the current Cantonese set menu. I understand. I will tell everyone.
Xiongzhou's throat twitched, and he nodded quickly. Duoin has been preparing and teaching his apprentices to make Cantonese cuisine for a long time. During this period, Mr. Store Manager, Fat Fox, Bear Claw, and others occasionally had the opportunity to try these new dishes. However, this is only when you are lucky. You can eat it here and there. There were many Cantonese dishes prepared by Duoin himself, but they had no chance to taste them. However, from what Brother Dorn is saying now, it seems that he wants everyone to try the full set of Cantonese dishes he has prepared tonight. What exciting news! So Bear Claw left the kitchen with excitement on his face to tell the others the good news. As for the other people they were talking about, they generally referred to a few old employees, plus Hannah, who had been promoted to management at the Hot Pot restaurant, and Elsa, the young apprentice, who is closer to Dorn. There are some people in the restaurant who have a close relationship with Duoin, so it is reasonable for them to enjoy the Cantonese set meal in advance. After watching his little brother leave, Dorn turned his thoughts to the priests again. Listen to Bear Claw's description just now, especially the description of the weird cloth. These 4 clergymen who appeared near Eden must be Miss Adele and the others.
Speaking of which, it has been almost a year since I last separated from Miss Adele. Cross and the others.
Don touched his chin. He challenged Venomous Relic Swamp in the fall of last year, and it was already the early summer of the second year. The priests originally said that they would come to Eden Town to find them soon, but they didn't expect that it would take so long.
Well, let's make something delicious to entertain them,
Dorn said to himself. His relationship with the priests is still very good. Although they don't get along for a long time, they can be regarded as true friends. After all, we are companions who laughed and ate together and experienced life and death together. When entertaining friends, you have to serve delicious food with sincerity. Moreover, it happened that the Cantonese restaurant was about to open, so it was better for the priests to arrive early than to arrive at a good time. It's still morning now. It was also rare for Dawn to be alone in the kitchen. Neither Vivian, nor Amy, nor Elsa were around. But if you want to make a whole table of exquisite and delicious Cantonese dishes to entertain guests, you need to start preparing them now. So, it's cooking time. However, Dorn did not go to Vivian immediately, or two female apprentices came to help him cook. Instead, he closed the kitchen door first. And then, Arcade activates. In an instant, a total of 10 white squid tentacles, which were condensed by magic power but had substance, with suckers and sharp teeth, sprouted from Dorn's back. The same 2 long and 8 short. At this moment, if you look closely at Dorn's back, you will find that the ends of these tentacles do not grow directly on Dorn's body. There is a distance about the thickness of a small finger between the 10 tentacles and Dorn's back. This distance is completely connected by surging magic power. But even so, these tentacles are completely controlled by Dorn's thoughts, like 10 extra arms connected to his nerves. Among them, the 2 longest arms are the most flexible. After transforming into the squid form, Dorn picked up the kitchen knife with his original right hand. The 10 arms and legs on his body also extended to the sides according to his own wishes, rolling up various kitchen utensils and ingredients.
After mastering the skill, Archipedia, cooking is really convenient. It's a pity that Creek hasn't helped me get the squid for this giant squid. I really want to use this skill to my fullest. Dorn sighed in his heart. Our foot, this skill is currently only LV0, but it can already greatly improve Dorn's cooking efficiency. If the level can be further improved and the 10 arms and legs become longer and more flexible, wouldn't it be great? After thinking about it casually for a moment, Dorn gathered his thoughts and started cooking. In the kitchen, Dorn, who is tall with a gentle demeanor, is holding a kitchen knife and carefully slicing green onions on the chopping board. Behind him, 10 arms and legs condensed by magic power were waving. These tentacles light the fire. Stir up the pot. The 2 most flexible and longest ones were bleeding and plucking a freshly slaughtered hen. Dorn was very busy by himself, but every step of the cooking was done in an orderly and smooth manner. However, if the average person were to see the scene of tentacle kitchens that was so violent that they would lose their sanity, they would probably faint from fear on the spot. Chapter 230 White Cut Chicken. After a while, the 2 longest tentacles initially processed the freshly slaughtered hen. Donan planned to cook all the dishes he had planned on the menu of the Cantonese restaurant today. The first dish to make is a very famous dish in Cantonese cuisine, blanched chicken. First, soak the whole chicken in water to remove the bleeding water and clean it. During this process, the yellow coating on the surface of the chicken must be carefully removed. Otherwise, it will greatly affect the appearance of the final dish. After cleaning, stuff the chicken feet into the cut chicken belly. If we use poisonous feathered chicken, the white cut chicken will be a killer. But it's a pity that we can't change it. Don sighed as he looked at the prepared chicken. As for the poison feathered chicken, naturally it cannot be exchanged. After all, the 2 monster chickens in the monster farm are still busy breeding, laying eggs, and prospering the tribe. Needs key protection. Most of the ingredients duo and used to cook Cantonese cuisine today were very ordinary. Like this hen. The food grade is around C grade. But with Dorn's superb cooking skills and the recipes themselves, they are excellent enough. The final product jumped 2 levels in a row and reached level A without any problem. But if you want to go up, it will be a bit difficult. After all, there are limitations on the properties of the ingredients themselves. Next, the actual cooking begins. Boil water in a pot. 3 yellow gardenias. Gardenias can be found in the bush areas around Eden. However, people in other worlds do not use it as ingredients or condiments, so Dorn can only collect it on his own. After adding yellow gardenia, the boiling soup in the pot will turn into a clear light yellow color. The skin of white cut chicken cooked in yellow gardenia water
will become more oily and shiny. Can increase sales. Add onions, ginger, salt, and cooking wine to the pot. Finally, add a little bit of Karanchiji as homebrewed fish sauce that speeds up the brewing time. The purpose is to add freshness to the chicken that is put into the pot later. After the water in the pot boils, it bubbles and steams with a faint fragrance of ingredients. At this point, remove the pot from the heat. Turning off the heat is very important for making plain chicken, because a finished white-cut chicken with smooth skin and tender meat relies on the water temperature to slowly soak it, rather than cook it roughly. Hold the top of the chicken's neck, immerse it in the pot, and lift it out. Repeat this step 3 dips and 3 lifts. This process is shaping the chicken skin. After shaping, quickly immerse the whole chicken in cold water. The chicken skin will quickly tighten under the stimulation of heat and cold, giving it a unique and crispy taste. After running through the cold water, pick up the chicken by its neck and put it into the pot again, dipping it 3 times and lifting it 3 times. Allow the chicken to readjust to the temperature in the pot. Finally, soak the whole chicken in the pot for about half an hour. This process is still fire-free, relying only on the original temperature of the boiling water in the pot to penetrate into the chicken and slowly soak it. Half an hour later, prepare a basin of ice water and add salt. Remove the chicken from the pot. Place the chicken in ice water and soak for about 20 minutes. This is done to prevent the residual heat remaining in the chicken from continuing to heat the chicken. Overheating will affect the taste. Moreover, another strong thermal expansion and contraction will also tighten the chicken skin for a second time, making the white-cut chicken even crispier and smoother. There is also salt added in advance to the ice water. It can prevent the chicken from losing its base flavor and becoming bland during the soaking process. The white-cut chicken seems to be a simple dish, where the chicken is boiled and then cut into pieces. The cooking process behind it can only be described in one word. Be particular. After being soaked in ice water, the skin of the chicken will be shiny and tender. After being cut into pieces and placed on the plate, the appearance will be very beautiful. While using his own hands to carefully break down the chicken pieces and place them on the plate, Dorn's tentacles, which were condensed with pure magic power, were busy preparing the dipping sauce. Whether a dish of plain-cut chicken is delicious or not depends on the quality of the dipping sauce. There are 3 kinds of dipping sauces prepared by Don today: Shajian dish, garlic dish, and ginger and onion dish. Among them, the sand ginger dish is made of minced sand ginger, mixed with ground coriander, soy sauce, and cold peanut oil. This kind of dipping dish with ginger and coriander is a common dipping sauce in Guangxi region of China. The garlic dish is even simpler. After crushing the garlic, mix it with soy sauce and cold peanut oil. Donan had seen such dipping sauce for white-cut chicken before when he was photographing food in Zhuhai and Zhanjiang, Guangdong. The last thing to prepare is the ginger and scallion dish. After smashing the meat ginger with a kitchen knife, directly squeeze out the ginger juice. Then cut into some fine scallions, and mix it with the water-dried meat ginger. The combination of ginger and green onions is a more mainstream dipping sauce for plain-cut chicken in Guangdong. Add salt and sesame oil to season the ginger and scallion. Stir evenly, and pour in the hot peanut oil. As the hot oil boils, the aroma of ginger and green onion is completely released. In this way, the ginger and scallion dish is also completed. Today's first finished Cantonese dish, white-cut chicken, is done. After Dorn finished cooking the plain-cut chicken, there was a gentle knock on the kitchen door. Then 2 little girls, Amy and Elsa, walked in with their heads protruding. "Big brother/teacher, let's help." After receiving the notification from Bear Claw, they came to the kitchen to help Dorn. Dorn did not disable the R-foot skill in front of the 2 little girls, because his tentacle form has been shown to his female apprentices before. After all, Amy and Elsa have to go in and out of the kitchen from time to time. And one day, they may suddenly encounter a scene in the tentacle kitchen where Dorn is cooking with R-foot. Rather than letting the 2 little girls be frightened suddenly, it would be better to take the initiative to show them early. After seeing Dorn's arms, the 2 little girls couldn't understand how Dorn could grow such tentacles on his back. They couldn't understand it, but they were shocked. However, after being shocked for a long time, both Amy and Elsa slowly accepted the setting that Dorn could derive 10 tentacles to help with cooking. After all, the land of miracles is a fantasy world with monsters and magic, and all kinds of weird things can happen. Moreover, both Amy and Elsa knew that Dawn was more than just an excellent cook. Their big brother and teacher. She can see Sister Vivian, who is invisible to ordinary people. and can chat and laugh with S-Class adventurers from the Adventurer Association. He can bring back all kinds of strange monsters to raise after each trip. And he can kill the nightmare horse to lift the centuries-old curse of the Hurtado family. In fact, various anecdotes and rumors about Dorn are widely discussed among the restaurant employees and Eatontown residents. Currently, restaurant employees and town residents generally believe that Brother Dorn is not only a chef who is better than the chef of the royal capital, but he is also a powerful adventurer. With this argument as a basis, Amy and Elsa can still accept that Dorn shows them various and weird abilities. Chapter 231 Claypot Rice. After a while, Vivian also entered the kitchen. However, Miss Goblin didn't come after being notified by Bear Claw. She just came to the kitchen to find Dorn when the time came. As for the scene in the tentacle kitchen in front of her, Vivian was naturally not frightened.
I'm entertaining some friends tonight, and I plan to cook all the Cantonese dishes I taught you recently. Since you are here, help me as a cook. While I'm cooking, you can see what processes you haven't mastered well. Amy will help me prepare pan-fried eggs with vegetables, and Aisha will prepare clay pot rice with cured meat. Although this will be done later, we can make some preparations in advance. Well, then Vivian will help me make crab roe buns.
After Dorn said these 2 words, he turned around and entered into serious cooking mode, waving the 10 magic tentacles on his back. With the blessing of these 10 flexible arms and legs, and the help of 3 personally trained cooks, Dorn can cook 3 dishes at the same time without any problem as long as he arranges the cooking process appropriately. After the cooks nodded, they skillfully cooperated with Dorn and found a suitable position in the kitchen for them to strike. Little cook Elsa obediently fetched the sausages and bacon, and expertly soaked them in water to wash them. Cantonese-style bacon and sausage are necessary for making preserved claypot rice. The ones Elsa brought were all handmade by Dorn and dried in the sun. After the Cantonese-style bacon and sausages are made, they only need to be dried for 1 to 2 weeks before they can be used. The production period is not too long. After deciding to open a Cantonese restaurant, Duoin prepared a lot. Put the sausage and bacon into the pot and blanch them in water for 2 minutes to remove the dust stains that adhere to the surface of the bacon during the air drying process. After blanching, take it out and steam it in a pot. Steam for 10 minutes and then remove from the pan. Then, Elsa used a kitchen knife to skillfully and fluently cut the bacon and sausage into slices. The thin slices of bacon and sausage are bright and rosy because they have just been steamed. They also have the unique aroma of bacon, because these cured meats will become stronger during the air drying process. Before making clay pot rice, steaming the cured meats in advance like Aisha can bring out the aroma. Of course, this is what Dorn taught Elsa. During the process of processing the cured meat, the little cook Elsa did not forget to take a few more glances at her teacher's back, her eyes falling on those magic arms and legs. In fact, these strange and flexible tentacles are quite scary when you first see them, but after looking at it for a long time, it seemed like that was all. Moreover, it seemed so convenient when the teacher uses these tentacles to cook.
Teacher, I actually want to learn this.
Urza retracted her attention from the tentacles and muttered softly. As for Dorn, he didn't hear his little apprentice's thoughts and concentrated on cooking. Moreover, even if you heard it, it would be of no use. After all, he really didn't know how to teach Urza to grow tentacles. After the little cook Elsa finished cutting the sausages and bacon, she also chopped some finely chopped green onions, and then taught Dawn all these ingredients and condiments.
Well done, Elsa. The steaming time was just right, and the slices were cut beautifully.
Dorn turned his head, praised his talented little apprentice, and then used his tentacles to pick up the ingredients prepared by Elsa. Take them all.
Hey hee!
The little cook giggled happily. Teacher, he praised me again. Praise me more. Dorn did not praise his little apprentice anymore, but devoted himself to the follow-up making of cured meat clay pot rice. Get a casserole that you recently paid a nearby potter to make. In Dorn's eyes, this first-generation casserole from another world is the clay pot in the classification of casseroles. Due to the incomplete production process, there are a lot of bubbles inside this dark casserole, which can easily cause cracking after frequent use. However, everything can be viewed from 2 sides. It is precisely the existence of bubbles on these casseroles that, in the process of making clay pot rice, can actually make the temperature in the pot better contact with the rice, making the cooked meals taste more fragrant. This wave sacrifices the service life of the cookware, but in exchange for better taste and flavor of the food. Wash the rice that has been soaked for about 40 minutes in advance. Soaking in water in advance can effectively prevent the finished clay pot rice from being cooked. Add water to the casserole and bring to a boil before adding the rice. The heart of the rice that has been soaked for a long time is opened. Only by putting it directly into boiling water will it not absorb too much water. In this way, you can cook rice with clear and plump grains. Cook for about 5 minutes. When the moisture on the upper layer of rice begins to dry out, add the thinly sliced preserved meat. Cover the pot and pour in a little oil. The oil should be poured in along the edge of the pot lid, so that the oil can slowly penetrate into the bottom of the rice, making delicious rice burnt. Reduce the heat to low and bake for about 5 minutes. During this period, turn the casserole about every 20 seconds so that the fire can evenly contact every side of the casserole. After 5 minutes, place the blanched vegetables on top of the rice and crack an egg onto the surface of the rice. Cover the casserole pot. Repeat the steps of turning the casserole pot for 20 seconds and bake for another 5 minutes. Although this step is tedious, it can make the clay pot rice full of aroma. After the rice is completely cooked, open the lid of the casserole, and the aroma of bacon will accompany the hot steam. At this time, sprinkle with chopped green onion and drizzle with a little soy sauce. Then add a little bit of black sesame seeds to the poached eggs that are runny in the middle. At this time, the rice in the casserole is plump and has distinct grains, while the vegetables are completely soft and ripe. The white poached eggs are sprinkled with small black sesame seeds, and the semi-solid and semi-liquid yellow liquid is still vaguely visible inside. Bacon and sausage slices are originally made with various condiments and air-dried for a long time, so the taste itself is relatively mellow. Now it is simmered in a casserole at high temperature for a long time. When it comes out of the pot, the bacon and sausage slices are dripping with fat and sizzling. After pouring a spoonful of soy sauce, the flavor of cured meat and soy sauce will burst out along with the heat. Goo! Aisha, the little cook next to her, opened her eyes straight after starting the clay pot rice and couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Although she can now make clay pot rice herself, and the rice tastes pretty good, but as expected, the one made by Mr. Dorn is more attractive, more authentic. This tangy aroma, this appetizing appearance. I really want to eat it.
This is what the teacher uses to entertain friends, and I will share in it later. Be patient. Be patient,
Elsa told herself in her heart. Clay pot rice is a dish that is actually relatively late in the cooking sequence. After all, after the sauce is poured on it, it should be eaten hot. Therefore, before finishing this clay pot rice, Dunn also completed a series of other Cantonese dishes with the help of 3 cooks, including honey barbecued pork, marinated platter, crab roe buns, etc. Just wait for the priests to come. Chapter 232 Reunion. Adele and a group of 4 priests sent the gangsters who tried to extort Bear Claw to the guards of Silver Shield Port. He also gave a testimony as a member of the Holy See, and after confirming that the group would be investigated and severely punished, he went to Eton unhurriedly. Along the way, Cross was extremely excited, almost cheering for joy. On the one hand, this is because the priest's sister, who regards Dorn as a good friend, is about to reunite with Dorn after a long absence. Of course, it's more because I can eat Duoen's cooking right away. The last time she was in Rhine Town, Cross could clearly recall the taste of the milky mushrooms, beggar's chicken, and griddlepot bullfrog prepared by Dorn. And as soon as I think about the taste of those dishes, I can't help but salivate and become extremely greedy. After returning to the Holy See, as Cross said before, she really couldn't eat the food prepared by the Holy See chef. It is true that there was a time when it was difficult to overcome the difficulties. After eating the dishes made by Don, the dishes prepared by the Vatican chefs really seemed to be particularly difficult.
Bye. Down. Pharynx.
For this reason, Cross also specifically contacted her teacher, Ms. Meyer, to ask for improvements in the food. But this behavior only resulted in a stern rejection and a verbal lecture from Ms. Meyer. The pastor's sister was sad about this for a long time. As for the other 3 clergymen, including the sword-wielder Miss Adele, they all support Cross more or less in their hearts. After eating the dishes prepared by Don, they were not particularly receptive to the dishes prepared by the Vatican kitchen. However, their ability to endure is much better than that of the priest's sister. All in all, the clergy used to eat at the Holy See simply to satisfy their hunger and replenish their bodies with necessary nutrients. After eating Don's dishes, then eating the food of the Holy See is a bit like penance to a certain extent.
In the final analysis, this is all Dorn's fault. I was living a very happy life, but after meeting him, I have been thinking about his cooking all day long. If Dorn doesn't make enough delicious food to entertain me this time, I won't forgive him.
On the way, the pastor's sister said angrily. Eatontown. When the clergyman came here, they found that the tall, honest-looking young man they had rescued in the morning was standing outside the town waiting for them. After Xiongzhao received the priests, he first accompanied them to the Golden Crown Tavern and registered for the 4 best rooms. Then he led the priests all the way to the Wishing restaurant, and went to the kitchen to inform his eldest brother Don of the arrival of the priests. Dorn, who was busy cooking various Cantonese dishes, simply cleaned up and came to the lobby of the restaurant. A group of teammates who fought bullfrogs together in the Poison Relic Swamp and had a lifelong friendship finally met again after almost a year. This scene is very touching just thinking about it. Then,
clothes? It's summer now, isn't it? And didn't you say you came to me for a meal? Won't it make you feel stuffy while wearing this heavy armor? You'll sweat a lot. Right. If you smell something, wait, it's best to take a shower before eating.
This was the first thing Dawn couldn't help but say after meeting the clergy. Cross? The priest's sister was obviously stunned for a while, and after looking at Dorn in disbelief for a few seconds, she spoke out in anger and retorted.
Of course you wear armor for safety. What if there's a fight along the way? Besides, I don't smell like anything. I take a good bath. I even asked Ji Xiao to put several sylphs into the armor. It's very cool inside, and it's not stuffy at all.
Dawn, dare Qin Ji Xiao be your air conditioner? However, the pastor's sister acted angrily, but facing Dorn, I felt inexplicably relaxed. After all, the way she and Dorn got along was like this when they were in the ruins of God. These two people will bicker in various forms, and for various reasons, verbally arguing with each other about winning or losing. And to be honest, only Dorn has the ability to have a verbal back and forth with the quirky Cross. Most people's verbal skills are really no match for Cross. Now this familiar scene reappears. The two people who had been separated for almost a year did not feel the slightest sense of separation from each other after being separated for a long time. The emotions and interactions between people are sometimes so wonderful. Good.
Haven't seen you for a long time.
It was Adele who spoke this time. Her tone calm, even a little cold. When he said this, he nodded towards Dorn. Don't look at the slightly indifferent performance of Miss Swordholder. But Dawn understood her to a certain extent. Miss Swordholder, who usually doesn't like to talk much, was actually the one who took the initiative to say hello when she saw him. Long time no see, the gold content of these 4 words is evident. Speaking of which, Adele's outfit today gave Dorn a refreshing feeling. Perhaps because she was not performing any combat mission. Adele did not wear the silver-white light armor from before. Instead, he wore a white silk shirt and hunting pants that hugged the curves of his legs. But he still wore the extremely simple-looking, pale justice around his waist. This light attire makes Adele, who is the Vatican, pale sword-bearer, less solemn. If Adele, who was wearing armor before, was like an unsheathed sharp blade, it was extremely sharp and decisive in killing. So now she gives Dorn the feeling that the sharp blade has been put back into its scabbard.
Long time no see, Miss Adele.
So, Dawn responded to her with a smile. Next, the red-haired Ji Xiao and the narrow-eyed Yuval also greeted Dorn in their own ways. One's tone was slightly provocative, while the other's tone was very polite. This can be regarded as their respective characteristics. It can only be said that although we have not seen each other for almost a year, the way we get along is not much different from before we parted. There is no feeling of alienation between us. This may be the most comfortable form of friendship. After briefly chatting with the clergy for a while, Dorn returned to the kitchen to preside over the cooking of tonight's Cantonese set. In the lobby of the Wishing restaurant, which was temporarily closed today, the clergy began to move around freely, while muttering something about Dorn's lack of understanding of style. Cross went out and walked toward the Golden Crown Tavern alone. She planned to change out of the heavy armor and wear light casual clothes to come to Dorn for dinner. Ji Xiao and Yuval went to the door of the hot pot restaurant nearby to see the novelty. The two of them didn't go in to order hot pot. They just stood at the door swallowing their saliva and watching. After all, I have to save my stomach for Dorn's freshly prepared dishes. Adele was the only one in the lobby of the Wishing restaurant. She randomly found a corner and sat down, her eyes falling in the direction of the kitchen.
There are signs of magic surging inside. Is Dorn using magic to cook? Also, he seems to be much stronger than when we were separated last time. How did you do it?
The lady holding the sword, who spoke little, sat quietly, with his maroon eyes fixed. He thought about some small questions in his mind and waited quietly for the passage of time. Chapter 233 A whole table of Cantonese food. The red sunset slowly sank below the horizon. As night slowly fell, the surrounding area of the small town of Eaton began to become quiet. However, the lively atmosphere remains in the town's central streets. This excitement comes from hot pot restaurants. At this point, it is the peak period of hot pot restaurant business, and the most popular moment. Under the prosperous decoration of the store, there are boiling and rolling pots of various kinds, mixed with the sounds of satisfied diners chewing, drinking and talking, as well as the warm and enthusiastic greetings of the waiters. As for the wishing restaurant opposite the hot pot restaurant, no one could be seen coming in or out at the moment. The store door was also ajar, with some warm yellow light coming from inside. In the lobby of Wishing Restaurant, for priests have already sat down at the largest round table. Also sitting at the table are the store manager Gonzalez and Bear Claw. As for Amy and Elsa, they were still in the kitchen with Dawn, making the last few dishes. There are also Fat Fox and Hannah, who have work to do at the hot pot restaurant. They won't come over until the place closes, and Dorn will make some extra food for them by then. Finally, there is Miss Goblin. Vivian felt that since the priests couldn't see her, it would be troublesome for Dorn to explain her existence to them now, and it would affect their meals. He simply did not attend this meal, but planned to have another one with Hannah and the others later. On the big round table, cold dishes such as brine platter and plain-cut chicken have been placed, as well as hot soups such as carrot rib soup and lao jing tang. Pastries such as crab roe buns and thin-skinned shrimp dumplings have also been served. In short, there are all kinds of exquisite Cantonese dishes, filling most of the table. The shapes are different, and the fragrances are different, but each one is appetizing and makes people want to eat. At the dining table, Cross, who was waiting for the meal, sighed heavily. The priest's sister, who had taken off her heavy armor and put on ordinary clothes, really looked like a cute and sweet girl next door. She glanced at the dazzling array of dishes one by one, and finally stuck out her tongue to lick the corner of her mouth, pursed her red and small lips, and made a soft pop sound.
Dawn is so slow.
In fact, Dawn has said before that everyone should eat first without waiting for him. However, since the priests came to Dorn to eat this time, they really didn't intend to pay for it. Under such circumstances, they would feel a little sorry if they started eating before Dawn was served. After a while, Dorn brought Amy and Elsa to the lobby with the last few hot dishes that had been newly prepared, including a large portion of clay pot rice with cured meat.
Why don't you eat first? Letting some vegetables cool down will affect the taste,
Dorn asked. Everyone around the table had different expressions, but no one said much. After placing the last few dishes, Dorn sat down at the dining table.
Okay, the dishes are all here. Let's enjoy it while it's hot. No, some of the dishes are meant to be cold. Anyway, let's eat.
As soon as these words fell, the atmosphere at the table suddenly became lively. People at the table hold up their chopsticks and forks, almost reaching out to the dishes on the table in unison. While waiting, everyone had already imagined in their minds which dish they should take the first bite. Cross raised her fork and quickly took out a piece of meat from the meat platter in front of her. This dish seems to be called marine platter, and the pronunciation is very strange. The pastor's sister didn't understand the meaning of the name anyway. The brine platter is placed on a large round white plate. The various meats are arranged neatly, which is pleasing to the eye and comfortable to look at. However, Cross didn't seem to recognize every piece of meat on this platter. However, the pastor's sister can't control that much. Anything that Dorn can put on the table must be edible. Moreover, this meat platter is particularly delicious. The smell of meat is mixed with the rich flavor of sauce. Moreover, when Dawn placed this dish next to him, he poured a spoonful of thick hot soup on it. Driven by the rising heat, it smelled even more fragrant.
Dawn, what kind of meat is this?
Cross asked casually, and then without waiting for Dawn to answer, she stuffed the unknown piece of meat into her mouth.
Your piece is money tripe,
Dawn answered truthfully. A pound of tripe was stuffed into my mouth. It tasted very soft and chewed twice, and it felt a little chewy. The taste is first of a mellow sauce aroma, but after chewing a few more times, you will find that the flavor of the spices also brings out the delicious original flavor of the meat itself. The meaty flavor, which is neither salty nor greasy, spreads in the mouth in a leisurely manner, leaving a lingering fragrance on the lips and teeth, leaving an endless aftertaste.
It's delicious.
Cross made a happy swallowing sound, and quickly forked another unknown piece of meat and stuffed it into her mouth.
Then what is this? What you're picking up this time is goose gizzards.
The goose gizzards are very chewy in the mouth and make a
click click
sound when chewed. They are also accompanied by a strong aroma of sauce and meat. Moreover, this piece of goose gizzard is also covered with plump and thick brine juice, which makes the taste more mellow.
It's delicious.
Cross swallowed the food in her mouth again.
But what kind of meat are tripe and goose gizzards? They are obviously so delicious. But it seems that I have never eaten them before.
Dawn was eating crab roe buns at this time. The skin of the crab roe bun is very thin and crystal clear, with the oily and golden crab roe on top. After picking it up with chopsticks, the thin bun skin was stretched open, and the meat filling with soup hung down below, crystal clear and gently shaking. When eating crab roe buns, pay attention to lifting them gently, moving them slowly, opening the skylight, and then drinking the soup. When you bite open the thin skin, a pool of rich crab juice flows into your mouth. After sucking in the fresh soup, it was the turn of the bun wrapper and the small meatball filling inside. This crab roe bun is one of the few dishes on the table that uses monster ingredients. The crab roe is taken from the land crabs eaten in the story world. With Crick's help, Dawn managed to get some of these monster crabs with plump crab roe and crab paste. After slowly swallowing a crab roe bun, Dawn answered the pastor's sister's question.
Beef tripe and goose gizzards are the stomach of a cow and the stomach of a goose.
At this time, Cross had already eaten 7 or 8 different brine platters. After hearing Dawn's answer, the fork in her hand froze, and the chewing movement in her mouth stopped. The pastor's sister took a mouthful of food, puffed out her cheeks, and her pupils were shaking. Stomach. Awful? Is this thing edible? But similar questions only stayed in Cross's mind for a few seconds, and then disappeared. Afterwards, she continued to chew a piece of braised pig ear in her mouth with peace of mind, feeling the aroma of sauce and meat, as well as the
click click click
beating feeling of the cartilage in her mouth. I don't care about that much. As long as it tastes good, it's edible. Chapter 234 A whole table of Cantonese food B. Except for Cross and Dorn, everyone else was also happily enjoying this table of rare delicacies. Like Ji Xiu, after eating several spoonfuls of tender fried fuyong eggs, his attention fell on the dish next to the fuyong eggs. It was a plate of chicken. Moreover, although Ji Xiu couldn't tell, it was actually a plate of meat from a young hen that had just begun to lay eggs. The fuyong eggs and the plate of chicken are placed together. In a sense, mother and son are reunited.
This plate of chicken looks like it has been boiled directly in water. The chefs of the Vatican occasionally do this, but the smell is very strong. In the end, Dorn, can you also make this kind of dish? You are 100 in cooking skills. Is it a bit sparse? But it doesn't matter. Everyone makes mistakes.
Ji Xiu pointed to the plate of chicken with a teasing tone. When this red-haired cleric first met Dorn, the two of them had difficulty dealing with each other. Even after they became friends, Ji Xiu still liked to compare himself with Dorn in his heart, and he didn't really want to lose to Dorn in all aspects. Moreover, this guy also likes to find opportunities to tease and ridicule Dorn. Now that he saw this plate that looked like boiled chicken, a dish that could remind him of bad memories of eating in the Holy See, Keith naturally would not let go of this opportunity to make Dorn feel embarrassed. The dish he was referring to was plain-cut chicken.
Boiled chicken with a fishy smell? What do your Vatican chefs usually feed you?
Dorn didn't reply directly, nor did he react much. Instead, he looked at Ji Xiu with sympathetic eyes. But the two apprentices beside them, Amy and Aisha, were obviously very dissatisfied with Ji Xiu's words. How could the elder brother/teacher make such a bad dish?
However, you won't know if this chicken is delicious until you taste it,
Don added with a smile on his lips.
Also, if you think the chicken is delicious, remember to say it tastes really good.
The expressions of the two little cooks next to them changed from dissatisfaction to pride. They both know how delicious this plain-cut chicken is.
After that red-haired man eats it, he will definitely, that strange word that big brother/teacher just said, how to say it. Oh, by the way, it smells so good. It will definitely taste delicious on the spot.
The two little cooks were thinking about the same thing, and they seemed to have completely foreseen what would happen next. Ji Xiu saw that Don looked confident and didn't say anything more. Pick up the fork and pick out the beautifully presented white-cut chicken on the plate. The tip of the fork sank into the chicken easily, which shows that the chicken itself is very tender. Ji Xiu was a little surprised. Maybe the dark cuisine provided by the Holy See left too deep an impression on Ji Xiu. He originally thought that this kind of chicken, which might be boiled in plain water, should be dry, old and woody, and it would be very difficult to pick it up with a fork. But now it seems that is not the case. Take a closer look at the forked chicken. The outermost layer of chicken skin is shiny and smooth yellow. And underneath is the plump and tender chicken, with a little blood-colored chicken bones underneath. It is different from the boiled chicken of the Holy See. The white-cut chicken produced by Dawn gives people a visual experience of being shiny, plump, and tender just from the appearance.
It will taste better if you dip it with some dipping sauce on the side,
Dawn said with a smile. Jishio did as he was told. And what he dipped was the ginger and scallion dish. The plump chicken is rolled twice in the clear dipping sauce. The oil with the flavor of ginger and scallion fully coats the surface of the chicken. And the fine minced ginger and scallion are also attached to the meat. White-cut chicken. When you take a bite, the first thing you feel is the crispiness of the chicken skin. It is crispy and elastic at the same time. When you bite into the chicken skin, you can clearly feel it bouncing between your teeth. Further down, there is the smell of chicken. This chicken is very smooth and tender, and there is almost no resistance when chewing. The taste of the white-cut chicken dish itself is relatively light, but light is definitely not bland. The meat itself has a light flavor. During the process of soaking the chicken, the flavors of various condiments slowly penetrate into the meat. Moreover, the chicken part itself is very smooth and tender. The unique flavor of the ginger and scallion dipping sauce is not only wrapped around the outside of the meat, but also soaked into the meat along with the tiny dipping oil. Quite literally. A piece of plain-cut chicken. The skin on top, the meat in the middle, and the bones on the bottom. Each layer of this piece of plain-cut chicken is given a different texture and taste. Moreover, the shortcomings that Jishio was worried about before about the meat itself were all gone in this piece of plain chicken. There was no fishy or strange smell at all. When you eat it, you will feel the essence of the chicken itself. Crispy skin, smooth meat, elegant and delicious taste. Jishio swallowed the piece of plain chicken with an expression of enjoyment and spat out the remaining chicken bones. Then he became embarrassed. Although the chicken made by Dawn looks a bit like the chicken made by the Holy See, it tastes like heaven and earth. Others at the table who had never eaten plain-cut chicken before, out of curiosity, also took a piece of plain-cut chicken to taste just like Jishio had just done. Among them, Gonzalez dipped the garlic dish with dark and shiny sauce and minced garlic. After taking a bite of the chicken, the store manager's expression immediately became extremely intoxicated, and he opened his mouth to write.
The taste of this chicken is so pure, and it's beautiful and pure, without any bad impurities. It's like after going through a lot of hardships, you finally achieve perfection with the person you've always admired. And this object of admiration is exactly as imagined, pure and without any flaws. This is the taste of love. No, it's the taste of love that is perfect in imagination. Oh, Little Dorn is indeed the best. You can always make dishes full of love.
Dawn, what kind of weird and evil metaphor is this? No. Why is it that the store manager can always experience strange emotions after tasting the dishes he made? Isn't this outrageous? And I always make dishes full of love. I'm not. I don't. Stop talking nonsense. Gonzalez's magical metaphor made the atmosphere at the dinner table lively. At this time, Cross, who was also intoxicated as she ate a piece of white-cut chicken, narrowed her flashing eyes and raised a little devil smile at the corner of her mouth.
Kisu, do you think this chicken is delicious?
The red-haired cleric glanced at Cross, then at Dorn, coughed twice, and pretended to be calm.
Hey, isn't it delicious? It's completely different from the Vatican's. I was wrong. Humph, no. Red-haired brother. You shouldn't say it's delicious at this time. You should say, it tastes really good.
Elsa on the side interrupted, holding her head high, feeling proud of her teacher's victory.
Okay. It smells really good.
Jishio didn't understand the big difference between the words, delicious, and really fragrant, in the current context. However, the comparison between the plain-cut chicken and the boiled chicken from the Vatican was just a joke between friends. Let's just admit that Dawn's food is delicious without losing a piece of meat. Moreover, after admitting it frankly, you can justifiably eat the second piece of chicken. Let's try other dipping sauces for this one to see how it tastes. Chew and swallow. Sure enough, this chicken is so delicious. Chapter 235 The Holidays of the Priests. The atmosphere at the table was great. Perhaps tasting delicious food together is something that can bring people closer to each other. The process of eating has always been more suitable for conversation.
Speaking of which, why did you come to see me at this time? I originally thought that you might come here not long after our last separation.
After Dorn swallowed a thin-skinned shrimp dumpling with plump and large shrimp, he asked Cross, who was closest to him.
I thought so at first.
The priest's sister sighed and complained.
But after we parted ways with you and returned to the Holy See, Teacher Meyer didn't mean what she said. She originally promised to give us 7 days off. Closed. Actually, even if the Cardinal gives us 7 days, it won't be enough for us to make the round trip from the Holy See to Mr. Dorn.
Yuval on the side interjected.
That's what I said. But the absence of vacation will still make people very unhappy.
The pastor's sister swallowed a piece of money tripe as if to vent her anger, and then turned her attention to Dawn.
Dorn, let me tell you. The 4 of us have had a hard time in the past almost a year. After the last crusade against the Owls, there were several small bosses who escaped. Then Teacher Meyer put us back in the middle of Dona and asked us to find a way to eliminate the remaining Apocalypse cultists. When these cultists gather together, they are easy to deal with. After all, we have Sister Adele who can catch them all in one go. But after they separated and hid, it was really hard to find them. And each one of them was so cunning. In order to eliminate them, we have been running around and investigating for almost a year.
The pastor's sister spoke a long paragraph in one breath. In short, it basically talked about what the 4-person clergy team did after they separated from Dorn last time. When Cross talked about their follow-up efforts to eliminate the remaining Apocalypse cultists, she didn't hesitate or pause for thought. The other 3 clergymen beside her did not interrupt her speech. In other words, the clergy's mission to suppress the cultists is not a secret and can be told directly. After hearing what Cross said, Dawn just nodded. During the last cleric's crusade against Owls, some small bosses escaped. Dorn naturally knew about it. It sounds like Miss Adele and the others have been dealing with the affairs of these little bosses. As for what Cross said, those cultists are all so cunning. Isn't that natural? The little leader of the cult, who was not cunning and had a tough head, had already died in the venomous relic swamp. Cross is still chattering.
So, because we have worked so hard, Dawn, you have to make a lot of delicious food to reward us these 2 days. Look, Sister Adele is starving and thin.
Dawn, here we go again. If you do a good job assigned by the Holy See, how can it be my turn to reward you? Moreover, Miss Adele does not look like she has been starved to death at all. He was obviously full of energy and heroic appearance. The lady holding the sword across the round table was sipping radish and pork rib soup elegantly and quickly with a spoon. Her chestnut eyes slightly narrowed. Then, perhaps sensing Dorn's sudden gaze, he raised his head slightly. The two looked at each other and just nodded slightly to each other calmly. Then, Miss Swordholder continued to drink the soup calmly. Dawn continued to chat casually with Cross.
You just said these 2 days. Right. You never asked before. How long do you plan to stay in Eaton Town? About 4 or 5 days. Because we are on vacation now.
Cross took out another piece of honey-glazed barbecued pork with a fork.
Have a holiday?
The pastor's sister chewed over and over again, enjoying the sweet and fresh gravy of honey-glazed barbecued pork, while replying,
Actually, it's not a holiday. We came out with a mission. We are going to the Storm Islands this month. 2, I'm going to do something that's hard to tell you.
Dorn just nodded. He really had no intention of inquiring into what tasks the priests were doing.
However, since you are on a mission, why do you still have time to come to my place for dinner?
Dorn changed the subject. What does this mean to the clergy? Fishing or skipping work?
Oops.
Cross smacked her lips.
Because the task itself is not very difficult. Nor is it very important. And Teacher Meyer also gives us a lot of time. In fact, he just lets us do simple tasks to give us a holiday.
Dawn, doing simple tasks instead of taking vacations? Are the upper echelons of your Holy See vampires? If you exploit your subordinates like this, you will be hanged from a street lamp. However, speaking of, the Storm Islands Cross mentioned, Dawn knew. After all, it has been almost a year since he came to the Land of Miracles, and he has gradually learned some basic common sense about this world. It seems that the Storm Islands are a dense group of islands located in the stormy sea. Some of the larger islands are inhabited by humans, but these islands are not under the jurisdiction of any country. At the same time, because they are not governed by any country's express laws, the Storm Islands seem to be a paradise for pirates and sea adventurers. Moreover, when he mentioned the Storm Sea, Dorn thought of the raw materials used to make transformation potions that Miss Favna, the alchemist of Golden Oak City, mentioned before. A monster fish that can change its shape. It seems to be a specialty of that sea area. Want to eat? Perhaps? You can entrust the clergy to help you pay attention to it when the time comes? The meal continued happily, and it was almost time to eat some staple food. Dorn stood up at the right time and opened the lids of the 2 large casseroles containing clay pot rice. The hot steam that was covered in the pot came out one after another and hid my face. The hot air carries the aroma of rice-flavored meat, sausage, and coriander, and the smell is rich and attractive. The most eye-catching thing in the pot is the cured meat. The thin slices of bright red bacon and sausage are covered with layers of grease. Under the warm yellow light in the restaurant lobby, the grease glows softly and warmly. Under the gaze of everyone who swallowed slightly, Dorn picked up the spoon and began to stir the claypot rice. The poached eggs sprinkled with black sesame seeds were broken open, and the semi-solid and semi-liquid egg yolk flowed out and mixed with the clear grains of rice in the hot steam. After thorough stirring, you could also see the thick layer of crispy rice cake wrapped around the edge of the casserole. These golden and crispy rice cakes fall off one after another during the stirring process. Dorn distributed the 2 large pots of claypot rice into everyone's bowls.
Eat the claypot rice while it's hot.
Unlike the employees in the restaurant, the clergy were quite surprised to see rice, a relatively rare food. Use a spoon to scoop a spoonful of fragrant claypot rice into your mouth. The rice is filled with the aroma of steaming rice, with distinct grains, and mixed with egg white or liquid egg yolk. Fragrant. The braised bacon is tender and chewy, and you can clearly feel the juices gushing out after biting into it. The sausage is very solid and has a strong alcohol flavor. Finally, there is the golden rice, crispy rice, which makes the sound in your mouth when you chew it. Every bite is crispy, and it is not only crispy, but also has a deep flavor. It's no exaggeration to say that the crispy rice is the highlight of this pot. After everyone had finished eating the 2 large pots of claypot rice, the various Cantonese dishes on the table were almost consumed during the meal, leaving only a table of extremely clean CDs. Another great day that lived up to the delicious food. Chapter 236 Single-Player Limited Time Copy. The day after eating the Cantonese set menu, the clergy experienced another delicious hot pot at Eden. And according to their original plan, in about 3 days, they will go to Silver Shield Port and board a pre-booked ship at the port to go to the Storm Islands. After entertaining the clergymen to eat hot pot today, Dorn's mailbox, that had been silent for a long time, suddenly started to move. System prompt: you have a new email. Please process it in time. New emails come unexpectedly. This usually means that another limited time instance is about to be opened. Nearly 5 months have passed since Dorn last received an email opening the Devil's Lair. As for the Devil's Lair copy's opening email, there was only less than 3 months between the email of Poison Swamp. In other words, the limited time copy information sent from the mailbox does not have a fixed interval.
It's still here.
Don pondered for a while and opened his mailbox panel. After clicking on the newly appeared unread email, the specific content is as follows. The single-player limited-time dungeon, The Great Labyrinth of Minotaur, will open in 50 days. Please go to the guide to get generous limited-time rewards. The Great Labyrinth of the Minotaur. This is a labyrinth where the exit can never be found. Giant white bulls gallop here, and monsters that are half man and half bull breed here for generations. There is only one way to leave here.
A half man, half bull monster?
Dorn looked at the words in the new email with a little surprise.
The Minotaur Labyrinth?
In addition to the name and introduction information of the new copy, there is another information point in the email that deserves attention. Single player. Limited time copy.
Is there a limit on the number of people in this copy? Only one person is allowed to enter?
Dorn touched his chin. This was the first time he encountered a dungeon with a limited number of people. Of course, there were only 3 dungeons he had encountered, even including the Minotaur Labyrinth. Out of curiosity about the single-player dungeon mechanism, Dorn did not click on the map first this time, but directly scrolled down the email to check the comments below to see if there was any additional information. Note: limited-time dungeons refer to objectively existing ruins, mazes, and treasure places in the Land of Miracles. Note: the single-player limited-time dungeon is a special limited-time dungeon with a lower difficulty than a normal dungeon, and you will receive special limited-time rewards. Special rewards include, but are not limited to, special skills, special titles, and special professions. Different titles and professions can coexist, so please get them. Note: only one person is allowed to enter the single-player limited-time copy. Once someone enters the instance, the teleportation portal will be closed immediately. Note: The opening time and location of some limited-time dungeons that have not been cleared have been discovered and mastered by the indigenous residents of the Miracle Land. Please be prepared to compete with others for access to the dungeon. Note: the character Vivian is prohibited in this limited-time dungeon. With a bust of Vivian. Note: characters are prohibited from approaching the limited-time dungeon due to force majeure. If there is any violation, you will be responsible for the consequences. Thank you for your cooperation. Dawn looked at the notes and was silent for a long time. The content of the annotations is indeed somewhat different from ordinary limited-time copies. But it seems that no matter how the mechanism of the dungeon changes, Vivian seems to be always stuck in the banned position of the dungeon. Moreover, the warning given in the note in the email was, "Don't approach the dungeon," not "Enter the dungeon." In other words, it is very likely that the fairy lady will undergo some changes after getting close to the dungeon opening point for a certain distance. What this certain distance is still unknown.
I don't know what kind of relationship there is between Vivian and the limited-time copy.
Dorn frowned. Except for Vivian, who is in the dungeon class as always. Another thing worth noting is the description of the single-player limited-time copy in the comments.
The difficulty is lower than that of ordinary dungeons.
Dorn began to repeat the key words in the notes, and then said to himself,
"Is it because you can only grind it alone?"
He recalled his 2 experiences through the Poison Swamp and the Devil's Lair. No matter which time it was, without the help of the 2 waves of teammates, the priests and Gregor, it would have been absolutely impossible to successfully pass the level.
If the difficulty of the Great Labyrinth of Minotaur is lower than that of Poison Swamp and Devil's Lair, then how much lower will it be?
Dorn continued to ponder. However, it is impossible to come up with an answer to this kind of question by yourself. Finally, what needs to be considered is the special limited-time rewards mentioned in the notes.
Special skills, special titles, special professions, different from substantial rewards such as Rui and Time of Chaos. The content of this reward seems to be something that is intangible.
In addition, in the worldview of the Land of Miracles, the existence of Rui and the Time of Chaos can also be explained by the gifts from the relics of God. Special skills can also be understood as special abilities gifted by relics to those who recognize them. But how are titles and career rewards interpreted?
Moreover, no matter how you think about it, the title and profession correspond to my system very well.
From this point of view, it seems that the connection between the system in my body and the relics of gods in this world is even deeper. Let's go back to the title and profession itself. As early as the first day Dorn entered the Land of Miracles and went through the novice tutorial, he had already been exposed to content related to professions and titles. At first, because he randomly focused all his talent points on the life skills of cooking, Dorn started without a profession. So far, Dorn's combat-related talents are actually all at 0 points, and he has not obtained any professions. The improvement of the 5-dimensional attribute points in combat depends entirely on Predator and upgrades. Even with 0 combat talent and no professional bonuses, the improvement in combat attributes brought about by upgrading seems to be the lowest level of benefit. So, thank you, Predator. There is also the title. Dorn currently has a title that he edited, Chinese Player. This title comes with 2 powerful skills. It was precisely because of this that he had the opportunity to turn around.
The system notes say that there is no conflict between different titles and professions, which means dual professions and dual titles are allowed.
Dorn's brows relaxed slightly. A Chinese Player is already so strong. If he can get another strong title, wouldn't he be able to take off immediately? However, what title can I get after conquering this Great Labyrinth of the Minotaur?
Tauren Hunter.
Dawn's thoughts wandered for a moment, then gathered back together. Of course, it would be great if you could get a special profession. After all, I don't even have a profession now. In fact, even getting a special skill may be a surefire way to make money without losing money, regardless of skills, titles, or occupations. They are all produced in limited-time dungeons, and they all have the prefix of special. No matter how you think about it, it is extraordinary. Chapter 237 Close to the Truth. After reading all the notes, Dorn clicked on the map attached to the email. When you open the map, the first thing you see is a large sea area. Stormy seas.
Is it such a coincidence?
Dorn raised his eyebrows slightly. Naturally, he would not forget that Cross had said that the simple mission that the 4 members of the sect were going to perform recently was to go to the Storm Islands on the Stormy Sea. With a slight surprise, Dorn carefully checked the marking point representing the opening position of the dungeon teleportation array. The map shows that this marking point is located on an isolated island on the south side of the Stormy Sea area. This island is an unnamed island with no name. The Storm Islands, which consists of many islands, is located on the north side of the sea. There is a considerable sea distance between them, one in the south and one in the north.
It's quite normal. After all, this Storm Sea area is not only as big as 2 rooms and 1 living room.
Dorn shrugged. However, if Dorn wants to download this Great Labyrinth of Minotaur instance, it means that he will also need to go to sea like the priests in the near future. This Stormy Sea is located south of the Dorna Empire. If you want to go to that unknown island, Dorn's best option is to take a boat directly from the port of Silver Shield Port and then go all the way south.
But, should we try to conquer the Great Labyrinth of the Minotaur?
Dorn began to think in his mind again. He only received the system prompt after entertaining the clergy for hot pot in the evening, and then returning to the Wishing Restaurant. When he received the email, Dorn was in the kitchen of the Wishing Restaurant, instructing Vivian and his 2 apprentices on the details of making Cantonese cuisine. As for the process of checking the content of the email, it is also completed in the kitchen. This is harmless. After all, his system and panels can only be seen by him.
I have something to take care of. After you finish cooking the dishes at hand, you should go and rest early.
After saying this, Dorn left the kitchen. From the perspective of Vivian and the other 3 girls, Dorn, who had been watching them cook, suddenly began to be in a daze, and then touched his chin with his hand, looking thoughtful. Then, he left a simple explanation and left the kitchen. Amy and Aisha didn't think too much about this, and continued to practice making the dishes at hand seriously. Vivian, on the other hand, looked at Dorn's leaving figure, the look in her blue eyes changing. On the second floor of the Wishing Restaurant, in Dorn's room. After returning to his room, Dorn closed the door, then sat at the table and took out a pen and paper. He first folded the paper in half, and then wrote,
"Don't go"
on the left and "go" on the right. It's written in Chinese characters. After thinking for a while, Don picked up the pen again and wrote in Chinese characters on the side, where it said, "Not going." 1. Only 1 person is allowed to enter. 2. The boss temple in the dungeon is suspected of automatically opening. The reason is currently unknown. Stop writing. Then after looking at the second line of words and sighing slightly, he added a few words, most likely because of me. After, the reason is temporarily unknown. Afterwards, Don began to write on the side where "go" was written. 1. The difficulty is lower than that of ordinary copies, but the specific difficulty level is unknown. 2. Personal strength has been greatly improved. 3. Special single-player dungeon rewards. After writing these 3 items, Don fell silent, put down his pen, and was lost in thought for a while. Finally, when he picked up the pen again, he just wrote these 4 words, "closer to the truth," on the side of "going" in a more sloppy handwriting. Don stared blankly at the word, "closer to the truth," for a long time, and unconsciously circled the word with the pen in his hand. Another brief moment passed. Don sighed, then picked up the paper spread on the table, and reached into the kerosene lamp burning beside it to light it. This piece of paper, which was not too big, was quickly engulfed in flames and turned into a handful of ashes. After a long time, tuck tuck tuck, there was a gentle knock on the door of Don's room.
"Dorn, are you there?"
the elf lady's voice said.
"Yes."
Dorn, who was sitting in a daze at the table, responded, then stood up and opened the door to the room. Only Vivian was seen standing timidly at the door.
"Don, my practice in the kitchen is over. Well, I wanted to ask you, do you want to go take a bath with Mrs. Majetti?"
The elf lady raised her head slightly, looked straight into Dorn's eyes with her lake blue eyes, and asked hesitantly. Outside Mrs. Majetti's baths, after taking a comfortable bath in hot water, Dorn put on a set of loose and comfortable clothes. He felt that his mood was really not as boring as before. After he waited in the small square outside the bathhouse for a while, Vivian also walked out of the bathhouse carrying a small basket containing a change of clothes. After taking a shower, Miss Goblin put on a pure white silk suspender dress with some star dot patterns on the skirt. There is also a small blue ribbon hanging on the right side of the chest of the skirt, tied into a bow as a decoration. Because she had just soaked in hot water, Vivian's originally fair skin showed a little delicate rosiness, which contrasted with the almost pure white skirt. At this moment, Vivian seemed like a beautiful white fairy that had stepped out of a fairy tale. Also, the silk fabric of this skirt is thin, and when worn on the petite body of Vivian, It makes her look even more fragile. I feel pity for her. And it makes me want to hold her tightly and take care of her.
Vivian,
Dawn said hesitantly.
it seems like it's the first time I've seen you wearing this skirt. After Amy and Elsa wrote a note asking about my body size, they asked someone to buy it at Silver Shield Port and then gave it to me.
Miss Goblin nodded.
A gift from Amy and Elsa? Did your relationship become so good before I knew it?
Dawn was slightly surprised.
Well, I like them very much,
Vivian said. Then she lowered her head slightly and added,
Also, I've been keeping this skirt by my bedside for a month, so no one will see it when I wear it. And then, I want to show it to Dawn.
Dawn pondered and continued to look at Vivian's new dress. I don't know if it's an illusion. This pure white skirt is obviously very cute and pure. But why does it always feel like there is an inexplicable sexual aura on Vivian when she wears it? After staring at it carefully for a while, Dawn found the problem. There is an error in the body size written by Miss Goblin herself. It may also be that some minor problems occurred when Amy and Elsa asked someone to pick out their clothes. In short, this skirt is a little too big for Vivian, so it feels a little baggy when worn. But from Dawn's aesthetic point of view, this looseness is definitely not a flaw in her clothing. On the contrary, it further highlights the charm of the elf lady that she has never shown in ordinary times. Moreover, the original purity of this skirt, combined with the perfect looseness on Vivian's body, should be the source of that inexplicable lust. Chapter 238, I Think You Are Lonely.
Dawn, why haven't you spoken? Doesn't it look good? Your expression is so strange.
Vivian pinched the hem of her skirt and asked cautiously.
No, it's better to say it's great and beautiful.
Dorn calmed down his expression.
Oh, hey, that's good. I still like the style of this skirt.
Miss Elf said this, and then her expression became slightly disappointed.
But it just feels a little too big. But actually, even if I don't look good in inappropriate clothes, there won't be any problem. After all, no one can see me. No, this just right sense of looseness and laziness is great. And, isn't it me? I can see you. Vivian. Well, it would be best if you like it.
Vivian's expression relaxed.
Well, come with me for a walk. I want to take a walk with you. Is that okay?
Dawn nodded first, then looked at Miss Elf's long silver hair.
Have you washed your hair today? Have you dried it? If it's not completely dry, you will catch a cold in the night wind. Right. Dawn always likes to worry about strange things for me.
Vivian laughed softly.
I have dried my hair well, and it is summer now. How can I catch a cold so easily? Idiot.
The two of them started walking side by side along the main road of the town from outside Mrs. Majetti's bathing place. And before they knew it, they had crossed most of the town and reached the west side of Eton. Along the way, Dawn and Vivian didn't speak much.
I'd like to sit down for a while. Dawn.
In a secluded place where no one else could be seen at night. Vivian pointed to the stone bench on the side of the road.
Yeah.
Dawn just nodded.
Hey.
Miss Goblin sat down on the cold stone chair and smoothed the wrinkles on her skirt. Dawn sat down next to her. It must be because she had just taken a shower. When she was close to Vivian, she could smell the soft fragrance on her body much clearer than usual. The two sat quietly for a while.
Dorn? Do you have anything you want to tell me?
Miss Goblin's voice was very soft.
What do you mean?
Dorn turned his head to look at the girl sitting next to him. Vivian was seen sitting a little awkwardly, with her hands clenched on her knees. Her silver, soft long hair is scattered on her shoulders and back, matching the pure white dress very well. There is an inexplicable feeling of holiness. Also, the soft smell on the tips of Vivian's hair is very good. But now Vivian's face is slightly red. Then the shoulder strap of this slightly baggy skirt slid down slightly on Dawn's side. Therefore, I always feel that the atmosphere at this time is a bit ambiguous.
That's it. That's it.
Vivian's voice became slightly louder.
I feel like Dawn is a little unhappy today. And I want to make you happy. Is it because of this? I thought.
Dorn nodded in a daze. However, when you feel unhappy, what should the fairy lady do to show yourself a new dress?
Huh? What do you think? It's nothing. Don't worry about it.
Dawn shook his head.
I'm not really unhappy. I just might be a little confused. Well, that means you're unhappy.
Miss Goblin looked at Dorn seriously, her lake blue eyes flashing.
That should be considered.
Dorn could only admit this, and was thinking about how to tell Vivian that he might have to travel far to download the dungeon again. But before that, Vivian spoke first.
Dorn, are you planning to explore the ruins of God again? Oh? How did you know?
Dawn was surprised, but did not deny it.
Because, before you planned to go to the relics of God the last 2 times, you were in this same state. Can this be seen? Well, because I usually pay attention to Dorn. Well,
Vivian immediately stopped talking and paused for a while before adding.
Anyway, I can tell.
Both of them were silent for a while, but the atmosphere was not awkward.
Well, you still can't take me with you?
Vivian's soft whisper was the first to break the silence.
Sorry, Vivian.
Because considering that the note in the email mentioned that Vivian is not allowed to get close to the limited time copy, the specific distance is not mentioned as to how close it is. So to be on the safe side, Dawn still didn't plan to take her with him.
There is nothing to apologize for this kind of thing.
Miss Goblin shook her head.
I will wait for you to come back.
Dawn just nodded. Both of them stopped talking and just sat quietly. The wind at night in early summer feels cool on my body. On the bushes on the side of the road, unknown summer insects were chirping, and glowing green fireflies were flying.
Dawn! I still remember the story of the piglet you told me before.
Vivian was the first to speak. She seemed to have a lot to say tonight.
I also remember that I said that the piglets were eventually made into ham, bacon, sausages, and the like.
Dawn nodded.
Well, I still think this ending is so strange.
Miss Goblin raised her voice slightly and looked at Dorn helplessly.
Actually, I want to hear a better ending. Well, Dorn, do you want to start from the God of God? What is the truth found in the ruins?
The original
Little Pig story,
with a bizarre ending, was entirely Dawn's way of reasoning or expressing his own emotions through the story. Of course, Miss Fairy has no problem with this level of reading comprehension. However, she never knew what kind of truth Dorn wanted to get from the process of exploring the ruins of God.
Dorn
was speechless for a moment. What kind of truth do you want to get from the relics of God? It's nothing more than about time travel and the system on your body. When Dawn had a heart-to-heart talk with Vivian for the first time, he had already faced his own heart. He wanted to be a pig that would die clearly even if it was sent to the slaughterhouse. So he wanted to figure out why he traveled to the land of miracles. And where does this system that is very similar to the game panel, benefiting you in every way and helping you grow through cheating, come from? But how should I talk to Vivian about these things?
Sorry, Dawn. Shouldn't I ask this question?
Miss L's tone was still very cautious.
Actually, sometimes, I feel that you don't belong to this world. Dawn. It's ridiculous. Right. Why?
Dorn's originally divergent thoughts were quickly brought back to reality by Vivian's words.
You see, you can cook a lot of dishes that no one has ever seen before. You usually say some very novel things that are not particularly easy to understand. But when you think about it, you think they make a lot of sense.
The Goblin Lady was talking like this, perhaps recalling Dorn's usual behaviors while talking. The corners of her mouth raised slightly, and she chuckled happily.
Is it just because of this?
Well, Miss Goblin shook her head, her voice a little unclear.
Also, sometimes when I look at you and see you chatting and joking with other people normally, I feel a very strange feeling. How does it feel? It's just, I don't know why. But sometimes I feel like you're lonely. Dawn.
Chapter 239, Galaxy. Flowing fireflies. Summer night.
Are you lonely?
Dawn was a little surprised. Vivian began to think seriously, and tried to explain her meaning clearly.
Well, you know, because no one can sense my existence. Before I met you, I have been traveling aimlessly alone. Walking and stopping. Eating and sleeping alone. I have always very lonely. It wasn't until I met you. You were willing to talk to me and do many things with me that I finally felt like I was no longer alone. But sometimes I can see the shadow of my past self in you. Obviously, many of us are around you, but sometimes you just seem lonely and out of tune with everything around you. Sometimes I even feel that you don't seem to belong here.
Dawn just listened to Vivian's explanation silently and said nothing. What Miss Goblin said is actually correct. As a human from another world, Dorn completely lost his original belonging and sustenance in the land of miracles. In a sense, he was truly alone. And this feeling of loneliness may be slowly diluted by time, but I'm afraid it will never be eliminated. As for Vivian, I don't know if it's because she is particularly sensitive to loneliness, or because she pays close attention to Dorn. All in all, Dawn's loneliness is keenly captured.
Vivian. Actually,
Dawn's expression was very hesitant and wavering. However, She was interrupted softly by the goblin lady.
It doesn't matter. Dawn, I'm not in a hurry to hear anything from you. I just want you to know that if one day you don't want to be alone anymore and want to find someone to talk to, I'm willing to listen at any time. Thank you, Vivian,
Dawn said after being silent for a while. From the words Miss Goblin said tonight, Dawn could clearly feel that she had already made some guesses about her past, where she came from, and other issues. Moreover, these guesses have a certain degree of accuracy. Speaking of which, Dorn has never had the idea of confessing to others that he is a visitor from another world. But if the other party is Vivian, it seems that it is not impossible. It's just that it will be a long story with many words to tell. Before truly confessing, Dawn must be fully prepared. In fact, not only Dorn himself, but also Vivian, who is the one listening, should also be well prepared. Dorn was still thinking, but then Vivian's words quickly brought his thoughts back to reality.
Dawn, when do you plan to leave? Ah,
what?
That's right. Are you going to explore the ruins of God?
Actually, Dorn started, but then he shook his head slightly, and his tone became slightly firmer.
I plan to leave in a few days.
Oh, Vivian nodded, then stretched out her right hand and raised her slender white little finger.
Then pull the hook.
Their little fingers hooked together, and the backs of their hands touched each other gently. After completing a hook and loop oath that only belonged to the two of them, Dorn first let go of Vivian's little finger. Then, he carefully held her right hand. A smooth, tender, and warm touch spreads back from the palm of your hand. When Vivian was held by Dorn, her body trembled slightly, and she let out an unconscious, cute, panicked whimper. However, she did not resist. Instead, he obeyed and cooperated, gently clasping his slender and soft fingers on the back of Dawn's hand. The two people stopped talking, held hands, and sat quietly on the stone chair side by side. The moon is not visible tonight, but the stars are very bright and obvious. In the dark sky, you can see the vast and bright stars. Beside the two of them, there were bright green fireflies flying up and down silently. Cool summer nights are usually quiet and beautiful like this. Outside the town of Eden, the local aristocratic Lady Charlene was walking home. Miss Charlene's home is actually in Silver Shield Port. However, if she usually comes to Eden Town to enhance her relationship with Creek and accidentally stays too late at the monster farm, she will live in the luxurious townhouse apartment that belongs to her family in Eden Town. Such is the case today. As for whether it is safe for a pretty noble lady to walk at night, Charlene is safe and has nothing to worry about. First of all, Creek's monster farm is very close to Eden Town, about 1 kilometer away. Secondly, she did not come back alone at night, but was accompanied by 6 big and round servants.
Oh, it's been so long, but the relationship with Crick is still close. Am I so unattractive in the first place?
As Charlene walked, she complained in her mind and had a little self-doubt. Wouldn't it be easy for a girl like her to actively pursue boys?
Maybe. Creek doesn't like girls at all?
Charlene went to the monster farm to find Creek today, and sat and drank tea for a long time as usual. It was not easy until Creek, the noble young master, took care of all the monsters. After Creek finished his busy afternoon, he first changed out of his clothes and pants stained with mud and wool, and then cleaned himself thoroughly. Only then did I have time to have a simple dinner with Miss Charlene and have a relaxed conversation for a while. The topic the two of them talked about today was mainly about music. To be honest, music is one of the few themes that Charlene can find that can successfully communicate with Crick, the little firebird. And since they were talking about music, the two of them inevitably talked about the song, To Vivian, that has been a hot topic among the nobles recently. This beautiful, romantic and rigorous harpsichord piece came from a concert given by Lady Babashaw in Golden Oak. And because of its relatively simple and easy-to-follow melody and structure, it has spread quickly. Nowadays, in taverns in the art capital Golden Oak and some surrounding towns, you can often hear minstrels and young musicians playing this popular tune on a variety of instruments. The relatively well-informed nobles have also seen the score of To Vivian through various music publications. There is a harpsichord with good sound quality in Creek's monster farm. As an aristocratic lady, Charlene has had a relatively systematic study of musical instruments and music theory since she was a child. Anyway, she plays the harpsichord pretty well. So Charlene tried playing To Vivian several times at Crick's place, and received polite praise from the little firebird. In addition, In addition to the discussion of the song, to Vivian, itself, people are also keen to discuss the story behind the song. As for this beloved story, both Charlene and Crick paid special attention to it, because it is said that one of the protagonists of the story is their acquaintance Mr. Don. Chapter 240 Vivian was seen. According to descriptions in those music publications, Ms. Babashaw introduced the origin of this piece when she played To Vivian at her concert. To Vivian was composed by a musician named Beethoven. The source of inspiration for this harpsichord sketch is from the perspective of Mr. Don from Eatontown, describing the beautiful girl Vivian with silver hair and blue eyes next to him. Therefore, while the song To Vivian was played and spread by people, the story of Don and Vivian behind it was also talked about by people.
Behind this song, there is a romantic story.
Many troubadours would say this after playing To Vivian, and then start telling the story between Dorn and Vivian. The original version of the story was about how did the kind-hearted girl Vivian, who had not been noticed since childhood, gradually establish a deep bond with Don Un, a young man who is good at discovering beauty. There are even rumors that this original version of the story came from Mr. Dorn. Then, in the process of the spread of the music and the story, the music score of To Vivian naturally remained unchanged. However, the story about Dorn and Vivian was based on the original version, passed on by word of mouth and artistically processed by the masses, and derived different plot branches. Anyway, the relevant story spread to the aristocrat Miss Charlene of Eatontown, and there are already 3 different versions. When Miss Charlene talked about this romantic story with Crick in the evening, her personal interpretation of the story was as follows.
As far as I know, Mr. Don came to Eatontown probably last autumn, and there has never been a musician named Beethoven in the town. So, I personally am more inclined to believe in the second story version that Mr. Don and Miss Vivian met a long time ago, but eventually had to separate due to various reasons. The grief-stricken Mr. Don said goodbye to everything before and came to the small town of Eton to start a new life. And the song, To Vivian, became his only solace in missing Miss Vivian.
In short, there are 1,000 Hamlets for 1,000 people. As To Vivian, and the story behind it continue to spread, different people may have different interpretations of the story. People who are touched by this song will also refer to the iconic appearance of silver hair and blue eyes to construct different images of Vivian in their minds. More importantly, more and more people are beginning to believe. In the small town of Eton, there was a Mr. Don, and this Mr. Dorn knew a beautiful and kind-hearted girl with silver hair and blue eyes. Vivian, Miss Charlene, surrounded by her servants, returned to the wealthy apartment complex on the west side of Eatontown. Not long after walking into the town, she saw a familiar figure sitting on a stone bench by the roadside.
Mr. Dorn?
Charlene was a little surprised when she saw Dorn sitting alone on the roadside, as if enjoying the shade, but she still took the initiative to say hello.
Good evening. Good evening, Miss Charlene.
Don also stood up and responded politely. After the two briefly exchanged greetings on the roadside, they nodded and said goodbye, and Miss Charlene continued walking towards her luxurious townhouse apartment. Dorn seemed to have had enough of sitting on the roadside, and turned around and walked south, probably intending to return to the Wishing restaurant in the middle of the town. The two sides had just walked a few steps away. Miss Charlene tilted her head inadvertently. In the corner of her vision, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a very blurry, unreal humanoid figure next to Mr. Dorn. Charlene could tell that the blurry figure was a young woman with a petite figure and seemed to have long hair like a waterfall. In addition, the girl, who could not be seen clearly, seemed to be holding Mr. Don's hand and walking away with him briskly.
That is?
Charlene turned back in surprise. But only Dorn's back was seen, disappearing around the corner of the street, and there was nothing around him. The unreal girl whom I had just glimpsed in my peripheral vision did not seem to exist.
Miss, what's wrong?
Asked the servant next to her.
Well, I probably just saw it wrong. It's nothing.
Miss Charlene shook her head, thinking that she was too tired today. So she was dazzled and didn't take this matter too seriously. After returning from a walk and talk with Vivian, Dorn went directly to the Golden Crown Tavern to find the priests. Everyone gathered in Yuval and Kish's twin room. Then, Dorn informed the priests of his sudden plan to go to sea.
Dorn, are you also planning to go to sea? Why so suddenly? Oh, I understand. You must be reluctant to let us go. So you deliberately found a reason to follow us. In fact, you can just say so.
He, after hearing what Dawn said, Cross narrowed her eyes and smiled, then patted Dawn's shoulder hard.
No, You are over-understanding. It really just happened that I suddenly had to go to the stormy sea area. You guys also happen to be going to sea. So I came to ask if you have any opinions to give me.
Dawn rubbed the sore shoulder.
Mr. Dorn said he wanted to go to the southernmost part of the storm sea. Right. There are many unknown areas in that area. Generally, only sea adventurers and pirates seeking illusory treasures hang out there. It is not safe there.
Yuval said this with narrowed eyes.
So, Dorn, if you don't want to follow us, why on earth are you going to that dangerous sea area?
The pastor's sister sat on the edge of the bed, raised her hand, and interrupted again.
Well,
Dorn just pondered for a moment before giving the answer directly.
I heard some news about the ruins of God in that sea area.
As early as after conquering the
Poisonous Relic Swamp.
The priests labeled Dorn as
a well-informed news channel.
And
committed to exploring the relics of gods everywhere.
Therefore, the answer given by Dawn is the most convincing and reasonable, and will not make the clergy feel strange.
After exploring the one on the edge of Rhinetown last time, did you find the second relic of God so quickly?
Cross pressed the edge of the bed with both hands and rocked her body back and forth. At the same time, she looked at her good friend with some surprise, and the high ponytail behind her head jumped up and down. Dorn, on the other hand, was speechless. I just silently corrected the priest's sister in my heart. Actually, this is the third relic of God. On the other side, Yuval pondered for a while and gave this reliable opinion.
If Mr. Dorn wants to go to the south of the Sea of Storms to explore the ruins of God, I think the best way is to follow our ship in 3 days and go to the Storm Islands first. After arriving at the archipelago, hire local adventurers and continue exploring toward the south of the sea.